Guess 10 numbers in the Loco 7 lottery and win 4 billion yen. The guy's eyes lit up, and then he thought about not working. Jumping up from his seat, he was already thinking about how he would quit his job and write a resignation letter. Kazura rejoiced and laughed like a little kid. Then the guy's phone suddenly rang. After picking up the phone, he started receiving various offers to donate to space energy research. Or does the guy believe in God himself? He was uncomfortable with such a call, and he wanted to interrupt the conversation as he heard his former classmate on the phone, who asked to lend her some money. Suddenly the doorbell rang, and looking through the peephole he saw an old woman who introduced herself as a volunteer organization called Bridge of the Disconnected and insisted that they were in a difficult financial situation. The phone was ringing with messages with 52 missed calls. Outside the door, the old lady kept asking the guy to tell her how much money he made. The guy was torn and didn't understand what kind of classmate Tanaka was bothering him. And it all started because of the damn money. The young man called his father and told him about the whole situation. He asked if his father knew of a place where he could take refuge, since everything was serious. The father suggested to the lad a mansion that stands far away in the Gumma Mountains, which they had inherited. The boy was happy and remembered that he had seen this mansion about 30 years ago, and that it was still in good condition. His father asked him to send him 100 million. The guy generously said he would send it, but he thought he would send 500 million. It was a nice sunny day. The guy was already driving on GPS to the supposed place of the mansion. He arrived somewhere in Gumma Prefecture in the middle of a forest. The guy was surprised and thought to himself that this very house had been abandoned for 30 years. Stepping inside, the old floorboards creaked welcomingly to the young visitor. The boy sped up and wanted to take a good look around. After looking through all the rooms, he was surprised that it was in good condition and cleaned. It was then that some doors caught his eye. There was a strange lock on the doors, and Kazura didn't understand why such a lock was needed in such a mansion. He tied a rope to the doors and started pulling with all his might to open the doors. When the doors opened, he saw an ordinary room and relaxed, thinking that there was nothing surprising in this room. A room like a 6 tatami room. And then going inside, he was surprised. This room was a huge tunnel that led to some unknown place. The guy was confused and thought of going back. It's amazing how this works. The guy knew and thought that luckily he had his bag with him. He felt uneasy, wondering how he was going to get back. It didn't make sense. As he walked a bit and rounded the corner, he was shocked to see a skeleton lying there. The guy had a crazy thought in his head. Who could these remains belong to at all? So the guy went out into the street. He called the police number 110, but the phone showed out of range. As he walked forward, he saw a small village and people. A thought popped into the guy's head, so that's where that door leads. The guy thought it was some kind of paranormal phenomenon and ran to the nearest old man to ask around. Kazura thought they didn't speak Japanese, so he spoke to him in English and introduced himself as a guy from Japan. The old man didn't understand what he was saying, and the guy realized they were speaking Japanese as well. The old man just thought that the guy's behavior was strange because they lived in the same country. They came to the house where the guy said that he came here for a tour and asked where the nearest station was. The people in the house didn't know what he was talking about. They apologized and said they didn't know what it was. The people asked if Kazura had come from Nelson. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about or who Nelson was, and judging from their reactions, it was obvious that they were hearing the word station for the first time. Kazura walked out of the house and fell into a stupor, trying to figure out if this was really Japan and not another world. He had seen people discussing it amongst themselves, and the guy thought that if this was Japan, then the people were underdeveloped. Then the young man introduced himself as Kazura in a friendly and radiant manner and explained that he was just a traveling merchant. And as a token of their friendship, he gave the people salt and medicine. The people were shocked by such a statement, but the boy decided that he should definitely explore this world. While Kazura was talking, a cute girl appeared from the door, who heard about the medicine and asked to be given it to her as soon as possible. With tears in her eyes, she asked to save her father's life. The guy looked at her in bewilderment and was shocked by such a request. Then an old man approached the girl and addressed her with the name Valet, which was the name of this excited girl. He happily announced that they would be able to cure the head of the village. Kazura, however, asked him to wait as he didn't understand anything and asked her how badly her father was sick. The girl still tearfully replied that she had no suitable food for her father, no money for a doctor, and that she was already very tired and had almost given up. The boy modestly and carefully replied that they did not know what medicines he had. Valet then opened the door to the dark room, which creaked nastily. Kazura asked at the entrance if he could examine the head of the village. The girl only replied "T could" and thanked him. The boy saw a severely gaunt elderly man on the bed, his body trembling violently. The old man asked for medicine in a weakened voice. Kazuya was confused and thought that it was not a medical issue, and that he did not have such medicine. Looking at the weakened old man, Kazuya said that his eyes were too sunken, and his gaze was out of focus. Valette only flinched and more tears welled up in her eyes. The boy only looked at the girl pityingly and told her to look at her father, for he was shaking. Then Kazuya turned to the exit and shouted for everyone to hear that her father could be cured. The girl glowed with hope and asked her father to hold on at least a little longer, because everything would be alright and he would be cured. Kazuya only thought about how he managed to say that out loud, since he wasn't quite sure himself. But now it was necessary to apply the medicine. Digging into his bag, the novice healer took out a small bottle, sachets, and a box and was ready to begin the process of healing the old man. Valette quickly took a mug, poured the medicine into it and gave it to her father, asking him to raise his head and drink. Shivering with his whole body, the old man began to drink carelessly. The girl additionally gave her father another bottle to drink and said that apparently it was also a very useful remedy. After everything, the girl joyfully and with peace of mind asked Kazuya to stay the night, in gratitude for the medicine. The boy suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and then Kazuya accepted Valette's offer to spend the night in someone else's house. As they walked down the hallway, Kazuya thought about the fact that if her father died, he would have to give all the money and beg for forgiveness on his knees. Meanwhile, Valette turned to the boy and said she would show him to his room. Kazuya, still feeling awkward, thanked the girl and hoped for a good outcome to this adventure. Kazuya paced back and forth across the room, nervously thinking that the old man would not be helped by a simple medicine, which meant that either tonight or tomorrow morning the cute girl's father would meet his ancestors. It was a deep dark night and Kazuya was still able to pull himself together and calm down a bit. But suddenly there were loud screams. Kazuya fell into a low bow with his forehead touching the floor as a sign of extreme regret, fearing the worst. Without waiting for a response, the guy only apologized as best he could. Then raising his head, the Kazuya saw the girl and her radiant father standing before him. Valette thanked the boy with tears of joy and told him that her father had recovered. The old man apologized for not greeting the guest and savior earlier, and introduced himself as the head of the village named Valen. The man also thanked Kazuya sincerely for the medicine. Kazuya looked at everything in shock and thought to himself that it was absurd, because he didn't expect such a quick and positive effect from a quite common medicine. Then Valen, the head of the village, explained that after drinking the miraculous medicine, he quickly came to his senses. Kazuya replied that he was just as surprised, because he had heard before that it took a few days for the medicine to take effect. Kazuya said that he was most surprised here. The old man told him that it was an amazing medicine and asked him how he could thank him. The guy just took the plate in his hands and brought it to his mouth and said that he didn't need anything. It was already good that the old man had recovered. Kazuya looked at the plate of food and then heard the girl say that she had caught some Arcadia beetles. She asked if Kazuya had eaten such a thing, and that it was top-grade food and it was very tasty. The old man only supported his favorite daughter and said that they tasted great. Kazuya tasted the disgusting-looking dish and was surprised to realize that these strange bugs tasted very similar to lean corn soup. The girl looked out of the room and told Kazuya that he would probably want to rest soon, and that she would bring him a futon. The boy apologized and said he forgot to give them something and plunged his hands into his roomy bag. Kazuya very quickly took the salt out of his backpack and showed it to the shocked girl. Valette asked in surprise if it was salt, and admitted that she had never seen salt so white. The girl was also very surprised by the perfectly transparent bag. Kazuya thought about what to answer and said that such a thing was invented in his country. Valette looked at the letters and tried to read the strange text, but the only thing she managed to understand was the word salt. The girl turned to Kazuya and said that her father had taught her to read and write, but she had never seen such letters. Kazuya thought at that moment that he was actually in a very strange and wonderful world. Kazuya looked at the girl questioningly. Valette suddenly began to cry, and looking at Kazuya excitedly said that since the medicine that helped her father was effective, the girl asked if Kazuya could help the other villagers as well. At that, Valette grabbed the boy's hands and promised that they would pay him back someday, and if she had to be enslaved, she wouldn't mind that fate. Kazuya only questioned disapprovingly what the hell slavery was, and asked the girl to raise her head and calm down and then tell him about the other people. Valette replied that half of the villagers were sick, almost all the mothers had nothing to feed their babies. Kazuya was making plans in his head and realized that if he didn't lend a helping hand, then people would suffer and it could lead to the extinction of the whole village in the future. The guy then replied that he didn't need the money and instead to be allowed to stay here. Valette was confused and asked again if the guy really didn't need the money and instead just wanted to stay here. Kazuya only replied that there were more important things in life than money and clenched his fists hard. But then the novice healer decided that maybe his words and behavior looked too suspicious to these not-so-developed people. Kazuya asked to just trust him and give him a chance to help all the local people, because that's what he really wants. Valette couldn't hold back her emotions and cried again. The girl apologized for this reaction and explained that they had been having a very hard time lately, and many were already at their limit. Kazuya felt encouraged and promised to help everyone, even if it wouldn't be as easy as he would like. Kazuya ran with all his legs through the forest, then down the hallway, past the same skeleton. Down the corridor he ran out into his familiar world, where he got into a car and thought to the nearest convenience store, which was 40 kilometers away. Kazuya decided that there seemed to be trouble ahead of him. There were at least 100 sick people, and in any case, about half of the villagers could be in serious condition. Kazuya was already walking through the market with a cart and thought about what was needed. In the end, the guy decided that rice and canned food would be very useful in addition. He had to figure out how much milk powder to buy. And then Kazuya thought about whether there was normal water in the village. The purchases were quite impressive and included water 10 liters, peaches 10 cans, unwashed rice 100 kilograms, salt 20 kilograms, prunes 5 kilograms, baby food 10 cans, lipo D 400 bottles. The saleswoman was shocked and asked if these were emergency supplies. It was already dark as Kazuya drove the car back. As expected, the novice healer didn't have time to buy more medicine, so he decided that he would distribute them only to people in the most serious condition, and the rest would somehow manage with one simple drug, lipo D. At this point, Kazuya thought about how he would carry so much luggage to the village. It was a difficult task, and the hardware store was already closed and there was nowhere to get a cart or something similar. Suddenly, around the corner the boy saw a wooden cart on 2 wheels. It was a timely find, Kazuya thought, but it was obvious that taking it would make him look like a thief. The cart was on tubeless tires and looked solid. In the end, Kazuya decided that for the sake of a noble cause, it was still worth stealing the cart and not thinking about the consequences. To assuage his conscience, Kazuya left a change note and a small amount of money for the owner of the stolen item instead of the cart. Soon all the purchased goods moved into the cart and it was a matter of little else. The guy had no time for that and still decided to snack on a delicious dried prunes on the go, while still having time to check for any leftover medicines. As Kazuya dragged the cart it clattered and rattled heavily, and the guy thought, as expected from such a cart. As he exited the corridor and walked through it, he noticed something shiny in the grass. Suddenly, Valette ran out to meet him and was surprised to admit that she couldn't believe how quickly Kazuya had returned with the cart. The boy explained that he had brought medicine and food from his country, and that he needed to bring the cart to the house first. The girl happily took up the cart along with Kazuya. At that moment the young lady's heart thumped hard in her chest and Valette sincerely thanked the young hero for his help. Kazuya said tiredly that his back hurt and decided it was probably a muscle spasm. Valette sighed and apologized for not helping to ease the heavy load. The boy only told her not to worry about it, and then asked if it was too late to go home, since it was already night. The girl agreed, but then explained that it would be a mistake not to help people right now, since many were suffering. Kazuya decided that Valette was right this time and suggested that there was no time to waste. They stopped by the houses of the people they were giving medicine to, got an old man drunk, gave a young girl medicine for a baby. Valette was happy about all of this, because now people could finally be free of pain and suffering. Kazuya gave the grandmother the medicine, and Valette asked that she drink this magical remedy, and promised that she would feel better soon. The old Finn woman took the bottle in her hands and thanked her. It was not so magical, Kazuya admitted at that moment. Valette of course thought otherwise and asked her what she was wrong about. But Kazuya didn't want to explain all the complexities of the remedies and only promised that everything would be fine. Valette was glad to meet such an incredible person and for the first time in many years felt hope for the best. The girl said enthusiastically that the medicine had a pleasant taste and that she had imagined it quite differently. The boy confirmed that he liked it too, because he drank it from time to time. Now that the fatigue was gone, he suggested that they get to work and go to the barn. They went into it and looked at the floor, and the girl looked down enthusiastically. Taking a large, big pot in her hands, Valette said that it would cook food for the whole village at once. Meanwhile, the locals were gathering to watch what was going on. Then the grandmother came up and thanked Kazuya for the fact that now, thanks to him, she could stand on her feet. From behind at that moment someone said that he had never eaten such delicious porridge and people were trying to understand what else had been put in it. and the caring father looked at his daughter and finally said that she had a healthy complexion now. Kazuya marveled at how effective a simple medicine was in this world and asked everyone to eat as much as they wanted. Suddenly grabbing his hand, a little boy came up and asked him why he was dressed so strangely. And if you compare him and Valet, he stands out a bit. Kazuya was confused and did not know what to say to the child, because he really stood out from the locals. The child was quickly approached from behind by his mother, who grabbed him and demanded an apology. She shouted to Kazuya that she was sorry, grabbed the boy and quickly ran off with him. Everyone stared in surprise at their footsteps, unsure of the reason for this behavior. Valet at that moment noticed how much Kazuya's face was reddening, and the boy felt embarrassed by the attention of the locals. Valet advised the young healer not to worry about this situation, because not everyone was used to such changes yet. At this point, all the villagers supported the girl and asked for more. The boy replied that now everyone would eat as much as they wanted, and people breathed out a sigh of relief. But Kazuya smiled and said that first he would teach everyone how to make rice porridge. Kazuya and Valet approached a house and the boy asked if the unoccupied houses could be used for firewood. Valet replied that it was hard enough for the villagers and then explained that the house was empty since there was no one to return to it because of the war that had happened. Kazuya inquired as to what war they were talking about. Valetta lowered her gaze sadly and replied that the war was between their country, Arcadia, and Balvale, and it lasted 6 years and ended 4 years ago. The war dragged on and so both girls and boys were drafted. Since Balvale was at war with other nations besides Arcadia, the neighboring countries formed an alliance. After the war, Balvale and the alliance made a truce for 8 years, and if war breaks out again at the end of the peace, Valletta could be summoned as well. Kazuya was shocked by the rules of this world, because sending girls to war seemed really wild. The girl then asked if Kazuya had any suggestion. Kazuya thought about it for a while, thinking about the course of action with the fire and the clouds, and he answered her, since the long drought is detrimental, he wants to make it rain. During the Second World War, people used to make it rain in this way, and it should work the same way in this world. Valletta replied that they had already made offerings to Suapashar, but he had not given them rain and so many had given up hope. The boy replied that they could try it if nobody minded, for he knew an old and good way. In the end, everyone started to make a fire, which turned out to be a huge one, and the guy sat right in front of it and watched the flames. Valletta asked for permission to sit down next to him, to which Kazuya of course agreed. The girl asked Kazuya that could it really rain because of an ordinary fire. Kazuya replied that it would have to wait. At the same time, the guest from another world was not completely sure of this plan, because he had never done such a thing and did not want to remain in the memory of these people as a deceiver. Kazuya turned to look at Valletta, who was looking up at the sky with a smile, and begged in an attempt to speed up the rain. Valletta asked Kazuya why he had come to their village. The boy looked at her and wondered why she was asking that, and then explained that it was just that it wasn't far from his home. Valletta replied that even if Kazuya had come to them by accident, she thanked him sincerely for saving so many people. Kazuya thought about how this all contradicted the circumstances of appearing in this world, and it's strange that she doesn't try to find out more about it. Then Kazuya thought it was worth talking to Valletta about the result of summoning rain and turned to her. At that moment, Kazuya caught Valletta's charming gaze, the gaze of a girl who was looking at him with a smile. Such a gaze even made Kazuya a bit confused and embarrassed. At that time, Kazuya had thoughts in his mind about how beautiful this girl was, and he was thinking that maybe he should have said even before they started causing rain that this method was not 100%. Getting up the courage, Kazuya said that if it didn't rain, he wanted to apologize in advance for his words. The girl only replied that it's okay, and as they say, Suapasharu has a fickle temper, so everyone in the village knows that. The boy asked thoughtfully about whether he had understood correctly that it was about the god of water. Valletta nodded and said that even if he couldn't summon the god after his request, it seems that the water god is not in the mood. Kazuya was surprised, which meant even after his request. But then a real miracle happened and it rained abruptly and very hard. People started cheering and shouting and rejoicing at the life-giving coolness falling from the sky. Also, the locals called Kazuya an incredible man. Valletta at the same time also looked at the sky and thought that the god of water is really fickle and now showed his favor. The next morning on the shore, Kazuya sat down by the water and decided to rinse a can of canned peaches. Paletta came up behind him, watching. Kazuya told her that it was left over from what was distributed to the villagers, and that after cooling the jar in the river, they would have breakfast. After all, they had dragged it here for a reason. Kazuya thought that with such a beautiful girl, breakfast would be even tastier, and mentally apologized to Valen, the village elder, for his thoughts towards his daughter. From the river came the sound of water, and Kazuya told Valette that the water was so clear, and it would be nice to provide water for the village. The boy then asked if Valette knew about the existence of a water wheel. Eventually, Kazura drew in the sand what it looked like, but Valette said she hadn't heard of it. The boy thought that he would like to make do with the technology and tools of this world, but it would be difficult for an uninformed person to do so. Valetta was happy to say that no matter how difficult it was, they would manage somehow. Kazura smiled and said it was fine and that he would bring it back from his country. As the peaches cooled, the boy handed them to Paletta and told her to take half. The girl refused and said she couldn't take them first. The girl thanked him for the treat and tasted the peach. She was delighted and then confessed how sweet they were, and that it was the first time she had ever tasted something so delicious. Kazura was pleased and gave her his portion of peaches, urging her to eat them. The girl was embarrassed and fidgeted and said she couldn't do that. The boy was embarrassed, but still insisted, saying it was her reward for everything. Valetta surrendered and thanked him for the treat. Kazura told the girl that as soon as she finished, they would return to the village and he would go straight to the water wheel. As it turned out, the water wheel was not cheap and it would take 20 days to make it to the right size. The cost with delivery would be 3 million yen. Kazura was in the fabrication building and asked the right people to make it in a week. He also said he would pay them 5 million upfront and 5 million afterward, and he'd take care of the shipping costs too. The workers were delighted with such generosity, and after that the old man in a suit said that a company he knew would help them and that they would fulfill the order in a week without compromising quality. Kazura was pleased and asked if it was true, and then thanked him. Kazura decided that in that case he would make more gifts for the villagers. In the store he picked up a lot of useful things, namely axes 30 pieces, saws 20 pieces, 60 sickles and much more, to which the saleswoman asked in surprise if Kazura heads any cultivation work. The guy awkwardly replied that something along those lines, and that he would pay for everything by card. As he was leaving, he heard the employees discussing him behind his back about him being some kind of cultivator group leader. But as he left the store and walked into the forest, Kazura reminded himself that the preparations were almost over. All the villagers were getting to work with their new tools, for before the wheel was delivered, work had begun on the connecting canal to the settlement itself. The old men asked Kazuru if the stanchions would fit certain lengths and widths. He was embarrassed that people were addressing him as a superior, and asked them to stop calling him that from now on. At that moment Valletta came out with a girl, carrying buckets and a tray. The girls called all the workers to take a break. The girl suddenly turned to Paletta and said that she and Kazura should have a snack and that she could handle everything herself. Valletta blushed at that statement. The girl sat down on her knees in front of Kazura, before politely asking for permission. Kazura agreed and asked her if the tools she had brought were useful in the field. The girl responded enthusiastically to his question, as everyone had really enjoyed everything. The girl explained that when she took the tools in her hands, she was surprised at how easy they were to use. The guy smiled as he opened the canned food and the girl said that it smelled incredibly good. Kazura explained that it was a kind of marinated fish in a sauce called sera. Valletta said in surprise that they ate fish sometimes, but never cooked it this way. Kazura asked the girl if they catch fish. The girl said they do, but with rods. Kazura looked at the girl enigmatically with a smile. She took notice and asked him if everything was all right. Kazura was embarrassed and replied that he just felt fine. Kazura explained that he had been watching her a lot and that she was starting to look much better and healthier. Blushing and smiling broadly, the girl replied that it was all thanks to Kazura. Kazura was silently embarrassed and blushed. After all, he had never been thanked by such a beautiful girl before, and he wasn't usually a popular guy even in high school. After a few days, Kazura announced to everyone that he had brought all the parts of the water wheel from his country, and now they could go to the river where it would be installed, and then called everyone to do their best. Everyone was overjoyed and supported the idea, promising to help with the hard work. The work on the water channels was almost finished, and the clean fresh water traveled a new route towards the settlement. One of the local men said that the water storage was already dug all the way out. Indeed, the shovel was a very easy tool to work with. The water canal was also finished. Valletta's eyes were shining and she was visualizing the plans of how the water would be distributed, and the storage would not overflow, and all the residents would be able to use the water easily. Kazura picked himself up and loudly announced that they could now assemble the water wheel. He handed the hammer to the old man, who in turn nodded gratefully in return. It was noon and about an hour had passed. The guy looked at the wheel and said it was about 80% done. At the back, someone sincerely admired the sight of the incredible water wheel. There was a crowd of people standing nearby, and an elder asked if this was the water wheel. The lad marveled that all the people from the village had gathered and no one was left at home. Paletta nodded happily and asked her father if he had finished digging the canal. The old man nodded affirmatively and said that all that was left was to connect the wooden aqueduct to the wheel. Kezira looked at the elder and realized that he didn't even look tired. Kezira then explained that the water wheel was not fully assembled yet and asked if they could dig holes for the wheel supports and then connect the aqueduct. Everyone is working hard, and the elder, thinking it is difficult, asked all the villagers to make every effort to assemble the water wheel. Then it will help the village to get rid of its water problem. The elder inspired the people, and they agreed and shouted that they would do their best. The water wheel was finally finished, and the people who made the supports also announced the end of the work. At last, all that was left was to fix the wheel to the supports. Kezira asked for people's help, because before the water was released, it was necessary to make sure that the wheel was installed correctly. For now it was necessary to connect the river with the canal, and not to connect the wheel while it was spinning. The elder asked everyone to focus and get organized. And now everything was ready and everyone could see the result of their labor. Valletta gazed admiringly at the wheel and enjoyed the sound the water wheel made. The water in the wheel was splashing mesmerizingly and it looked amazing. The water was rising so high from which everyone was marveled. Kezira was happy with the results of his labors. The joyful girl grabbed his hands and pulled him along, happily offering to run together to follow the flow of the water. Kezira looked at Valletta perplexed and asked where exactly to run to since it was far away. He turned to the elder and he smiled at them. The girl was pulling the boy, and he was yelling at her to slow down and put the tools away. But it was as if Valletta didn't hear him, and dragged her farther and farther away. The guy fell to the ground tiredly and said he couldn't take it anymore. It was like he was dying. The girl looked at him worriedly and asked if he was alright and then handed Kezira a glass of water. Kezira thanked Valletta and said it was time for them to go back and they would be eating lunch soon. Valletta asked again about lunch and said that in that case she would help too. Kezira embarrassedly said that he was sorry because he had forgotten about the tools. The elder answered him that it was fine, and that lunch was ready. Everyone said it smelled and looked delicious, and even the Arcadian bugs had been caught. Then the old man told him that only 6 had been caught. Arcadian beetles are an expensive village food in this world. The boy was marveling at how much was on the table today when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Valletta stood up with the words that she would open it and see who came to them. In front of her stood a young but stern-looking fellow in battle garb. She shouted to her father that it was Isaac Nelson's messenger. The elder immediately rushed to the guest and became agitated. The girl abruptly grabbed Kezira's arm and apologetically told him to retire to a far room. He was at a complete loss as to what was going on. Kezira asked who Nelson was, and it turned out that this mysterious man turned out to be an aristocrat, placed by the royal family to manage these lands. Valletta explained that they pay him a portion of the harvest. In times of drought, based on the damage, he regulates the amount to be paid. Kezira wondered what the nobleman seemed to be thinking about the affairs in the villages he managed. Valletta only asked to forgive and stay here until the man left. Kezira agreed. The lad then sat down and looked at his clothes and thought about how suspicious he looked, and thought about what this nobleman looked like. It was a dark night. Someone knocked on the door of the building, and the voice behind the door said that he had returned from the village of Grycia. It was Isaac. A stern-looking man with papers in his hands let him in. The door opened and the boy stepped inside to apologize. The situation in Grycia was not what Nelson had thought it would be. Isaac held out his report and put it on the table. Isaac said there was nothing to worry about. Nelson, a stern-looking man, took the paper in his hands and couldn't believe his eyes. The damage to the crops in the fields was serious, and as expected, they would have to accept payment in timber. However, after the water canal is built, the village doesn't have to worry about water shortage anymore. Nelson asked if the people had brought water to the village themselves and if Isaac was sure of that. He nodded, showing that he was sure, and explained that the canal was connected to a storage tank that was almost completely full. Nelson stared at the guy, not believing it, and said it was impossible. Isaac flinched when he was asked if he knew the distance from the river to the village and the landscape there. Isaac cautiously replied that he did not know. Then Nelson took the map and spread it across the table, and said he would explain to him why that was impossible, and that Isaac simply did not know the geography of the land. It would take an adult about 30 minutes to travel from the Grycia to the river. Right now there is a labor shortage due to famine in the past war, plus they don't have bronze tools. The report doesn't say when it last rained, and Isaac was in that village a month ago. Nelson said he'd check to see exactly how they built the canal in that time. But he also pointed out on the map that the river is too low to feed the canal with water. If you join the canal upstream, there would be hills in the way. Isaac only asked, perplexed, but then where did this water come from in the village in the first place? Nelson said that it was possible if the canal bypassed the hills, but that was unrealistic. Isaac bowed low and asked to be forgiven for not knowing the source of the water. Nelson took the papers and asked him not to worry, because it was good news that there was water there. Then Nelson asked Isaac how he was doing with Risa. The boy flushed, but started to deny it, saying that it was nothing like that. Nelson grinned and said that his daughter wouldn't even look at Isaac with that attitude. It was a nice sunny day and Kazura asked Valletta if they sent them taxes every 2 months and if it wasn't a lot for them. Valletta smiled and said that it wasn't. Nelson sets the amount of taxes, taking care of them and also actively helping to solve the village's problems. The boy was surprised and said that he must be a good lord. The girl replied that since tax receipts are down at this time, they would like to support Nelson by paying him more. Valletta also said that he probably didn't have enough money to pay tax to the royal family. It also turned out that a small part of the field was set aside for potatoes, except for that part the rest of the crop was destroyed by the drought. The boy asked what kind of fertilizer they were using, but the girl looked at him surprised and asked again what fertilizer was. Valletta asked that it was something like a spell for a good harvest, and he explained that they scatter the crushed bones of the kafuku they hunt and ask the god for a bountiful harvest. And then Valletta, thinking, said that perhaps they should scatter the meat and then the harvest would increase. The boy replied that to grow good crops, one must first make the soil healthy. The girl asked about the soil in surprise. Kazura tried to explain more clearly by saying that they would fertilize the soil with forest humus formed from rotten leaves. God would be delighted as the soil would become healthier. The old man and Valletta exclaimed enthusiastically, and the elder suggested that they collect more of this humus together. The villagers opened their mouths in admiration at the boy who started digging. It flashed through Kazura's mind that he looked terrible now. He showed the soil and explained that it was humus. Kazura asked the villagers to gather the decayed plant and mix it with the soil and scatter it over the field. And then the god would make the land more fertile and the harvest would increase. The people turned to each other discussing whether this was true or not, and everyone believed him, because Kazura had helped people many times before. Kazura turned to Valletta and said he would go back to his country and find a fertilizer cart and asked her to give him something. Valletta nodded and gave him a look as he walked away. Then the children emerged from the bushes. A girl and a boy were stealthily sneaking up behind Kazura. The girl turned to the boy and told him that this was a bad idea, as they had been told not to follow this man. The boy named Colts told her not to worry and promised that no one would notice them. Then the children whispered that Kazura had already gone into the forest and ran merrily in his footsteps, but were surprised when the boy disappeared. The girl told her brother that Kazura was Gracier himself, otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared, to which the boy replied to her that Kazura looked like a normal older brother, and then asked her sister Mir if that was what she thought of herself. The girl only took her brother's hand and pulled him with her and insisted on going home. Kazura made his way to the agricultural store without any tail behind him. He knew the shopping list was impressive. Kazura immediately found potato fertilizer and decided to get the best. But the selection was incredibly large and had to think about the right decision. After some thought, Kazura said that he would take everything they had, because any fertilizer would be useful in the other world, where they didn't use such additives at all. The seller shockingly replied that it would then be more than 400 kilograms. And then he explained that for potatoes for every 4 ara you need only 30 kilograms. He asked with the assumption that the guy must be a novice agriculturist. Kazura smiled and asked to rent him a truck and said he needed help with loading. He also needed a cart. The workers were shocked but listened and hurried to fulfill the request. At the house, Kazura checked out the cart, which was very sturdy and comfortable, but very expensive. He remembered the barn he had passed by earlier. Kazura wrote a note telling people to take vegetables and that he had taken 2 tomatoes a little earlier that were delicious and thanked the man who had grown them. Kazura thought about the fact that there was already a 300 kilograms load and wondered if the tatami would be okay. In a mysterious corridor on the way to the village, he approached the skeleton and bending down he apologized to the skeleton and asked it to accept the jar he had placed in front of him. When he got to the place, he saw that everything was going well and people were working. Valletta greeted the guy and asked if he had brought fertilizer. Kazura showed the bags and explained that they should be spread over the field like the humus. The girl noticed that the sacks had a strange odor and asked how to read it. The boy said that it is red as manure and that in his country it is made from the droppings of birds called chickens. Valletta interjected about spreading it around the field. Kazura tried to reassure her that the god would use everything, both humus and bird droppings, to make the soil more fertile. The girl looked at Kazura a little confused and said that if that was true, thank him so much for his help. Kazura waved it off, saying that it was in gratitude for being accepted in the village. The villagers were all working in the field spreading bags of fertilizer. The girl's hands were completely in the ground and the boy's back was already aching. Valletta wiped the sweat from her forehead and exhaled tiredly, for it was terribly hot outside. Then Kazuya asked cheerfully if the field was the last one. He said that the remaining fertilizer was not enough and he would bring more from his country. All the villagers thanked the boy, and the old man wiped his face on his dirty shirt and said that the fertilizer certainly didn't smell good. Kazuya said it did, and then he took something else out of the box. At home, Valletta changed her work uniform into a loose house dress. Kazuya held out a soap in her hands, and the girl told him that she had seen some soap in town, but it was hard and this was soft. The boy said that this soap was from his country and it was different. After washing with it you smell nicer than after a normal bath. The girl was sitting on a chair in the anteroom outside. She washed herself with the soap that Kazuya had given her, and really noticed how well it lathers up and how nice it smells. Afterward she rinsed herself with water from the bucket. At that moment in her mind Valletta remembered everything Kazuya had done for them, how he had helped with the fertilizer, dug the soil, given the soap. The enchanted girl pressed the piece of soap to herself and smiled with a blush on her face. Meanwhile, it was getting dark outside. After the bath, Valletta, wiping her face with a towel, happily declared that she felt invigorated. Kazuya was also sitting in clean clothes, saying that the soap was really good, it was better than just water. And then an idea came into his head that it would be a good idea to build a big bath for everyone's so-called public village bath. The girl was interested in such an idea of Kazuya, and imagined how beautiful it would be, and if they had such a thing, everyone would be happy. The old man thought about it and said that such a bath was a luxury item that only nobles had, and they can't build a big bath without permission. Kazuya sighed, and immediately wondered if installing a water wheel was also a bad idea. Valletta asked Kazuya if everything was really okay and admitted that she had been pondering about a possible bathhouse. But Kazuya replied that it would be bad if Nelson found out about the water wheel. After all, the villagers would not be able to make one themselves. Valletta replied that if Kazuya taught her how to make one, they could find an excuse before the Lord. After some more thought, she persisted and asked Kazuya to teach her. The boy looked at her, saying he was grateful for her trust, though it was too presumptuous. Kazuya asked again, but more specifically, if Valletta wanted him to train her. The girl clasped her hands together in joy and asked if he could really teach her much, for she would be very grateful for his help. Earlier, Valletta had wanted to leave the village to learn something new, and so she was very excited about the offer. Kazuya offered to do the water wheel with everyone then. Come to think of it, he had brought nails from Japan. Then next time we should make them out of bronze. Kazuya replied to Valletta that it was worth discussing everything after they were done fertilizing the fields, and asked what she thought about learning in the evening. The girl only nodded in agreement and asked him to take care of her. The sun was coming out from behind the mountains, and the boy stood and tried to straighten his back. His back was sore, for he had been single-handedly loading and transporting the fertilizer. Valletta heard the boy talking about getting a massage. The old man called Valletta and ordered her to take Kazuya to the house and give him a massage. The boy decided it was too much and said he was fine. Valletta went over and took Kazuya's hand and told him to rest and that he shouldn't overexert himself like that. His hands were dirty from the manure. Kazuya looked at her and said that if they came back, they should go and wash up, and the girl agreed. It was night and Kazuya found a book that he had put in the basket by mistake. Valletta came up behind him and apologized for waiting. The boy said he had brought a couple of useful books for studying, but he had taken this one by mistake. The girl asked what was in this book and what the pictures were about. The boy explained that they are called pictures. They depict scenes that are no different from real ones. Valletta interjected, and the exterior of this house can be too. That's right, the guy went on to say that it's not parchment and that the material is made of wood. Such paper goes through a special treatment. Valletta rustled the glossy pages and the guy asked what she wanted to learn. The girl answered that there was law, history, technology, and she had also heard that it was all studied in the royal capital. The guy apologized and said that he could not teach her any of these things, because his education in his native country was very different. Valletta, with a smile on her face, showed the journal she held in her hands and asked to be taught the written language of the country by Kazuya, and that so she could read the book. Kazuya was delighted, and asked in return to then teach him the alphabet of Arcadia, since he doesn't seem to be able to read it. Valletta agreed, and the boy wanted to get down to business as the girl told him no, and that he needed to do something else first for now. Kazuya lay on the bed while the girl massaged his back and asked how he was doing. The guy blurted out in pleasure, as it felt really good. The girl insisted him to relax, because building the wheel would be very difficult. The guy thanked her very much and warned her that the wheel would need nails, about 100 of them. Valletta said that they didn't have that many nails and that they would have to go to town to get them. Kazuya interjected, surprised that there was a town nearby. Valletta replied that the city of Asteria was about 2 days' walk from here. The boy asked how big it was and the girl said that it was the largest city in Nelson's domain and not even close to a village. Valletta said she would notify the villagers today and they would get ready and then go to the city. Kazuru replied that he would like to get this one to the city as well. At dawn, Kazuru and Valletta left the house. Kazuru was wearing Valletta's father's clothes, so she said there should be no problem now. The elder was glad that Kazura would accompany them. After all, it was a good opportunity to take his wife and daughter with him. Kazura turned around and asked if everyone was ready to go. Everyone was ready and the journey began. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a girl with a bow behind her back was holding the girl's hand, and there were men with spears nearby. Kazuru looked at Valletta and asked her if it was that dangerous to go into the city. Even she had a weapon hanging from her waist. Valletta pulled out her weapon and said that occasionally there are wild animals and sometimes bandits on the way, but that they are unlikely to encounter them. Kazuru looked at the dagger. Valletta continued and explained that she was not good with a sword or a spear, but her father was teaching her. And if the unexpected happens, loTTeRY has real combat experience, so we are in good hands. She could handle a boar pig on her own. Kazura replied admiringly that if they met a boar they would leave it to her, for a single blow with a stick would be enough for a piglet. The sun was already setting as they approached a certain cabin in the forest. Kazura shared some candy with the girl, and when he got to the house he took off his shoes and noticed that he had blisters on his feet. It was a deep dark night. Kazuru stood outside the house and saw the archers catching some game in the forest. After resting, they moved on. The horrible blisters also rubbed on his feet and ached, giving Kazuru no rest. The next day everyone arrived in the city, which was full of people. Everyone was going about their business and it was noisy and there were various buildings all around. Kazura admiringly looked at it all and said that it looks like a movie from the Middle Ages and that it all would like to take pictures. As it turned out, very strong walls were being built around the city and they had been built before the war. The guests from the village were walking along the streets with shops and Valletta approached a customer and asked him if he wanted to buy firewood for 80R. The man replied that it was expensive, though the wood was good, but he would not buy it for more than 50R. Without thinking long, the girl immediately turned around and told Kazur that they were leaving. The man immediately began to stop her, saying that she was good at trading. He offered her 55R. Valletta only replied that it was too cheap and she could only reduce to 70R. 62R. The man said he really couldn't buy more expensive. Valletta replied that she was sorry, and that they would try to find another buyer, but eventually the deal went through. The elder who was with them admiringly said that Valletta was really good, since she was able to haggle down to 62R. Valletta only replied that she was very nervous, and that the man rather realized that she wasn't very experienced at negotiating. Still, it didn't look terrific. The old man said that they would go on and sell more firewood, and at the same time the animal furs Kazura waved at them and wished them good luck. Then suddenly a little girl grabbed Kazura's cloak and asked her father to go with him. Kazura meanwhile said that it wasn't difficult for him. The girl's father stroked her head and asked Kazura to look after her. The mother asked her daughter to obey Kazura in everything. Valletta said that they would then also go and sell Arcadian beetles and firewood elsewhere, and they also needed to buy nails. The streets in the city were very noisy. Kazura held the girl's hand so she wouldn't get lost and asked her if Valletta was a good bargainer. But they had to sell the wood at the first shop. Kazura hoped to get more money for the beetles. Then Kazura and the girl came upon a store that looked like a department store. The boy opened the curtain of the entrance and said that he was here to trade. After entering with the girl, they began to look at the counters, where there were some interesting antique items. Mostly it was dishes and clay figurines in the form of animals. An elderly woman came out of somewhere and asked what they wanted to sell her. The guy pulled out a small oval thing with holes in it, like a whistle or a flute. The woman asked what it was, and explained that not many people bought such small trinkets. Kazura took the clay thing in his hands and blew into it, explaining that it was a musical instrument. An instrument called an ocarina. He sucked in air and there was a pleasant melodic whistling sound. The woman was very surprised by the sound and said it was very beautiful. Then she asked him to blow again. Finally she groaned and said she had a very bad memory, and smiled sweetly. She asked what price they could offer for the whistle. And then Kazura thought that if they sold the firewood for 62R, then 20R apiece. Then thinking it was expensive, he asked what 20R for two. The woman agreed to 20R, but it was still not enough to buy nails. Kazura didn't think long and pulled out a rose quartz from his pocket and asked if the woman wanted to buy it too. It had been bought for 250 yen at a souvenir store, and he thought that in this world it could be sold. The The woman of course said she was willing to buy the quartz and asked how much he would sell it for. The woman was shocked by the stone and offered him 200 R. Kazuya shuddered. Did he hear that? 200. The woman rather thought he was shocked that the price was low and said she would take it for 2,000. Kazuya couldn't believe his ears and asked again, so she wanted to take the quartz for 2,000 R. At that moment he was interrupted by the girl they came with. She said that there was a stone that cost 12 OR and it was so expensive. Kazuya thought in his head that he was being tricked. Then Kazuya took a chance and offered 25 O. If she offered 2,000 then 25 O, or he would sell it elsewhere. It couldn't be helped, it would be payment for this lesson, and the guy thanked the woman. Kazuya gave the little girl a 100 AR coin in her hands. It was the first time the girl had seen such a thing and she was pleasantly surprised. She admired it silently. Kazuya asked one more request from the woman, but she interrupted him and said that she wouldn't tell anyone and that next time she would buy from him at a fair price. Kazuya squinted his eyes thinking how quickly she had changed. The woman smirked and asked if they had anything else and that she wouldn't cheat them anymore. Kazuya crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had nothing else and asked if it would be foolish to sell her goods again. The old woman smirked and noted that the guy wasn't as idiotic as he seemed at first. Suddenly the old woman said that he was completely defenseless, which tensed Kazuya up. She said that if he were somewhere else than her place, others would suspect him of stealing and call the guards. She also pointed to the girl that had gone inside some room in the store and said that this little miss was very persistent. And let him rest easy, the coins she gave him were genuine. Kazuya said he would remember that. This whole situation reminded Kazuya that he still shouldn't relax in this world, and not everyone is as kind and good as in the village. Someone was walking past the alleyways of buildings and streets. A girl appeared on the pavement, clomping her heels on the pavement, beautifully dressed in an opulent garment. Her hair was elegant and long, and on her arm was a bright bracelet. The girl was going somewhere. And then she turned to the maid with the fact that she resented the stubbornness of a certain, according to her words, scum, and that she was not going to think of marrying that peddler. The young maid tried to answer her, and calling her by name, said that if Lisa was uncomfortable, let her just refuse to marry him. Lisa herself turned to the maid and said that then everyone might think she was interested in Isaac, and then the rumors would start. And so her father wants her to marry him, and silly merchants give her gifts. Anyway, Lisa is tired today, saying she'll sell the gifts and buy something. Just then someone appeared on the path, then someone said he was sorry. This stranger turned out to be Kazuya, who collided with the girl and fell to the ground. Saying that he was hurt, he tried to come to his senses. Lisa held her head and said she was sorry and that the maid just wasn't looking around. She apologized for her maid and asked if he was okay. Kazuya replied that he was fine, and immediately thoughts of how beautiful the girl was flashed through his mind. Things fell out of the bag, and the girl noticed it and said that her assistant would help her pick them up. She nodded in agreement. The boy knew that it was risky, because at the bottom were things that were better for these girls not to see. The maid then picked up a lighter and looked at it questioningly. Kazuya wanted to take it away, saying he was sorry and that it was his thing. The girl flicked the lighter and a fire erupted. Lisa was frightened and screamed, asking if it was fire. The male guards immediately rushed over to them and grabbed Kazuya's hands, asking if the princess was all right. They ordered Kazuya not to move. While Kazuya was being held by the guard, he tried to say he hadn't done anything. A man and a woman who were leaving their daughter for him came running up. They asked in bewilderment what their friend could have done. The man with the sword said that the guy was a danger to Lisa, who is Nelson's own daughter, and that they would make their way to the post. Kazuya remembered about Nelson, that he was a nobleman and came to resent it. Lisa herself suddenly stood up for Kazuya, saying that he didn't hurt her in any way. And Kazuya said that it was his fault that they ran into each other, and that they apologize. The guard wanted to pull out his sword, and calling him a bastard said he was finished. Lisa, angry, said she wouldn't say it twice and that they should let him go. Gritting his teeth, the guard tensed. He reluctantly took his hands off the boy and apologized. Kazuya then thanked the princess and apologized again. Lisa looked at the pavement where the lighter was lying, but it was gone, and Kazuya and his friends were already disappearing into the crowd. They walked further and further into the city until a little girl approached him. She placed his lighter in his hands. Kazuya leaned over to the girl and stroked her head, praising her for saving them. Then they ran into Valletta. She asked Kazuya what he appeared to be with Lordan's family and if they had bought nails. The guy nodded affirmatively and then clarified that he had bought 200 pieces, and told her that unfortunately they'd run into Lisa. It was already night as something appeared in the distance. Kazuya asked hopefully if it was a village in sight. and the family told him that it was easier to return home than to the city, and they bought a lot of stuff, with chickens clucking in cages. The girl said that they are ground-dwelling birds, and that they dig up plant seeds, and they lay eggs like regular chickens, and it would be interesting to try a new product. Valletta approached Kazuya with an offer to make clothes, as a thank you for his constant help. The boy thanked her and said he would take her up on the offer. In his head he was running through what the garments would look like, modern, chic and stylish, and that if he made such garments, he wouldn't stand out so much. Elder Valen greeted them and told them they were home now. The elder thanked Kazuya for helping him on this long trek and invited them to follow him. Opening the doors in front of them was a cauldron with a gorgeous meal ready. He called everyone to a hot-cooked dinner. It looked amazing, Kazuya thought. After all, they had been eating nothing but canned food for the past 4 days. Valletta asked what was wrong with his leg as he took off his shoes. They were bandaged. He told Valletta that they were just calluses, that he was not used to walking so much, and that they were a little sore. She seemed concerned about that. Then, as if on the spur of the moment, she offered Kazuya to wash his feet. He refused and said he would wash them himself, and urged her to rest on her own. But the girl persisted and sat him down, asking him if he was tired after such a long journey. She touched his leg. In the warm water, Valletta gently washed his feet and then asked for medicine and bandages. Kazuya kept trying to get her to do it herself, but she insisted, saying she would do it herself. Everyone looked at this with admiration, and the guy was shocked and wondered what kind of games she was playing. After some more talking, Valletta turned to the appetizing food and said it was time to eat. Kazuya looked at the fish and said to everyone, have a good appetite. Taking a bite of the fish, he thought how moderately salted it was delicious. Then an elder came up to them and asked if they enjoyed their trip to the city. Kazuya said admiringly that he had enjoyed it very much and everyone was happy. The boy said that it was very impressive and unusual. Then there was some talk among everyone that thanks to Kazuya-sama they were able to catch an Almer. He appeared when they were standing watch while resting in the hut. Everyone seemed unsurprised and said they expected him to do just that. And afterward they sold the hide in town and so earned money for the village. They also bought 2 shrew birds and thanked Kazuya for everything. The boy was embarrassed, raising his hands in front of him, and said that he didn't need to be thanked, for he had brought in trouble when they were in town. The elder looked at him questioningly, not sure what he meant. Kazuya told him that he had met Lisa, the princess, and it turned out that she was gentle with the commoners, and the rumors about her were not false. Lisa is the daughter of a noble family from Asteria, and she's popular with the men. It's no wonder a beauty like her would be sought after. Though young, she is good with both spear and sword. Kazuya replied with a smile that she is a very good person, and then the girl interrupted him. She told everyone that Kazuya had sold the stone for as much as 2500 AR. Everyone was shocked at such a price. Kazuya decided to tell it like it was, and at the end he explained exactly what kind of deal he had made. And after all the talking, the topic came up about the potato field. They reached the field, where the guy went into shock and asked what the hell it was. The fields that were empty were covered with lush green foliage. It had only been 8 days since the soil had been fertilized, and thanks to the fertilizer, the potatoes had grown much better than usual. Kazuya couldn't believe it. In just a few days any way you looked at it. Pulling back the leaves he saw that the potatoes were ripe as well. Valletta crossed her arms happily and said that the plants were slowly wilting, and the fertilizer had helped fix it. Kazuya realized that there was nothing wrong with that. Then the older farmer just said how awesome all these things from Kazuya's country were. The tools were useful with the canned goods, and they were able to work tirelessly. She bowed to him and the guy interjected what she meant. The people assembling the water wheel said that by working according to the instructions given to them, they were almost done. Kazuya interjected in bewilderment that it was even more than half done. And it turned out that thanks to his food they were less tired and were able to carry heavy weights. Valletta also said that after the long journey yesterday she was hardly tired at all. Kazuya was surprised, for he was sure that he had been tired on the trek to Asteria. Then the guy thought that things from Japan bring some strange effect to this world. However, that also doesn't work on him. Valletta asked him if something was wrong. The guy said it was fine, and called to go with him to see how things were going with the water wheel assembly. He scratched the back of his head and went forward. The girl looked after him thinking about something, but then caught up with him and they went to their destination. The 4-story castle was spacious and bright. The sun was peeking through the windows, and in a large cozy hall at one table sat father and daughter. The nobleman turned to the girl, saying that every month to her come a bunch of men to match, and whether she has not already found a husband. Lisa said in confusion that no, of course, they are all wonderful, but she is not yet thinking about marriage. Her father said that in that case she should not hurry. Sooner or later there will be a man she will like. but one should choose a husband carefully. At the other end of the table sat her mother, who smiled and said that family was important, so she thought she should look for a reliable man. The girl smiled and responded well, calling her mother. The man looked at the woman and said he agreed with Sir Coria. Even if it turned out to be a commoner, he would take him in and teach him everything he needed to know. Then, barely slamming the doors behind her, Lisa flopped onto her bed. Clutching her pillow to herself, she began to roll from side to side, thinking about what her parents were hinting to her about this Isaac again. Even her mother wants to personally choose her spouse. Let them not do anything strange and let her decide for herself. After all, she was thinking that she didn't need Isaac. There was a knock at her door, and she got up from the bed and fixed her hair and dress. After tidying herself up, she barely opened the door and asked who was there. It was the maid, who apologized. She asked Lisa what she should do. The maid was worried about something, and Lisa asked her to tell her what was wrong. The maid dug in her pocket and took out a piece of jewelry and showed it to the girl. Perhaps it had fallen from the man they had encountered. Lisa was enchanted by the beauty of such a piece of jewelry, and her eyes shone. But she wondered what kind of jewelry it was, for she had never seen such a thing before. Meanwhile, candles illuminated the dark corridors of the castle. The woman standing in front of the table with papers in her hands said that the construction of the castle was progressing well. Nelson, who was sitting at the table, asked her if they would make it before the armistice treaty was finalized. The woman replied that the fortress was necessary in the war with Balvale, and there was enough labor in the city to build the wall. However, they were seriously short of food. Before the armistice, they prioritized military training over internal affairs, and the girl took the blame. Such a terrible famine for the first time. It couldn't have been predicted. She said she regretted not thinking of countermeasures. It was time for Gracier to show up and help them with the famine. The husband replied that it was a legend about lords killing peasants, and since they had done nothing to anger the peasants, his house would be fine. The woman asked if Nelson had counted how many people the fort would be able to supply with food, and it turned out that there would be enough for 50 people a year. Better that than nothing, she thought. The man said it would be a good idea to increase the emergency supplies. Isaac was discouraged by the report too. It seemed the miscalculation of food was his blunder. The girl sympathetically explained that it wasn't such a mistake. After all, the young man had a busy job. She said that one way or another, when the fort appeared, they would not lose so easily. She thanked her husband for everything and leaned over and kissed him, saying that he could leave the rest to her. The lord smiled warmly at her and said that she was far more reliable than he was, and that his wife was more deserving of the title Shield of Arcadia than he was. Zirconia asked what he was talking about, because she alone could not handle all the internal politics, military affairs, and diplomacy. Foreign policy alone could not build a state, so the title belongs to him. She held a paper in her hands and asked if it was the notes with instructions, and that he was the one who sent Isaac to check on Gracia. Meanwhile, Lisa stood pondering, and the maid tried to ask her something. Shocked, Lisa again assumed it was the jewelry of the man she had accidentally bumped into, and decided that one day they would meet that mysterious guy again. A fragrant tea was prepared in the house. Pouring from the glass teapot into a mug, the girl tasted the mysterious beverage. "So this is herbal tea," she said to Kazura, and admitted that it was very tasty. "It's amazing that you can get such a good smell from plain water." Kazura said he was glad it matched Valette's tastes. The girl looked in a book from Kazura's country and saw that these plants were there. Kazura thought for a moment. Right, there is no such plant here, tea doesn't grow here. In the store where he bought up almost everything, he was certainly remembered. Embarrassed, he approached the salesman, who called him by name and asked him what he was looking for this time. He replied that he needed herb seeds, currently herb seedlings. Now he wants to experiment with herbs, and wondered what will happen when he brings fertilizer and herbs to this country. Then the seller asked if Kazura would like to buy a large quantity again like last time, and Kazura replied that 2 or 3 pots would be enough for him. He then decided that he would buy some more souvenirs. Kazura was standing near the mysterious corridor and digging a hole, saying that it really hurt his back after doing that. He regretted not doing it earlier and put the skeleton in the hole, then buried it. Apologizing to him that there was no headstone, he put a bottle of drink next to it and put a candle in it. Somewhere in the trees a voice said that it was worth going back to the village, and that someone was already a little late. The sounds came from somewhere in the bushes. The boy looked out and said that just as he thought he had come out of the woods, he must be a sinless man. Then the boy remembered what his parents had said, that if Kazura's identity became known, he would disappear from the village and never return. And he really hadn't seen it coming, and he'd like to find out for himself. Well, he's sure it's just a story passed around the village. In the past, when Arcadia wasn't so big, this area was hit by a great famine from a long drought, when all available food was looted by the Lord and the villages were left devastated. Then a man dressed in unusual clothing appeared and shared large amounts of food and water, saving the village from starvation. People from surrounding villages rushed to the village looking for salvation. The man told the people that he would bring more food and disappeared. Even with a small amount, the people received increased body vitality and tremendous strength. A few days later, the man returned with more food as promised earlier. It was when a greedy lord came with a large number of assistants to capture this man. They put a rope around the man's neck. After confiscating him and the entire food basket, the lord demanded that he direct them to where he got the food. The man had a pitiful face full of sorrow, but the moment the rope was untied, he ran. The man brilliantly dodged the many blows of the lord, who burst into anger. Hawkane reached the forest on the outskirts of the village. Suddenly he disappeared like a mist, and after that he never appeared again. Later, the lord and his servants were bedridden, dying of illness. After the lord died, the drought finally ended as well. Rumor had it that this man was said to be a sinless man, a god of benevolence and harvest. The boy remembered, and that was supposed to be the whole story. It is said that if his identity is revealed he will disappear, but there is no proof. The forest in the story is most likely the same, but even if he wants to, he is always sent back to the entrance of the forest. The wind picked up and the leaves began to swirl, and the boy looked up at the sky, and then he thought it was time to go home. Valletta was reciting an instruction to put the peppermint in fertilizer and keep the lemongrass as it was. Kazura praised the girl and suggested now to compare the growth with this. Kazura took the bag of grass in his hands. Well, now the next ones. These are basil seeds. You can try it out. Few things can be planted in the summer. It's similar to rosemary and lemon balm. Place them in cool shade even in summer. Valletta looked at the instructions and asked again if that's what it really said. Kazura was surprised and asked if she could really read. The girl replied that she had enjoyed his reading and had memorized everything. What an amazing memory ability, Kazura decided. And Valletta said that she had studied even late into the night and asked if Kazura had been surprised. He replied that of course he was surprised. He assumed she was motivated. Well, she also replied that she wasn't motivated per se. Outside the walls of the house, they potted up some soil. The girl said she was having a lot of fun and asked the guy how he liked it all. Kazura tiredly replied that he liked it all too. There were many things on the table including drink. The old man after tasting it said that it was very tasty, and Kazura said that it was alcohol from his country. It was for a proposal and as a souvenir for Valen, and it was the right choice to take 2 bottles. The elder asked the girl to pour him another glass, but the daughter said it would be bad for his health. First of all, 1 cup would suffice. The boy tried to hold back his laughter and thought about the fact that Valen really liked liquor. The girl asked if they usually drink alcohol in their village, to which she was told that there was also a whitish alcoholic drink that had a good smell during the festival, and that they bought it during the festival in town and drank it with everyone else. The old man said that he would definitely like to try it again, something new to him. A few days later, Kazura saw that the girl was wearing new clothes and asked how she felt. Valet replied that it was really comfortable. Then she pointed to the field and said that the sprouts would sprout soon, and that the grasses were growing very fast, and that it was all because of the fertilizer. She encouraged Kazura to grow those plants with complete care, and then said it was time for them to go back. It was the assembly of the new water wheel, and this time they made it entirely by hand. Valette said she was a little worried. If it didn't turn, then suppose they would meet it with reflection and soothe themselves with hibiscus tea and honey. Kazura told her that sounded nice, but Kazura could bet anything that Valette just wanted to drink his more delicious tea. Valette laughed and said she was sure the wheel would turn. After all, everyone in the village carefully did the parts because it was designed by Kazura. The villagers confirmed this. Kazura said he felt a little embarrassed that they were saying that. It was sunny, beautiful weather. The wheel was working properly and the water was shimmering in the sun. Valletta looked at the wheel and thought how pretty it was. Well, then Kazura called for everyone to finally put the water wheel together. People were willing to stop the flow of water to do this. Valletta and Kazura were fully at work. Kazura held out a towel to Valletta and said that they needed to dry the wheel so it wouldn't be wet, as it would be dangerous to work with. The sunlight should help dry the residue even if they rub it a little. They need to rotate it after a while so it dries evenly. The boy looked at Valletta and said that even drought could be an ally, to which the girl agreed. Life had returned to the village since Kazura had come. The girl also thought about how it was true that this strange guy could be sinless. The girl pondered the fact that Kazura's defense was genuine, but there was a sense of otherness compared to the image of the god she had running around in her head. She really wanted to ask him why he had come to their village. Valletta was sure that their ancestors had done something so horrible to Khazur, and yet why had he come back? Was it to save everyone again? Wiping the tire, she wondered if this man was intentionally hiding his identity. After all, there had to be a good reason. But at the time, she was content. When they live together, sometimes it feels like Khazur is a real god. She thought about what if it happens that Khazur is not without sin, if he is just an ordinary person from another world. She was standing behind his back, and she wished she knew the answer. Khazur suddenly turned to her and their hands almost touched. The girl couldn't stand it, and she asked him if it was right that Khazur was human. He looked at her questioningly, and Valid asked if he was really a sinner. Khazur was surprised at such a question and didn't know what to answer. He then sharply answered the girl that he was definitely human and asked if there was something about him that made him look anything but human. The girl interrogated if he was telling the truth. She awkwardly answered him that maybe she thought Khazur was a sinless man, and that's what everyone in the village thought of him. The girl turned around at the villagers. The guy was in a stupor and was trying to digest all the information that seemed very strange. Khazur also said that he had heard of a story about a benevolent god who controlled the crops, so he was the source of life and the importance of water, and all this utterly amazing misunderstanding that looked like a common legend. Valletta regretted that it all sounded like a legend from the village. The boy asked her again what she was talking about. She replied that it was the story where Khazur is like that man. The guy turned his head and said that he can't live that long and that he has to resolve this misunderstanding with everyone soon. The girl asked that Khazur should act the same way as before, as he always has. The girl said that it's because everyone thinks Khazur is a god, and she wants to try to hide the fact of Khazur-san's existence and continue to follow the same passage of the legend, knowing that they will ask him to give an explanation, casually, so that rumors won't spread and reach the ears of nobles like Nelson. Khazur realized that it would be unpleasant if he was known as a god. Khazur held out his hand to the girl and asked her to give him a hand if anything went wrong. For a moment, young Valid felt as if the guy was distancing himself from her and became sad and hurt. But then the boy held out his hand to her, and she held out hers in return. The girl cheerfully said that she would of course support him and would always be there for him, even in a difficult situation. Valid took the boy's hand and Khazur asked if she would help in assembling the water wheel, and the girl nodded her head in agreement. It looked good enough and the water wheel looked beautiful. Valletta said she was going to take the board down, and then everyone happily started pointing to the wheel, which began to turn gradually. Khazur looked and thought about the uneven speed of the rotation, and from behind Valletta asked how he liked it all. Meanwhile, the residents were talking about how good it was and what a relief it was for all the residents. The guy asked the girl if she was excited about the chance, but the girl awkwardly said that she thought it would be fine now. The amount of water moved was of course lower compared to the previous water wheel, but the water flow should accumulate to some extent on the waterway. But the result was still good, and Khazur said that he would like to start dismantling the previous water wheel. The residents hesitantly picked up the wheel and asked if it was better to just carry it. Khazur was shocked at the strength with which the people were able to lift the wheel. Valletta turned to Khazur and said that it didn't mean anything and they would just walk back. At that, the girl herself could feel how much stronger she had become. In the morning, Valletta walked with Khazur and said that once she was in the country of Japan, she would like to visit the bookstore. Khazur thought about how super stressed she was when he told her about Japan, and the girl asked to go along with him. But also, she said she would like to go to a clothing store before the bookstore. After all, clothes from another world are quite different. And since Khazur had money, Valletta apologized that she would spend the money. The guy interrupted, saying that it was interesting, and he thought there would be another problem, worrying about whether Valletta would try to talk too much about what she saw in Japan afterward. Khazur said that there was a stone marking a passageway leading to Japan and it was up ahead. They should get there soon, it wasn't too far. The legend said that when you go into this forest, you'll find yourself right at the entrance. Khazur asked thoughtfully if that was true, would he really never be able to return to Japan? And immediately pointed his finger further. Now they were going straight ahead. He made a mark on a tree so he wouldn't get lost. But at that moment something caught his attention. Turning around, he realized he was alone and Valletta wasn't there. He started to call out to her. Even though they were talking to each other, the guy thought about how it really went like the legend. The girl stared forward, horrified at the fact that Khazur was standing a moment ago in front of her. And at that moment, the girl was called out from behind. Khazur was glad the girl was alright. Valid asked why he was running like that and if it was because of her. He said that he didn't understand what happened either and remembered the legend. And then he turned around and the girl was no longer there. The girl was seriously scared and clutched her shoulders with her hands. She said that it was as if it was really like whether she really couldn't go through this forest according to the legend. In that case, Kazura took the girl's hand and suggested that she try to go forward again, only in a different way. Valette threw the stone, making sure it was okay. She clung tightly to Kazura's arm, and the man said it was fine, and they would continue like that. Only he reached forward as he found himself alone again in the middle of the forest. The boy excitedly asked what was even going on here. He walked back to where Valletta was sitting with tears in her eyes. She sat by a tree and said that it was useless and that she really wanted to visit Japan. She got to her feet and yelled that she was sorry if it was impossible, and that she was sorry for her selfishness. Kazura replied that she wasn't selfish at all. The guy was sure that there was another way, and that they would fool anyone else another time. Valletta turned to Kazura and asked if he could fulfill her request. She asked him for canned peaches, and Kazura said he would buy them quickly. The girl thanked him. The boy went forward alone and waved goodbye. Valletta was alone and told herself to pull herself together before Kazura came back. She had to do her best. Kazura crossed his arms on his chest and looked sternly at the grave where the skeleton lay and said that the righteous man who appeared hundreds of years ago was him. Avoided the rope but couldn't avoid the sword after being wounded, collapsed here exhausted, and finally died from blood loss. Kazura thought about the fact that if that one also came to that world from home, then it was his ancestor. In the end, Kazura decided to ask his father when the next time he would see him. A few days later, sitting at a book in the late afternoon, Valletta said it was time to go to bed. Getting up to get a drink of water, she looked into the room and thought about the fact that Kazura wasn't there yet. She wondered if it was chilly outside. Opening the door, she was suddenly confronted by Kazura. He was scared that the girl had hit her nose and started asking around. She said she was fine and apologized for her carelessness. Even so, the guy asked why she was still awake at this hour. She replied that she just got up when she noticed that the door to Kazura's room was open. Kazura always gets up early to research something, so it's good to stay up late at night. Kazura was embarrassed that the girl was worried about him and said that he couldn't sleep and went out to look at the stars. A few minutes later, they both came out of the house. Looking up at the sky, the girl's eyes shone and Kazura smiled. At this time, it was as if the stars were flowing from a water wheel, and also the real star of Sagittarius could be seen. Kazura asked Valletta if she has been watching the stars for a long time. Kazura said that this is the first time he sees such a starry sky in this world because the night sky in Japan is polluted and can't be seen. The girl asked what dirty sky means. The guy said that the sky is clouded by gases rising from the city, so it's nice to look at a clear sky. The girl thought about whether this starry sky makes Kazura happier. Then Kazura said that he loves it much more than he did in Japan. The girl replied that in that case, let him stay here. It would be nice if he could stay and live here forever, and admitted that she hoped so. Valletta turned to the boy, who seemed a little surprised by all this. She said that he could see the starry sky here every night since the air here was clean. Kazura smiled and said that a good environment is a luxury from his point of view. He looked at the sky and wondered if he should stay here forever, and it sounded good. In the morning, Kazura and Valletta went to the chicken coop. The guy told the chickens to eat a lot and lay a lot of eggs, and if possible, fertilized eggs. They mixed feed bought in Japan. Kazura and Valletta hoped that with the breeding of root crops, the birds would become a new source of income for the settlement, and would have to learn to raise poultry as well. Guy told Valletta that her rapid progress is tremendous. It may be beyond mere comprehension. Kazura promised to buy a specialized book on agriculture next time. As they approached the house, they saw the residents trying to get through to Elder Valen. They called out to him. They looked out from around the corner and were immediately noticed by the other people. The girl turned to everyone and asked what was wrong. They were told that the Asterian army was on its way here, and that there were about 100 of them. Everyone was in a panic. Kazura hid behind the door and said he would lock himself in his room. Everyone shouted to the chief that it must be Nelson's army coming to capture Kazura. They were afraid that it would be the same as in the legend, and if it was true, it was a horror. Then the people asked for the arsenal vault to be opened. The elder shouted, "Do they really plan to point the weapons at Nelson's army? For then they would die from such foolish thoughts." Then he said that the righteous one had saved them in spite of their past sins, and they could not be forgiven. This time they will not repeat the mistakes of the past. And if they responded with military action, the villagers would be turned into slaves. At this point, Valletta spoke up and said that indeed, if Nelson's army should happen to be hostile themselves, they should take up arms. The elder was surprised at his daughter's words and realized that she was no longer a child. Everyone thought they would have to fight, but that was only as a last resort, and for now there was no need to fight an army to protect a righteous man. The girl said there were other options before resorting to fighting and that they didn't even know what they wanted. The villager said that he heard that they would be arriving in the village within 15 minutes and that the head of the village should meet with them. Valida was surprised that they were telling about arriving in the village early, which means their goal is not to capture Khazur. Rather than worrying about the army in vain, it would be better to calmly get an explanation from them. But before that, the remaining work would have to be finished. Valida walked into Khazura's room. He was packing his things and said he would be returning to Japan soon. He asked what was the purpose of the army coming. Valida explained that at least it seemed that Khazura was not the target, and the warriors might just be an expeditionary force. The boy said it looked like he would be able to return to the village soon. He had already imagined that incident with Lisa might have been the reason for the visit, and was glad it probably wasn't. Everyone would have to be careful that the farming tools he'd given them wouldn't be discovered. Pauletta said it was fine, and that they were hidden under the floors. Khazura said that everything was as expected from Valletta and then he should leave the village soon. At this time, the commander addressed the army and ordered them to camp near the village. He asked everyone to make preparations. Then a comrade approached him and asked if this was really the village of Grycia, and of all the places they could have been sent to, they were lucky that their troops were deployed here. It was obvious that the soldiers' practical training was particularly terrible. The commander-in-chief immediately changed and interjected about the training with Mr. Zirconius, for he was envious. They were forced to stand even when they couldn't move anymore. Their bodies ached so much the next day that no one could move at all. As expected of Zirconius, Isaac said that although the intention was less noble, still so far the military training is done this way. Because everyone here comes from a family of aristocrats, without their services, the preparation of the camp would take a very long time. He wondered if they would be able to do everything before the end of the day. Anyway, he was going to visit the village, and left a comrade to command here in his stead. The latter asked if it was a good idea to use the waterway to resupply. Valletta and the elder came out to meet Isaac. Isaac told them that he wanted to ask permission to use the water source of the village. Isaac was told that they could use it as they wished. They thanked them and said they would do their best not to disturb the village. The commander thought to himself that it was because he came with his troops and wore a decorated sword. They immediately recognized his status. Although they might find it intimidating, they should dispense with it next time. Isaac then said that they would take a quick look around the village. Isaac fell to his knees in front of the huge potato leaves. Amazed, he asked if they were really potato leaves and what made them grow like that. The elder said that it was all due to the waterways, and they were also trying to mix the forest soils that were protected along with the fields. Taking out the paper, Isaac said that he could really see this as expected from a village that was mentioned in the legends. Looks like they will be able to harvest a lot of crops in the future. In his mind, Isaac thought he was worried about something else. He approached the elder about the waterways and asked him to tell him more about this invention. Isaac wondered if the flowing water came from the Northwest River. He confirmed. Isaac replied that this river had a lower elevation than the village and that it was impossible to have waterways because. The elder pointed to his daughter and said that frankly everything is due to her. They pull water from the river with a tool called a water wheel and keep it moving along the waterway. Thanks to the waterway, they can direct the water where it needs to go. Isaac saw the wheel admiringly, said that it is amazing because the water rises so high. He looked at the girl and wondered how she could even come up with such a thing on her own. He asked if she had anything on how to do it again. She replied that they didn't have anything, since everyone had done the parts thinking about how to make it, and apologized. Isaac then asked her to explain to him at least briefly how it worked and above all about the construction. It was obvious that this wooden part, it would wear out and the axle would break if left as it was. And they're going to have to think about some countermeasures. That's all, thank you all very much. Isaac said he'd be back in a month, and for them to prepare for the next toll. The elder bowed and said goodbye until then. As he left, Isaac's mind was spinning with thoughts that the food situation was improving, getting much better as far as the villagers were concerned. The rapid recovery is certainly welcome, but is it all good? Especially that the water wheel has ordinary people who have no academic background make such an invention. Isn't it usually impossible? Then he saw a boy who was watching him from behind a tree. He greeted the boy and beckoned him closer. The boy said hello and told him that it was the first time he had seen a soldier in such cool armor. The man replied that he had troops stationed near the village and if he wanted, he could look at them. The boy's eyes glazed over and he asked again if he could. But first the soldier said that he had to tell his parents about it before he could go and that it would be quick. The boy pointed to the house and said he was here. At this point, Isaac thought about how he hadn't asked the kid about it yet. Maybe he knew a lot of interesting things. He said he heard the name from the village chief, the one who made that water wheel. The boy turned around and immediately said Kazur's name. Isaac immediately realized that those two had lied to him. Clenching his fist, he held back and smiled. He said he would like to talk to this Kazura-san and if the boy knew where to find him. The boy said he heard that before noon he had returned to the God Realm, so he didn't think Kazura was in the village. Isaac asked if the boy wanted to know about this place and if he had asked the village elder about it. The boy pointed to the forest and said that Kazura was deep in the forest. He was surprised that they have come so many times to this village and don't know about this place. No, this is the forest of the righteous, isn't it? Isaac asked. It's the same forest where the strange guy who created the water wheel shows up. The boy told the soldier that he already knew about it, so he should hurry home. The soldier yelled at him to wait and asked if it was true that Kazura had entered this forest. Then the boy suddenly became frightened and turned sharply, then shouted that he had to go home and ran away. Isaac stood there wondering what had just happened. Kazura sat at the sod with his parents and ate rice. The boy told himself that homemade rice is the most delicious. After some serious work in the fields, chopsticks are just unstoppable. And at that moment, he wondered how Valet was doing. He walked to the car and the guy was called out from behind. The man tossed him his luggage and told him if he was going back, have him take this with him. He picked out some random crime prevention items that he thought would be useful for village life. Kazura said in surprise that the suitcase was too big. The son addressed his father about the locked room in the house and asked why it was so abandoned. The father hesitated, and it looked like he didn't know of such a thing. Kazura wondered if the father didn't know. As the boy got into the car, his father told him to come once a month and to call home as often as possible, because they worry when they don't hear from him for a long time. Kazura was embarrassed and told him to tell his mom that he was gone and promised that everything would be okay. On a sunny afternoon, someone was watching from behind the rocks, the two people walking below. Valet walked beside Kazuru, who said he was glad the soldiers were gone. The girl reported on the watermill and said that it looked like part of the axle was worn out. Kazuru said she was right, and it had been a while. It would be nice to recreate it with metal. Suddenly Isaac and the two men accompanying him shouted, "There he is, the bastard." And then he demanded to explain who he was, for Kazura was not a villager. Kazura got scared and started mentally cursing. Valletta was shocked and covered her mouth with her hand. The guy stood in front of the girl, preparing to defend. He thought that now his existence was revealed. This is not good, for the village would be in danger under these circumstances. The girl tried to address the soldier, but he told her to shut up. Isaac demanded Kazura to tell now, or for some reason he can't explain to him. Kazura thought that this Isaac was young, and if he was as he had heard of him, he could still fix the situation. He walked over and held out his hand, saying that he was a traveling merchant. He was wandering around here, and when he got to this village he stayed here for a while. Isaac smirked and asked what country he was from. The boy thought that fooling him would not be easy. Kazura said that he wanted to save the people of this village, and that he came from the realm of a god. The man didn't believe him, and asked him again what he said. Isaac said that such a story contradicted what he himself had said, that he was a wandering merchant who had stopped here. Kazura replied that even merchants from the god realm get lost from time to time. That's why he wandered into this forest. Here the soldier wanted to say that it wasn't true and that the villager had said otherwise. Valletta shaded Kazura and said that it was true and that he was a man who came from the god realm and saved this village. Isaac demanded details and advised him not to lie. Isaac said he didn't know that the savior from the legend was also a merchant. Another soldier turned to him saying that there were merchants in the god's realm. In the end, Kazura was arrested and the situation was exactly like in the legend. Before reaching the village, Kazura was left tied up. Isaac said that the one who invented the water wheel was Kazura and marveled at the sight of this strange parchment, and the good ink that was easily written down. Isaac turned around and asked why people started thinking about Kazura being the savior from the legend. In this situation, Kazura thought to be honest. Valet explained that Kazura was the person who brought a lot of food during the food shortage a month ago and saved the village. Isaac asked where that food was in the village. Kazura thought of the village house where he left his bags, though he didn't know what was inside. There must be some tool to make them think it was from God's realm. He told the soldier that it was in Valen's house and there must be some food left in the other houses. Isaac was ordered to untie the ropes and told that the release from the rope was temporary in front of the villagers. It would only get worse if he thought of escaping, and his sins would be much greater in that case. The lad wondered what sins he was being told about at all. The soldier asked for Kazur's list of his sins, which included crime, perjury, and illegal immigration. However, if his name appears in the village's resident records, the latter does not apply. Also, if he was from another village in this country, a fine or forced labor penalty would be imposed from illegal displacement. Kezura was surprised and thought that there were laws in effect here, contrary to his initial expectation, and he hadn't expected to learn them while under arrest. Isaac explained that this was why the investigation would continue later in the city. The soldier also told Valette that everything would be fine. Kezura turned and asked if he could prove that he was from another world and if that would absolve him of guilt. Ashek confirmed that if he could prove it, he would be completely exonerated. But if it's all a lie, if it's judged that he only took the name of a god and provoked people, it's equivalent to extreme punishment for having his tongue out of his mouth. Isaac then said that one way or another they would watch the village first to get his luggage from the god's country. The soldiers chatted amongst themselves. The commander asked about the inhabitants and was told that everyone belonged to this village. The house of the chief was being examined by the vice captain. They were following the vice captain's orders not to be rude to the villagers. Havel seemed to have done an excellent job with his instructions, and Isaac thanked them for their work and asked them to return to guard. Kezura realized that the villagers were overwhelmed, but under the circumstances a rebellion was possible to save him. The commander then said to go to the village chief's residence and ordered them to follow him. The people saw them and asked if Kezura was safe. Kezura turned to the elder and said that his identity was most likely revealed as a guest from the world of gods, but he was not going to leave the village. The elder told the soldiers that he would explain later anyway and opened the doors of the house. Kezura pointed to the back of the living room and said he would show the various tools he had brought. The boy thought about Isaac having to admit that he was indeed from another world. As they walked in, he thought about the fact that those who would get the report would definitely not keep quiet. They would come up with some sort of plan to use it. If he alone would just go back to Japan, what would happen to the villagers? Kezura decided that he should settle things peacefully. In any case, he thought of trying his best to be recognized as a messenger of the gods, and then thinking about the Bruham to think about afterwards. In front of them was a suitcase and one bag. Isaac asked about the bag if it was made of leather. Kezura said it was made of oil and was asked what oil was. Kezura said that it is like burning water in God's realm and it is all made by processing oil. Isaac said he wanted to check the contents of the bag, so Kezura took it out and told him to see for himself. Kezura took out a flashlight and turned it on. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Kezura said it was a flashlight for illumination that adds a spirit of light to the cylinder and that there was more to it. He pulled out some canned food and said that they could be preserved for years in this condition and that they wouldn't spoil. Kezura realized that it looked like they were going to have to go into town after all. Isaac asked to show him the various tools, as there was still no conclusive evidence that he was a divine messenger. Kezura realized that deep down inside they were doubting. Then he stood up and asked them to follow him. He wanted to show them something really convincing. They came to a forest where the guy said that this is the entrance to the god realm and that from here the realm of the gods begins, and that no one could go forward. Kezura called out to Valette, and she realized everything as she approached the guy and decided to help in his plan. No one could believe it, because the girl had disappeared. Kezura calmed down and said that she just went back to the entrance of the forest. Kezura asked to let Isaac do the same and then he too would return to the entrance of the forest. Isaac bent down on his knee and apologized. He also apologized for his subordinates, for they were also following his orders. In exchange, he said he would offer him his life. Kezura approached him and asked what he was doing. The guy asked for it to stop, and said that it would really bother him if he took Ashek's life. Kezura explained that Isaac was doing his job faithfully, and so were his subordinates, to avoid people's sins. Isaac seemed to cry and said that however he treated him disrespectfully and tied his hands with rope. Such an act against a god is not easily forgiven. Kezura thought that Isaac was trouble. He played along and told him that he forgives him for all his sins by putting his hands on his armor. His assistant also bowed and said it was okay to go to town, also apologizing. She said that the current situation in Arcadia is widespread famine and countless people are suffering everywhere, and begged Kezura to save them. Kezura thought that of course it would be so if the god of benevolence and harvest appeared in the midst of this state. Isaac said that the family and lords had already tried various means, and then Kezura interrupted him and wanted to ask him what the census was. Isaac explained that the population is about 2 million people, and about 450,000 for the territory of Asteria City. Kezura thought that it was too much for him. His ability to save everyone directly is not very likely. Human problems should be solved by humanity's own power, but then what would happen in the end was unclear. Kezura said that he never said he would abandon them and promised to tell them how to increase crop production and how to make spectacular tools, as well as give advice on other matters that needed attention. The two soldiers kneeling before him with shining eyes called him a messenger of the gods. Kezura said he had conditions. In the future, anything he does for the village of Grisai, He will not tolerate interference and will limit aid if the village or its people receive any unfair treatment. The soldiers asked him, meaning special favorable treatment should be given. Kezura said there was no problem with fulfilling normal tax obligations under normal laws as long as the villagers did not forcibly migrate with the knowledge he bestowed upon them. Isaac said that he understood him and that he would directly communicate the situation to the Lord. The aide also said that they would honor his wishes. Kezura thought that it would be a hassle to help the country, even though it was small, but it was still better than having the villagers accused of a crime. Kezura told Valletta that they would need to say goodbye for a while, assuring her that everything would be fine. But Valletta said she would go with them. Kezura wanted to object as Isaac said that if she wanted to go with him, it would be easier to understand the current situation, and that he thought it would be better for the villagers. Kezura agreed and said that he understood them. Isaac ordered to remove the soldiers when returning to the village, and if anyone asked, just tell them that a noble from another country was on the verge of exile, and needed to be careful about returning to Asteria. Kezura thought about not having to report something personal in Asteria. Obviously, the existence of the Bodga would be kept secret by the soldiers. It would be troublesome if rumors spread. Going in to get things at the house, Kezura said that tools and canned goods were a must, besides he just needed to bring it all. Valletta said that it would be better to send the unnecessary things to Japan since there was a possibility of sending them back and taking the rest of the luggage. Kezura said that if they were both unsure, it would be better to do that. And after all, Kezura still didn't know what was actually inside the luggage. Kezura was surprised when he opened the luggage and asked what it was. It's a special leather glove, has a metal plate on the other side. Where did it all come from? What a bloody old man, thought Kezura. He realized that his father knew very well this door he had asked him about. Valletta looked at the sword and said it was very well preserved. Valletta asked Kezura when he left for Asteria if he would be able to go back. The girl was sure they would definitely ask Kezura to teach them the technology and not just the water wheel. If she was in the Lord's position, she would definitely try to keep Kezura within arm's reach for as long as possible. Kezura said that everything would be fine and he could just use the absolute power of a god to come back, and that's for sure. The girl said that in that case she should be ready. Kezura and Valletta were escorted out by the entire population, for they were to meet the Lord and give him wisdom. He assured everyone that it was not against his will, and that he would surely return, and that he would be accompanied by Valen and Valletta. At that moment he was called out by a boy who was crying. Kezura bent down to him and ruffled his hair and told him that it was all right, and that when he returned they would play with him. Isaac ordered the boy not to bother Kezura for nothing. Kezura told the boy not to worry. In farewell, Kezura said that no one should worry about him and that everyone should be sure that he would definitely come back. And then turning to the soldiers, they all began to walk away from the village together. Kezura was asked if he was tired, because riding in the heat was tiring. Kezura also thought that his ass was already sore from the long ride and that he couldn't feel it anymore. It was better than walking. The assistant commander approached him and told him that the camp only had bread and dry meat prepared by the soldiers. Kezura didn't mind the army rations at all. It was like the military was getting preferential treatment and even a food situation. The old man would reply to Kezura that it's probably a special case. The soldiers look like they are all sons of nobles. It's likely that the soldiers are gaining experience to become command candidates of their own units one day. Also, the old man said that he thinks that Isaac and Hywel are higher ranked nobles after all, and their skill level isn't too high at the moment. They are like new recruits, only with a noble name. At a closer look, Kezura pondered that there is no one older than him, including Isaac. Isaac then approached and apologized for the wait. The canopy tent was already prepared for them. They were led into the set-up spacious tent where they had both a bed and all the necessary furniture. Everything looked amazing and then informed them that the food would be ready soon. Kezura noticed that it was quite comfortable, but if they were carrying such a tent, no wonder the whole carriage was packed. It looked like they could rest overnight, so they were asked not to worry about the cold. Kezura glanced at the table where the army rations were. Even so, the elder said that didn't they think that having such a feast during a time of food shortage was too strange. But Kezura smiled and said that they would be considerate of them, and it was better to all eat and gain strength. With difficulty, Kezura was able to split the bread into 2 pieces and asked if it was too hard. Valletta asked if he needed help. Barely chewing it, Kezura thought that this is not the hardness that bread should have. I guess they make bread like they do in the Soviet army to keep it longer. The soldiers were discussing the road and said the march was still lagging, and they would arrive in Asteria the day after tomorrow just before sunset. Also of concern was poor maneuverability in setting up camp. as these duties are usually left to followers and slaves. Some of them who are lower aristocrats don't have problems, but it's an ironic story for them because they are better than ordinary middle-class aristocrats in regular training. Isaac said that his original plan was to return to Hysteria as early as tomorrow, but with all of this things have gotten complicated. He would like to set up a meeting with Nelson and Kazuya as soon as possible, so he hoped they could explain their reasons and make their meeting a priority. Hywel said that in that case, would Isaac kindly allow him to offer hospitality at their Rusin family home? After all, wouldn't he be busy with unpleasant business once they arrived? Isaac replied that in return for her, his house could just as well fulfill that role. But of course, as for convenience, wouldn't he be busy after arriving at his home? Hywel replied that she could personally accompany Kazuya, that it would be convenient for Isaac since he could give instructions to his men directly. But Isaac replied that she had her own point of view, and that he couldn't afford to be carelessly distracted. Hywel sighed, but then Isaac told her to tell Kazuya the content of the discussion. It was night when Kazuya, Valletta and the Elder arrived at the castle. Kazuya was surprised that there was nothing but mansions and wondered what the center looked like. Valletta wondered if it was really okay that she and her father could stay with Hywel. Hywel opened the gate and said it was okay and showed her mansion. They were met at the entrance by a maid who greeted Hywel. Ono asked her if she could prepare a bath and dinner since he had brought an important guest, and the maid immediately agreed. When they entered the room, the three saw a basket of fruit on the table, and the old man told them to stay in such a room. Surely it would make a good impression on them. And it was all just for them. Kazuya said they could build a good relationship. He didn't think there were any disadvantages in this situation. After tasting the fruit, he said it was very tasty, and was worried not to eat Valen's share. But he said it was fine, it was dinner time, and he wouldn't turn down the opportunity to eat at a nobleman's table. Valletta chuckled that even before dinner Kazuya wanted to eat canned food, and that it must have been hard for him to ride. Kazuya replied that he was much more tired than he had imagined at first. Perhaps it would be better to just go for a walk. Kazuya said that he wanted to ask something about what they would be talking about at the meeting with the Lord, and that he didn't mind if the two of them answered all the questions honestly, except that the villagers' strength increases after eating it. He also asked for silence about the nutritious drinks as they might need them as negotiation material. Kazuya figured that was the minimum he wanted to hide. There was a knock and in came the maid who said the bathroom was ready, and called for Kazuya to start. The boy agreed and the maid offered to escort him in. The maid said that without the slightest hesitation, he would need to take off his clothes and that she would help him with that. Kazuya was embarrassed and wondered if this was really normal. Then a pumped-up man with a bare torso appeared in front of him holding a pair of tongs and smiling. Kazuya didn't even have time to say anything from such a surprise. The maid wanted to take off his underpants, but the guy grabbed them and said he could do it himself. The maid smiled and said that she understood and would prepare a change of clothes for him while he took a bath. Then the door slammed and Kazuya was left with a man who smiled broadly and asked him to trust him, saying he was a certified handyman, and now he should have shaved his body except for his armpits, though he immediately visibly changed his mind. Kazuya quickly said no, much to the man's dismay. In the hallway, Hywel was talking to Nelson. Hywel said 4 soldiers would be ready by noon tomorrow and also counted on the farmers. Nelson asked for the best food and hospitality to be prepared, and asked if this farmer could really be an incognito noble or something. Hywel said it's just an ordinary farmer you'd find anywhere. He also said he was counting on Nelson's arrangement. One more thing. Hywel asked about his father and older brother not coming back for another 5 days. Nelson answered him that around that time, they should be near the Gregorian territory around Hysteria. Kazuya opened the door and in front of him was a huge table with all sorts of different foods. He was invited in and told that they had prepared as much as they could for him and asked to sit down. Kazuya had never seen such an extravagant feast, and since there was no need to restrain himself, in that case he took up his fork. Kazuya tasted the roast beef, the meat with peppers, and said that it was simply a delicacy. Hywel replied that he was glad it suited his tastes, and asked to eat as much as he could. He turned to Kazuya asking for a favor. Could he let him know if Kazuya needed things or people during his stay in Hysteria he could trust that would be of use to him, both commercially and aristocratically? Kazuya gave an embarrassed thank you for the generous offer. Hywel pounded his fist on the table and said no thanks were needed and that he was always at his service. When he got to the room he said he was full of food. It was unbelievable. Valletta asked him if anything was wrong. Kazuya said his stomach was acting a little strange. Valletta gulped and asked what's wrong. Is he in pain? Kazuya said it's not that simple, and that he's hungry enough that his vision is spinning. He said that as long as he hasn't eaten, in fact since yesterday, he hasn't felt satiated. Then he tried to get up, saying he needed to eat some fruit, and fell on Valletta, who managed to grab him by the shoulders. She called out to him. He apologized and said he was feeling a little confused. He was asked if he was okay. As if opening his eyes, Kazuura looked at his hand and asked what was going on. He remembered that it was just like then. He told Valletta that he could see now. He thought it was hypoglycemia and picked up a can of peaches. Opening them, he started eating them quickly, remembering that when the corporate slaves kept overworking themselves and not eating food, they had the same symptoms. It's a sign of low blood glucose levels that are extremely low, causing weakness and hand tremors. Since it's often on an empty stomach, Kazuura thought that it should be normal now after a can of peaches. He looked at his hands and thought that his condition was back to normal. It's just a theory, but food in this world contains very little nutrients. If that's the case, then he hadn't eaten food from Japan for 3 whole days, becoming clearly malnourished. Maybe it's because the growth of crops suddenly gave him a nutrient-rich fertilizer. Except, like the villagers, people in this world have tremendous physical resistance. Life can be sustained even with minimal nutrition, and without a fuel-efficient alternative. Living things here live beyond the limits of common sense. Or maybe the food in Japan and fertilizer just have a special effect in this world. Kazuura thought about how much he didn't know about this world. All the things he bought were just ordinary commercial products. He was approached worriedly and he replied that he was fine, just thinking about it. Night in the castle, the Lord asked Isaac who had reappeared. He answered him that a god's chosen one had appeared in the village of Grycia. There was a pause. Was it the god of benevolence and harvest? From the legend, about a month ago, the village had received a large amount of food aid. The crops had received blessings using the waterways that flowed from the river to the village, using a device that pulled water from a low channel and advancing the flow. Villagers continued to receive support with unknown tools and knowledge. Nelson grabbed his head and incredulously affirmed that Isaac had seen the chosen one with his own eyes. Isaac said they would like to meet him in person first thing tomorrow morning. Nelson snapped and said that he couldn't seriously say who the Gracia herself was, and that he was joking. A look of determination looked at Nelson. Nelson said the same thing about how the man couldn't have met him so soon. Though it's a different story if he comes to Hysteria. That can't be. Gracia is currently living with the Rusin family. Originally, Isaac would have brought him to his home. But speaking of a confidential matter, Nelson replied that in that case they would set up a meeting tomorrow. Nelson asked what Kazuura wanted to talk to him about. Isaac replied that it seemed the god's chosen one wanted to alleviate their hunger, in addition to the previously mentioned tools, knowledge on how to increase cultivation, and advice on any other pressing problem. It's very welcome, Isaac assured. Once Nelson met him himself, he would see for himself. Nelson smiled. Good, then he would notify the meeting tomorrow morning. Just then, a girl came in with glasses and asked if anything was wrong as Isaac immediately ran out quickly. Zirconia, Nelson thought. He asked the girl if she came from the mountainous area in the northwest. Zirconia said that no one lived there anymore. So what, was there some kind of business? Nelson asked for some cooperation. The carriage with Valletta and Kazuura was already approaching the Lord's house. After all, the house is like a fortress, isn't it a military garrison? Isaac accompanied them on their way to the castle. It seems it was a residential area. The facilities look remote from the outer area. Isaac knocked, and after introducing himself said he had brought the man he spoke of last night. The door opened. Kazuura was confused and anxious. Nelson stood right in front of him. Behind Kazuura, Valen and Paletta were similarly introduced as his daughter. Kazuura replied to Nelson that it was a pleasure to meet him. The Lord also introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the Arcadian army in the Istria region. The woman similarly bowed and introduced herself as Zirconia, the Lord's wife, also his deputy as commander-in-chief of Arcadia, and said that they greatly appreciated their support. She would very much like to hear their advice on armaments, if those were okay with it. Kazuura didn't understand what was going on and Isaac interjected. Nelson herself and even Zirconia came out to bow down to the regular guy, and what's the big deal? Kazuura answered them that matters in agriculture is one thing, but military matters are out of his purview, and said he was unlikely to meet their expectations. The reaction of both of them was strange. Kazuura asked them to describe the state of affairs that needed help, and by their explanations they would prioritize. With Kazuura's support, no doubt the reconstruction of the area would go smoothly. But before they start, Nelson has a request for Kazuura. Nelson said that Kazuura has items they've never seen and asked to see them. Kazuura replied that he didn't mind, and asked Isaac to bring his bag. Nelson's wife watched intently as the guy pulled out the strange items. Now Kazuura asked what to tell them. They stared at the flashlight and Kazuura picked it up. He started to show how it works. It works by the spirit of light inside. It produces no heat, and it shines in all directions. Zirconia became enthralled and asked if it could shine even when it was raining. Nelson urged her to speak normally. She apologized for them testing it. Kazura didn't understand what she meant. She said that there was a possibility that Kazura could have turned out to be an imposter who just appropriated the name of a Gracer. That's why they are in the languages of different regions that believe in Gracera itself, and that Kazura's face didn't change in any way after they spoke the language of both the northern island and the specific dialect of her homeland. Questioningly, Kazura looked at them. Wait, they weren't speaking Japanese. The boy turned to Valen and Valletta. Nelson said that at first he himself didn't believe Kazura had come. They had disrespected Kazura and apologized for it. Kazura asked them to raise their heads. Kazura thought, what the hell is going on here? At least he had accomplished the goal of gaining their trust. Kazura explained that the lantern could be used in the rain, but it wouldn't work when exposed to water as the spirit of water is its weakness. Nelson asked to take a closer look at it, and asked what the transparent part was that the light was coming out of. It's plastic. Simply put, a transparent plate. It's strong, so it's often used for light instruments. Zirconia asked, if it's transparent and strong, if you made a helmet or a sword out of it, wouldn't it make an amazing weapon? Kazura replied that it is not that strong. After that, Kazura suggested moving on to other amazing things. He then pulled out some canned food and said that it could be stored for a long time. Depending on the contents, you could keep it for years and it wouldn't spoil. The Lord asked to try it. His wife wanted to stop him. They asked him how he liked it, and he said he had never tasted anything like it and it was excellent and could be kept for years. Zirconia wanted to go get plates, but Hywel said she'd take care of it herself. Nelson said that if they had canned food, people wouldn't starve to death, and asked them to teach them how to make canned food. Kazura replied that he should think about it. Even though he sympathizes with them in their situation, it doesn't mean that he grants them any knowledge, and that he only showed them all this stuff to make them believe that he's a god. But that doesn't mean he can provide everything. Nelson and Zirconia listened intently. He thought about the fact that he should not take the knowledge of technology lightly. Kazura wanted to start explaining the new tools. He picked up a lighter. Nelson and Zirconia tasted the food and said it was delicious. Nelson asked for the documents from his wife and that Isaac would help bring them. He told the guests that the material they would see about their territories was highly classified, so he wanted to hint at the old man and Valletta. Hywel said they could use another room, and whether that would suit Kazura. Hywel turned to Gavel and said he would keep his promise to Kazura. Nelson questioned the promise. Kazura said that when Havel asked for help for Arcadia, he said that he didn't want any interference, and would stop any support if the villagers were mistreated. Nelson said he understood and that he would keep that promise, and asked to escort Valletta and the old man to another room. Kazura tried to understand the papers while Nelson narrated. The worst affected areas are in the west and north. Due to the endless drought, crops have dried up and wilted. They can't even be planted next season. Food prices in the region had increased significantly. Kazura thought about how he couldn't read it all, and how he envied Valletta for learning Japanese in 10 days. Kazura turned to Nelson, apologized and said he couldn't read the writing of this country. Nelson and Zirconia were surprised. So if they could read the main documents. Nelson said it was serious and that they were short-handed. The drought hadn't been this bad in years. Depends on the weather and changes in security. They don't know what to expect next year. Even the food supplies in Istria could run out. What's more, there will be looting and destruction of the rich man's supplies. The budget seems to go mostly to the military. Kazura thought there was a reason for that and that he wouldn't get involved. He said he would try to improve the provisions situation somehow. He would need help with various things. He suggested that Nelson work together for more understanding and to take action on the provisions and hygiene issues. Nelson stood up and shook hands with the boy, saying he looked forward to working with him. Kazura asked that they prepare a 2-piece sack in 2 days. Nelson immediately dispatched Isaac. Kazura said that exactly 2 would not be enough. Have them prepare 3,000 sacks immediately, and also that they should prepare ropes so that they could tie them up. Kazura turned to Nelson and asked him to prepare the wagons so that they could carry the 3,000 sacks from the Grisha village to the city, and to remember to have guards for the wagons. It would take a lot of manpower to get all those sacks to the Histria. About 300 or so, mostly people that are adapted to long farm labor. Nelson realized Zirconia wanted to leave, saying she had a meeting to go to, but Kazura put a hand on her shoulder and offered to sit a little longer. The carriage with the troops was waiting. Kazura told Paletta that he would be back in 3 days and that she should say hello to the village. She wanted to object. Kazura thought about what he had gotten himself into, alone in a strange land and for a long period of time. Moreover, he would feel better if Valletta helped him. He was sure if he asked her to stay, she wouldn't even hesitate. But if he did so once, he would rely on her all the time. Even when she wanted to learn more, she had rejected Valen's recommendation to study in Istria and chose to stay in the village. It would only separate her from her father. While he thought about it, Paletta approached him. Looking at him with tears in her eyes, she asked him to come back soon. He put his hand on her head and asked her not to worry. The carriage was moving on its way to the village. Then the soldier asked Valen if he could sit next to him, and he agreed. The soldier looked at Valette, who hid her face. He asked Valen what was wrong. He replied that she had been like this for a long time. Ever since she left Histria, she has not responded when her father called her. Is it because of the young man who was at the Lord's residence? Valen replied that Kazura had nothing to do with it. The soldier smiled and told his father that if it was love, he shouldn't worry. She should be alone for now and let the other women deal with it. The old man agreed and asked himself if his wife were here, how she would act in this situation. After apologizing, the soldier asked if his wife was in the village. But Valen replied that 4 years ago on a hill near the border in the last battle. Before he could say anything, the soldier interrupted him and said that he had also lost his younger and older brother in that battle. Meanwhile, Kazura and Hywel approached the settlement. Kazura asked, "Is this the big river where the flooding will be?" According to the map, the water will come from the area and the building where the flooding happened before. There are a couple other places, but it looks like the flooding is more on the tributary side than the main stream, although there is a lot of soil there now. Kazura asked to see the details of the letter about the riverbank construction. He replied that he would ask Nelson later as his authority is limited. Kazura asked Havel to turn away for a while, then took a picture of the settlement and let him turn back. If it was true, the whole Ansible and the rivers, it would need careful planning, so detailed pictures would be needed. Kazura suggested going down to the river as he wanted to examine the bank carefully. He needed to inspect the previous flooding areas and if there was time left, inspect the rest. At night, they returned to the castle. Kazura was sitting at his desk and Nelson was standing next to him with his report. Nelson turned to him, saying to avoid any confusion caused by his identity, since the Gracier himself was becoming common knowledge, it would be best for him that Kazura say that as Nelson's friend, he was staying with him. Kazura said he didn't mind, that way he could walk more freely. That way, it wouldn't be unnatural. And Nelson asked if he could call him Kazura from now on. Kazura replied that he didn't even need to use himself. In that case, could Nelson be called the same? But the latter replied that it can be as it is, as people might find it hard to address Kazura. Kazura said that regarding the construction documents that are now summarized in the map of Istria's surroundings, he would like to borrow them for a while. Nelson said they were classified information, and Kazura assured him he wouldn't show them to anyone. Nelson said he would have them ready the day before he left. Kazura thanked him. Nelson called Kazura over for dinner. Kazura replied that they needed to take a break. They walked down the hallway and went into a room with a large table. A maid came out and covered her mouth with her hand. Nelson asked her if everything was okay. She apologized. Nelson asked if Zirconia and his daughter could have dinner with them, and Kazura said he was sure he would. And then it hit him, it was her. She was the one he had met in town then, and she recognized him. Nelson asked Kazura if something was wrong. He replied that everything was fine. The girl smiled. Nelson turned to the maid and asked her to get Lisa. As the maid walked down the hallway, she looked around, reflecting on the fact that it was him when she crashed into him in the city and no one else seemed to realize it. Why was he with Nelson? And in different clothes, was he really a nobleman? Traveling incognito? Whatever it was, it had to be reported to Lisa. She opened the door and told Lisa it was serious. There was a mother and daughter sitting in the room, and the maid was immediately embarrassed. They asked the maid why she was so nervous. She bowed and said dinner was ready. Zirconia also noticed that she had to knock before entering. She bowed low and apologized as best she could, as Lisa walked by and asked her what she was doing. Nelson introduced Kazura to Lisa as his friend and asked her to help him if he needed help. Kazura introduced himself and said he was glad to meet her. Lisa also introduced herself and said she had heard from her mother that he was helping them with internal matters. Kazura blushed as he thought of the strong bond he would have with these people and thought that he should be properly supportive, and for Valletta's sake that he was waiting for his return. A strange man rode up on a horse. He turned to the boss. The man asked if he had found the target. He replied that it looked like the village ahead. He didn't know the details for sure, but he doubted that the village was large. The number of escorts is unchanged. 4 heavily armed cavalry. The man said they would load the food, and would do so as soon as the escort brought the caravan to the village and back to the Istria. The man interjected, would they really attack? Even if they got past the guards, weren't there any left in the village who had fought at the front? After all, there were only 13 of them. The bald man said it was foolish to go head on. If they did, it would be at night when everyone was asleep. If they took 2 horses, they could immediately escape to the west. The food should be stored in the headman's house, then it would be distributed to the other villagers. The other man said that in that case, he should follow them until they arrive and check the biggest house. The bald man said angrily that the food was the main thing, but if everything went smoothly, he could chase after the women. He also said that he hoped they would find a couple of young ones there, but for now they should rest. Valletta was sitting on the floor in the middle of the house when something creaked. Thinking it was Kazuya, she jumped up and ran to open the door. In front of her stood a tall bald man with a sword. The girl was very frightened. The man ordered to kill everyone still awake. He noticed Valletta as she fell to the floor in terror. He grabbed her arm. Valletta started to call out for her father. The man completely restrained her with his body and told her that she was now completely at his mercy. The bald bandit holding the girl turned to her that he would make it quick and she wouldn't even feel a thing. He was about to touch her neck with his tongue when there was a scream from outside the door. Now what? Then the doors opened as 2 thugs screamed and told him there was a man in there. But he didn't realize what had happened. Then an old man with a sword, covered in blood, showed up. When he saw Valletta, he shouted what those bastards had done to her. But the bandit squeezed her throat and told her not to take another step or he would kill her. Valletta squeezed his hand tightly and it broke. The bald man looked at his hand in shock. He tried to run away screaming that he was a monster. The old man cut off his head. Valletta started coughing as the old man came over to her and asked if she was all right. The bandit shouted to the others to wake up everyone in the village. The old man came out with his sword and thought that 2 survivors should be enough. Kazuya looked around the walls thoughtfully. A worn-out looking Isaac came up to him. Kazuya asked if he was all right. The man greeted him and said he had forgotten about him. Kazuya thought it was just like in the company when a customer or boss gets angry and the newcomer gets a beating. He asked to wait a minute. Kazuya put the kettle on the table and invited Isaac, asking if he liked tea. He said it was impossible for him to drink tea with Kazuya. Kazuya asked if he was on a break now, right, and asked him to sit down and talk. Isaac sat down with tears in his eyes and said it was delicious. Kazuya asked him if preparing the bags was that difficult. Isaac said that they have already given orders in the city to finish tomorrow, so that's not why he's depressed. Kazuya wondered. That herbal tea and scented candle effect works too well. A calming effect. Kazuya said he would like to know what the material between these blocks was. Isaac said it was a mixture of gypsum and sand, and if he wanted details he could ask the aristocrats. Kazuya apologized for loading him up with work and asked if he knew about lime. He replied that it was a white substance that was used against insects under the floor panels. He also said he would prepare it immediately, and even more, he would find out about the insect repellent. Kazuya said it was fine, and to put the insect issue aside. He thought about the fact that there was no mortar, and that if there was lime, it could be made. Isaac said to tell him anything he needed to know about the work. After all, from now on, Havel and he would be assigned to his assistants. He asked to use them as an extension of his own hands. Kazuya wondered and thought about his subordinates. There was nothing wrong with this train of thought as it seemed to him. Isaac knelt before him and said that from now on, he would protect him no matter what it cost him, and that he looked forward to their future work. Just then, he was loudly called out. The village Grisha, Kazuya exclaimed if Valletta and the others were all right. He was told in response that no villagers were hurt. After the night attack of the bandits, the situation changed drastically due to the numbers, with the villagers even managed to capture 3 alive. Zirconia sternly asked, 13 armed bandits, completely wiped out, and without a scratch. The soldier replied, yes, and also when they arrived at the site to confirm. By the time they arrived, it was already over. He was told that the bandit's death was instantaneous with a single blow. Kazuya replied to Zirconia that he was heading back to the village immediately, and ordered Isaac and Havel to get ready quickly. While everyone was getting ready, Kazuya sat in his thoughts. Was he right to leave the village, or was he thinking narrowly? But when the country needed help, how should he have behaved? Isaac came to him and told him the preparations were complete. Hyvel invited Kazuya to enter the wagon. Hyvel ordered Mary to be ready to go, and that she would take another wagon. In her, Kazuya recognized that maid. She bowed to him. Kazuya asked if it was okay if she went with them in the carriage as a servant. Isaac told her to climb into the carriage and not to be too rough. She looked questioningly at Isaac and Kazuya. On the road, Kazuya asked how she was doing, and said they could stop if she wasn't feeling well. Then during the motion sickness, she said she was fine. Kazuya went through her bags and found some motion sickness medicine and gave it to her. The servant wondered how she in her position could get medicine from him. He gave her a soaked napkin and offered to breathe on it. The maid apologized for burdening him and took the napkin. Kazuya thought sadly. He thought that was pretty well done. Havel-san, so that's what Mary was for. Kazuya got to the village and started questioning everyone how they were. That's when Valletta came running out. Kazuya bowed and said that he was very glad that everything was fine. Although the village hadn't been attacked so far, they were still just as careless. In the future, they needed to figure out how to defend themselves. Besides, as the old man said, Valletta had thought of a few countermeasures. They were curious about Kazuya's opinion, so he was invited to enter the house. Kazuya looked at the sketch with the watchtower. It looks like it will be built like a fort. If that was the case, then attacks would no longer have to be worried about. But with a moat in the way, it won't be possible to use the water channels. Kazuya said he's thinking of making underground canals. They would need stones and mortar, or they could get enough lime. Kazuya said he would buy it in Japan and have Valletta use as much as she needed. They started discussing the siphon. Kazuya was surprised at how much thought Valletta had put into it. She thought about making the faucet out of bronze. She asked if it would be a bad idea to use the knowledge from it. Here Kazuya marveled that they were actually making cranes already. Nelson and the others would be fine since he had asked them not to interfere in the village's affairs. There were still things she wanted to try out. Kazuya asked her what it was, a steam engine. Kazuya was very surprised, but the girl said she was joking. She would like to make a machine that uses the rotational force of the wheel, a sawmill, and a mill for starters. If she needed any materials, Kazuya asked her to contact him and he would prepare everything. She thanked him, but Valletta said they would make the parts themselves. It would be a good lesson for them. Valletta apologized for the floorboards on the floor that wouldn't scrub off the stains. Kazuya was embarrassed and hurriedly said he didn't mean it. And did the fight really come all the way down here? Valletta said as soon as she heard sounds outside, and then she was interrupted. Her father had dealt with them though, only she couldn't do anything about the fight. He asked cautiously, had she fought? Kazuya thought about how horrible it must be to be attacked like that in the middle of the night. If only he hadn't left the village. Valletta tearfully screamed that he hadn't, and that it wasn't his fault. Even to her, there was nothing to blame. She huffed and cried again, and Kazuya didn't know what to say back. The girl kept crying, and talking about how it was very scary, very scared. She remembered all the screams of the bandits, and her father with a bloody sword in front of her. That night, they'd been to hell. A girl knocked on the door and called out for Valletta. She said that she had heard that she was home. The girl opened the door with a smile. The girl asked to come in and said it was no joke. The girl looked around the room. She asked of Valletta about the Kazuya. From the open window of the house came. That's what it sounded like. Valletta was tense about something, and the girl told her about last night. The girl stood up abruptly and slapped Valletta on the head, calling her a wimp. She sternly told her not to cry until she let her, and said that Kazuya was worried about her being hurt. Kazuya didn't find out about the events of that night until the morning. Did she know about it? But regardless, he hugged her tightly to comfort her, so the girl hit her to remind her of that. But she didn't think she was hurt at all. And the girl asked her, then why did she say she was sorry and lock herself in a room? Wouldn't she have something else to say to him? And what was she trying to accomplish by playing silent with a sour face? Valletta squeezed her hand. Valletta had told the girl that she wanted to be by Kazuya's side. But the current her would only be an extra weight on his shoulders. She'd been studying hard since she'd asked Kazuya, as long as she had to. At least that's what she wanted. But before she realized it, she had become dependent on Kazuya's kindness. Seeing all her weaknesses, she questioned if it was right for her to stay by his side. She didn't think about his feelings at all. She clenched her hands into a fist and said she didn't want that. She didn't want to distance herself from him. The thought was unbearable. The girl asked, she really loves him, doesn't she? She said there was nothing to worry about. After all, she had tried her best. It would be good if Kazuya would admit it to herself. If it was her, Valletta would definitely succeed. Through her tears, she said, it didn't matter books or tools. Asking for so much, she was sure she would only be a burden to him. The girl took her cheeks and pulled her, saying that in that case the two of them would be very close. Since that's the case, who cares if it's problematic or not? There's a limit to how tedious one can be. Isn't this man a god? The girl shook Valletta and urged her to meet him openly at last. Just let her believe in Kazuya a little more. It's not like she seriously thinks Kazuya thinks she's a burden. The girl said she'd always wanted to be around him, right? In love and nothing to do with it. Isn't it natural to feel like you don't want to be a burden? And if she attacked him with her true intentions, the friend was sure they would come to an understanding. So she simply urged Valletta to be honest with herself. She thanked Nina. Her friend offered her some tea. On the way home, Kazuya wondered if Valletta was okay. He only hoped he had done the right thing. He handed the tea to Nina and asked her to talk. Isaac saw Kazuya walking towards him. They said hello to each other. Kazuya thought that at least Isaac slept well while he was worried about the residents. Kazuya asked if everything was still the same. Isaac replied that everything was fine and they were under supervision. Hywel turned to Mary. She said good morning. Hywel asked about yesterday, is everything okay? Marie replied that Kazuya was a very special person. He had given her the medicine and it was as if there was no difference in their situation. Hywel agreed. At first she was very worried, but the more they talked, the easier it became for her. Something, she said, made it feel like she was talking to her mother. Coming to her senses, she bowed and apologized. Hywel put a hand on her head and smiled, saying that as long as they were alone she could call him brother. Thea blushed and smiled. Aunt apologized that his power wasn't enough, but one day he would prove to her that he would find a way. Hywel approached Kazuya and Isaac. They said hello to each other. Isaac said that they had decided to head out, at least tomorrow night. Kazuya thought about what that meant. He would be able to go back to Japan for a longer period of time. He told them that he would withdraw to the realm of the gods for the time being, and that he would not be able to contact them there. But he urged them not to worry and to wait here. They both bowed to him. As he walked into the forest, he thought about the fact that he himself had not behaved well with everyone, and decided to talk about it when he got back. In a large castle, a girl woke up in a room. Sleepily and lazily she stretched. She washed her face and did her exercises and got dressed. When she left the room she was greeted by a guard and Lisa said she would go to the courtyard. She said hello to everyone on her way. In the backyard Lisa practiced with a large spear. Exhausted she took a break. Remembering the jewelry that Kazuya had lost, she pulled out a pouch and opened it. Just then a maid came up to her and said hello. Lisa sighed, asking if she saw Kazuya-sama's reaction when she tried to get the pendant back. The disappearance of something so precious had not been noticed. Mother told her that he was a nobleman from some country. It seems they were rich enough not to worry about such things. At a time like this, what country is this nobleman from? The maid thought. Lisa remembered how embarrassed Kazuya was. Her eyes shone and she thought that there was no way she would miss such an opportunity. This is a huge catch. He's generous, from a rich family. Lisa got even more excited than usual and said that he would definitely fall in love with her. A candle was burning in the darkness. Then the door to the cellar opened and a woman's silhouette appeared. There was a bound man sitting on a chair. Sarkoria greeted him and introduced herself, saying that she would treat him with respect today. Hearing her name, the captive tensed. The girl asked him again, had he not heard of the defeated General Sarkonia? It was she. She thought about how she didn't like the nickname, and whether she could not be called that. The captor replied that she was known for not being defeated by Balvale. They say when her troops appear on the battlefield everything changes. The girl approached the table and the captive interrupted. She examined the knife on the table and banged it loudly on the table, saying she didn't have much time and the knife was dull because she hadn't used it for a long time. She told him that he would answer a couple of questions, but if the answers didn't match those questioned in the other rooms, she would take a finger from each of them. The prisoner was horrified. She asked how many people they had in the gang. Nelson examined the papers. He told his wife that it was hard to believe, but it all fit together too well to be a lie. That village, and what really happened there. Nelson asked if she remembered the legend of Gracio-sama. Mysterious, the strength and endurance of the people, even after the little bit of food the man brought. If the legend was not just a tale, but real. A silence hung, and then the girl waved him off and told him that she had a headache, and that the interrogation was over, and now she had to go to the village. Kazuya walked down the hallway in the house. It felt like he hadn't been back in forever. He thought about buying compost first. Looking at the time he said it was getting pretty late. Looking at the price tag he was surprised. A ton for 3,000 yen. Based on the results of the Graisai village, it doesn't look like there will be an issue in spreading fertilizer thinly. The area is quite large. He thought about how many tons would be enough. As expected, the tatami won't be damaged this time. That's when Kazuya noticed something. An ancient traditional ancestral house. Kazuya typed a message to his father. The phone rang and his father looked at the message where Kazuya was texting him about the house. He was worried that the tatami would get damaged, and underneath it he found ancient plates. Father did this, and something else. Dad told him he had no idea, and what about his? He's worried about what he's bringing inside. The mother went up to the father and asked if it was Kazuya. Odu said it was not a call but a message, that Kazuya was just worried like him. Mother told him that it would be nice if Kazuya wrote to her once in a while. Then father thought, this guy, what is he planning to bring there? Kazuya wasted no time and went straight to the Gummer Ranch and got there very quickly thanks to the car. Kazuya explained to the owner that he wanted to buy more compost, about 50 tons, and it would be nice to have it by tomorrow. The rancher was surprised by such a large amount of compost and promised to take care of the matter as soon as possible. Kazuya thanked the owner for his help and asked how he managed to collect so much organic fertilizer. He pointed to the field and explained that it was all thanks to the cows he raised, as they were the main producers of this product. Kazuya then asked how exactly the farmer makes his compost to the right state. The man explained that first he takes straw from the barn and spreads it over the pasture, and then the cows walk around, of course, producing manure, which is eventually mixed with that straw. Eventually, the mixture of feces and straw is mixed with rice bran and water, and fermentation takes place for a while. After visiting the ranch, Kazuya went to the construction firm and explained to the chief engineer that he needed a flood control plan and everything had to be done without the use of modern technology. The engineer thought about the difficult task, as he had never had to use the methods of ancient civilizations before. Kazuya apologized for bothering him and for such a difficult task, and then asked for help because it was important to him. Kazuya suggested that the engineer get more information about ancient construction methods from some professor. Kazuya explained that by doing so, it would be possible to delve more thoroughly into the subject and understand exactly what could be applied to the right situation and make a plan. The engineer only now realized what exactly the strange guy wanted and asked if he really decided to put it into reality, and admitted that he thought Kazuya was just a student and was preparing a thesis. All this interested the director of the construction firm, who very much liked the excellent drawings of ancient structures drawn by Kazuya. The engineer explained that he was the one doing the work, but the director reminded him that he himself was not interested in doing the work. The director then started yelling horribly at the engineer and accused him of negligence and idiocy. After all, he could not deny the client a service even in spite of such difficulties, as such an attitude would spoil the reputation of the firm. As a result, the engineer left the office in a panic, and the director of the firm decided to take care of Kazuya's problem himself. The director proudly declared that there were no impossible tasks for his firm. The guy was happy with the agreement to help him and decided to tell the details of the upcoming construction. The director of the firm tried to understand what country these drawings were from and suggested that perhaps it was ancient Greece or Carthage. But Kazuya explained that it was just a fictional ancient era. Kazuya explained that the blueprints modeled an ancient fictional city that needed to cope with the aftermath of an enforced flood that destroyed levees and flooded vast areas. The director was very surprised and decided that Kazuya would submit this grand design to a major research institute. The director said that he himself had worked in the Ministry of Infrastructure before and had heard of such a thing. But Kazuya replied that it wasn't and it was his personal hobby order. The director was very surprised and Kazuya apologized for asking for too unusual project, and then they started discussing the details of the assignment. The director of the firm, looking over the documents, was surprised by the sketch of the supposedly fictional landscape and marveled at the possibilities of computer graphics, although in fact they were just ordinary photos that Kazuya had taken a few days ago in another world. The main priority was the reconstruction of the flood-damaged area. Kazuya asked for simple explanations and illustrations to be added to the project, since the scenario suggested that the construction would be done by ancient people. Kazuya then decided to move on to the issue of payment for the work and offered his amount. The director was impressed by the young lad's generosity and asked if he could really pay that much. Kazuya said that money was no problem and offered to pay in advance of half the total amount right away. The director eventually apologized and admitted that he would indeed need the advance and was willing to accept it. After this meeting, Kazuya went to the home appliance store and was delighted by the huge selection. The guy really liked the huge refrigerator, but it was clear that it was impossible to use it without electricity. Kazuya realized that he has an unbalanced diet due to the fact that he constantly eats high-calorie canned food and dry rations, and the food bought from Nelson is not very filling. Therefore, the body expends more energy on food than it receives. An annoying salesgirl immediately ran up to the guy and started talking about all the advantages of the new model of this great refrigerator. Kazuya inquired about the best generator for him to choose in order to power this huge refrigerator. The girl was happy to have such a customer and explained that there were wonderful models of generators in stock that could run continuously for a very long time. But of course they consumed a huge amount of fuel. Kazuya thought that the problem was that it would take a lot of time to visit different gas stations. After all, Japan has a limit on fuel storage and it would be illegal if he tried to buy too much in one place. In the end, Kazuya still decided to buy the best model of refrigerator, which caused a burst of happiness for the girl, because she had already presented a bonus for the item he sold. Kazuya then asked to sell him the most powerful generator possible so that it would run for a long time and power the refrigerator. The girl almost fainted with joy and thank for such a huge purchase. The girl decided to develop success and began to offer a variety of goods to a young and rich guy. But Kazuya refused washing machines, televisions and other nonsense, and chose a good laptop with installed software. After getting out of the clinging hands of the salesgirl, Kazuya found himself in the car and thought that he wasn't going to buy so many things, but maybe they would really be useful. And now it was left to buy some more things elsewhere. The next destination turned out to be a familiar construction store. The store was happy to see the guy who always left a lot of money and immediately offered his help. Kazuya explained that this time he needed to make a quality mortar and needed to buy the ingredients. The shopkeeper offered a product from a well-known company and said that it was a great mortar mix. The only thing left to agree on was the quantity of the product. In the end, Kazuya decided to buy the entire stock, which was more than 2 tons. After that, 2 20-liter canisters were bought, and it was only necessary to find suitable barrels to finally solve the problem of fuel for the generator. Suddenly, Kazuya noticed a generator on the shelf that said it had a noise-canceling function, and asked the salesman to demonstrate the generator's operation. After a few minutes, the generator started working, but its noise was quite loud. The salesman began to explain that the noise could be reduced by adjusting the power, but Kazuya thanked him for his help and moved on. Kazuya, realizing all the advantages of a handy generator, realized that using such a thing on a regular basis in another world would be too problematic, and so it was worth considering other sources of electricity. Kazuya dialed the number of the merchant who sold him the water wheel and introduced himself. The man was happy to hear a good customer and asked how the water wheel was doing. Kazuya told him that the water wheel works great and raises a huge amount of water and does a lot of good. Kazuya stated that he still wanted to purchase one similar wheel that could generate electricity. The vendor explained that he had an electric generator wheel, but it didn't produce much power, and so the best thing to do in this case was to use a hydroelectric generator powered by water from the stream. Kazuya was delighted by this possibility and asked the merchant to order the production of such a generator from the manufacturer. At the same time, the guy asked to see the catalog, if there was such a possibility. The merchant promised to prepare everything and invited Kazuya to his place. The guy decided that now he would be able to provide himself a comfortable life in Asteria thanks to the generator and household appliances, and it would be necessary to think about where to put all these things. But then suddenly the phone received an incoming call. As it turned out, it was a compost deliveryman from Gummo Ranch who wanted to know where to unload his cargo. Kazuya didn't expect it to happen so quickly and asked him to unload the compost just in the yard. Then the home appliance store called, as well as the construction store. It was all too complicated to organize, and Kazuya regretted that it all happened on the same day. In the end, there was a whole mountain of compost in the yard and building materials and various appliances nearby. All that was left was to deliver it all to the other world. But Kazuya didn't worry about it, because he had provided for everything. The guy bought himself strong helpers in the form of a small excavator and a caterpillar tractor. Thanks to this wonderful special equipment was very easy and fast to transport heavy and bulky loads. And now all that was left to do was to move it all to the village of Grycia along the corridor that had already been prepared in advance. The villagers were stunned when they saw the roaring machine on tracks for the first time in their lives. Kazuya explained that it was just a vehicle from the world of the gods and he was bringing the cargo he was sending out. The boy explained that he had many trips to make like this, and so he needed to put all the compost in one pile. Valet was thrilled with what she saw and was glad that Kazuya was back. Kazuya explained that he had brought a special fertilizer to help repair the damaged fields. Kazuya told her that he had 50 tons of compost in stock, and he was also going to mass-produce water wheels in Asteria. Valet marveled at such incredible plans by Kazuya. Then Kazuya asked how Valet was doing and what she had been doing during his absence. The girl told him that the villagers had prepared everything for the construction they had discussed a few days ago, and now all that was left was to fence the village and put up a watchtower. Kazuya promised to deliver the mortar mix soon, of which there was plenty. Valet was pleased and thanked Kazuya for his help. Kazuya asked the girl to speak up if she needed anything else, and then explained that he had to get busy delivering the rest of the cargo, of which there was still plenty. Meanwhile, Zirconia arrived at the soldiers' camp and Isaac handed her command. Zirconia thanked the loyal knight for his service and apologized for her tardiness as she had to take a detour. Kazuya drove by on his tractor and greeted Zirconia. Isaac explained to the surprised boss that it was a special machine from the world of the gods that helps to transport heavy loads. Zirconia immediately inquired about the speed of this hauler and its methods of use. Kezira explained that the maximum speed is about 10 kilometers, which is no faster than a running man, so such a vehicle is hardly suitable for military purposes. After the work was done, Valet prepared lunch and invited Kezira to enjoy the meal. The girl had prepared a great many dishes from local and canned foods. Kezira was surprised at how large the vegetables grew in the village, and it was unknown to what limit they could even grow to. The elder spoke of how surprised Zirconia was when she personally inspected the fields of plants. Valet explained that the plants and fruits kept growing, and now one potato could feed 3 people. Kezira marveled at this incredible growth of vegetables. Valet then explained that they had only mixed the mulch with fertilizer made from bird droppings, and even he had expected such a result. Kezira pondered over this decision. After all, if his assumptions were correct, it was not good and could lead to unpredictable consequences. Valletta noticed Kezira's strange look and asked what was wrong, but the boy replied that he was just thinking and everything was fine. Kezira began to feel satiated as he ate the food and realized that the food had the same properties as the one he had brought with him. Valletta said that thanks to this food, she was now rarely tired and many of the villagers could carry heavy weights without much difficulty. And if the food grown with fertilizer had such properties, it was a great achievement. But Kezira doubted that this spreading of fertilizer in such quantities could be beneficial, and perhaps his plan to restore the fields could be disrupted. Valletta then suggested that Kezira eat some potatoes and eggs and see if this food could satisfy his hunger, and then they would know the difference with the previous foods. Kezira tasted the new food and suggested the girl and her father to try it too, because it would be interesting what effect it would have. Kezira set the timer for half an hour for the sake of experimentation, and then asked how the different plants in the garden were doing. Valletta explained that everything was growing wonderfully and that the villagers were keeping a close eye on it. The girl said that herbs grown from seeds do not grow very fast compared to those plants that have been fertilized. Meanwhile, the seedlings are not trying to grow at all, but they don't look like sick plants because they have very lush green leaves. Kezira wondered why they weren't growing if they looked quite normal, but the girl advised to just wait and then most likely everything would be fine. After half an hour, the timer finished its report and the girl asked what Kezira was feeling right now. The guy admitted after thinking for a bit that he was actually still feeling hungry. That meant that it was safe to use the compost in Asteria. Valletta explained that it would be different when such food is tasted by someone from the locals. Kezira agreed, but to ask any of the village people to do so. And if there's even the slightest chance that the special effects of the food will manifest themselves, it wouldn't be good if someone outside the village blabbed about them. And that's why we need someone who's willing to cooperate without question and who's nearby. The first thing that came to mind was a group of soldiers who were just outside the village. In the end, everyone agreed that the best candidate for the food experiment would be a young knight named Isaac. Kezira headed to the soldiers' camp in the evening and immediately found Isaac. The boy explained to the knight that he had a small request for him if of course he wanted to help. Kezira explained that it would be better for them to talk somewhere else where no one would hear them. Isaac immediately offered to go to his private tent where it would be comfortable and quiet to talk. Isaac was surprised by Kezira's appearance and asked what he could do to help him. The boy explained to the knight that he just needed to try different products grown in the village, and if it was possible, it would be better to do it right now. Isaac tried the potatoes and eggs and admitted that he really liked the taste of these foods. Kezira asked the knight to finish all the portions until the end and then they could get back to talking. After Isaac finished all the food, Kezira asked the young knight to do a muscle workout, much to his surprise. Kezira explained that it would be a good idea for Isaac to do push-ups and squats for 2 hours. Kezira remembered that when he had given an energy drink to an elder in the village, the effects had lasted for about 2 hours. Isaac had agreed to help, though he wasn't too happy to do strength training in the evening after a heavy dinner. Kezira set a timer for 2 hours and explained to the young knight that when overdue the beep would end the workout. 2 hours later, time ran out and Isaac was glad to stop the hard workout. Kezira apologized for almost falling asleep and asked how the young knight was feeling. Isaac admitted that he felt very tired and would not be able to continue such training anymore. Kezira advised the knight to calm down and get a good rest, but he was surprised that the food did not really give him any energy boost or restoration. Trying to regain his breath, Isaac asked why he was doing all this. Kezira stated that he couldn't explain all the details at the moment, but it was indeed a very important matter. The guy also asked Isaac not to tell anyone about this experiment, and especially not Havel and Zirconia. Isaac promised to keep this experiment a secret and not to tell anyone about it without Kazura's permission. Isaac was indeed a responsible person, and Kazura was sure of his honesty and said he should go back to the village. Meanwhile, Zirconia thought about the words of the bandit, who during the interrogation talked about some incredible divine blessing, and maybe his words were not really the fantasy of a frightened man. Zirconia thought that it would be very good if she had such a power, because then she would be able to all the slaves. But then the girl realized that she was thinking about it too much and needed to calm down. Zirconia was surprised to see Kazura saying goodbye to Isaac. She also heard bits of conversation and wondered why they were meeting so late. Zirconia visiting Isaac and seeing him drowned and sweating of course misunderstood everything and instantly blushed with embarrassment. Zirconia imagined something that was not really there and promised her loyal knight not to tell anyone about it. Isaac also guessed what Zirconia was thinking and began to explain that it wasn't like that at all and he was only exercising. Just at that moment, Havel entered the tent and was surprised at what he saw. It all turned into an absolutely stupid situation in which each of the three was thinking about something different, and only Isaac knew the real truth, while the others began to suspect the young knight of very strange tendencies. Early in the morning, Kazura went to the military camp again and decided to find out how Isaac was feeling. Isaac looked very tired and pale, and it frightened Kazura. But the young knight explained that it was all because Zirconia had immediately visited last night after training and had misunderstood everything. Isaac explained that there had been an incredible misunderstanding and he was very worried and anxious because of it, which was why he hadn't even slept practically at night. Isaac recalled that after his physical training there was a sheet on the floor and he was sitting naked and sweaty, and that was how Zirconia had seen him. And a few minutes before Kazura had left his tent. Kazura was shocked by such silly suspicions and even blushed with shame. Kazura asked if Isaac had denied all this nonsense, but the young knight reminded that Kazura himself forbade him to name the true reason and meaning, and so it was very difficult to change Zirconia's mind. Kazura realized that he was in a very difficult situation, and now, in order to justify himself, he had to explain all the consequences of the effectiveness of the new food. At the same time, of course, he would like to avoid such explanations so that all these benefits of the food would not be used for military purposes. In the end, Kazura asked Isaac to leave things as they were for now, and then promised that he would try to deal with the problem himself. Zirconia found herself not far from the village, was surprised by the sheer amount of goods, and wondered what was in all those boxes. Isaac explained that Kazura had told her about a huge stock of provisions from the world of the gods, and there were also various useful tools like the lantern he had recently shown her, and now all these goods had to be brought to the village itself. Zirconia was interested in the unknown tools and decided to find out more about everything. Also, Zirconia could not understand why Kazura was not satisfied with the dishes that were prepared in her camp. But then the girl remembered the wonderful taste of the canned soup, which was heavily seasoned, and maybe Kazura just decided to diversify the local cuisine. Zirconia said that in that case it was necessary to talk about all this with Havel, and also it would be great to find the cook who prepared the meals in the camp. He agreed and did not promise to help with the matter. Kazura, meanwhile, had already finished loading on a huge amount of goods. Valletta praised the lad for his work and offered a drink of cool water. Zirconia noticed how Kazura was very keen on this village girl, and Isaac told her that when Kazura heard about the attack while he was away from the village, the first thing he did was to ask about Valletta's condition. Zirconia was surprised by all this and embarrassed, and whispered that Kazura probably liked people regardless of their gender. Isaac was still worried about such speculations of Zirconia, and decided to carry the heavy bag to the wagon, but then changed his mind because that's where Kazura was. Zirconia asked Kazura if all the luggage he had already managed to deliver. He explained that he had indeed moved everything and only had to load the wagon, but since it was too late today, he would do it tomorrow, but now he could go to rest. Zirconia advised Kazura to ask the villagers to help carry and load all these things. It would be much more convenient and faster. Kazura thanked her for the good advice, but in the meantime he was thinking about the fact that the clearing should not be allowed to be seen by anyone other than the villagers. Soon finding himself in the village, Kazura was having tea with Valletta. The girl was very surprised by the properties of the essential oils, for judging by the description they had different effects. It was very interesting to experience them all, but Kazura didn't know yet how exactly these essential oils would affect people from the other world. The girl asked if the effects would really be any different, as the essential oils would most likely not be absorbed as nutrients when ingested. Kazura wasn't sure about this effect himself and replied that if essential oils had such a high efficiency in this world, they could be quite useful depending on how they were used. Valletta immediately offered to do a test on her and right away, because then they could determine how it all worked. Kazuya agreed and thought that in fact there should be no harmful effects and they should do the experiment. Kazuya offered the girl to choose one of the essential oils and to specify exactly what the effect should be. Valletta immediately chose the bottle she liked and read that it was necessary to add only 1 drop and be sure to mix it with water. As it turned out, the bottle was with aromatic oil of sage and of course fragrant lavender. It had a relaxing effect and was supposed to promote a good night's sleep. Kazuya wondered if the girl was very enthusiastic about the process, and if he should expect an instant effect from the application of this remedy. Valletta was delighted even by the appearance of the beautiful vial and decided that in the mysterious country of Japan there must be a lot of such essential oils. Also, the girl was surprised by the household transportation, which could help with the transportation of huge loads. Kazuya admitted that he had probably overdone it by driving around in such an unusual vehicle in this place, because it surprised Zirconia too much. Valletta asked if Kazuya had discussed the situation on the battlefield and the possible support of the military with such incredible technical means. But Kazuya replied that he didn't want to rush things in that direction and he just wanted to observe first, for he really didn't know the situation in this country very well yet. Valletta praised the guy for his restraint, and Kazuya confirmed that it would be a good idea not to interfere in situations like this at all. A few minutes after applying the essential oil, the girl felt a strong urge to sleep. Valletta explained that it felt like if she lay down, she would immediately fall asleep very soundly and sleep until the morning. Kazuya noticed that the effects of the essential oil started everything after the same amount of time as in Japan, and the effects were not at all different from those described in the book. All these observations the guy carefully recorded in a notebook for future comparisons. Just at this time, Valletta felt a strong relaxation and decided to ask Kazuya for something. Suddenly, the girl recalled the time Kazuya had hugged her and asked him to do it again now, because she wanted to feel those feelings again. The girl blushed heavily and clenched her hands into fists. Kazuya was incredibly surprised and frightened, because he thought that the essential oil had acted as an aphrodisiac on Valletta, and now instead of the usual drowsiness, she wanted something else. But still Kazuya could not resist and was forced to fulfill the request of the excited girl, and hugged her. But as it turned out, after a few minutes, Valletta just fell asleep in the guy's arms, and Kazuya had to carefully move the girl to the floor so that she could get a good night's sleep. The next morning, Kazuya showed Valletta all the supplies he had brought and explained that there were many first aid items such as bandages and antiseptics, and food was in large crates. Kazuya decided that no one could know if and when there would be another attack on the village, so the best solution was to keep a large emergency food stockpile to keep the villagers in good physical shape in case of a crisis. Of course, such a huge stockpile of food surprised the girl very much, and she asked that if Kazuya was going to leave the village for a long time. Kazuya explained that he planned to return in about 10 days, and he also needed to pick up a hydroelectric generator that he had ordered from his native Japan. Kazuya explained that it would be nice to have a refrigerator here, and that with the generator he would be able to use power tools and a personal computer. Valletta was impressed by such grand plans and praised the boy for his foresight. Kazuya also explained that it shouldn't be a problem to see Nelson helping him with these keys, so no outsiders would see these rare items. Valletta was thrilled with this decision and was eager to see the new things soon. Kazuya then asked the girl to make sure to inform him in case of an emergency or danger, and then he would try to return as soon as possible. Valletta promised to fulfill the request and of course to let him know if anything happened. But in the end, Valletta asked not to worry, as the village would be fine, and so Kazuya should fully focus on helping Asteria, as that was the most important thing at the moment. After that, Zirconia announced that Kazuya was going to go to Asteria to help the people, and for that he would stay at the manor and stay there for at least 10 days. Kazuya after that decided to say goodbye to Valletta and asked her not to worry because he will be back very soon. Kazuya also asked the girl not to stay up late studying, but Valletta replied that she had to learn a lot of new things to become an educated person. For a long time, Valletta looked at the departing caravan and muttered something quietly. She wanted the next 10 days to pass as soon as possible so that she could see Kazuya again. Zirconia inquired as to what dishes were served when Kazuya stayed at her mansion. Havel revealed that he didn't know Kazuya's preferences, and so they had prepared him as many dishes as possible from all the available ingredients. Zirconia was surprised that Havel was able to pull it off in such a short amount of time. After all, it wasn't a long stop. Havel explained that his father always preferred to keep a certain amount of fresh meat and caterpillars purchased from a local merchant. Zirconia then asked Havel to send the cook who had handled the dishes last time and promised a decent reward. Zirconia explained that apparently Kazur did not like the dishes that had been prepared at her home. Havel promised to honor the request and fix the problem, and Zirconia asked who the girl was. Kazura was glad for a short break, for the wagon shakes a lot while traveling on the dirt road and the journey proves to be tiring. Havel inquired about Kazura's well-being. The boy replied that he was fine and marveled at the stamina of the soldiers since they could travel on horseback for so long. Kazur then asked if he understood correctly that Havel and Isaac were leading a squad made up of only nobles. Havel explained that he was assigned as the deputy officer of the first training squad. Kazura guessed something like that himself, and then asked if everything was alright in the squad and thanked him for the help from the soldiers. Havel explained that in fact the basic training was already over and they were training another squad that was having a hard time with the strain. Kazura asked that is everyone really that strict during training. Havel explained that everything is indeed very serious, and during these trainings many squad members are willing to die rather than endure such hardships. Also, from the second year of training, all recruits will move into barracks, and this is a very hard time for the nobles who are used to relying on servants all their lives. Kazura decided that it was likely that many just couldn't stand it and would drop out of such extreme training. Havel explained that in the absence of a good reason to do so, such an act was considered a dishonorable discharge that would greatly damage the reputation of a nobleman's family, and so one must be prepared for serious consequences if one does decide to leave the training. Kazura was surprised by this attitude, because he had always thought that the life of a nobleman should be easy and carefree. Kazura wondered if conscription was compulsory for such people, but it turned out that it was voluntary. But according to established tradition, members of noble houses, with the exception of eldest sons, almost all go into the army, although it is often common practice for a family to forcibly send their children into the army. Havel explained that some people join the army voluntarily because they are attracted by the improved social status or they just genuinely want to be soldiers. But unfortunately, many of them do not endure the hardships of military service and regret their decision. Therefore, it is safe to say that military service is a semi-voluntary decision. Kazura inquired as to how Havel had done it. The knight explained that he had personally asked his father to enlist him in the army, and the same way Isaac had done. Kazura was surprised by this bold decision and asked what was the main motivation. Havel stated that he decided to join the military because he had something to protect in his life. Kazura thought at that moment that it was the first time he saw such a natural expression on Havel's face, because until that moment this man had always kept his emotions in check. In the end, Kazura decided not to be too curious so as not to touch on Havel's too personal topics. But then Havel unexpectedly offered to show the training and life of the soldiers, as well as give a tour of the barracks. Kazura was happy about such an offer, for it was very curious. But then Kazura thought that he would certainly like to agree, but if he showed interest in the military, it would be wrong. After all, one shouldn't provide assistance to the military if he was suddenly asked to do so. Though Kazur was actually very interested in learning all the details about the soldiers' lives. Havel explained that if Kazura still wanted to familiarize himself with the soldiers' lives, he would be willing to give a tour at any convenient time. Kazura thanked and decided to do it at another time. In doing so, Kazura was once again convinced that Havel was a very responsible person and was doing an excellent job. Havel then inquired about Kazura's diet and suggested Mary as a cook, unless of course that would be a problem. Kazura thought about it. He wanted to hold back from eating with Nelson, although eating canned food for too long wasn't too pleasant either. Kazura pondered the answer, and Havel explained that it was actually quite difficult to replicate the taste of canned food from the world of the gods. But in combination with local foods, one could still try to make dishes that Kazura would enjoy. At this moment, Havel's value in Kazura's eyes increased greatly, because if indeed they could prepare something good, they could eat with everyone else. Kazura agreed to the proposal, but he asked that no one tasted the food he brought and explained that if this condition was violated, there could be huge problems. Havel then decided to immediately get to work on preparations for the upcoming dinner and take a list of available ingredients and then cook something decent. Kazura thanked him for his concern and explained that it would be enough for him to add some vegetables. Kazura of course didn't want to give up the cooked food and was happy to dine with everyone else. After all, it was a way to socialize. Havel, left alone, was glad that now his goal had been accomplished and Mary would finally be free from this life. In the end, Kazura decided to trust Havel completely about his food and decided to take a walk, because his presence was too distracting and worried Marie, who even dropped a potato from his hands. The girl apologized and explained that she was too worried and wasn't quite sure if it was a good idea for her to do the cooking for Kazur. Havel replied that he certainly understood Mary's anxiety, but she should realize that this was a great chance to leave the Rousen family home, unless of course she wanted to stay there herself. Marie explained that this is all very much like some kind of deception and she is very embarrassed in front of Mr. Kazuura. The girl explained that she doesn't want to deceive anyone and she doesn't know if she will be okay with the promise she made to her father. But Havel advised Marie not to think about it too much, but rather focus on her business, because if everything works out, she can free herself from slavery. Havel continued to prepare the dish and not to worry about its taste. After all, Kazuura-san only asked to add more vegetables, so it should be fine. In the end, they managed to make a great stew from canned food that was bought very expensive in a Japanese store, and for a set of 5 cans Kazuura paid 8,000 yen. Mary was delighted with the great flavor, and Havel asked the girl not to eat too much, for she had already tasted the stew to find out the taste. Just at this moment, Kazuura remembered that any person who cooks food should definitely taste it, and that was undesirable with the foods he brought from another world. After completing the tiring trip, Kazuura felt very tired. Nelson inquired if Kazuura had been able to bring everything he was going to bring and then offered to rest after the arduous journey. Kazuura explained that he had been able to bring many things, and even things that he had not intended to bring, and then asked Nelson to prepare a spacious room with windows to the courtyard. Kazuura decided to gasoline generator outside in the courtyard and already later try to run a canal and install a hydroelectric generator. But Kazuura decided to leave any worries about work and new plans for tomorrow, for he was very tired and wanted to get some rest as soon as possible. Kazuura explained to Nelson that tomorrow afternoon they would start rebuilding the granary, and that it would be a good idea to assign men to this task. Nelson promised to notify the grain manager immediately so he could get to work preparing for the job. Nelson wondered how many slaves would be needed for this purpose. Nelson also suggested using soldiers for this work. There were more than 600 of them here and they were very easy to mobilize for this purpose. But Kazuura suggested using the first option, as there was no need to distract the soldiers who were performing their military duties. Kazuura explained that the amount of work was too large and it would be impossible to handle it in a few days, so you can't rely on the soldiers to help every time. Nelson agreed and promised to bring the men outside the city walls tomorrow afternoon. Nelson then asked that the most damaged areas be dealt with first. Kazuura promised to pay close attention to that and asked what the status was on the ordered parts for the water wheel. Nelson stated that there were currently 30 pieces ready, and once the artisans got the hang of it, the production speed would increase significantly. But Kazuura was actually impressed by such production efficiency. Zirconia speculated that the production speed of the artisans was affected by her extra pay that she decided to implement. Kazuura praised the girl for such an idea. After all, good work should pay decently. Kazuura then explained that he was very tired and wanted to rest. Nelson promised to prepare a room quickly and suggested that Kazuura take a relaxing bath before going to bed. Kazuura accepted the offer and tried to remember something important, because it felt like he had forgotten something. Relaxing in the warm water was really nice, because tomorrow was going to be a very difficult day. Kazuura pondered that it would be a good idea to dilute the fertilizer a little so that there would be enough to drink out of, and then decided to enjoy a cool ice cream before going to bed. It was at that moment that Kazuura remembered what he had forgotten to do and cried out in frustration. A startled guard immediately rushed into the room, thinking something terrible had happened to his guests. But Kazuura apologized and hurriedly got out of the bathtub. Kazuura's behavior seemed too strange and the guard decided to follow him. Kazuura himself hurried to his refrigerator, because that's where the ice cream was stored. Isaac and Havel watched in amazement as Kazuura scrutinized his small refrigerator. Isaac asked what really happened, but a frustrated Kazuura didn't waste time explaining and asked for help to get the fridge running quickly. Isaac noticed that the strange water smelled very bad, but Kazuura explained that this water was called gasoline and it was charged with the spirit of power. All of this surprised Isaac, and Kazuura warned that they should never put gasoline near a flame, because it could end in disaster. Isaac asked for more details, but Kazuura only replied that it could cause a mysterious death, because the power of the spirits was very destructive. Finally, after finishing all the preparations, Kazuura selected the generator's economy mode and started the electricity source. The generator was too noisy even in economy mode, and Isaac immediately remembered that he had heard the exact same sound from the agricultural vehicles in Grisai's village. Kazuura explained that they needed to somehow protect the generator from prying eyes and asked Isaac to help with this problem. Isaac promised to personally guard the generator and make sure no one saw it. But Kazura advised the young knight to rest. After all, you can't overwork yourself so much. At the same time, Kazura remembered that people in the village had the same reaction to his requests. Havel immediately decided to help guard the generator and suggested Isaac take turns doing it. Kazura was grateful for these people's help, but sincerely didn't want them to expend much effort on this task. In the end, Kazura all agreed to help and praised the idea of taking turns guarding the generator. But then Kazura suggested that the guys take an energy drink and explained that it was a secret medicine from the divine world. And if you drink it, you can quickly regain your strength, and it also makes you feel better. At the same time, Kazura realized that it could easily mask the unusual effect of the food brought from Japan. Isaac asked if Kazura was sure that they could really drink such a valuable medicine. Kazura replied that it was his thanks for his help and explained that all he had to do was turn the lid to the right, and then the lid would open easily. Kazura asked not to tell anyone about this divine medicine so that no one would worry. Havel was the first to decide to open the lid and carefully did so. Isaac and Havel liked the taste of the energy drink, although they were expecting something bitter. Kazura explained that the effect would show up after a while, and thanked the guys again for their help. After that, Kazura went back to the refrigerator and carefully opened it. But it ended in disappointment as the ice cream completely melted, and in despair Kazura screamed. The maid noticed that Liz was in a very good mood. The girl explained that she was able to greatly increase her sword skills. The maid suggested that if that was the case, Liz would soon be able to match the strength of Zirconia and Isaac. Liz asked the maid not to say such nonsense. After all, Isaac's level is one thing, but Zirconia is much stronger and more dangerous. Although of course Isaac shouldn't be underestimated either, because he's very hard to fight, but definitely not like her mom. But in any case, a great deal of experience is necessary for development, because you can't do without it. Then the maid said that yesterday she saw Zirconia return with Kazura and he brought with him a huge amount of all sorts of things. Liz was immediately interested and wanted to know all the details of what was going on. Liz assumed that Kazura needed the things he had brought for his work, because he was going to restore the northern and western fields. The maid was surprised because all those fields had been completely destroyed by the drought. Liz began to tell about an incredible water wheel that could draw water from the river. The maid was delighted, for she had never heard of such a thing. The maid then confessed that she was also very curious to know what kind of things Mr. Kazura had brought. Although there were other mysteries that kept her in suspense. The maid told how there was a very strange rattling sound coming from Kazura's room. But when she wanted to check there, it turned out to be Isaac standing guard and not letting anyone in. And shortly after that creepy sound, a loud scream came from Kazura's room. Liz was shocked, told, and immediately became worried, and then asked if that scream was a woman's scream. But the maid said that as far as she could find out, nothing terrible had happened. But Kazura's behavior was strange, for he was crying hard and sitting on the floor near some drawer. In the end, everyone decided that Mr. Kazura was just very tired, because he slept until noon and didn't even have breakfast. Liz decided to inquire about it when they met, though being too nosy would be unseemly with a guest. Liz inquired about today's plans, and it turned out that she had a meeting scheduled with several visitors. After lunch, Liz was to meet the rich merchant Wilver Maybach, and after him several other rich merchants were to arrive, as well as the nobleman Gunther Brandon. Liz was surprised at such a complicated schedule and felt her mood spoiling. But the maid reminded her about the meeting with MacGregor after breakfast and more about the tactics class. Liz started to get angry and asked when she would have free time in that case. The maid explained that such time would not come until after dinner, and reminded her that Kazura would be busy for a whole as well. Liz still calmed down a bit though and decided to take her time with Kazura. Kazura eventually reached the dried up fields, was unpleasantly surprised at the extent of the drought's effects. After all, the landscape under the scorching sun looked more like an African savanna than fields where something was growing. Then Kazura said that it was time to work hard and that they would restore these fields, and then the whole of Hysteria together, for a miracle had to be worked. A girl named Mabayama has recently been working part-time at a small supermarket that doesn't always have many visitors. While cleaning the store, she heard a customer asking for help. Mabayama went into the shopping hall and immediately recognized Kazura, who surprised last time with huge purchases. The girl remembered this guy as the leader of a group of cultivators who didn't care about the price of goods and bought everything in large batches. Mabayama was of course excited about the opportunity to increase the store's revenue, but was saddened by the fact that she would have to try too hard to please this demanding customer. Kazura greeted the girl and asked for help as he had so many questions about the merchandise. Mabayama politely promised to help in any way she could, but also wondered if this time I could interest this strange cultivator leader. The guy continued to stroll through the shopping aisles and look at the entire assortment of goods. Mabayama was constantly by his side and asked how she could help. At the same time, the girl talked about all sorts of novelties that had arrived at the supermarket. Suddenly Kazura was interested in a huge survival manual, which described various techniques and methods of survival in the wilderness. The guy was surprised by the presence of such a product in this store, because it was completely different from the specifics of this establishment. Mabayama further wondered who exactly this young guy was if he was interested in such extreme survival methods. After all, he had never told how exactly where he was cultivating the land, and that frightened the girl. But eventually Kazura put aside the curious book and decided that he was in this store to buy completely different things. Isaac reported that all groups of people had already been prepared and all necessary fertilizer supplies had been sentenced. Kazura was pleased with the organization and ordered and such to begin the work of reclaiming the dried up land. First, Kazura asked the workers to plow the land, and after that he advised to add the contents of the sack to the ground and mix everything well. After that, they had to try to spread the resulting mixture evenly over the entire area. Each group of workers should work at the same time, so that the plots would be treated in the same way and continue working in the same way. Kazura explained that they had to do this work for all the fields in the northern area. Kazura tried to calculate the time for the work to be done and asked to divide the 300 men into 60 groups. A total of 3,000 bags of fertilizer were available. According to the plan, each group was to use 4 bags and thus could fertilize 35 square meters at a time. In the end, all the work was to be done in 2 weeks, unless of course the weather turned bad. All the wages for the work would come from the Istel family, and depending on the accuracy and speed of the work, bonuses would be given, and this was to motivate the workers for quality work. After that, Kazura decided to put Hywel and Isaac in charge of the work, and he himself decided to check the condition of the river. Isaac noticed Hywel's thoughtfulness and asked him what was bothering him. Hywel explained that he had noticed a terrible effect from the stimulant drug, and now he thought that any fatigue he had ever felt was just a lie. That said, it was unclear why Kazura always felt very tired if the drug was so effective. Isaac suggested to his friend with unnecessary questions. After all, they don't know the true reasons from Kazura, and so they should just be grateful for such a gift. At the same time, Isaac reminded that even though Kazura is a god, one should realize that if something happens to him, there won't be huge trouble. Isaac kept thinking about Mary, who he really wanted to help change her status and change her life. Hywel was still worried about Kazura's fatigue and suggested making sure that he wouldn't overdo it too much, and to do that, he needed to adjust his work schedule. Isaac supported the idea and decided to make some adjustments. For starters, they needed to speed up with the restoration of the fields, but they also needed to make sure that Kazura could get a good rest. Isaac suggested working even harder than before to lighten Kazura's load at least a little. Hywel agreed and promised to work as hard as he could. Isaac thanked his friend for his positive attitude and admitted that he was counting on him for anything. Meanwhile, Kazura surveyed the area and stated that the situation here was indeed dire. Zirconia explained that the crops in this area had been in a terrible state for a long time, and the only thing that still remained was the river and the reservoir. But nevertheless, the reservoir had dried up considerably. Kazura explained that in that case they could only save a small part of the area with the remnants of that water, and now the problem seemed much more serious than he thought. At the same time, Kazura thought that there was an option of using special fertilizers from Japan, but it was better to put this method on the most emergency basis for now. After all, the use of such substances would be too noticeable. Zirconia was of course happy to start such work and decided that now they could prepare to sow seeds for the next harvest, and that would be great news. Kazura confirmed that water would certainly fix the whole problem, as the soil had been too dry to use it before. Then Kazura was already wondering why they couldn't plant the seeds directly in the water. Zirconia explained that such a method was only possible if the temperature dropped. But this year had tracked abnormally high temperatures and the seeds would simply boil. Kazura agreed with this observation. It would be a waste of time and seeds. At the same time, the guy thought that as a god he asked too stupid question and he would need to learn the basics of agriculture as thoroughly as possible. After all, in his life he helped his father in the garden at most and has no idea about all the details of this work. Kazura suggested starting with the existing waterways, because the more water wheels that were installed, the less they would have to rely on water storage. The boy then asked Zirconia how cold the winter would probably be. The girl explained that winter is usually very cold and the temperature drops to the point where the ponds freeze, and snow falls abundantly from the 12th month until the end of the 2nd month. Kazura explained that he had a pretty good idea of the best attraction of feeding people and making money at the same time. Zirconia was eager to know all the details and offered to discuss those details later, but the guy explained that it was really just his theories and he wasn't sure if the idea would actually work. Zirconia offered not to worry and promised to look forward to discussing the new idea. Soon they reached the river and Kazura climbed up to the high ground to carefully survey the area, and then asked what appeared to be the right place to install a water wheel. To begin with, Kazura suggested that a waterway be made and that a channel deep enough and wide enough to allow a strong stream of water to pass through it should be dug. Zirconia immediately ordered her subordinates to do the work, and also asked them to dig a hole of sufficient size to accommodate the wheel in an upright position. And those who would not be busy preparing the pit should begin to assemble the water wheel from the parts. The girl then asked if she understood correctly that Kazura wanted to install all the water wheels permanently. But the guy explained that when the reservoirs are full they will move the water wheels to other areas. Also after that they can carry improvement in the design of the wheels. A water wheel is not just a device that can only lift water. Kazura explained that with such a wheel, a mill can be designed and such a mill will keep moving along with the movement of the water wheel. Therefore, the efficiency would be many times greater than what human power alone could produce. Zirconia thought about such prospects and she liked such an idea very much. Kazura then inquired about the threshing and grinding of cereal grains to make bread. Zirconia told him about the most primitive methods that mankind had long ago abandoned and that it was labor-intensive and inefficient. Kazura was surprised at the method of heating wheat ratha on fire and asked if it would not burn. But the girl explained that it would not burn because it was stepped on immediately after falling to the ground and offered to see for herself how it all happened. Kazura asked Zirconia if she had personally done the farm work. The girl confessed that indeed she had originally been a farmer and did field work every year until I was 16 and she married Nelson. Kazura only now realized that this smart girl was actually not from a noble family, and now it would be interesting to know the details of her life before marriage. That being said, Kazura didn't even know how old Zirconia actually was. The guy asked, as far as he understood after marriage, Zirconia was no longer doing farming-related work. The girl told you that it had been 10 years and she was unsure of her skills and abilities to try working in the field again. Kazura, you finally realized that Zirconia is only 26 years old and she is only a year older than him. At that, the guy was very surprised, because her daughter Liz was like a teenager of 15 years old, and how in that case could Zirconia give birth to her at the age of 11? Because it's almost impossible. And in that case Zirconia is probably Nelson's second wife. Then the guy decided that now is not the time for such topics and suggested to Zirconia to build a great threshing machine, because it would be very important and useful for them to reduce the price of food for the population. Zirconia of course agreed to the proposal, but admitted that she could not imagine how it would work, but she would be happy to see a positive result in the end. She promised to prepare everything necessary for this work and to provide the necessary number of people. Then a few workers asked for help and asked to remind them how to assemble the water wheel. Kazura promised to help immediately and apologized for not taking care of the matter right away. After a while, through hard work, the water wheel was assembled and placed in the right place, and Kazura asked to open the flap and let the water flow. The huge water wheel immediately began to spin under the force of the moving water, and Zirconia admitted that she now understood exactly how the village of Grycia got the water it needed. Kazura was pleased with the result and watched the whole structure carefully. But then Kazura noticed some discrepancy and said that maybe they had a small problem and needed to clarify something. Zirconia inquired as to what exactly the problem was. Kazura explained that he had noticed an uneven speed of the water wheel, and although it was a minor problem now, it could cause a deterioration in performance in the future. Kazura explained that the water wheel should always rotate at a constant speed and most likely some parts are faulty. Zirconia was upset and promised to investigate the matter immediately and order a redesign of the wheel. Kazura explained that as it was, the water wheel would wear out much sooner and its efficiency would be very low. But anyway, it was better to leave it as it was for now. Then Kazura asked him to clarify that if indeed the blueprint used was exactly the same as the one used in the village, then it was necessary to find out exactly what the problem was. After thinking for a bit, the guy still decided that he had figured out what the problem was. There were no good tools in this world, and that was why he had brought all kinds of tools from Japan to Grycia's village. And because there are no good tools in this world, their work is not very accurate, because everything is done without any careful measurements. But in any case, with the confirmation of this, we'll have to wait, and even if someone does not like it, but now we'll have to use a faulty water wheel. After all, the most important thing now is to get the necessary water, otherwise it will not be possible to save the remaining crops, which are rapidly drying up under the scorching sun. But in the end, Kazuya suggested to stop production tomorrow, and as soon as they solve the problem, they will immediately restore production. But until then, it is necessary to use what has already been done. Zirconia agreed with this decision and promised to take the necessary steps to do so. Then the girl asked to apologize for all these malfunctions because all the responsibility lies only on her. But Kazuya explained that it was not solely Zirconia's responsibility, for he himself had not given proper instructions during the assembly of the water wheel. Even though they have the first water wheel, it's not completely finished. The guy decided that it would all take some time before he finished this difficult task, for unforeseen circumstances appear. Zirconia then went to Nor Manor and apologized for her sudden visit, but explained that she had an important request. The master thanked her for visiting in such difficult times and asked how he could help. Zirconia explained that she had come about a slave named Marie and had some questions about the girl. Zirconia explained that she was willing to pay any amount of money to buy this slave girl for herself. Mr. Nor suggested that Zirconia should get some other slave or look at the option of renting. The landlord then explained that Mary was actually his illegitimate daughter, and so he would like her to be around at all times. Zirconia was surprised by this news and asked if Mr. Nor really cared for this girl despite the fact that she was born into slavery, and if so, why keep her as a slave? Mr. Nor explained that if one applies for citizenship during the annual family registry survey, and the child of a slave walks in the birth line, his wife and children will not accept such a child, and he has no way to influence that. Zirconia asked if in such a case it was not better to take every opportunity to free Marie from slavery, because why force her to continue living in such a status? The master of the manor became visibly agitated and was unable to answer this difficult question, which aroused some suspicions in Zirconia. Zirconia now realized that Hywel must have intended to put Marie under the protection of Khazur and the Eastel family, for he knew the true treatment of her in this house. Zirconia realized that it would be very difficult to change this man's mind and decided to agree to the proposal to rent Marie, because despite the whole situation, everything would be fine as long as this girl would be Khazur's cook. Zirconia explained that she would live in her estate, but would remain on the property as she is now. However, if Kazuya himself wanted to own Mary, then Mr. Nor would have to surrender. The landlord realized that he had no options for refusal and agreed to such a proposal. In the end, Zirconia apologized for the inconvenience and explained that she would arrange for personal belongings to be packed, and it would be good to have them ready as soon as possible. In the meantime, Kazuya continued with his various chores and thanked him for the boards that had been delivered. A new idea was to create a good box for the generator that could protect it from prying eyes, and in that case it could be left without constant guarding. Kazuya then decided that it would be a good idea to build a shed to store various materials from his world so that no one could accidentally discover them and use them. Kazuya explained to Isaac that he was counting on his help and would bring the tools they would use. Meanwhile, Hywel was busy tidying up the wagon and carriage after working in the fields. Kazuya thanked everyone for their help and a job well done and apologized for taking up too much of their time. Kazuya explained that he always wants to count on cooperation and any assistance, but now whoever is released can go home and have a good rest. But the young soldier Lute stated that he wanted to stay and continue to help, because he was still full of strength and energy and did not want to rest at all. Kazuya was happy about this desire of the boy and thanked him for his persistence. Kazuya noticed that Lut looked a lot like Isaac, though it was not surprising since they were cousins, and that explained a lot. Isaac explained that Lute could be trusted, because he was not the kind of person who would give away secrets to outsiders, and so there would be no problem if he was always around to help with the work. Kazuya eventually agreed and suggested that Lut stay with them, because the three of them would get the job done much faster. Lut was happy about this and thanked Kazuya for his trust and promised to try his best. Soon Kazuya came back and apologized for the long wait, and then offered to do the work and to do it very quickly with his fine tools. Kazuya very quickly started cutting boards with his power tools, and it incredibly impressed the local soldiers, who naturally had never seen anything like this before in their lives. Kazuya decided to waste no time and asked Isaac if he could make the walls for the crate himself. Kazuya explained that he would show him how to use the power tool, and it was actually very easy. Kazuya told a surprised Isaac that with this handy tool you can easily nail nails to a board, and the most important thing is to make sure that the tool is not tilted to the side and then press the button. Isaac was surprised when he was able to nail a nail, and was happy with the result. Isaac admitted that he had figured it out and called the quite ordinary tool a magic item for modern man. But Kazuya explained that it was actually very dangerous and should never be directed at people, because something very terrible could happen. Soon the work was finished and the beautiful wooden box was ready. Kazuya felt tired and thanked Isaac and Lute for their help. The boys themselves were happy with the work, for thanks to the tools they were able to handle the construction of the massive wooden box by evening. And it was as expected, for the tools from the lands of the gods proved to be excellent helpers. Kazuya was very surprised that no one came to all this commotion. After all, when they were working with electric tools, it absolutely had to attract the attention of someone from the locals. Hyewell asked if Kazuya had been able to finish his work. Kazuya thought Hyewell had come at a very good time and asked if he hadn't told him about the work. Hyewell explained that he was unaware of what was going on and had just heard loud noises coming from outside Kazuya's room, and that was why he stopped everyone who came to check out the strange noise. Hyewell asked that next time he give advance notice of such noisy work so that he could be prepared for too many curious people to show up. Kazuya apologized for his lack of forethought and promised not to do it again. Hyewell replied that it was really alright and only a few maids and guards had come by, whom he quickly convinced not to show their curiosity here. Meanwhile, an excited Marie quickly ran to Zirconia and apologized for her tardiness. But Zirconia explained that there was no need to be so worried at all, and especially there was no need to be in such a hurry. After that, Zirconia led Mary to her new room and explained that she would now serve as Kazuya's assistant, and it would be fine if Mary became his personal cook. Zirconia explained to the maid that she was on loan to the Istel house and had been given permission by Mr. Noor, so there was no need to worry about anything. Mary thanked her for the wonderful opportunity to be away from her boring home. Zirconia then explained to the maid that her monthly salary would be 1,000 R. That said, there was also a maid here, so if there were any questions about the job it would be easy to contact her. Zirconia noticed Mary's surprise and explained that this salary is exactly the same as the guards, and if she saves her money, she will be able to buy her freedom as a result. Also in the future, there are plans to increase her salary depending on the work done, and Marie can try harder to increase her salary. It is also necessary for Marie to always keep her body clean, and so she should not hesitate to use the bathroom whenever she wants. After all, it is very important to spend time with Kazuya if he suddenly calls her at night. Mary didn't comment on those words and was a little embarrassed, and Zirconia said goodnight and left the girl's room. After that, Zirconia went to her room, lit some candles, and decided to go through the accumulated documents. Meanwhile, Hyewell was chatting with his father and trying to explain to him that he had absolutely nothing to do with Marie's appointment. Count Noor was indignant and tried to understand why Marie had been appointed as Kazuya's assistant. After all, considering her abilities, it seems incomprehensible since Marine has outstanding abilities to take care of a noble man. Noor didn't understand. After all, there are other maidservants who can also cook well, which means that Marie was summoned to help and assist with the daily chores. And why take Marie as an assistant when there are a huge number of other servants? Hyewell explained that at that moment, his father and older brother had just returned from Gregorian territory, and he had simply chosen someone who would not matter if absent among the servants needed for the receptions that day. Also, Hyewell recalled that the older brother hated Mary, and so it was a perfectly logical decision. Noor snorted unhappily and said that Hyewell had become too cooperative lately. But then Hyewell decided that it wouldn't be a problem anyway, since Mary was only temporarily loaned to Kazuya's use. But the irritated father reminded him that he had to agree to other terms and make his promise to Zirconia. Hyewell stated that if he could get promoted in the army, it was prestige that would benefit House Rusin. The father agreed and replied that in that case he could then cede Marie to him, since after all, money was needed to free Marie from slavery. But then the father asked his son to stop netting foolish ideas. Well, if he continues in the same direction, then their agreement will be of no use. After that, Count Noor suggested to end this tedious conversation, for it was getting late and he was tired. At parting, Noor said that in any case this time, Hyewell's method was too impertinent. But in any case, he should still try hard to come up with something much better next time. Hyewell decided not to argue with his father and only promised that he would definitely try to do better next time. Waking up in the morning, Kazuya was pleasantly surprised by his condition, because thanks to a full night's sleep after a long time he was able to feel a burst of energy. Especially the cool chocolate drink he drank last night was very sweet, because in the end the melted ice cream turned into a nice 3 cold drinks. Kazuya then decided to join the others at the table to eat breakfast while thinking that it wasn't quite decent to see Zirconia at this moment. At this moment, Zirconia was so thoughtful that she didn't even hear Lies calling her, and this surprised everyone present. Kazuya suggested that Zirconia make today a day off and have a good rest, as she looked quite tired. But the girl replied that she was fine and admitted that there was really a lot of work piled up and so she couldn't take a break so easily. Kazuya inquired as to how much sleep Zirconia had managed to get in the past night in general. The girl confessed she had actually been doing paperwork and had managed to sleep no more than an hour. Lies immediately offered her help, because if it was just going to the construction site and watching the work in progress, then she could well handle the task and replace her mother. Zirconia thought about the offer and asked if Lies had nothing to do today, because she had to go out with someone. Lies thought about her answer and looked at her maid. Ira didn't lie and told her that Lies had to meet with some important merchants today, and that she had a whole day planned for those meetings. But this was the second time in a row that she was meeting with those people. Her parents immediately thought about the important meetings and Lies tried to justify herself and explained that she certainly thought the meetings were important, but unfortunately she had no desire to socialize with the merchants. Kazuya only chuckled at his daughter's conversation with her parents, for it seemed very amusing. Now eventually Zirconia decided that the meeting with the annoying merchant could indeed be cancelled and scheduled for another day, and Lies could safely go along with Kazuya and replace her in these matters. Lies was happy about her mother's decision and promised to do her best to be helpful to Kazuya-san. But Kazuya advised the girl not to worry, because in fact there is nothing difficult in this job and she only has to be careful during her presence at the construction site. Lies was glad and decided to ask her faithful maid Ira to help her prepare for the day ahead. Such haste surprised Zirconia and she advised her to take her time. Zirconia revealed that she was appointing Ira and Mary as Kazur's maids, and since they could both live in the mansion, they would have to fulfill his every request. Zirconia apologized for completely forgetting to tell about it earlier. Lisa was indignant and reminded that Ira was her personal assistant. But Zirconia explained that Ira would still fulfill her former functions. But since Marie had just arrived at the mansion, she was not yet familiar with her duties, so it would be the right thing for Ira to start helping her until the new girl got used to it. Zirconia explained to Ira that a new room would be prepared for her in the mansion, so she should quickly get ready to move her things, and after that she would receive the necessary documents to familiarize herself with the new changes in her job. Ira was very surprised by the mistress, but of course she didn't resent it and promised to move her things. Kazuya at this moment thought that his presence here brought many changes to the normal course of events of this family, because first he had assistants and now he had maids. But at the same time Kazuya noticed something strange in all this conversation, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Ira, heading to her room, tried to realize what had happened, and now she would have to live in the mansion in a new room, and she would have to do things that were completely unfamiliar to Kazuya. Ira thought about the fact that before she lived in the servants' building, which is located within the estate, and living in the same mansion with the master looks quite silly and it is more like a life of lovers. But in the end Ira decided not to get too caught up in the problem and just follow her mistress' orders. After a while, Ira was helping Lies with her hair. Lies asked her assistant why she thought she had been assigned to a new position even though Kazuya already had one maid. Ira reminded her that her experience as a maid was quite long, since she had been a maid in this house for 11 years since she was 3 years old. And it was possible that she had been appointed to the new position because she was close in age to Kazuya-san, for at first glance he looked to be about 20 years old. The shrewd maid then suggested that because of her new appointment, there would be a chance for her to help Lies get closer to Kazuya-san. Lies admitted that she had thought of that too and wanted to ask for help in the matter. Lies then explained that her mom was probably trying to pique her interest, and it had happened a few days ago when she had talked about Kazuya. But there was one more thing that was beyond her comprehension. Lies explained that she was very surprised that no one was explaining to her where Kazuya really came from and if they were trying to hide some important and irrelevant information from her. Lies suggested that perhaps Kazuya might be a nobleman from the kingdom of Valvert, but Ira doubted this and explained that she had heard nothing of the sort. Lies immediately wondered where Kazuya might be from. After all, in the lands of the Kralitzes, there were no such young nobles for a long time, and in general, the nobility had little to no power in this country due to the strongly developed direct democracy. The rest of the lands were too far away, and the kingdom of Valvert was too hated by Zirconia because of the past war. Lise remembered how much her mother hated that kingdom, though it was natural to feel hatred for a country that had invaded their territory. Ira replied that it really remains a mystery where Kazura actually came from and promised to find out during her work. Ira also said that in the past, a few months before the war with the kingdom of Valverde in the mountainous region to the north, several bandits had attacked a village near the territory of Estella, and there had been many similar incidents where all the inhabitants had been killed or kidnapped. As it turned out, Zirconia also suffered during one of these attacks, but by some miracle managed to survive. After that, young Zirconia volunteered for the army as a simple soldier, and then she was randomly spotted by Nelson and they were married before the war even started. Ira explained that she had heard the story from the head maid, but it was possible that it was just a simple rumor that wasn't true at all. Lise listened attentively to the maid's story and reminded her that Ira had completely forgotten about her hair. After a while, Zirconia decided to familiarize Ira with her new labor and explained that her working day ends after dinner is cleaned up. But if Kazura asked for anything after hours, she should try to help him with any problem. Ira was surprised at the amount of her salary, for it had doubled and now it was unclear how difficult her job seemed to be. But Zirconia told her not to worry and explained that the amount in the contract was only an estimate and could increase in the future. Zirconia then explained that the most important change in the labor contract is that Ira will not be able to terminate the agreement for 10 years, and thus she will have to serve Lisa and Kazura at the same time. And it will also be necessary to help Mary and explain her new responsibilities. So if there are no further questions, Ira should just sign this agreement. But the girl replied that she was not quite sure of her abilities, because it was likely that it would be very difficult for her to do so much work at the same time. Ira asked her mistress if she could ask her advice if there were any insurmountable difficulties. Zirconia promised to help with any issue and advised her not to hesitate to ask her for help. Zirconia also suggested that Ira take her favor with a few servants and explained that since Mary would eventually become accustomed to her new job, the difficulties involved would quickly end. Ira thought about her decision and realized that her workload wouldn't really increase too much, especially the pay was far superior to before, and so it should be fine in the end. But then before signing the labor contract, Ira asked how she should proceed about Kazur and Liza's relationship. Zirconia had expected such a question and smiled broadly and replied that she would be very grateful if Ira would do everything in her power to bring her daughter and Kazura as close as possible. Zirconia explained to the excited maid that her daughter must be interested in Mr. Kazura in order for them to end up together. Zirconia stated that she had full confidence that Ira would be able to get good results with this problem. Ira couldn't contain her emotions and asked what would happen to Isaac in that case. Ira explained that Isaac had a good impression of Mr. Nelson when he was with Mr. Nelson. But then the maid thought she was making a mistake, for her words might seem like criticism to Zirconia. But nevertheless, Zirconia did not blame the maid for her frankness and recognized that Isaac really fit her daughter's standards and he was a pretty good guy from a decent family. But despite that, Kazura would still be the best option for Lise, because she is her mother and understands it better. Then suddenly Zirconia apologized to the maid for her delicate request because it would be very difficult to find methods to influence Kazur. Ira was surprised by this behavior of her mistress and tried to explain that everything would be fine. But Zirconia also explained that her request should be treated as a highly classified state secret and Ira should act carefully and not tell anyone about this conversation. Zirconia then asked the maid to sign the contract before she told her more details about the job ahead. But if she wasn't interested in all of this yet, then she shouldn't bother with Liza's business at all. Zirconia explained that she didn't want to force anything and Ira should make her own decision. Ira was very excited, but at the same time she was incredibly curious, and eventually the girl signed the employment contract and gave it to her mistress. Zirconia thanked the maid for the responsible choice and explained that Kazura was not really a human, but rather he was a representative of the divine world told about in an ancient legend. And now the events that had happened were almost the same as in that legend, and Ira had to take that into account during her work. Ira slowly began to realize that all this incredible restoration of the fields, as well as Kazur's considerable help in the most difficult cases, is a divine manifestation of power. Zirconia recognized that this was indeed true and such incredible help was valuable enough in times of peace. But she personally would like to develop cooperation with Kazura in the future. After all, with his help and his incredible divine power, it would be possible to prepare for the imminent war with the Velvet Kingdom. Ira cautiously asked that if they were to experience war again. Zirconia explained that unfortunately there are no options to avoid a future war. After all, the Kingdom of Velvet is too cold-blooded and bloodthirsty a country that will always try to attack its neighbors. But now thanks to Kazura everything should be fine in the end, because he has unique things and knowledge that goes against the logic of this world and will help to defeat the enemy. And if it was possible to get the blessing of spirits, then during the war it would be possible to avoid significant casualties and win a quick and decisive victory. But it must be realized that such a blessing is only for people who are close to you, and it can grant incredible power comparable to the divine. And that's why it would be ideal if Lies became a very close person to Kazur. The lady of the house then explained that all of this should be kept secret, and this conversation should remain a secret, and if Ira had any questions, she should come anytime. Ira fulfilled everything and thanked Zirconia for the detailed information, because now a lot of things were clear. Zirconia advised the maid not to worry and not to work too hard during her work, because all she had to do was to just point Lies in the right direction slightly, so that she would be as involved with Kazura as possible. Zirconia then thanked the maid for her understanding and explained that this was the end of their conversation and Ira could go about her business. The mistress of the house thought that if Kazura really fell in love with her daughter, he would be related to the Istel family and the country of Asteria, and in that case he could be counted on for support during a military conflict. Now the most important thing is to achieve the desired result. In the meantime, Kazura and Lies decided to start the construction of the granary and explained to the workers the plan for the upcoming events. Kazura explained that everyone should keep pouring out all the contents from the bags, and if everything continues at the current pace, they will be able to complete the construction of this important facility within 6 months. At the same time, the guy felt the gaze of the beautiful girl, and he wanted to look more responsible and intelligent at this moment. Then Kazura invited the workers to ask questions if they had any misunderstanding. Many of the workers had the same question about food and whether they would have to wait until they got home to eat. But Kazura had foreseen this problem and promised that meals would be provided at the workplace. The Istel family will cover the cost of the food and its delivery, which means that all meals will be free of charge. It was also allowed to take a break every half an hour, and the staff would always provide water for the workers, who should try to drink often to avoid passing out from overwork. Kazura was well aware that all these people would be working under the scorching sun, and so they needed to eat and rest for maximum efficiency. Kazura then decided to get busy installing the second water wheel and decide on its location. Lies didn't understand everything that was going on and decided that it was a very complicated task to keep track of everything and manage everything. The girl wondered if the crops would really be restored if the workers managed to scatter the contents of all the bags. Kazura said that the plants that have dried up completely will not be restored, but those that are still alive will be fully restored and will start to grow again as before. And fertilizer is a kind of medicine for the fields that will make them more fertile. It was still very difficult for Lisa to understand if all this would actually work, and she continued to listen carefully to Kazur. The guy also explained that there were other less effective ways to solve this problem, and that's why he wanted to use the fertilizer he had prepared for this purpose. Lies realized that all these strange things and the contents of the bags Kazura had brought from the land of the gods, and that this would really solve the problem. At the same time, Lies decided that the fastest one-way trip would take Kazura 3 days. And if her mother didn't ask Velvet for help, it's hard to imagine where Kazura could actually go for such unique goods. Kazura then explained that they needed to start sowing seeds now and asked if Lies knew what seeds were customary to sow here. The girl explained that unfortunately she didn't know much about agriculture in this area. If she did, she would certainly try to help. Lies had lectures on the subject, but she had not been very absorbed in the material, and as a result her memory had not memorized the important information. But the girl explained that if this year would be as usual, then the temperature should soon drop, and therefore it would be possible to plant potatoes and beans, because these crops are harvested just before the snowfall. Kazura thanked him for his help and asked what else could be planted besides potatoes and beans. Lies felt confident and suggested to grow round onions, which are leafy vegetables. Then the girl told him that in the fall they sow millet for bread and rata wheat. Lies gradually began to remember long forgotten information and told that would be used to dry it, and also from it extract oil for canning, and this happens when the beans are simply put in a box and pressed to the ground. Kazura decided that this was most likely similar to the method of producing his oil. It was all just trivial squeezing, which takes a huge amount of time and effort. Therefore, it would be much more efficient to use a centrifuge, just like the one his father used. Lies apologized for not knowing all the details of this method, but Kazura asked her not to worry about it and explained that he could figure it out himself. Then the guy praised Lisa for her good knowledge and advised her not to doubt her abilities, because she is actually a very smart and resourceful girl. Then Kazura remembered how he first met Lies on the streets of the city and asked if she often went out of the house. The girl explained that she often takes walks to change her surroundings and she is really interested in socializing with different people in this city. After all, such communication can be a good experience to know all the changes in the life of the citizens. Kazura praised for such an aspiration because it is worthy of a real ruler, who should always be interested in the problems of his people. He also asked her if she knew the local stores and the food that was produced in the city. Lies explained that she knows the local goods and suggested that next time they visit the shopping areas of the city together so that she could personally conduct a tour. Kazura of course agreed to this proposal as he was really interested in learning about the details of local life. Lies was also pleased and promised to give the best tour for Mr. Kazura because she knew almost all the stores and could introduce any traders. Kazura thought at this moment that this young girl is really incredibly sociable, and therefore her popularity among the local population is not surprising at all, because she can listen to every person and give some good advice. Then Kazura started to deal with the installation of the water wheel, and tried this time to avoid the problems that happened with the previous water wheel. At the same time, the guy did not carefully explain all the nuances and problems to Lisa. The girl was surprised by the extent of the work and was glad to get a new experience. The time at work passed very quickly and eventually it was time to rest and have lunch. Lies was surprised at the way Marie put a flavorful stew on everyone and thought it was very strange to cook such a dish in the intense heat. Kazura advised Marie and the rest of the servants to take a break and rest. Lies ended up offering Kazura a piece of meat that was cooked especially for her and explained that it went well with the bread Ira had made. Kazura was interested in the local food and agreed to try a small piece of meat. The meat indeed turned out to be incredibly tasty and asked if Ira could teach him how to cook a similar dish, since he was fine. Kazura then decided to treat Lies to something from the food he had brought back from Japan, but he didn't know where the tins were now lying. Lies asked not to worry and promised to try the unknown food next time. That said, the girl was pleased that she was actually very easy to communicate with Kazura, and now if he notices her attention to him, the overall impression will improve greatly. Kazura promised to treat Lies to a great seafood soup next time. Lies didn't really understand the guy's reaction and thought that maybe she had said something wrong after all. Lies wondered if Kazura was constantly eating food from strange jars. Kazura explained that this was not the case and that his main staple was a white grain called rice. Lies thought at this point that it would be nice to know what country this food came from and then she could understand where Kazura was born and raised. But at the same time, the girl realized that her parents consider this guy to be a very trustworthy person, and so there is no doubt that Kazura is a very influential and rich man. At the same time, he always looks very modest and he needs help in some matters. Kazura noticed the girl's attentive gaze and asked if she was alright. The girl explained that Kazura got a little dirty and she could help him wipe his clothes with his face. This embarrassed the guy and he instantly blushed. The workday ended very quickly and all the workers went back to their homes. Kazura said goodbye and Lies went to his room and then suddenly noticed Mrs. Zirconia, who was sitting quietly in the garden. Kazura quickly left his room and decided to chat with the girl. Zirconia explained that she really wanted to rest, but for some reason she couldn't fall asleep and so she went out into the garden, as she usually liked to look at the stars to relax before going to bed. Kazura looked up at the night sky and was incredibly surprised at the sheer number of stars in the clear sky, and decided that such a great view could really calm her down before going to sleep. Kazura advised to watch the stars on the roof, for there was a much better view. But Zirconia admitted that it was too problematic for her to climb the high ladder. But Kazura only grinned in response and said that's what old people usually say. After a few minutes of silence, Zirconia confessed that she was very happy that she had met Kazura. Such frankness came as a surprise to the boy and he didn't know how to respond to these words. Then Kazura offered to drink flavored tea because he had brought the whole kit and everything with him. Kazura quickly from a thermos of herbal tea with lime and lemon, which was wonderfully relaxing and thirst-quenching. Zirconia kept looking up at the starry sky the whole time and admitted that everything around me sometimes seems like a normal dream. Zirconia also started talking about the different constellations and the movement of the moon in the night sky. Kazura was not very astronomy-oriented, especially in this world, and decided that some other time he would be sure to find out more about it. Zirconia said that there was an opinion that while looking at the thin floating moon on a quiet night slowly, but surely grows an unbearable feeling of desire to return home. and it can be compared to a disease, and once infected that feeling will never go away. Kazuya realized that the girl was trying to explain what exactly is the concept of longing in this world, and judging by her words, Zirconia knows this feeling too well. The girl thanked for the wonderful treat and admitted that she felt considerably relaxed for the occasion, and now she would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. Kazuya advised to let him know if Zirconia suddenly couldn't sleep again, for then he would brew a new tea that would help relax her even more. Zirconia thanked him for his help and promised to drink more tea together. Kazuya stayed to watch the starry sky, which was really beautiful, and thought about what shape the moon was at this time in his native Japan. Early in the morning, it was the third day of work for Marie after her internship day at the new manor. Marie and Ira started cleaning Liza's room and then had to help her get dressed. Liza asked the new maid if she liked her new workplace. Marie replied that it was very good and everyone was treating her great. Lizzie asked Marie to tell her if Ira started to not bother her too much, and then she would calm her down very quickly. Liza explained that he was just joking, and actually Ira is a very nice girl. The two young maids then prepared the laundry for washing and decided to go to Kazur's room. Liza asked Ira how Marie was acting in general. Ira explained that she teaches Marie individually, and the new girl does her job well. Sometimes Marie even does her job too well, and it makes the other maids a little embarrassed. Liza admitted that she is a little worried that such a young girl Marie will now be around Kazuya all the time. Even though Kazuya's room is located in the mansion, it looks a little too organized for night visits. Ira explained that apparently because of this, both maids were to visit Kazuya at any time if he wanted to, and apparently that meant nighttime entertainment, although Kazuya had never asked or even hinted at such a thing. Liza decided that Kazuya probably wasn't into that sort of thing. Otherwise Ira would have known about it long ago and could have been invited to the guy's room. But Ira remembered that in the contract it was a condition of frequent use of the bathroom and keeping her body clean, which meant that such a condition couldn't just be an ordinary whim of Mrs. Zirconia. Ira and Mary then shared the load of cleaning and laundry. Kazuya greeted the maids and decided to head to the kitchen. The girls decided that Kazuya most likely wanted breakfast and promised to take care of his room. As she stayed in Kazuya's room, the maid Ira smelled a scent that she really liked, and then looked out the window and heard the familiar noise of a generator, but decided that it could just be an auditory hallucination. Ira gathered the bedding and inhaled Kazuya's scent with pleasure. Just at that moment, Mary peeked into the room and caught her partner in the act. Ira was instantly embarrassed and pretended that nothing had happened. After cleaning the rooms, Ira went to Zirconia to discuss double-checking and adjusting Lisa's daily schedule. Zirconia asked if Ira and Marie had really accompanied Lizzie while she worked and if it was really too hot in the barns. Ira said that all the workers are working hard without a single complaint, although it is certainly very hot there because of the too bright sun. Ira explained that Liza and Kazuya worked very well together, and it was noticeable that people were very fond of Liza regardless of her status. At the same time, Liza tried to participate and constantly showed knowledge in different matters, which surprised Kazuya-san. Zirconia decided that he knew Kazuya all too little and it might be worth putting this matter aside. Ira explained that Liza's behavior was very persistent and she was really trying hard to ease Kazuya's busyness. Liza showed great knowledge about the lives of the common people and the state of the city. All these topics really interested Kazuya, and they chatted for a very long time. Ira confirmed that Liza looked very dignified and really managed to attract Kazuya's attention not only with her words but also with her stunning looks. Therefore, the longer they spent time together, the more they would get to know each other. Zirconia was happy with the result and asked Ira to keep looking after Liza and Kazuya, while she herself decided to take care of the meeting list for Liza. In the evening during dinner in the dining room for the servants and workers, it was very noisy and everyone was discussing business and recent events. Marie quickly attracted attention and became quite popular because of her good qualities at such a young age. One of the servants asked Ira who she used to be and how she was able to agree to work for Lisa and Kazuya at once. Ira explained that she could handle such worries and that's why she accepted the new job, especially since Mary was also helping her with these things. The workers and maids were discussing how Liza was making a very good impression on Kazuya, and they had a very long and good conversation calling each other by name. Everyone was really very happy with their work and the new reforms in production, and they all hoped for the recovery of the crops and a good harvest in the future. At the same time, everyone rejoiced at the true friendship between Liza and Kazuya and even speculated that they might get married in the future. After dinner, Ira felt tired from the noisy company and conversations and decided to go rest. But then she suddenly saw Marie outside Kazuya's room. Marie was excited and crying, and asked Ira to explain to her urgently what the night visit of Mr. Kazuya meant. Mary explained that since Kazura wasn't calling, she had decided that she had to visit him so late herself, but that she didn't know what a night visit was really like and it really scared her. Marie then started crying even harder and stated that if this keeps up, she will just seek help from Hygiene. Ira was shocked by this behavior of Mary's and asked her not to cling to her and to calm down immediately. Kazura heard a commotion in the hallway and decided to find out what was wrong. The guy asked the maids what was going on and what they were so worried about, but Ira he quickly oriented in the situation, grabbed Marie, and ran away. After managing to calm Marie, Ira still made it to her bed and decided that she needed to sleep. But before falling asleep, Ira still thought that a nighttime visit was indeed a necessary procedure. As she fell asleep, Ira admitted to herself that it would be nice to be made at least a concubine, and then she could somehow diversify her life as a regular maid. The next day, Kazura planned to work on installing water wheels on the eastern and southern waterways, but he didn't know if he could count on Liza's help tomorrow. Zirconia promised that Liza would help him with the job, and she had already adjusted her other cases for that. Nelson, on the other hand, recognized that things were going very well so far and thanked Kazura for the tremendous help he had provided. Kazura explained that thanks to Liza's efforts, the efficiency had increased dramatically and the water wheel that had been installed had also helped with water dispersion. Nelson admitted that he was embarrassed to say it, but he was very surprised by his daughter's abilities, and it was due to Liza's incredible popularity among the townsfolk. Kazura inquired about Zirconia's well-being and asked if she had finally gotten a good night's sleep. The girl admitted that she had slept really well that night and apologized for making Kazura worry about it. The boy then asked if he could count on Isaac and Hygiene to help him with their continued involvement with the fertilizer. The responsible soldiers promised to do their best to accomplish the goal. It turned out that there were no problems with the construction of the granary at the moment. Kazura asked Nelson about the issue of finances, but the master of the house promised to solve the issue and explained that if things continued to move at such an accelerated pace, he would have to put other projects on hold and cut the budget a bit. If the food situation improved, he could expect some improvement, but it wouldn't be soon enough because it would take time to repair the damage caused by the famine before the crops could be harvested. Kazura offered to draw up a detailed plan on the matter. Nelson agreed, because he had to decide whether to ask for more financial aid from the kingdom or to increase the logging in the neighborhood in order to mass-produce wood. There is also mining, but unfortunately the productivity of this industry is not very high. Kazura asked if gold could be mined here and asked for more details, but Nelson explained that unfortunately there was no such valuable resource within his territory and gold could only be mined in the capital of this kingdom. Kazura thought about ways to make money and regretted that there was no sea nearby, because then they could mass-produce salt. A good idea was to start producing mortar, but some problems in this world make that impossible, so the ideal solution was to sell something expensive. Kazura explained the price that selling some important and useful resource was the best quick way to improve the financial situation. Kazura showed Nelson the so-called power stones and asked if he could sell them. They were actually ordinary semi-precious stones from a souvenir store in Japan that were not worth much, but their appearance made them a very attractive commodity. Nelson liked the beautiful shape and admitted that he had never seen anything like it, but even at their worst, such stones could sell for more than 10,000 each. Such a price surprised and pleased Kazura, for it seemed fantastic. Kazura asked which of the stones would cost more, and it turned out that Nelson had priced the transparent stones from the souvenir shop higher. Nelson explained that this kind of transparent obsidian was very rare, and therefore valued the most. Kazura was happy to have this opportunity and took out a whole bundle of obsidian balls from his bag and announced that he was having a real sale. Nelson was delighted at the amount of obsidian he saw, but Kazura apologized for his words and explained that they were ordinary spheres made in the lands of the gods and they were called glass. Kazura asked if it was possible to improve financially with these things. Nelson explained that such balls could easily be sold at an inflated price, although because the stones were unusual it would be difficult to find a buyer quickly. But the likelihood of people showing up looking for the source of the stones is high. Kazura still decided that multicolored balls would be valued much more than such transparent ones. Zirconia was surprised and wanted to see other such things. Kazura promised to bring other similar balls from his homeworld that would be like incredible treasures and asked what colors were best to bring. Zirconia asked to bring her yellow-green colored balloons as well as a light blue color. It would also be great if the balloons were all different shapes. Kazura decided that the balloons that are there would help cover some of the costs. The guy then decided to pay attention to the chronic shortage of funds and increasing population growth, and suggested making a device called a hand pump. Kezura explained that there is a limit to the number of places where water wheels can be installed, but this is different. Such a pump can be installed anywhere and water can be raised 5 meters. But the pump would require a person to draw the water, and the amount of water one would get at one time would not be too high. Zirconia was excited about such prospects related to the pump and promised to organize the men and prepare all the necessary tools. Nelson asked if it would be possible to install this device called a pump in narrow places like tunnels. Kezura answered that it was possible, because it was a mechanism for pumping water in which a long cylinder was attached to its underside and its size was not very large. Nelson asked to use such a device in the mines after it was completed. This surprised Kezura very much and he inquired why it was necessary. Nelson explained about such a mechanism will be able to pump out underground water, because groundwater is sometimes found while digging tunnels in mountainous areas. And when the amount of water becomes too much, then the workers have no choice but to give up digging. Kezura realized that in this way it would be possible to extract ore from hard-to-reach places. Also, it will be possible to use a pump to collect a large amount of water in one place, and then it will be possible to open new deposits, because thanks to this we'll be able to instantly wash the ore in open mines. Kezura was surprised by Nelson's very sharp thinking. It was clear why he was a lord. Nelson continued to explain that if the pump could be used to drain the tunnels after they were flooded, then all that would be left was to collect the washed ore. Zirconia then asked what Kezura had in mind and then talked about a good idea to improve the eating habits of the citizens and a new method of making money. Kezura asked those present if they had ever heard of an ice house and explained that simply put it is a storage facility created out of ice. For it, ice is taken out of a lake or pond in the winter and then collected in special places and taken out in the summer for use. Kezura explained that there is a way to preserve the ice for a long time so it doesn't melt. Nelson was delighted with this idea because it made it possible to store and preserve meat and fish in the ice house. Kezura praised the Lord for his ingenuity and explained that it really helped to keep food fresh for a very long time. The whole idea is to simply store the ice blocks in the winter and then sell them in the summer. And if you can produce and sell this kind of refrigerator at the same time, the demand for ice will be inexhaustible. Such instances of ice houses can be made as large as a small closet. Nelson decided that at what size such a device can be placed in ordinary houses, and if you engage in cutting ice in the winter, it will still be free. The only problem is that to extract the ice, a pond would be needed from which the ice would be cut. This means that you need to create a tank for ice near the granary. It should be realized that it may not be easy to get a good enough harvest, and it may be better to create a new tank on top of the mountain. Kezura promised to go with Zirconia next time to choose a new location, and he would refine the principle of the ice house itself after he returned to the god's homeland. But for the moment, the ice house project would be temporarily suspended, and now it was necessary to talk about the more precise operation of the water wheel, so he would need to visit the workshop for that. Meanwhile, Ira could not sleep and kept thinking about the mission that Mrs. Zirconia had asked her to perform. She realized that she had no choice but to accept the mission, but she never had the right moment. Circumstances were such that Kezura he was always around someone and there was no way to talk to him alone. But in any case there was no need to worry, and most likely Lies and Kezura would be together even without her help. All that was left was to figure out what to tell Mrs. Zirconia about the whole affair. Ira still couldn't decide. She needed to drink some tea, and then maybe she could sleep. Ira kept thinking about what was going to happen today and remembered that she had stayed up late during dinner and had recently been drinking a Chinesia. Walking into the dining room, the girl was surprised to see Kezura. The boy didn't expect to see Ira so late and asked if she had come for hot water too. Ira tried to explain that she wanted to drink tea, but at that moment she blushed a lot and was embarrassed because she didn't expect this meeting and didn't look very good. But Kezura noticed the girl's excitement and quickly prepared her a flavored tea. Ira thanked him for his concern, and Kezura admitted that he was going to drink tea before going to bed. Then the guy offered to treat himself to sweets, which went perfectly with the tea. The girl immediately recognized the delicious cookies and was happy to try them. Ira was surprised by the wonderful flavor of the sweet cookies, for she had never eaten anything like them before. Kezura explained that there were different kinds of cookies and offered to try all the kinds he had. Ira wondered what such sweets were made of. Kezura explained that the main ingredients are sugar, butter, salt, and various other things. Ira had never heard of butter before, and Kezura explained that butter is made by putting animal milk in a container and shaking it vigorously. Kazuya promised to clarify the exact process of making butter next time and suggested the girl try making it together. Ira gladly accepted the offer and suggested that she try to juice the milk from the Miyagi that was available on the mansion grounds. Kazuya explained that he wouldn't return to his country until the day after tomorrow, and after his return he could try making butter on a free day. The guy then explained that he usually came to the kitchen at this late hour, and if Ira wanted to join him, he would be sure to treat her to some more herbal tea. The girl promised to prepare sweets and bring them over. The next day, Kazuya went with Zirconia to the carpentry shops to discuss the problem of the faulty part, and with the swimming carpenter. The chief spoiler explained that the problem of the faulty parts was just a guess and advised to stop by a man named Krupp, who was in charge of drilling the blades for the water wheel. And if the water wheel still wouldn't work immediately after the fix, it would mean that the repair shop had made bad external parts. Zirconia decided to immediately go to the next workshop and find out about the problem. The master carpenter then stated that after hearing about the problem he had formed his own opinion, which he wanted to share. The craftsman explained that they are craftsmen and for them poor quality work is absolutely unacceptable. And if the Krupp workshop is indeed the cause of the poor performance of the water wheel, he will personally beat this man. But to do that, the real cause of the breakdown must be found out. The foreman then explained that Krupp's father and his best apprentices had died in the war. In his workshop, too, one good master died and another lost his right hand, and so there is a shortage of good personnel. The master also explained that requests from the ruler have initial priority over all others, but that all craftsmen realize that this is no reason to lose accuracy in a hurry. However, everyone should realize that artisans also have limits, and good craftsmen are often sent to the front lines to build camps and repair weapons, and old masters died of disease and because of the unusual marching life. It takes more than 20 years for an ordinary man to become a full-fledged craftsman, and there is currently a severe shortage of good craftsmen. Lies explained to her mother that the elder's position was reasonable, because all the artisans were working too hard for the good of the territory, so they couldn't be blamed for some of the mistakes. Liza's statement pleased the artisans, and the girl again became a favorite of the locals for her kindness and understanding. Zirconia said that she understands everything and will not punish anyone, so everyone can be calm. But no matter what, the main thing is to find out the cause of the water wheel problems and then fix all the inaccuracies. Kazuya thanked Lies for her help, and then noticed the strange look of Zirconia, but decided not to pay attention to it, and pretend that he only cared about his work. Eventually, after this meeting, Kazuya explained to Nelson, and what's worse, every workshop lacks skilled craftsmen and labor. That's why the situation with the water wheel not working properly happened. Nelson thanked for this information and apologized for failing to supervise the work of the artisans and making a mistake in the management. Kazuya then promised to try to solve the problem and provide better quality tools, because if the efficiency of the work can be improved, the workload of the artisans will be reduced. At the same time, Kazuya noticed that Zirconia had become more reserved in her remarks and asked her not to worry about the situation. Kazuya promised that he wouldn't have to deal with the problem and that the water wheel would eventually work. The girl thanked for understanding and also for the kind words. Kazuya then thought that the blacksmith's workshop was facing the same problem as the carpenter's, and so he could be helped if he could provide good tools. Therefore, it would be necessary to think carefully about what kind of tools these people needed and buy them from the construction store. There was also an acute problem with wells, because if you dig dirty water, it will lead to bad consequences. During washing, clothes would be stained with a reddish clay color, and food after cooking with this water will taste terrible and stomach problems will occur. Nelson thanked Kazuya for trying to solve all sorts of problems and admitted that he had long ago despaired of solving the problems with the wells, for it was obvious that waterways could not run through the entire city. In fact, Kazuya knew nothing at all about the methods of digging wells and extracting water, so he decided to buy books and ask an expert from Japan to solve the problem. Kazuya then praised Lisa for her ability to negotiate perfectly with the craftsmen, for she was able to calm the indignant people and she had a great hope in solving all the problems. Zirconia shared that they buy mud directly from the artisans for hair and skin care. Although many people use soap, Lies still prefers this mud. Kazuya was surprised by this strange choice, because of course it was much more convenient to use regular soap. But Nelson explained that this specific mud possesses and it can saturate the hair and skin with nutrients. Kazuya eventually decided to ask her personally, for this was a topic he was very interested in. Kazuya asked Zirconia if she too was using this healing mud. The girl explained that she didn't really spend too much time on such things, but would definitely try it out someday. The next morning, Kazuya once again looked over the list of everything he had been able to write down the night before during the conversation and thought about how long it would take to solve all these problems. Kazuya explained to Lies that his trip might take longer than expected, but he would surely come back with various useful things. For now, Lies would remain as an observer of the water wheel construction. The girl promised to complete her assignment and asked Kazuya to take care of himself while traveling. Then Lies unexpectedly gave the guy a red-colored bracelet which looked very nice. The girl was embarrassed at that moment and explained that she tried very hard but was not sure if the bracelet was good. Kazuya thanked for such a beautiful gift and promised to cherish it. This scene was witnessed by Isaac, who was outraged by Lies's behavior and felt a strong attack of jealousy. After saying goodbye, Kazuya went towards the wagon and asked Marie to follow him. Lies was upset at parting with Kazuya and watched the creaking wagons moving away in the road dust for a long time more. The girl then decided to move on to the construction of the water wheel, and explained that she wanted to buy some things on her way home and so she could finish early today. Lies noticed the maid's strange state and asked what was wrong with her. Ira explained to her mistress that her act had been too mean to Isaac, but Lies explained that there was nothing she could do about it now and it was much more tactful than continuing to stall and give Isaac false hope, even if it hadn't happened in the nicest way. But Ira made it all count that giving Kazuya a gift right in front of Isaac was very cruel. The bracelet of grace expressed different attitudes towards the person he was giving it to, and it was all about the color of the embroidered thread. The white thread symbolized a declaration of love for the one who was leaving. Red thread was a symbol of interest in the person, and black thread was an invitation for an evening meeting. Lies explained that such an act was much better than reassuring Isaac, and then eventually turning him down. That way, they wouldn't have to waste energy on unnecessary explanations and words in the future. Lies explained that she had already made her choice in favor of Kazuya, and sincerely wanted to become his wife, and that's why she wanted to find out as much information about this man as possible. Lies realized that she had become very close to Kazuya through her work and that it had happened in a matter of days, but it could not be said that she had experienced any difficulties. Ira agreed with Lies, but still continued to be very worried about Isaac's condition. The maid then apologized for her displeasure and promised not to revisit the topic again, and Lies suggested not to waste time and get on with her important work. By evening, Kazuya reached the right place and thanked all his subordinates for a great job. Then the guy explained that he continued his journey alone and back. Kazuya expected to manage in a few days, and at the same time he was very worried about Valletta, because they had not seen each other for more than 10 days. Kazuya wanted to get to Grisai's village as soon as possible and find out how things were going there. Kazuya was surprised at the changed appearance of the village, namely the fortifications and observation towers that had been erected. Valletta was very happy to see Kazuya did not inform her that the work had stopped due to lack of material. She was a little behind the plan. The girl asked for more material and Kazuya promised to deliver anything. Then the conversation continued over dinner and Valletta was surprised that Istria was in a very difficult situation. Kazuya explained that if the help was delayed for another 6 months it would be too late, and the next step would be the expansion of the agricultural land, as well as water supply problems for the local population. As it turns out, there is a huge shortage of fresh water there too, and it's all due to the urban structure that doesn't allow waterways to reach all the neighborhoods. Valletta's father finished with her husband decided to go on a night patrol, and promised to return at dawn. Kazuya wondered why do that since there is an entrance from Isaac and you can leave that worry to them. But the elder replied, "You better be prudent, for no one knows what might happen at night." Kazuya thought that he had been hearing that kind of phrase a lot lately, though maybe he just thought it. But either way, Kazuya felt uncomfortable being alone with the girl. Although Kazuya could not deny the fact that he really thinks a lot about Valletta, although she is only now 15 years old, and he is 25 and so their age difference is too great, and if you remember the laws of Japan, it is such a relationship is generally forbidden. Valletta immediately noticed the favor bracelet on Kazuya's arm and was visibly upset. The boy explained that the bracelet had been given to him by Nelson's daughter when he left town. These words upset Valletta even more, for she knew the meaning of such bracelets. What Kazuya didn't tell her was that it was difficult for Lisa to reach out to the territory, and also that this girl was very popular among the townspeople even though she was now only 14 years old. Kazuya explained that this young lady treats everyone equally, and was so kind and grateful that she gave him this bracelet. And most likely nobles marry while still young and apparently Lies is already starting to think about it. Valletta quietly listened to the story and felt jealousy. Valletta asked if she had said any words to Lies when she gave the bracelet. Kezura had absolutely no idea why it bothered Valletta so much and explained that Lies had merely asked her to take care of herself. The boy asked if he understood correctly that this bracelet was something like a protective amulet. Valletta explained that it could be said that way, and most likely Lies wanted Kezura to be careful and keep himself healthy. Kezura still noticed the chagrin on Valletta's face and realized that he had been talking all along about how good and capable Lies was, and maybe that didn't please Valletta. The girl then stated that she had one request, and that was that it would be nice for Kezura to buy her some books in her homeworld. It would be better for them if the books were historical or specialized if possible. The girl explained that she had a lot of books, of course, but she had already learned their contents by heart. So she would like to get books on architecture, medicine, or even military science, anything she has seen. It would also be interesting to read historical books where details about the world were told. Kezura was surprised at Valletta's abilities, who really in such a short period of time was able to read a huge amount of books and wanted to keep studying and learning a lot from new books. Valletta explained that she would be very grateful for any new books as she was very bored in the evenings. Kezura promised to bring a huge number of new books and to select the most interesting titles on various topics. The next morning, the village girls busied themselves with washing in the water canal. It was very warm and clear and the laundry could dry quickly. Isaac asked Valletta if Mr. Kezura had returned to the land of the gods. The girl explained that he had promised to return tomorrow evening, though he warned that after that he would have to go back to his homeland for new things. Isaac explained that he was very grateful to Kezura for his great help for the country, and he would really like Kezura not to overwork herself and rest in the village. Isaac also asked Valletta to let him know of any difficulties and then he could help her. The girl explained that she did have a small request. Valletta suddenly asked the young soldier to teach her martial arts so she could defend herself in case of danger. The girl explained that when the village was attacked she was so scared that the fear paralyzed her body. If it happened again, she wanted to be prepared and try to defend herself. Valletta also admitted that she wanted to be able to defend Khazar if the need arose, and so she wanted to get stronger and learn martial arts. But Isaac explained that unfortunately you can't learn your arts very quickly and it takes a lot of practice and repetition. And special techniques to protect people would take months to learn. Isaac reminded her that his ability to come to Grisai's village was limited, so they would not be able to hold regular lessons. But Valletta decided not to give up on her request and asked him to teach her at least the basics, because then she could continue learning on her own. But Isaac said that even learning the basics takes a huge amount of time and he was not sure that Valletta's physique was suitable for close combat. But in the end Isaac agreed to have a small training match. He explained that if Valletta lost, she would have to forget about her desire to learn martial arts. But the girl was serious and offered to test her abilities. Isaac explained that she could choose any weapon she wanted to use. In the end, Valletta chose the spear, and Isaac, of course, stayed with his short sword. The guy explained that he would not attack first and so Valletta could think carefully about her attack. After she attacks, he would be forced to counterattack and so he should not forget about defense. Isaac looked at his opponent carefully and suddenly admitted to himself that he really felt some kind of threat from this young girl. As a result, Isaac suggested that Valletta should attack him as vigorously as possible with the intention of killing him, to pretend as if she was actually in a real battle. Valletta took this suggestion too seriously and really attacked Isaac very quickly and decisively. The guy was surprised and had a hard time blocking the blow. Dodging turned out to be really very problematic from Valletta's swift lunges. After that, Isaac counterattacked and tried to hit the girl. Valletta's physical strength was certainly not enough and she was unable to hold back Isaac's very strong blow. But by deftly dodging the attack, the girl was able to hit Isaac in the face with her fist. This was an unexpected event for and Valletta was startled to see Isaac's broken nose. The girl apologized for her action and explained that she overreacted. But the boy was surprised by such abilities of the young girl. Isaac then decided that Valletta had received some sort of divine blessing from Khazar, and now she could better utilize her physical abilities. Isaac explained that she should have warned him beforehand, and although it was only a training version of the spear, one must realize that even with this weapon, one could be injured. Valletta apologized again for her unexpected blow and asked if Isaac would teach her martial arts. The young soldier admitted that he was defeated, and Valletta was indeed able to surprise him with her abilities. Isaac then promised that he would take care of the training, but it would be gradual as there was no hurry. Then the guy tried to throw a few punches and Valletta was able to block them, but she was slightly injured. Isaac apologized for his diligence and promised to immediately take the girl to Kezura so he could treat the wound. But then he remembered that at the moment Kazuya had gone to the lands of the gods. Valletta asked not to worry as her wound was not serious. The girl asked to keep their training secret from Kazuya as she didn't want to worry him. Isaac promised to keep their training secret as well and not to tell Kazuya about it unless Valletta herself wanted to. While the guy apologized once more for the blow he had taken and offered to treat the wound as soon as possible. But Valletta replied that there was no need to worry and the wound was not serious enough to pay attention. Isaac was surprised by this attitude and strange beliefs of the girl. Isekai'd then decided to go back to the village and wash up, and Valletta promised to bring a clean towel. Meanwhile, Kazuya met Nina and thanked her for her support, because he was always there to help. Kazuya really considered this girl a good friend and was glad that Valletta was already able to go after that terrible attack on the village. Nina admitted that she was even a little jealous of Valletta's idea of being her friend, indeed very lucky. Nina then apologized for that stupid joke and blushed with embarrassment. Kazuya asked the girl to let him know if anything strange happens. Nina promised to keep a close eye on Valletta, advised Kazuya not to worry during his journey. After that, Kazuya decided to waste no time and attend to important matters. After returning to his real world, the guy decided to first of all call his father and inquire about the copper and tin preparation. After that, Kazuya first went to the glass burner workshop and was surprised by the huge amount of different goods and the most incredible tools. Kazuya was confused by the abundance of such goods and wondered where to start. He didn't know whether it was better to choose hard or soft glass, because he had to understand how to process it and whether it would be valued on the Istrian market. Then Kazuya turned to the girl seller and explained that it was the first time he was doing something like this and would like to get a complete set of tools for glass processing. The girl was happy to help and asked the young buyer about his budget, as there is a big difference in price depending on the tool. As it turned out, the burner for hard glass together with the oxygen generator cost 300,000 yen. The burner for soft glass in the form of a gas stove was estimated at only 40,000 yen. Kazuya immediately explained that the price didn't matter to him and he needed that oxygen device. The girl was happy to see a rich customer and promised to explain how to use it. In the end, the thoughtful saleswoman offered the best option of a burner together with an oxygen generator, the price for which amounted to 500,000 yen. It was also possible to buy an electric furnace, which is used at the stage of cooling the finished products. Thanks to such a furnace prevented the cracking of glass products from a sharp temperature difference. Kazuya immediately realized that such a powerful device would consume too much energy, but the girl explained that there are other methods that allow you to slowly cool the finished product. To do this, you need to put the hot glass object in a special box and fill it with a special mixture. Even empty cookie jars are suitable for this procedure. Then Kazuya asked if there are any other good tools that would be used and reminded that the price does not matter at all. The girl advised to buy special tweezers and safety glasses, and it was also important to buy a gas cylinder. Having finished shopping for glass processing equipment, Kazuya went to the store to get advice on buying hand pumps and a method of digging wells. Kazuya thanked the owner of the establishment for responding to his request, as it was difficult to explain over the phone to take offense to a situation that needed to be resolved. Kazuya explained that there was a problem with the water from the well and it was quite unstable. The landlord explained that this is because the upper waters are rich in iron and make it unusable, and also the mountain sand enters the water layer, and this also degrades the quality of the water, making it too cloudy. Kazuya asked if it was possible to dig through all these unusable layers and get to a clean spring. The man explained that it is enough to get to the so-called sea sand, and a layer of this fine sand can pour out good stable water, and so it is desirable to shift the position of digging and find out where there are no bedrock. The owner offered to help with the construction and asked where this spring would be located, but Kazuya explained that he planned to do it himself and just needed the necessary tools for this work. The owner promised to teach Kazuya all the necessary procedures and provide him with the necessary equipment, because digging wells is an adventurer's dream and he understands the young man's aspirations. In the evening, Kazuya tried to rest in his apartment and decided that he was finally able to pack all the things he needed. Tomorrow it was necessary to pick up a more powerful generator, as well as learn how to make butter properly, and for that it would be a good idea to buy a centrifuge. Just at that moment my father called to say that he had arranged for delivery the day after tomorrow by 10 o'clock in the morning. Among the equipment was copper and tin weighing over 500 kilograms, as well as a propane gas cylinder and metal saws. Kazuya thanked his father for his help. The excited father then inquired if Kazuya was okay. The boy explained that he was fine and had not gotten into any unpleasant story, and in general if something happened it would be too late to regret it anyway. But to solve the problem, Then his father started talking to someone in parallel and asked Kazur to call him more often and let him know how he was feeling. After that, the father apologized and suddenly cut off the call, much to the young lad's surprise. Meanwhile, Valletta and Nina were discussing the situation with the bracelet on Kazur's arm. Nina was indignant that Valletta was missing her chance and could not make up her mind to confess. But Valletta, feeling very embarrassed, admitted that she couldn't say such serious things suddenly and needed the right moment. Nina asked why Valletta hadn't made up her mind to confess when they had hugged in the evening. But Valletta explained that she had been under the influence of the essential oil then and her thoughts had been too confused from the intense relaxation, while being scared to hear Kazur's rejection. Nina stated that Kazura would never say no in such a situation and so Valletta should repeat the essential oil trick and be much more persistent and go all the way. But Valletta replied that it was hard for her to cross that line because she was too ashamed of her desires. But Nina explained that there is nothing wrong with that and it is quite natural for any person who loves another person. Nina stated that if Valletta continued to doubt and waste time, she would just miss her chance and Lies would get all of Kazur's attention and love. Valletta admitted that she really doesn't understand how she should do the right thing, because he is too embarrassed when he is alone with Kazura's. Nina continued to explain how to proceed, but also admitted that Valletta is too bad when it comes to sudden situations. Nina then suggested action immediately and demanded that Valletta explain to Lisa by any means necessary that Kazura was in her area of interest. Eventually, Valletta followed her friend's recommendation and sewed a bracelet with white thread. At the same time, Valletta felt an incredible sense of shame at being so overt. Nina explained that if Kazura wore the white thread bracelet all the time, other women would not dare to touch it. And if Kazura learns the real meaning of this bracelet symbol, he will immediately understand Vallette's feelings. Then Nina advised her friend to be patient and not to worry, because if she does everything right, it will definitely bring her closer to Kazura. And when that happens, that Kazura himself will not mind flirting and intimacy. Also, Nina reminded that once Kazura will accept Valletta's feelings, then it will be possible to move on to another stage of rapprochement and give him a bracelet with a black thread. After that, Valletta would have to decide to be intimate with Kazura because then they could get married. All these events worried Valletta too much, but still the girl decided to listen to the words of her friend. And then, left alone, she began to study the properties of aromatic oils. Most of all, Valletta was interested in the properties of lavender aromatic oil, because it helped her to relax last time. As a result, Valletta spent the whole night reading books and studying the properties of various aromatic oils. And then the girl was surprised to notice that it was already morning. Meanwhile, Kazura woke up in his apartment and felt that he really managed to get some sleep. The guy took a quick shower and then drank an energy drink and decided that he had another busy day ahead of him and needed to put his best foot forward. Kazura fueled up the car and headed out of town. Looking at the time, the guy realized that he was back just in time and the delivery should arrive soon with the goods. Indeed, very soon a delivery truck appeared and the guy explained that he had a delivery from Mr. Shino Kazura. That was correct and all that was left was to get busy unloading the delivered goods. Kazura asked to leave all the goods outside and that cut down the unloading time considerably and pleased the delivery guys. Kazura thanked the workers and decided to wait for the truck to drive away. After that, Kazura decided to check out the delivered goods and was pleased when he saw a beautiful hydroelectric generator that was going to be of great use in the other world. Kazura then decided that until another delivery arrived he had time to check this beautiful hydroelectric generator so that if it malfunctioned, he could replace it immediately. But in order to do that, he had to read the manual carefully, because he had never used such a tool before. As it turned out, the manual said that this generator requires a certain degree of inclination of the water flow. This was a surprise for Kazur, because now it was necessary to calculate the correct slope of the water channel. At the same time, the young man remembered that the water channel near Mr. Nelson's mansion was absolutely flat, which meant that it would be impossible to install this wonderful device and get power for other electrical tools. All this upset Kazura too much and he thought that he should have clarified all these nuances in advance. Then Kazura wondered if he could put a water wheel on this narrow water channel, but that would require an aqueduct to be built to be able to draw water, and somehow install a hydroelectric generator to generate electrical power. All these nuances greatly increased the workload of the task. Kazura also realized that now he would need help to realize this project. but it would be necessary to calculate the correct load of the water wheel to get the necessary amount of water. As a result, the guy decided that he would need to discuss this thoroughly with the others before installing the hydroelectric generator. Soon the next delivery of goods showed up, which turned out to be digging tools. The volume of goods delivered was quite large and all the tools had to be dealt with. Kazuya marveled at the excellent stone chisels that looked perfect and were made of a super strong carbide material. Analog tools like these would be necessary for work in the other world as they were only made to order. Kazuya remembered how surprised the salesman was when he asked for a huge amount of these expensive tools. Kazuya explained to the store that he was just going to give these tools away to some of his acquaintances, but even so, everyone looked at him with great suspicion. Kazuya also got the plans for the tools used during the ancient Japanese Meiji era, and it would be nice if mass production of such tools could be organized in the city of Istria. Such a solution could greatly improve the lives of the locals and accelerate their industrial development. But then the young reformer thought about the possibility of smelting steel. After all, the discovery of iron was to be a revolutionary event in the ancient history of any civilization. That said, Kazuya decided not to interfere with the natural course of events and was not going to teach people from another world how to do it. Though it really depended on the situation of the surrounding countries and one had to make decisions based on that. Kazuya decided that if some discovery and solution had already been found in another country, then he would have every right to transfer the already existing technology to Nelson and Zirconia. But to understand the situation and find out the extent of the technology, he would need to listen to it carefully when he returned to Istria. Though with that said, it was of course obvious that if it was possible to utilize iron and create steel, the work of developing the country would go much easier and faster. Kazuya thought about the fact that it would be a good idea to buy a technical book on steelmaking technology in advance, just in case, so as not to waste time. After all the goods had been collected and prepared for shipment to the other world, Kazuya decided that it was time to start transporting the goods. He remembered that it had been a long time since he had ridden his magnificent crawler tractor, which he liked very much. But now he had to hurry up and move all the goods to Grisai's village and start digging immediately. Valletta was very happy to see Kazuya return and marveled at how many useful things he had brought back from the land of the gods. Kazuya greeted the girl and explained that he had not been able to bring all the goods at once and needed to make another trip back. Valletta said that she had just finished cooking dinner, and this time she was able to make rice and red beans. Kazuya happily agreed to try the dish as he was hungry enough. Kazuya remembered how much food he had bought that could be used to make a variety of dishes. Kazuya explained that in his country such a dish was served on special occasions, and it could be said that today was a small celebration. Valletta explained that she was really in a festive mood because Kazuya had finally returned. The boy was a little embarrassed at such candor and suggested they go inside the house. There was indeed a lot of food, and besides rice and red beans, there was also baked fish, fresh vegetable salad and fried potatoes, and an omelette with tomatoes on the table. Kazuya was delighted with the very tasty omelette and confessed that it had been a very long time since he had eaten anything so fine. Old Valen agreed with the lad and praised his favorite daughter for her culinary talents. Valletta immediately resented that her father had already had time to taste the food, for she wanted Kazuya to do it first. But the father apologized and explained that he couldn't resist such a wonderful aroma. Kazuya agreed with the old man and confirmed that Valletta had indeed learned to cook very well. Valen asked the lad if his daughter's food could compete with the dishes prepared at the nobleman's mansion. Kazuya replied that the food Valletta cooked was much tastier, and that pleased the girl. Valen suddenly stated that his daughter would be a great wife for a good man. This all too obvious hint made Kazuya immediately cough, and he was offered a drink of water. After lunch, Kazuya went to the field and was surprised to find the plants growing too slowly. Valletta explained that even though some of the other plants were growing normally, these ones were not growing as described in the book. Kazuya couldn't figure out what the cause was. It didn't look like poisoning. Kazuya noticed that the peppermint had originally grown fast, which was achieved with fertilizer. But now the problem might be nutrients, because the growth had stopped even though there was too much fertilizer. Valletta explained that she didn't notice anything suspicious and always watered the plants on time and pulled any weeds she noticed. Kazuya hesitated and asked how big the weeds were next to the plants. The girl replied that the weeds were over 1 centimeter and looked pretty big, but she pulled them as soon as they started to sprout. Kazuya looked at the peppermint and tried to understand the reason for the stoppage of growth, and he had one unproven theory. Kazuya explained that perhaps the nutrients were depleted, and if the nutrients were sufficient, the weeds would have grown to larger sizes. Valletta inquired about the vegetables in the fields then. The lad decided that if the weeds were stealing nutrients, then in that case rapid vegetable growth was impossible. It was also known that in the village the weeds are carefully pulled out every day together with the root. This should leave some more nutrients at the bottom of the pots. Valletta did take care of the plants every day and never forgot to tend them. But when they were in Istria, only a few residents took care of the plants. Kezira asked if Valletta knew those people well. Kezira explained that if these people watered the plants in the same way, it could mean that the always moist soil was evenly distributed. Therefore, even very small weeds could absorb the water, collecting with it all the nutrients at the bottom of the pot. Kezira explained that he still needed to verify his theory and carefully monitor the growth of the plants as well as the behavior of the weeds. Kezira decided that to me the limited root growth would continue even though there was no change in nutritional value other than the difference in size. It was still a rather unfathomable thought. Kezira thought about the fact that if the plants are wilting and the nutrients are not being returned to the soil, then that is a problem. If this happens over and over again, the soil of this world will lose all the nutrients. This may explain why the fertilizer concept has not been implemented. But at this point it is just a guess. Valletta promised in that case to try to arrange the sprouts in the pot to prevent new seeds from emerging, and then decide on the fertilizer. Kezira agreed and decided that it all still needed to be confirmed. The boy then stated that he needed to return to his native Japan again and promised to do it quickly this time and return in time for dinner, at which he would like to eat the wonderful omelet made by Valletta again. The girl was pleased with such a request and promised to make the omelet even more delicious than last time. Kezira said goodbye to Valletta and promised to hurry up so he wouldn't be late for dinner. Meanwhile, Hywel and Marie were quietly fishing and socializing. As it turned out, Mrs. Zirconia had allocated extra money for Marie's clothes and toiletries, and it was quite an impressive sum. Hywel was very happy for Marie and advised her to work harder to thank Mrs. Zirconia. But actually Mary thought that Zirconia was just preparing her for a night visit to Kazer's room. Well, of course this was not to be told to Hywel. The girl told him that she had already managed to buy pajamas and a nice padlock when she went to buy groceries for the kitchen once again. Hywel was surprised at such an odd purchase in the form of a padlock. Marie explained that she needed the padlock to lock a cabinet or drawer where she would put money. The girl confessed that she sometimes felt uncomfortable and was afraid that the money might be stolen. Hywel agreed with the girl and advised her to think about keeping her money in the bank. But of course excessive caution had never hurt anyone and it might be better to lock the room. But Marie explained that she didn't want to ask for special permission to put a lock on her room door. Hywel offered to help with this problem, because he could ask for it himself and then Marie wouldn't have to lock every drawer. The girl liked this idea and thanked Hywel for his help. The boy replied that he was happy to help, especially if there was no problem. After the fishing trip, Hywel told Isaac that it was time to prepare dinner and asked why he was so thoughtful. But Isaac replied that everything was fine. Isaac then asked if it was just the two of them fishing, since he hadn't seen Hywel get up early. Hywel explained that he had taken advantage of the free time and had taken his sister with him to relax on the river. Isaac was surprised, for he had thought Marie was just a slave. But Hywel explained that she was indeed his sister despite being a slave and they had different mothers. Isaac asked if Mr. Kezira knew about this. Hywel replied that he didn't tell him about it since it wasn't that important. But anyway, he was grateful to Kezira and would be sure to express his gratitude to him later when they meet again. Isaac was a bit saddened by all of this and stated that it meant that all this time Hywel had been waiting for a good time watching Kazer's actions. And even he had decided to tell him only now about his sister. Hywel explained that he had done nothing wrong and had no malicious intent. But Isaac explained that if Hywel had done something behind Lady Zirconia's back or behind his back, it wouldn't have looked so bad. But one must be as sincere as possible towards Kezira, for the man had done much for them and one must not use him as a tool for one's own ends. Hywel replied that he understood and could swear that he wouldn't do anything like that. Isaac, despite this promise, was highly irritated and could barely contain his negative emotions. He then advised Hywel to never forget those words. Meanwhile, Kezira was at the appliance store again and decided to buy a large commercial freezer, a microwave oven and an air conditioner. The guy also decided to buy a printer, a video camera and a small projector. The projector was chosen with built-in batteries. The seller was happy about the visit of such a rich buyer and promised to prepare all the goods immediately. The shopkeeper offered to buy an inkjet printer of the latest model and said that it guaranteed outstanding photo printing quality compared to other more outdated models. Kezira of course agreed to this offer and asked to supplement the purchase with a set of 10 ink cartridges, 3 boxes of printer paper of various sizes. Looking for the guy asked to give him glossy paper for photo printing, which caused real ecstasy in the owner of the store. Kazuya decided that all these modern devices would help him make his work with drawings and materials much easier. He should also try to see if parchment from Istria would work in a modern printer. The shopkeeper then offered to look at a projector and pointed out the latest model released just last week ran the best battery. Kazuya agreed to buy this product without hesitation and was sure of its quality. After that, the delighted salesman picked up a beautiful camera model, which was also the latest model. But after that she suggested to go and choose an air conditioner. After selecting the goods, Kazuya also additionally bought some fuel barrels and a large portable refrigerator. He then asked the clerk to help him take all the goods to the cash register and explained that he still wanted to walk around the store and pick up some items. Kazuya asked the salesperson if the store had a centrifuge for oil production. But the salesman explained that there were no such specialized devices in this store, unfortunately. But then the salesman explained that if Kazuya wanted to, such a product could be ordered from the manufacturer's catalog and delivery could be arranged, but this would of course require additional costs. Kazuya of course agreed, and it turned out that delivery of such an exclusive product could be organized very quickly, and the centrifuge would arrive in a few days. Kazuya was happy to solve the problem because he really wanted to try to make real butter as soon as possible. Then the guy decided to see if there were any other tools available, and also to buy what Valletta had asked me to buy. The girl asked to buy a silicone tube, foil, and a large glass bottle. Then walking around the store, Kazuya noticed a beautiful drawing board. Up until now he had been making crooked sketches in a notebook, just like in his college days. But a professional board like this would make his life easier. In the end, Kazuya had asked for as many as 2 drawing boards to be arranged for him and decided that it would be much more convenient and enjoyable for him to do his drawings. After loading all the goods that could be delivered himself into the car, Kazuya decided to stop by the pharmacy. After that, the guy returned to the village as promised before dinner and enjoyed a delicious meal in Vallette's company. The food was indeed very tasty. Vallette stated that it would be quite some time until Istria was full. Kazuya explained that once the farmlands were reclaimed, it would greatly raise the living standards of the citizens. But for this, of course, it is necessary to be patient and wait. There is also a need to mass-produce hand pumps before they can be used. The girl wondered how long it might even take for all this to happen. Kazuya was surprised by this curiosity and replied that it was difficult to calculate the time because the craftsmen were very busy at the moment. So there was no telling how long it would be until all the artisans were freed up to start mass-producing pumps. Kazuya once again gave thanks for the delicious meal and decided that Valen had gone on night duty again since he wasn't home. Valletta continued to be curious and asked if the artisans would be able to start working full-time next spring. Kazuya explained that there are special machines for the artisans, as well as ice houses that need to be made as well, and it will be difficult for people to start work on the next project right after the previous one is completed. Valletta decided that this year should be all about digging wells and other related work to expand the area. Also needed were machines meant for making tools. Kazuya then informed the girl that he had brought souvenirs for her. Valletta was immediately excited, for she wanted to get some interesting items from another world again. Kazuya laid out a huge amount of all sorts of beauty products on the table. Valletta was delighted with what she saw, for each bottle or vial was very beautiful and eye-catching. Kazuya of course knew that this was the first time the girl had seen such feminine patterns on the packaging, and she loved it. Kazuya explained that the boxes inside the packaging were even more beautiful, and in general it was a cosmetic product for skin care, so Valletta should definitely try using each product and see what she liked. Kazuya explained that he himself was not very good at such things and it was best to read the instructions to familiarize herself. Valletta started looking at the wrinkle cream to begin with and was a little confused by the overly flashy advertisement on the packaging. Kazuya advised her not to pay too much attention to any minor changes with her skin and then thought that he didn't really know the rules of this world related to skin care. Kazuya advised the girl to apply some of this kind of cream on her skin tonight as a test, and in the morning to look at the results and see if it was right for her. Valletta was very happy to receive such gifts, but in the meantime she was trying to work up the courage to give a gift herself. The girl, embarrassed, carefully handed Kazuya a small cloth bag containing a small lavender-scented wooden locket. Valletta explained that she had tried to make a romantic pendant, and was not quite sure if this piece would be good. But Kazuya replied that it was not like that at all and he really liked such a beautiful pendant, and especially the beautiful pattern. The girl explained that this pendant was empty inside and a piece of cloth soaked in aromatic lavender oil could be placed there at any time to enhance the effect. The The girl then explained that she would very much like Kazura to wear this pendant when she returned to Istria. Kazura carefully tried the pendant on his neck and thanked Valette for such a great gift. After that, the boy promised that he would definitely wear this pendant always and everywhere. The next morning after breakfast, Kazura got ready to hit the road and promised to return next month. The boy also reminded him that if Valette had any problems, she was to report immediately. Kazura was seen off by all the villagers and offered to ask them for help at any time. A few minutes later, Valletta watched the outline of the wagons moving away again in the distance. Nina was by her friend's side and reminded her that if Valletta continued to be indecisive, another girl would get Kazura. Valletta, after Kazura left and herself, decided to go on a trip and carefully packed the necessary things. Valen was surprised and asked where Valletta was going. The girl explained that he was going to the mountains with loTTeRY and asked her father to prepare dinner, and promised to return by evening. Valen still didn't understand why he was going to the mountains, since they were very far away. Valletta explained that she wanted to look at the iron ore and she would try to run to cover the distance faster. Valen had never heard of iron ore before and didn't understand what she was talking about. Soon the girl had already joined loTTeRY and apologized for his expectations. Valletta explained that she would be counting on his guidance during the journey. The girl explained that she was looking for one particular stone and showed it in a picture in the book. loTTeRY noticed that this stone had bright red spots on it and explained that a similar thing could be seen from the black spots. loTTeRY was surprised at the very beautiful picture in the book, but Valletta explained that it was a photograph. loTTeRY realized that it was the book that Kazur had brought, though it wasn't as amazing as his other tools, making the hard work easier. loTTeRY then suggested going on a hike. The girl immediately started running and really surprised loTTeRY, who didn't expect such a fast pace, and asked why she was in such a hurry. Then loTTeRY told about a cave he had seen on the mountainside and Valletta was interested in the place. But the man advised not to talk while running, so as not to lose his breath. loTTeRY did explain that it was an old abandoned mine and there were piles of abandoned rocks around it, and it would be possible to see if there was anything similar in that place to what was shown in the pictures. loTTeRY told how once it rained heavily in the mountains and he had to take shelter in a tunnel, and he was surprised to see a huge number of bats there. Being in the cave was very problematic, because there was a huge amount of animal droppings everywhere. But there were no other options, because you did not want to get wet in the cold rain. After a few kilometers, the girl was tired and decided to take a break, and loTTeRY explained that they were not far from the cave. Valletta also realized that there was a huge difference in strength between them, and that loTTeRY was a very experienced hunter and knew the area very well. The man then offered to drink some water from a branch that just needed to be tilted, but warned not to drink too much or you will get a stomachache, and you should always be careful when traveling. Valletta immediately felt much better and offered her companion a drink of water too, but loTTeRY refused. loTTeRY explained that he was actually fine, and if he drank with Valletta it might make Kazur angry. The travelers then decided to continue their journey and headed for the nearest river. loTTeRY walked forward and made his way through the thicket with a machete. loTTeRY then waited a bit so he could grab some shiny twigs and explained that his door had been closing quite badly lately, and this product would do the job of lubricating the door hinges perfectly. Valletta decided to collect some for the barn door too. loTTeRY, after a bit of thought, suggested that they continue on their way and collect the plant on the way back, so they would not be able to distribute the excessive amount to the other villagers. Soon the travelers reached a wide valley near the riverbed, and Valletta looked around with interest at the unfamiliar place. Valletta was delighted with this beautiful place, and loTTeRY said that when he went hunting he often spent the night near this river. There are also very convenient hollows in this river where one can swim and catch fish. Then loTTeRY pointed in the direction where he had seen the stones that were shown in the photographs. Valletta immediately determined that the red rocks were iron ore, and this was the place I had been for a very long time. It also turned out that this river was the same river that flowed near the village, but although it was not as wide and merged with another river along the way. Valletta immediately thought that it would be a good idea to make a large fruit to put iron ore on it and send it to the village. In doing so, the fruit itself could later become a source of useful wood. The method of transporting the cargo using the river should be easy enough and not disturb other people. Then loTTeRY suggested going to the cave he had told about, and the girl immediately showed interest in the trip. The girl was surprised to see the mountain and immediately compared the scenery with the picture in the book. Everything indicated that there were huge deposits of iron here. Numerous red streaks on the rocky surface proved that there was a very large vein of iron ore here, and that a fine mine could be organized here. Valletta was very happy about this discovery, because some of the mined iron would be useful for construction work and other needs in the village, and she could use the remains for her experiments and try to make something interesting out of the iron. In the meantime, Valletta tried not to forget her daily workout, which included basic fitness exercises, then sword and shield lessons, and repeating the techniques with the dummy Isaac had helped her create. Isaac promised to start training with darts and bows in the future, and explained that she needed to divide her time evenly, because she couldn't do everything at once. Valletta began to realize that the strength needed to defend Kazura was not just hand-to-hand combat skills. The girl decided that she had to be ready for anything, but unfortunately she usually didn't have any free time and it was annoying. Valletta remembered those moments when she was near Kazura and became sad that now he is very far away near other girls. Then Valletta decided to do everything in her power to be near Kazura's, because she really wants to. The sun had long since set and the first stars flashed in the sky, so Valletta decided to take a bath and use the cosmetics from the other world. Meanwhile, at the campfire, Kazura admitted that he was very surprised to learn that Mary and Hywel were actually brother and sister, and then explained that he shouldn't have withheld this important information and could have told him earlier. Hywel began to apologize for not telling him all of this earlier, as he didn't think it was particularly necessary information for his duties. Kazura decided that it must be very hard to work and live away from his parents and suggested shortening his workday to evening so they could go home together. But Hywel thanked the concern, but explained that they were fine as it was because of the fact that they were both like brother-sister staying by Kazura's side. Then after thinking for a bit, he asked how come Mary works as an ordinary maid but is also the daughter of a nobleman. Hywel explained that the whole problem is that his father conceived a child by a slave girl, so he and Marie have different mothers. And since children of slaves are also born slaves, Marie became her father's property, and that's the saddest part of the story. But now both of them are very thankful that they got a new assignment and now they are serving Kazura. Marie also confirmed her brother's words and thanked for the good treatment. But Kazura advised not to worry, because ECM should be thankful for the help and that they are always there for him. Kazura decided that most likely Mary, having learned that she is a slave, is constantly afraid of being fired. And such a life is clearly not an easy one if the girl is under constant stress. Kazura also remembered Hywel's words that he was eager to protect someone and realized that it was about Mary. Kazura admired Hywel's nobility, who really loved his sister and said that he didn't care at all about silly social statuses and there was nothing wrong with being brother and sister. Kazura suggested not to think about anything unnecessary and to maintain good relations. And now it wouldn't be a bad idea to change the topic of conversation and talk about medicine in Istria, and the medicines the local people used. Hywel tried to clarify about Mary, but Kazura replied that there was no need to worry about anything and he was ready to help in everything. But Hywel thought at that moment, why despite Kazura now knowing about all the circumstances surrounding Mary, he just didn't say that he was releasing her from her slave status. Even though Mary is really well taken care of, now is the perfect moment to reach out to the girl and give her a new life. Kazura, on the other hand, decided that if Hywel supports Mary directly, then he will do so from his side as well. It might be a good idea for Mary, since the whole truth about her life is now known. Kazura still decided to tell about his divine origin later. Hywel, on the other hand, reasoned differently and realized that this conversation was not going as planned. And if Mary knew Kazura's true identity, they would definitely become closer. And for now, it could be considered good enough progress. By evening, Kazura returned to the mansion. Zirconia greeted the guy cheerfully and decided that he was most likely very tired after the long trip. Kazura admitted that such a trip was indeed not the easiest, but despite that he managed to return as he had planned. Zirconia agreed that traveling in an uncomfortable carriage was too difficult an ordeal, and suggested that Kazura take a relaxing bath that had already been prepared in advance. Kazura inquired if Zirconia herself had taken a bath and suggested she use some of the remedies he had brought with him. It was the first time the girl had seen a beautiful jar from another world, and Kazura explained that the remedy was extracted from hot springs and simply needed to be mixed with the hot bath water. Such a remedy has a pleasant aroma and helps to relieve fatigue in the body. Kazura also gave Zirconia a flower soap and the best shampoo. Zirconia was surprised by such a huge amount of cosmetics and thanked for the gift and promised to definitely try all these products today. Kazura was happy with the girl's reaction and decided to buy something else interesting next time. Kazura then asked Zirconia to come to his room after she had taken a bath, and then explained that there were other things he wanted to give her. Kazura thought that the girl was completely ignorant of Japanese and beauty products should be explained before using them, and after the bath would be the most perfect time to apply them. Zirconia was embarrassed by such a request, but still promised to visit the guy after taking a bath. Then Kazura himself enjoyed a relaxing bath, and after that he made sure that his refrigerator was in perfect condition and all the food that was in it was in perfect condition. After changing his clothes, Kazura prepared a fragrant tea and began to study the instructions for various cosmetics. A knock on the door was heard and the guy invited Zirconia to enter the room. The girl was very embarrassed and worried and then apologized for keeping Kazura waiting. The guy was surprised at Zirconia's appearance, for she was dressed too lightly and frankly, and then offered to drink hot tea. Then Kazura didn't understand why the girl sat on the bed instead of taking a seat at the table. Kazura began to look closely at the girl, and then tried to distract himself, because the too seductive appearance of Zirconia made him worry. The guy started to inquire about the properties of bath salts and Zirconia admitted that the remedy was really relaxing, though her voice was too strained at that. Zirconia also thanked him for the shampoo and the wonderful soap and told him that her hair was now smoother and silkier. Kazura meanwhile tried to pull himself together and suppress any desire to think about anything but tea. Then he poured the tea into cups and offered it to Zirconia to enjoy, but when he turned around, his hands almost dropped the cups out of surprise. Zirconia was just sobbing and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The girl simultaneously apologized for her condition and promised to do the right thing. Kazura couldn't understand what exactly was going on and why the girl was asking him to be gentle. The guy immediately understood everything and tried to calm Zirconia down, explaining that he had called her here for a completely different reason. Kazura stated that it was all a silly misunderstanding and remembered that he had actually somehow ambiguously invited the girl his room. The guy explained that he hadn't intended to force Zirconia to be a night partner for him at all and wanted to do something completely different. Zirconia was still too worried, but also relieved that her terrible assumptions were not confirmed and now nothing would happen. Zirconia apologized for her stupid thoughts, for she really had gotten it all wrong. And anyway, how could she think that she was called to brighten Kazura-san's night? There are many other more beautiful girls in the video mansion. Kazura was completely confused by the girl's desires and explained that she was actually very beautiful and had a wonderful warm aura about her. Zirconia herself did not understand what she really wanted and asked if Kazura wanted intimacy with her. The guy was outraged by this silly situation and asked the girl to leave his room immediately and calm down somewhere alone. Zirconia hurriedly removed herself from the room and kept apologizing on her way to the door. Kazura was incredibly embarrassed himself and felt guilty only on himself. After all, he was the one who invited the girl to his room. Kazura felt a terrible sense of shame and realized how stupid he was in this situation. Now he did not understand how he should look in the eyes tomorrow Zirconia after this ridiculous situation. The guy didn't want to be hated enough to cause tears. After all, this was a really stupid misunderstanding. Then Kazura still decided to calm down and try to sleep after all, for it was horrible to keep thinking about it all the time. Meanwhile, at the other end of the long corridor, Zirconia was sitting on the floor in her room and was very worried about what had happened. Deep down, she still felt like a pure and innocent girl and didn't want to find herself in a similar situation again. Zirconia remembered the terrible events of the past and did not want to be in the dangerous situation she had once been in. The horrible memories of the past made Zirconia cry even harder and remembered her dead parents, whom she would never see again. All of this made the girl cry and worry even more. Early in the morning, Mary came into Kazura's room and asked her to treat her well as she had been treated before. Kazura tried to wake up quickly and greeted the girl and then asked Mary to come closer to him for 1 minute. Kazura opened the wide doors and showed the inside contents of the huge refrigerator and explained to the girl that she could take groceries from here in the future. The guy explained to the stunned Mary that this refrigerator could store food for longer as it would be constantly chilled. Kazura then decided to show the freezer and explained that it contained frozen ingredients. The guy promised Mary to help Mary use the freezer until she learned how to do it herself. Kazura also advised to use soup from a bag for breakfast, since frozen foods will need time to thaw. Canned bread is also very handy to use. Soon Kazura reached the dining room where Lord Nelson and of course Lies were already waiting for him and greeted the owners of the house. But as it turned out, Zirconia was not in the dining room and Nelson explained that his favorite wife was overworked and until her health improved she would be resting in her room. Nelson explained that Zirconia had been working harder than usual until yesterday, and apparently the accumulated fatigue had finally taken its toll. Kazura advised to rest for at least a few days in such a case, but he of course realized that Zirconia had stayed in her room because of yesterday's situation and now needed to sort things out somehow. Lies explained that from now on she would help in all matters. The girl then informed that all the water wheels were already installed and so they could move on to other tasks already. Kazura was surprised by the result of the work because everything happened quite quickly. Lies explained that all the workers had worked very hard, and it was also expected that the accuracy of the water wheels produced would also improve greatly in the near future. Kazuya asked how it was possible to achieve such amazing results, because he didn't expect the carpenters to be able to deal with all the problems in such a short period of time. But as it turned out, Lies herself personally asked each carpenter to help with the work and speed up the process, and even visited them at home. The young lady then asked the wounded soldiers to also help and take on some of the simplest work. Lies explained that even veterans of the army have experience building camps and maintaining siege machines. A craftsman can stay focused on his main job if the minor tasks are left to the veterans. Nelson also explained that the carpenters self-compensated for all the work they did, so it was very profitable. Kazuya was surprised by such ingenuity and realized that bringing the parties together to reconcile their overlapping interests was indeed a great idea, and such a task was only accomplished because of Lies, for all the citizens loved her very much. Lies asked if Kazuya could spare her some time, as there was something she wanted to consult on and something to show her. Kazuya replied that he would definitely listen to the girl. Nelson asked if Lies wanted to talk to Kazuya about the past conversation. Then he personally wouldn't mind if Kazuya wanted to come into any room. As it turned out, Nelson was referring to the archive room, which is where Kazuya took Lies after breakfast. This room was very full of all sorts of documents. Lies explained that everything is mostly stored here except for the really important documents that are in her father's office. Also, this room is very difficult to navigate and as there are too many things in here. Kazuya then carefully looked at the plans where the artisans were remodeling the water wheels, and apparently the strength of the wooden box and the wheel itself had been increased. But Lies wasn't completely sure exactly what the artisans had done. Then Lies a bit nervously suggested Kazuya to look at the new blueprints and assess their quality. The guy scrutinized the documents and finally said that the drawings were fine and that it would be possible to try to make one copy as a prototype, and then after checking it, it would be possible to try mass production. Lies was delighted with this success and was looking forward to getting started. Lies said that she was very grateful to Kazuya for his incredible help and wanted to know how she could express her gratitude. But the guy asked not to think about it, because he helps on his own accord and doesn't want to burden anyone with it at all. Lies told that when the situation worsened, her parents were in despair and did not know what to do. But after Kazuya showed up, everyone regained hope for a good future. Lies explained that she sincerely wanted to be useful and help with the improvement of her homeland and help Kazuya in everything. Suddenly, the girl took a few steps forward and found herself too close to Kazuya and stated that she was looking forward to working together. It was at that moment that Lies smelled the pleasant odor of lavender. Kazuya explained that he had a special scented pendant around his neck with a piece of scented oil-soaked cloth inside. Lies moved even closer and inhaled the pleasant scent, then confessed that she loved the soothing floral scent. While the girl wondered where the guy got this magnificent pendant from. Kazuya explained that he received this pendant as a gift when he returned to the village a few days ago. Lies immediately realized that this gift was made by an ordinary commoner, and wondered who could make such a thing. Lies instantly blushed and began to breathe very often, and then she touched Kazuya and decided to say something important. It was at that moment that Nelson entered the room and caught the young people in this ridiculous position. Lies immediately took a few steps back and Kazuya almost fainted from excitement. The young lady then explained to her father, studying the blueprints and even forgot how much time they had spent in this room. Nelson advised to take the necessary documents and go to the living room, because in this room the lighting was too low, and it was difficult to study the documents. But the girl explained that they were almost done and asked if Nelson wanted to find some documents for himself. Nelson explained that if he didn't put them in order, Zirconia would be very worried and resentful, so he decided to take care of it so as not to disturb his beloved wife. Kazuya asked for permission to familiarize himself with these documents, because he was interested in army-related topics. Nelson was very surprised by this request, but the boy explained that he knew too little about the military and wanted to correct that. Nelson hesitated a bit, but Kazuya stated that he didn't have much time to learn just the basics. Eventually, Nelson agreed to help in this endeavor and invited the boy into his office. In the meantime, Lies was trying to hold back her emotions and resented her father for coming at a bad time, because she was so close to her goal, and this strange pendant raised a lot of questions. Lies decided that if Kazura is wearing a pendant given by a commoner, it means that he is the same, and so there is a high possibility that Kazura came from Kralots. After all, only in this country consisting of cities of states, an ordinary commoner can become an influential person and have equal power with the nobles. That being said, Lies couldn't get rid of the feeling that some woman she didn't know yet was related to Kazur, although that bracelet she gave was meant to secure her right to this guy. That being said, Lies was very much hoping for the support of her father, who of course would be eager to please his favorite daughter, and remains to move towards her goal. After that, Kazura began to study the documents related to the military case. He was very surprised at how carefully everything had been thought out. Then it was time for lunch, after which Kazura went to meet Isaac and Hyrule. In the evening, Kazura decided to go to the dining room and found Ira there, who was alone and apologized for disturbing him. The girl explained that she didn't want to disturb Kazura, but she had tried making the sweet she had talked about earlier and wanted to show it to him. Kazura immediately realized that they had prepared a thick compote of fresh fruit that looked very appetizing. Ira was pleased with this reaction and explained that she had also boiled some hot water you could drink tea with. The boy immediately started tasting the prepared sweet dish and stated that this was the amount of sweetness he liked and it was the perfect proportions. Ira thanked him for appreciating her cooking skills. Kazura then asked the maid how often she was in Mrs. Zirconia's room. Ira explained that she reported to Mistress every morning, mostly for Liza's scheduled appointments and to provide a progress report. Kazura stated that he had a request. The guy asked to give the cosmetic supplies to Zirconia and explained that he would tell her how to use them. Ira was surprised by this request, but Kazura told her that he had brought all of these items from his home country. Ira of course agreed to comply with the request, but she got very excited and wondered how to do it. Kazura then asked the maid what she had heard about him from Nelson and Zirconia. Ira remembered the landlord saying that Kazura was supposedly his friend who had come to visit, but whether that was actually the case was of course unclear. Ira explained that she knew that Kazura had come here from the Divine Land and was very supportive of the region and all the people. Kazura now finally realized at last that even this girl knew about his divine origin. Ira also confessed that she knows that Kazura can grant others the blessing of power under certain circumstances. This surprised the guy, since this was an ability he tended not to spread about. Kazura immediately got excited and tried to find out more about who exactly knew about his divine power, and what information was being discussed. Ira explained that everyone considered this divine power to be the most important thing, although no one knew exactly what it was. Kazura recalled that after the attack on Grisai's village, he had heard of some surviving brigands who had been captured, and supposedly these people had seen Valen and the rest of the villagers fighting not quite naturally. In fact, Kazura had never seen these people and so had completely forgotten about them, and now it was quite obvious that the amplifying effect of his food had become known to many more people than he had expected. Kazura asked the maid not to worry or be afraid. After all, there was nothing wrong with hearing so much information, and now it was better to continue the conversation from where they left off. 2 days later, Kazura all met Zirconia, who immediately apologized for her history of long absence. The guy inquired about Zirconia's well-being, and the girl stated that she could do any job since she was perfectly rested these days. Kazura noticed that Zirconia had obviously used his cosmetics and had also apparently used an energy drink to feel energized. Liz explained that she had important appointments today and would not be able to keep her company while she worked. Kazura replied that such meetings were really important and therefore Liz should not worry about her absence, as she could join the others whenever she had free time. Liz then informed that the troop inspection would most likely take place in about 3 days. Kazura explained that there was no need to worry about that, and if Liz couldn't be present during it because of her meetings, she could postpone it to another day. But Liz replied that she would definitely handle everything and would be free in 3 days. Zirconia also stated that she had received a brief explanation of the armament a few days ago, and would like to see everything with her own eyes, if of course Kazura was okay with her presence. But then Zirconia realized that it was better not to do so as not to disturb her daughter, and stated that she could be contacted on any matter, as she had a wealth of information on military matters, as she often dealt with the paperwork and organization of various supplies. Kazura thanked her for her help and explained that he himself didn't know what kind of advice he could give in military matters and therefore shouldn't expect too much from him. But Zirconia explained that Kazura's presence alone would be enough. Nelson thanked once again for the help that Kazura was constantly giving. But still, everyone would like to know some possibilities of improvement in the military industry, for it could help increase the safety of the people. Kazuya didn't go into this topic and explained that it would be enough for him to look at the troops first, and then he could give his opinion after inspecting the troops. After this meeting, Kazuya walked through the bustling streets to the appointed place and decided that he finally had a chance to use the tools he had bought in his homeworld. The surprised workers were watching Kazuya's actions carefully, and the guy decided to explain that it was all a drilling tool to find water sources. A little earlier, Kazuya had asked Isaac and Hywill to make a waterway all the way to the mansion, and as for this place, he would have to explain it to them directly. Kazuya showed them exactly how to insert the tool into the ground and explained that after that, they should twist it and gradually sink it deeper, and after a sufficient amount of soil has accumulated in the tool, it should be released and repeated. At the same time, one should continue digging at the given depth, even if poor quality reddish-brown water comes out. And if brown water is encountered, then it will be necessary to choose a completely new place. And now you have to try to find an underground water vein, and the existing wells that have already been dug to the ground, and there was only one step left to do drilling work. Kazuya decided that to work with a jackhammer will not be difficult, but in the city it caused a lot of inconvenience because of the noise. He could only hope that the artisans would be able to do the job with their primitive tools. Kazuya was working when he noticed someone approaching him. It turned out to be Zirconia. The girl confessed that he was very worried about losing his temper and was very grateful for the beautiful cosmetics. Kazuya replied that he was actually the one who should be grateful. Kazuya explained that he deeply regretted that awkward moment in his room. Zirconia replied that she also felt strongly about it, but one should just forget about it and not bring it up. Kazuya asked if Zirconia had noticed any effect from the cosmetics and medications. The girl said that as soon as she took the medicinal drink, her fatigue disappeared very quickly. After all, one shouldn't expect anything else from the secret divine medicine. And the cosmetics made her skin incredibly clean, and now it felt completely different. Zirconia explained that such changes felt like magic to her. Kazuya at that moment thought about how it was very good since they were able to communicate normally again. Kazuya advised Zirconia to tell him when she felt tired and sore again, and then he could help with a good medicine. Zirconia promised not to overwork so much at work anymore so as not to worry Kazuya. Zirconia then explained that she would like to share this marvelous medicine with other people as well, such as Isaac and Hywill, because they must be very tired too. This surprised Kazuya, for he felt a change in Zirconia. Kazuya thought that this might not end well if he got too carried away. Although Zirconia is trying hard to be helpful and she really wants to help. In the end, Kazuya promised to give the medicine to the others as well so that they could relieve their fatigue. Zirconia stated that Nelson and the others would be very surprised at the effectiveness of the medicine. Kazuya figured it could surprise anyone. Kazuya inquired about the bandits who had attacked Grisai's village and how the interrogation with those criminals had gone. Kazuya was sure that Zirconia had handled the interrogation herself and asked what interesting things had been learned from them. Zirconia decided not to tell the whole truth and replied that the bandits had talked about other attacks on various settlements. Also, the bandits' words quite matched what they had destroyed during the attack. Kazuya agreed that these bandits looked professional and asked what else the captive had told. Zirconia, after thinking for a bit, still told him that the brigand talked about how the villagers put up a strong resistance and seemed like real monsters during the battle. Kazuya thought for a moment and Zirconia promised that she wouldn't do anything to the villagers, and only a few people knew about this information. The girl then apologized for not telling all of this right away, but Kazuya replied that there was nothing wrong with it and not to worry. After listening to Zirconia, the guy thought that everything was actually not as bad as he believed, and apparently nothing concrete could be found out from the bandits. He didn't want anyone to know the truth about the food from the other world, because such information would greatly harm the stability of this society. At that, Zirconia was noticeably modest and reluctant to speak on the subject. Kazuya asked where the bandits were now. Zirconia calmly replied that they had all been executed as usual after interrogation, and would soon be removing their severed heads, which were displayed at the southern gate of the city. And since the brigands had spoken honestly, they had escaped torture and deserved a quick death by beheading. And if Kazuya didn't agree, he could also participate in the decision about executing the outlaws. But Kazuya replied that he was not interested in such work at all. Kazuya was once again convinced that this world is really very cruel, and maybe it is not worth judging every person in this way. Lies said that they had come to one of Istria's military facilities, which at first glance looked really huge. Lies explained that all the soldiers, except the guards, are trained in martial arts in this place, and since there should be a training session now, it was possible to observe the soldiers. A mock-up of a fortress has been built at the military camp, and if war really starts, many such fortresses will be built on the front line. The soldiers are also trained to build boats to cross rivers, and these skills help a lot. Commander MacGregor then came out to meet and greet Lies, whom he had been waiting for a long time. The girl explained to Kazuya that this man is the chief instructor and commander of this military camp. Kazuya thanked MacGregor for his help and for the excellent organized training. MacGregor admitted that he was aware of how much his nephew Isaac owed Kazuya. Kazuya had never heard of Isaac's family before and was surprised to see his own uncle. MacGregor apologized for possibly seeming too inappropriate when he spoke of his nephew. But Isaac is indeed a very capable young man who can be trusted and will never let you down in a time of need. Commander MacGregor offered to watch the training of the various branches of the military, because as promised he had prepared everything he needed for the demonstration. Kazuya realized that such a big fuss in the military camp is because of his arrival and apologized for it. But Lies replied that there was nothing unusual about it and soldiers should always be on full alert, and Kazuya could ask about anything. Commander MacGregor ordered the soldiers to show the different formations and shout a bit, showing their command spirit. Kazuya watched with interest the various maneuvers and formations of the soldiers who were clearly following MacGregor's commands. Lisa wondered if these troops with long spears were similar to the military forces in Kazuya's home country. The boy didn't know how to answer and said that of course there was something similar. The drill continued and the soldiers tried their best while Lies talked about how to use different methods of troop formation more effectively. Kazuya praised Lissy for her vast knowledge of the military and asked how often she practiced. Lies explained that she does try to do it as often as possible so that she can one day be able to lead an army, and for that she had been studying weapons and tactics since she was a little girl. Kazuya realized what this young lady was working so hard for during her training. And apparently it is some sort of tradition for aristocrats to possess military skills regardless of gender. Commander MacGregor explained that Lissy actually has talent and there is no doubt that she will make a great army commander in the future. Lizzie decided to demonstrate sling-wielding techniques to Kazuya and asked if there was an opportunity to do so now. MacGregor replied that it wouldn't be a problem, because soldiers are constantly practicing with such weapons. A few minutes later, the commander personally brought various variations of throwing weapons and apologized for the wait. Kazuya noticed that these slingshots were exactly like the ones in the history books he had read. MacGregor immediately offered Lisa to show her skills and make the first shot, and judging by her surprised look, the girl was not expecting it. Then the commander offered to choose the type of ammunition, among which were stone or lead ammunition. Lies chose lead ammunition and asked MacGregor to set up a target. Kazuya asked the girl how well she knew how to handle such weapons. The girl explained that she had practiced with these weapons quite a bit before, but now her skills were likely a bit diminished. But she would try to hit the target. Commander MacGregor quickly set up a target at a fairly long distance, and Lies began to prepare for the shot. Spinning the deadly throwing tool as hard as possible, the girl launched the projectile at the target. It took less than a second for the whizzing projectile to crash into the target. Kazuya and MacGregor were delighted with the perfect hit in the center of the target, and congratulated Lies on such a success. The commander explained that despite her appearance, Lies was a very diligent person and she sometimes practiced when no one saw. The girl blushed with embarrassment and MacGregor apologized for his frankness. Kazuya thought at that moment that appearances really can be deceiving. After that, Kazuya and Lies went further and the guy asked that is it really true that the extracted glass here is so rare. The girl explained that if it was about the glass that Kazuya had provided, it was really very rare, and when it comes to selling it, it certainly attracts unwanted attention. Kazuya thought for a moment and explained that he would like to sell his glass jewelry without problems and attention and as quickly as possible. Lies replied that there were virtually no merchants who could handle such a large sum without illegal distribution channels, and as a result Istria should suppress such activity. Kazuya thought about the solution to the problem and remembered that that store had a lot of rare and valuable goods. Lies asked the guy if he had any place in mind to sell his valuables. Kazuya replied that he had a store he had been to before and needed to visit it. Lies suggested not wasting time and visiting the store first and explained that if they gave the order on behalf of the Istrian family and guaranteed safety, the merchants would be more cooperative. but Kazura asked not to be in a hurry and suggested to be patient in trading. After all, the other side would need to be given a good incentive. Liz agreed and admitted that she had never thought of such a strategy before. The girl then inquired as to how Kazura knew the right person, for it seemed to her that he had not had the opportunity to be in town often. But Kazura didn't want to go into details and stated that it was too long and boring a story. Soon the wagon arrived at the appointed time and Kazura noticed a beautiful place where a good well had been dug. The guy inspected the prepared area very carefully and then suggested to start digging in this place. In front of the surprised workers, Kazura put on a protective helmet, goggles, and respirator, and warned everyone that the work would be very noisy. Kazura quickly turned on the generator and prepared the equipment and even thoughtfully threw an oxygen hose down the well in case he didn't have enough fresh air to breathe. Kazura explained to a surprised Isaac that first he would go down to the bottom of the well by himself, and then he would have to lower the equipment down the rope. Isaac promised to do the job and got ready to move the equipment. After a few minutes, Kazura had already reached the well and shouted upwards to release the tool to him. Isaac had accomplished his task as neatly as possible and all that was left was to get down to business. Kazura thought at this point that he didn't even know how long it would take him to do all this work. The work was not the easiest and after 4 hours Kazura felt incredibly tired. The soil was very hard and it made his back unbearably sore. His hands felt worn out from the vibrations of the jackhammer, and Kazura decided that maybe he had had enough for the day and needed to rest. Then Kazura felt the cool air and remembered that when you get close to water veins the jackhammer feels different, and the cold air starts to rise up. This was exactly what was described in the book that Kazura had carefully studied before the job. This knowledge added strength to the guy and he continued working through the pain with the hammer. It was getting colder by the second and the guy decided that he had to find water. And indeed gradually moisture began to seep through the sand, which resembled ordinary sand from a sandy beach. Soon water began to seep through all the cracks in the soil, and that was the first success in this endeavor. After Kazura made it to the surface he ordered a cover with a hand pump to be placed on the well. Isaac and Hywill easily accomplished this difficult task and all that remained was to secure the entire structure and begin the test. Then came the most important moment in Kazura was the first water from this well, which flowed out of the faucet in a rapid stream. Zirconia was delighted at how easy it was to get water and said that this invention would make the farmers' lives much easier. Kazura explained to us that the efficiency of the hand pump is completely different from the method of lifting and lowering a bucket into a well. It eliminates a lot of inconvenience and now even women and children will be able to draw water. Zirconia decided to try using the hand pump herself and with care she lowered the handle down a few times. It was very easy and immediately a powerful stream of water poured from the faucet. After a few attempts to draw water, it had stopped being murky and was now really refreshing and cool. Kazura feeling the years of completely wetting her head to enjoy the pleasant coolness. Kazura enjoying the freshness from the cool water suggested that the others should not be shy and join in his activity. After all, in this heat it would be very useful for everyone to be refreshed by the cool water. The rest of the soldiers and workers began to wash their faces and enjoy the cool fresh water, which instantly got rid of the fatigue and tension in their bodies. Isaac, Hywill quickly mastered the use of the hand pump and did an excellent job of drawing water, and Zirconia continued to drink and wash herself, getting a constant rush of freshness. In the end everyone was completely wet, but still satisfied, because the result was achieved. I only had to return to the city, and on the way everyone would certainly have time to dry under the hot sun. Kazura explained that from now on it would be easy to draw water from this well, and so it was necessary to continue drilling tomorrow and eventually make as many similar places to draw water as possible. But it was clear that mass production of hand pumps would not start soon and it was better to use more affordable methods for the time being. After all, it would be much easier to make a simple but effective rope pump that would also be easy to use. Kazura explained that if they were able to provide people with well water, it might be possible to think about planting wheat and other crops. Zirconia, continuing to wipe her hair, explained that actually the range of cultivation is quite limited, and everything should depend on the number of people of course, and so it would be possible to take some workers from the water wheel installation and transfer them to farmland reclamation work. Kazura appreciated this great idea and of course agreed, and then suggested that the first thing to do would be to expand the farmland as much as possible, and of course the fields that were already in place would have to be taken care of. Kazura explained that starting tomorrow he wanted the workers to get used to the tools he used himself, which would make the work much easier and faster. Isaac and Hywel would be the first to use the jackhammer, and they would be able to do it together. Kazuya then said that now was the time to start building ice houses and suggested that they immediately go to the northwestern part of the mountainous area to find a place where they could make a special tank. Kazuya thought that if they were going to build a reservoir, they should start doing it before winter came. And even if the houses themselves aren't the first priority, all this effort won't be wasted. Zirconia explained that she was very familiar with this geographical area, and could therefore provide useful assistance and act as a guide during the search for a good location for the storage facility. Kazuya thanked her for her help and explained that the ideal place would be a plain somewhere close to the river. The girl pondered these words and then spoke of an abandoned village near the middle of the mountain that might be usable since it had a river and abandoned fields nearby. Kazuya suggested that the first thing to do was to look around the place and decide if it would be suitable for use. And if they had experienced carpenters and blacksmiths, the process would go much faster, as these people were well specialized in wood and metalworking. Zirconia was surprised by such a huge request and told of a few people who worked in the mountains and could try to involve them in their plans. Kazuya also hoped that once the new machines were completed, the production efficiency should increase significantly. But in that case, it might be better to prioritize that even if it was at the expense of producing new machines. After all, it would still be a time constraint. Zirconia agreed with such a decision and promised to ask for Lisa's help, because she is very good at negotiating with all kinds of people and especially workers. Kazuya remembered how he had seen Lise negotiate with the artisans and decided that if the problems were taken care of by this nice girl, the workers would immediately agree to do any work. It would be a great solution to redistribute labor. Zirconia asked how helpful her daughter could be. Kazuya replied sincerely that Lise is indispensable in many situations, and without her help it would be unlikely that all these results would have been achieved. Zirconia thanked her for her daughter's high praise and explained that Lise herself was very pleased to be able to help Kazuya. Then unexpectedly, Zirconia asked Kazuya to be as close to her daughter as possible and to allow Lise as much freedom as possible in her desires. The guy realized at this moment that the situation was becoming more and more risky, and the girls were becoming more and more outspoken. Valletta was strolling along the street, thinking about which part of the construction work she should start next. Nina noticed her friend and asked her to stop immediately. As it turned out, Valletta hadn't noticed the branches stuck in the ground at all, and Nina had warned her of the danger just in time. Nina asked if Valletta was okay. The girl replied that she shouldn't worry and that the clothes she had snagged on were already old and worn out anyway. Valletta decided to go change and explained that she was just organizing her next job, but now needed a little distraction. Nina then explained that she still had some unused fabric at home that she had bought recently. Her older brother had asked her to make new work clothes, but there was plenty of fabric to use. Nina advised her friend to take a short break and help her with sewing clothes, because they could make any kind of clothes for Valletta. Valletta supported this good idea and agreed to help. Soon the girls were busy taking measurements for new clothes. Valletta was a little worried, because she didn't know what size clothes would fit her best, because they could be made a little bigger. Nina explained that they were both still in the growth phase and that they needed to take this into account when measuring and sewing the clothes. Nina began to carefully measure her friend and asked her to stand still and not move. Valletta was excited about the new activity, as it was very interesting for her too. Nina noticed that her friend's skin and hair looked incredible lately. Nina was delighted that Vallette's skin was without any imperfections and asked her what product she used to take care of it. At the same time, Nina was interested in the unknown aroma coming from her friend's hair. Valletta explained that it was all thanks to the soap and other cosmetics that Kazuya had given her. The girl decided that there was no point in hiding this information from Nina, because she would find out sooner or later anyway. Nina was of course jealous at that moment and joked that Valletta had exclusive privileges since she received such magnificent gifts from Kazuya. Valletta was embarrassed at such words and Nina apologized for her sarcasm. But then Nina said that there was no denying the fact that Valletta was someone special to Kazuya, since he paid quite a lot of attention to her. Valletta thought about each other's words and replied that if that were really the case, she would be the happiest girl in this world. Nina then suggested that it was likely that Kazuya would be in Istria for a while, that they would have plenty of time before he returned and they would prepare well for that moment. Nina also stated that even though Valletta is doing her best, all those gods are probably not looking directly at her right now. Valletta replied that it was enough for her to have Kazuya around occasionally, and give her her attention. Nina noticed her friend's condition and said that lately she was starting to overwork again and it was not good for her young health. Valletta could not answer and felt a sudden fatigue, and then she practically lost consciousness. Nina was horrified by this and began to reproach her friend for her indifference, for she should have said earlier that she was unwell. And in this way Valletta was only making things worse for herself, and now she had better just rest. Nina put her friend to bed, and after a few minutes Valletta fell into a deep sleep. Nina decided not to disturb the girl and to leave her in her room, and then later to report the incident to Elder Valen. But at the same time Nina noticed Valletta's beautiful figure and decided that even despite her fatigue there was a significant effect from the beautiful cosmetics given by Kazuya. Once in the shopping district, Kazuya quickly found a place where he used to sell things and explained to Zirconia that it was a general store where he had made a mistake during a transaction and lost some money. Zirconia was surprised, for she didn't expect any store to be able to handle such transactions in secret. Kazuya also recalled Lord Nelson's words that it was always better to start negotiations hiding one's real identity, and allowing for the possibility of that store leaking information. Then that place would cease to be a good trading partner. After all the illegal traders would immediately know the truth and would avoid communicating. Zirconia suggested that in that case there was no doubt that that store was making money from fraud, and she hated to realize that everyone knew about it except her. Kazuya advised not to worry and suggested that they should try to make a good deal anyway. That said, one should keep an eye out for anything that might seem strange. Zirconia agreed to this deal, but decided that it would not be unreasonable to be extremely careful during these negotiations. After all, it is normal for such a store to hire good security. Kazuya didn't understand why he was so worried, because Nelson claimed that there was no one who could defeat Zirconia in close combat, and even Isaac and Hywel couldn't stand up to her. All of this didn't please Kazuya too much, for he didn't want any battles, especially with this level of disguise. Zirconia was really unrecognizable, and they had every chance to make a quiet transaction and not arouse any suspicion. Especially the girl did not often interact with the townspeople, and her appearance is not as recognizable as Liza's. And it should be taken into account that in this world, the media is practically absent, and everything is kept only on rumors and conversations. Therefore, it was impossible to ask for Liza's help in such matters, even though she should be somewhere nearby at the moment, holding meetings with important merchants. Zirconia said that her daughter had a lot of meetings yesterday, and that's why she's off today. Yes, and in general there are always a lot of worries and problems from suitors from other territories. Kazuya replied that of course he had guessed about Liza's popularity, but he had no idea that there could be so many suitors. It was obvious that Liza had a very uneasy schedule, and now it was no wonder that this young lady was famous even in other territories, and her beauty naturally attracts the attention of many wealthy nobles. Zirconia decided to develop the topic and asked if Kazuya would also like to try her chance and get close to Liza. Kazuya instantly blushed with embarrassment and began to justify that he appreciated Liza's beauty but had to be sure of his feelings. The boy then asked if Liza had any worthy suitors before. Zirconia explained that in fact there had not yet been a single person who had impressed, and that lately there had been quite a few problems and personalities that caused only irritation. One such annoying person has a nasty habit of pestering with his presence, even though this person is a major trading partner in this territory, but he always evokes negative emotions. Kazuya pondered over Zirconia's words, and the girl explained that of course she couldn't speak for her daughter and she had her own point of view about many people for a long time now. A few minutes later, Kazuya entered the now familiar door from the store again and also felt the musty air filled with dust. The crafty shopkeeper was in the same place she always was and greeted the visitors. Kazuya recalled that he was the guy who had sold the gem and now wanted to make another transaction. The merchant was happy to meet the young guy and promised to buy whatever he had, because his goods were really good. The crafty merchant then inquired who this beautiful girl who came to her store was. Kazuya remembered that he had completely forgotten to discuss this point and started to make it up as he went along. But Zirconia quickly oriented herself and declared that she was the wife of this nice guy and asked to take her along for a walk through the shopping district, because he had promised to buy her something nice a long time ago. Kazuya was surprised by such boldness of the girl and decided to stick to the script. Meanwhile, the peddler praised the guy that he was able to find such a beautiful bride, for she thought he was lonely. She then offered to get down to business and immediately put up a sign on the door that the store was temporarily closed for a break so they wouldn't be disturbed. Kazuya laid out his glass marbles and the shopkeeper was delighted with their appearance. Kazuya made sure to bring the exact same stones as last time, among which there was a ball of azure, turquoise, pink and dark colors. The merchants scrutinized the merchandise and pondered the price they were willing to offer. In the end, the cunning woman offered 6,000 R for each, which totaled 18,000. Such a price came as a surprise to Kazuya, but the merchant explained that it was actually a great bargain and few people would be able to offer such a good price. Kazuya remembered that last time, the exact same stone had cost 2,500. Zirconia decided not to interfere in the conversation at this point and only watched the bidding. The merchant said that she was able to make a good profit from the last transaction, and so she was willing to buy the stones at a reasonable price this time and would also offer a good price in the future. Kazuya was very surprised and asked for an explanation, as the peddler might have made a fool out of him and cheated him easily. But the cunning woman explained that she expects to cooperate in the future, wants to make as much money as possible, so cheating could hurt her plans. Especially, she is sure that Kazuya has a way to keep mining more gems, and they both can mutually benefit by helping each other to make good money. Then the shopkeeper still saw the distrust and suspicion on Kazuya's face and asked her to wait for a while. Zirconia whispered to Kazuya that this place was quite suitable for such deals, and she was very curious how many illegal trade channels even existed in this city. Kazuya of course didn't know about all the secrets of the shopping district. Soon the shopkeeper returned and offered to look at the prices of similar stones. In the catalog, the pink obsidian cost 35,000 R. Kazuya was delighted at such an amount and said he was willing to be a fool for such good money. The merchant explained that it was the first time she had seen such a gemstone and she really had a hard time setting the right price. But in the end she was happy to sell it for such a good price. The woman said that now she showed everything as it is and does not want to deceive a good client and partner anymore, because sincerity and trust are important for cooperation. You can also compare the price of other gems, which will not be cheaper than 7,500 per unit. At the same time, the store owner advised to sell all the goods only from her and expressed hope for a long and mutually beneficial cooperation. Kazuya decided to add a little intrigue and said that for such a price he could sell these valuable things to anyone. The woman was immediately indignant and said that if Kazuya was not sure, then this conversation could end. But the guy decided not to escalate the situation and tried to explain. But at that moment someone called the store owner, calling her by name Claire. The woman asked her to wait for a few minutes and disappeared behind a curtain, and Kazuya resented such unpredictable behavior of the shopkeeper. Zirconia was excited at this moment, for that voice was familiar to her. From the other room, the voice of the shopkeeper could clearly be heard as she greeted Ira and the young lady Liz. The girls were clearly not here for the first time, and Liz told them that it was her day off and she had come to buy something, and also told them about a certain merchant who was boring her with his attention. Kazuya and Zirconia didn't expect Liz to be in this store right now at all. In the end, they decided to stay put and not show their presence. Meanwhile, the store owner Claire was listening to the girls' complaints. Liz was indignant about how the nasty salesman was constantly showing interest in her at meetings and trying to touch her at every opportunity. Liz admitted that she would be happy if the vile man would just die. Claire praised Liz for her incredible stamina and patience, then asked if the girl had brought anything interesting. Liz handed the woman a precious bracelet and explained that it was a gift from that creepy old man and she would like to sell it for a good price. Claire looked at the bracelet and thanked her for the nice item, then asked her to give her some time to appreciate the item. She then asked Liz if she had been able to find out anything about the man they had talked about the last time they had met. Liz replied that he was most likely from Kraletz and was a commoner, but that he was a very important person. Claire was surprised by the origin of the man under discussion and asked Liz if she thought he was the perfect choice for her. But the young lady explained to Claire that the man probably has a mistress in his home country or someone very close to him. Lizzie admitted that she senses sympathy from this man for her, and so she decided to make a move to meet him to give him a little hint about her feelings. Liz stated that she wanted to try to get closer tonight. Ira was surprised at such plans from the young mistress and asked if Liz was going to sneak out to Kazuya's place at night. Kazuya and Zirconia were shocked at what they heard and didn't know how to comment on it. The guy then confessed that he has really been feeling a strong sense of infatuation from Liz lately, and now he understands her motives. Zirconia replied that perhaps they had misunderstood everything and asked Kazuya not to leave the room so as not to reveal their presence. Meanwhile, Liz said that she should make it clear to Kazuya that she is the daughter of a lord and therefore she is worthy to become a wife to any man she likes. But then the young lady explained that she was still too worried and unsure of her success, as she had never done such a thing before. Claire advised to ask Ira to share her experience, since she was probably already a pretty knowledgeable girl when it came to talking to men. Ira was momentarily embarrassed and then timidly admitted that she had never been on a date with a guy before. Claire didn't believe these words too much and only replied that every man is different. The crafty peddler then said that she had high hopes for the young lady anyway and was willing to buy any items she brought to her store. Then Claire said that she would very much like to get that very pendant, if of course Lies would agree. But the girl immediately refused and added that she couldn't do that. Lies stated that she will definitely achieve her goal and will do everything to make Kazuya the closest person to her. Lisa promised to surprise Claire with her abilities, but at that moment, footsteps were heard and then a thick curtain was pulled back. Kazuya smiling broadly greeted Lisa and caused her to truly panic. Claire indignantly reminded her not to leave the room, and then it became obvious that everyone here knew each other. Everyone was confused at such an unexpected meeting, and then they all sat down at the table and decided to talk. Kazuya asked if he understood correctly that Lies had decided to come up with a good proposal and try to get married. Ira immediately decided to stand up for Lies and explained that she didn't mean any harm. Kazuya was suspicious of the maid's words and Ira suggested asking Lisa about it. But the young lady was indignant and immediately tried to justify herself, but Kazuya said that it really had nothing to do with it, and then advised the girl to stop crying and worrying. Kazuya thought about it and tried to understand what exactly is wrong with Lisa, and it turns out so far she was just a good pretender, and her desire for marriage was just a desire for more money and power if she wanted to dare to sneak into his place at night. Ira tried to explain again that even though Lies wanted to sneak into Kazuya's room, she didn't have any malicious intent but just wanted to express her feelings. Although Kazuya recalled Lies' words from a few minutes ago, because they were filled with enthusiasm and desire to get her target. Ira explained that Kazuya must have a woman at that age, and that was why Lies was worried about his loneliness, and that was why she wanted to settle it with her attention. Such an explanation seemed very strange, but Kazuya didn't bother to say so. Ira noticed the guy's thoughtfulness and asked that would he really hate Lies now. Ira asked Kazuya to be determined and take this chance to really get to know Lies and understand the girl's real feelings. But the guy asked not to go that far because it's not quite right. Zirconia decided to intervene in the conversation and said that all this is a rather unpleasant situation, and now she wants to understand if Kazuya can still continue to work with Lies as before. Kazuya explained after a bit of thought that they would definitely talk about it in more detail, but only after some time, and asked not to be offended by this decision. The guy said that of course he didn't mind such cooperation, because he understood that Lies was working very hard to help these territories and her ambition would certainly be used for the most important tasks. Then the guy asked not to repeat such strange actions, because it throws aside his personal feelings, and he can understand that Lies wanted to realize his good intentions, but such actions cannot be called admirable. At the same time, Kazuya thought about the fact that when he says such things, in some ways he is also deceiving many people and trying to hide his true desires and feelings. Suddenly Kazuya imagined the young Lies, who was in his room late at night, and immediately felt embarrassed, because it caused an understandable desire. The guy felt that it was even hard for him to fantasize on something like this, because if it really came to reality, it would be hard to contain his emotions and desires. Kazuya decided that after everything that had happened and after the words he had heard from Lies, he shouldn't continue to trust this girl. Of course, she had worked very hard and helped a lot of people, but it was still unclear if that would continue after today's situation. Claire advised to leave it as it is, unless of course Kazuya wants to devote too much time to her. But it should be understood that the young lady has to constantly meet men she doesn't even like. Lies remembered about this vile and vulgar merchant, who annoys her with his visits and offers. At the same time, this horrible old man was constantly trying to touch and talking about how much he loved young girls. Claire explained that when a man you like comes along, it's impossible for a woman to be too pushy when her hands are tied by various inhibitions. So men should not worry about different details, especially Kazuya himself cheated when he called Zirconia as his wife, and it looked outrageous because this woman is Lisa's mother. Claire asked what exactly Kazuya didn't like about this lovely young girl. After all, she is very beautiful, comes from a good family, and is popular with the townspeople and deserves their respect. And so there is no other girl as good as her in the whole country to marry. Kazuya replied that he agreed with all of Lisa's virtues, but could not accept that she had decided to do such things for selfish purposes. But Claire reminded him that Lisa is the daughter of the Lord, and therefore he should realize how much income can be gained through this alliance, and Kazuya as a representative of the state of Kailutsa should be well aware of that. Kazuya, now you have finally realized that he is considered to be some high-ranking person from a neighboring state, and that's why Lies is showing such interest in him. In the future, Kazura decided to tell the girl the whole truth about his origin, and maybe then she will give up her stupid idea. But about this we need to talk later, and now the most important thing is to finalize the deal on the gems. Claire offered to sign documents to confirm their cooperation. Then the shopkeeper explained that the sale of colored obsidian to other territories or other countries and the market price will be interchangeable within the territory in the future, and she will have the priority right to wholesale the goods. Also, according to this agreement, Zirconia should provide a list of convenient goods. After confirming the details for better familiarization, he will get a copy of this agreement. Kazura thought that this woman is really very skillful in such matters, and so Zirconia will be able to check and understand all the nuances of this complicated contract. Zirconia then asked Claire if it was possible, of course, to tell him exactly where she was selling her goods. Zirconia explained that sometimes she wanted to accompany the merchants she represented to make sure the goods were safe. But the cunning woman replied that she was merely a professional middleman and could not reveal the main source, as that would violate contracts with other parties to her business. Zirconia then inquired if they could continue this conversation tomorrow, as she needs to think about some details of the remuneration and possibly make changes to the contract. And during the next meeting they will discuss possibly in nuances and will definitely find time to sign. Claire agreed to meet tomorrow and advised to think it over carefully. Kazura said goodbye, that he was looking forward to a mutually beneficial cooperation, and then asked Lies if she wanted to go back with them. The young lady, blushing heavily, replied that she would be happy to keep them company. After everyone returned to the mansion, Kazura offered Lies to have tea together and asked the girl not to be nervous. The first minutes of the conversation were absolute silence, and no one dared to be the first to break the silence. But Kazura still took charge and said that after everything that had happened, he thought Lies was an incredible girl. After all, she has always tried to help the world of her abilities and deserves to be respected and thanked. And now he would like to find out how much her desire to help has changed. Then the guy explained that he was really very happy and satisfied with their work together. But marrying for money and power to someone you don't like is too unacceptable for him. Lies apologized and admitted that she was really sorry for what she had done. Kazura explained to the girl that throughout her life her opinions and values would change, but there was nothing unusual about it, because that's what happens with humans. The guy then stated that he didn't want to spend all this time figuring out their relationship, and it would be better to put all the troubles behind them and be honest with each other in the future. Lies replied that despite all this she was still willing to help with the reconstruction of the territory, so their relationship would not affect her desire to be helpful. Lies was a little disappointed that she had not achieved her goal, but she thanked Kazura for his understanding. Then Kazura suggested that the girl try to really get to know each other better, but to do it openly and by mutual agreement. After all, only in this way they would be able to avoid any hard feelings, and this way would be the fastest way to achieve mutual understanding. Kazura noticed how upset the girl was and realized that her shyness was playing against herself. If she continued to act like this, she would cause the most negative emotions, and that should not be allowed under any circumstances. Lies admitted that this rather unexpected proposal had caused her confusion and anxiety, but she really wants to mend the relationship and now she won't even think about scheming. Kazura explained that he would sincerely like to become real friends with the girl. These words caused even more upset to Lies. The guy asked if she was okay with such a proposal, but Lies was able to contain her emotions and replied that she would be happy to be a good friend to Kazura and let the relationship be mutual. Kazura explained that from now on any quarrels between them are forbidden and now they have to be completely honest with each other. And of course at first it will be very difficult to wean away from past emotions, but together step by step they will make their relationship different. Then Kazura said that he is not a citizen of Kailatz and has no idea anything about this state, so it is better to explain it right away so that it will not cause new irritations in the future. Lies was shocked by such an admission and exclaimed how such a thing could be. After all, she was sure of her observations. The guy replied that any formalities should be superfluous in their communication and it was enough to call him simply by his name. Lies apologized for her overly violent emotions and promised to be more restrained in the future. Kazura explained that he was actually a man who came from another world and asked if Lies had ever heard the legend of the Divine Man. Lies admitted that she had heard this legend many times, but if that's the case, Kazura is the god that was mentioned in the legend. The guy suggested that I take his word for it and just go with him so he could prove it. Once in the guy's room, Lies was delighted and surprised by the sight of extraordinary things from another world. It all seemed like real magic and fantasy, but in fact it was a proof of Kazura's words. Most of all, the girl was shocked by the refrigerator and air conditioner, because drinking cool barley tea with ice cubes was a real pleasure on a hot day. Kezura promised to show many more things to see and pulled out a travel bag for starters. Liza's eyes were filled with impatience and a thirst for learning new things. This time Kezura demonstrated a lighter that the girl had seen once before. Kezura remembered that incident and explained. He was really very nervous then and didn't know how to explain such a strange object. Kezura asked the girl not to worry about it and promised that she would soon get used to it. The guy then explained exactly how to use a regular lighter, and Liz was fascinated by how easy it was to get fire. Liz recognized that such a useful tool could be useful for everyone, and indeed there was a problem with getting fire in this world. Kezura agreed with this observation. Indeed, in this world there were methods that required too much time and effort. But even so, you can't walk around in the open with such a tool. It would be difficult to explain the origin of such a lighter to everyone. Liz agreed, because if everyone knew that Kezura was actually a divine man, it would cause a great uproar or even panic among the population. Kezura asked the girl to keep all information about his tools secret. Liz promised to fulfill this request and confessed that she would like to know many more things. Liz asked to tell her about the beauty products that her mom used. Kezura explained that these products could be used to take care of her body and hair, and the effects could be tested on zirconia. Liz replied that she had noticed a change in her mother's appearance and now understood what had made it happen. Liz asked her to tell her more about the cosmetics and what exactly it allows you to do to your hair and skin. Kezura was not at all surprised by this reaction, because every girl or woman wants to look better and keep her beauty as long as possible. Kezura offered the girl to try some of these products and promised that a little later he would find the right cosmetic products for her. Then the guy asked Lisa to help him work much harder than ever before, and the girl gladly agreed to participate. Kezura was glad to have reached that time of communication, and now it seemed that the tension and anxiety between them had disappeared. And now he was completely sure that all those suitors who gave gifts and paid attention to Lisa were really admired her beauty and smile. Soon it was time for dinner, and Kezura tried to behave as usual, while Liz was in a very high spirits, and Zirconia tried to understand what had happened between them, because now there was no tension. Nelson also noticed her daughter's good mood and asked what had happened that was so good since Liz looked so happy. The young lady explained that she had just received makeup and hair shampoo from Kezura and was looking forward to trying the products. Kezura explained that this was his way of thanking Lisa for always being there for him and helping out while he worked. Nelson thanked the guy for treating his daughter this way, but expressed concern about the strange hair and skincare items. But Kezura explained that there was no need to worry about it, and he told the whole truth to Liz and even managed to discuss the matter with Zirconia. So now Liz knows absolutely everything about different items from the other world. Nelson praised his daughter for such a result and advised her to continue in the same spirit. The girl promised to try her best, and Zirconia decided that her daughter was now completely fascinated by Kezura and even felt a little jealousy. Then Kezura reminded that now was the time to find a place for the ice tanks, and it would be nice that Zirconia found free time for this task. Kezura then explained that he had to return to Grisai's village first, and would be gone for about 10 days. Kezura promised to make a detailed schedule so that they would eventually get to work soon, if of course Liz would be willing to keep him company. After all, it would be great if he was accompanied by his masters. Liz agreed to this proposal and explained that she would ask Ira to review her schedule and change some appointments that were of no use anyway. Kezura asked to prepare a large amount of lime sand in advance, which would be needed for a building material called special mortar. Depending on the use with stones, this mortar becomes more resistant to water and stress. Thanks to this mortar, it will be possible to create an artificial pond, because after its solidification, it will not allow water to pass through. And in this case, their labors with river construction will become much easier. Nelson was pleased that this material would indeed be easy to use, and most importantly, it was cheap. Kezura explained that in the future this method of construction would play an active role in the creation of any building, and so it would be a good idea to create a specialized industry to make the necessary materials. And this could be done using discarded pottery that is recycled by pottery makers. Nelson explained that there is indeed a place on the outskirts of the city where discarded pottery is stored, and it would be possible to collect all of these supplies. Kezura suggested that in that case, a real storage facility for building materials could be made near the place, as it would be easier to transport the resources. Nelson asked his daughter if the plasterers and potters were working with clay masks. Liz said that she had visited the pottery workshop many times, and as for the plaster workshop, she would be able to find out the detailed information after talking to various acquaintances. Kezura was not at all surprised by the young lady's ability to negotiate, and admitted that he was counting on her in the future because her skills were unique and invaluable. The girl was embarrassed by the praise and instantly blushed. Zirconia, as an attentive mother, immediately realized that her foolish daughter was just trying to deceive her. That said, her relationship with Kazura had actually gotten better, and that was the best news of the whole day. Another wagon ride was as usual a very tiring journey. Kazura noticed that he wasn't the only one who was tired during this trip, for Lies looked very tired as well. Zirconia inquired if he was alright. Kazura explained that he felt fine overall and just needed a little rest and recuperation. The girl asked not to overdo it, because if Kazura fainted from fatigue now, she would be very worried and might faint too. The guy immediately offered his restorative medicine that would give her more strength, but Zirconia replied that she didn't want to waste such a good remedy, and it was better to drink it by Kazura himself. But the guy explained that this medicine is specialized for the locals and it does not have such an effect on him, but only a little invigorating. Kazura advised to be prepared for fatigue in any situation, because this journey took quite a long time and they had to spend 4 tiring days on the road. Zirconia agreed that it all depended on the number of people who would be traveling with them, and they also had to take into account the building materials that they had to carry with them. But it was rather a good thing that they had managed to reach this remote place and spend no more than 4 days. Then the girl explained that the location of the water wheel had already been chosen, so they could start work early tomorrow morning and explain the instructions to the artisans. Zirconia also stated that tomorrow she hoped to leave the place early in the morning, if possible of course. Kazura was once again convinced of this girl's organizational skills, for she was very responsible under any circumstances. Kazura even remembered how Zirconia had been able to get some rest and sleep in the horrible shaking and noisy wagon. The lad then realized that he would be in the village in at least 7 days and would just need to get a construction plan in the future. Also, some moments were inconvenient, because being in another world, one could not just use the achievements of modern man and order some goods. One had to be sure to return to Japan in time for a certain delivery date. Zirconia explained that when Kazura went to the village, she would go to recruit people who were looking for work, and it all depended on the number of people needed. Kazura replied that the number of people would depend on the enormity of the plan, and it would be better to hire carpenters and masons first, of course. She explained that they were already hiring carpenters and it would be necessary to check how many workers they had already managed to invite. Kazura decided that it was hard to get good craftsmen, so he should postpone the plan for now. The first thing to do was to do partial repairs, which should be completed by the next rainy season. Zirconia suggested mobilizing retired military men, and if it was a simple matter, she herself had a little experience in military camps and fortress construction. Kazura explained that he wanted the people who would be involved to also take part in the final road repair and maintenance work, and so it would be better not to terminate the contract with these people after the construction is finished, because during the rainy season these people might take up other work. So the ideal solution is to keep all contracts open just in case for the unemployed and to allow a little leeway for that. After all, if they succeeded, they could be busy building the city walls during the rainy season. Suddenly Lies wondered if there were divine men like Kazura in his home country, for he had never mentioned his possibly compatriots. The boy wondered how to answer him, for one could think of some god of war or even a god of commerce. But in the end Kazura explained that there were actually a lot of different kinds of people in his home world. Lies asked if it wouldn't be much more convenient to bring in someone more skilled in construction to help. After all, Kazura himself is more of a personification of benevolence and harvest. Kazura thought about such a strange suggestion and agreed that he really didn't give any details about his world. But how could he talk about something that didn't really exist, because he wasn't some kind of god, but an ordinary person from another world? And it would be good to deal with this situation as soon as possible, so as to cause fewer questions. Especially the longer he is here, the more often there are all sorts of situations that reveal his shortcomings. After all, if he was a god, then why couldn't he protect the village from being attacked? But Kazura still decided that now was not the best time to tell his lies. Kazura realized that the people around him, such as Nelson and the others, were unlikely to harm him. But in any case, he didn't want them to poke their noses into his business, because they actually believed that he was a divine being. And it remains to be seen how long he will be able to pretend. Yes, Zirconia asked her favorite daughter not to bother Kazura too much, because he has so many different obligations. Lies apologized for her insistence, and Zirconia suggested that everyone eat a little, while she herself went to check the road to the field. During lunch, Kazura asked the young lady that does she really wish for the death of the annoying merchant. The girl instantly got angry and told how this nasty old man keeps trying to touch her during every encounter and it's too disgusting for her. Kazura believed Lisa because such violent emotions were hard to fake. Kezura advised her to just give up these useless meetings if she really didn't like this man and had no plans to marry him. But Lies explained that she couldn't do that. The girl admitted that she doesn't want bad rumors to spread that will be hard to get rid of in the future, because most people support the family commercially, and this nasty old man has a huge influence in commerce. Lies explained, cause her parents a lot of trouble if she refuses to meet with this merchant. Kezura didn't really understand all the nuances of dealing with merchants and only wondered at everything he heard. Then the guy asked if the people Lies was meeting with were so influential. The girl explained that it is correct to say that among these people is a lot of those who want to get the status of a lord, although in fact all these meetings cause only headaches. And in order to marry her, of course, you need great influence and huge money, but even so there are things she hates and cannot perceive. Lies admitted that sometimes she can be very creepy in communication and yet she hates stingy people. And a person who becomes a lord will be able to do whatever they want. Kezura asked that does everyone ask her to marry right away, because it looks too silly. But Lies explained that unfortunately that is the difficulty of the lord's daughter, because it is almost impossible for her to marry for love. Lies told how she had recently decided that she had finally found someone good, but in the end that person practically hated her, and now she didn't know what to do next. Kezura replied that she was wrong and his decision didn't mean that he hated her. Lies asked if that meant that Kezura agreed to be her husband. He laughed and explained that they were completely different topics. Lies was a little upset, and Kezura noticed that Zirconia was delayed somewhere, because it was already evening. Lies agreed, but suggested that she not worry about her mother as her journey shouldn't take long, though she didn't bring an escort. Kezura was afraid for Zirconia, because it was dangerous to travel alone in these places and suggested to go immediately to search for her. But Lies was advised not to hurry and wait a little longer, because maybe this was the same neighborhood where her mother used to live and she just decided to be alone with her thoughts. Kezura was surprised at what she heard, for this area was an abandoned village and nothing else. Then Lies told how 10 years ago in this county several villages were brutally attacked by bandits. And here events happened because of which all the inhabitants were killed and some kidnapped and no one knows about their fate. Kezura thought about these horrible events and realized that Zirconia really wanted to be alone and so we should just wait for her return. In the meantime, Zirconia was indeed perfectly fine and was merely reflecting on the past while looking at the starry sky and the lonely moon. With great effort and feeling unbearable heartache, Zirconia still managed to visit the remains of the abandoned village and the place where her parents were buried. Kezura had gone to inspect the area early in the morning and realized that the area was perfect for his plans. The flat terrain was next to the river and was perfect for building a pond, and if there was once a field in the area, the soil should be very soft. At the same time, the guy kept thinking about Zirconia, who had returned late at night to his tent and he had never managed to talk to her. Though from her appearance this strong girl did not express any emotion and perhaps all the worries were unnecessary. Once the workers had gathered, Kezura explained the tasks to everyone and suggested they start working. The first thing the guy explained how to make a quality mortar and explained that the whole process is a careful mixing of sandy soil water and small pieces of ceramics, and then the solution was to be applied to the surface of the previously prepared pit. But everyone must use a mask made of cloth, because such a solution is quite toxic to the respiratory tract. Then Kezura equipment that will have to remove fine debris from the river water, which is sent by the water wheel. So the workers would have to wash the stones thoroughly and keep the wood clean, for there would be no point in this filter if all the elements were dirty. Kezura explained that the ice pond would be about 1 meter deep and so it would take time to dig out the earth and dry the mortar, and all this work should take several days. After his briefing, Kezura suggested to start working and explained that if anyone had any questions, he would be there for them. Also, each worker could inform about the necessary materials they would need during the work. One of the guys suggested to use the buildings from the abandoned village, because they could be broken down and used as firewood, if nobody minded. Another worker asked to be allowed to use tools such as pots. Zirconia told all the workers that she was not against any of their actions and they could use the material as they saw fit, but reminded them that there were many burials in the abandoned village and they should be careful not to destroy them. The girl then asked the workers if they had some free time. It would be nice if they cleaned the area in the cemetery. Meanwhile, the tired Valletta was warming herself by the fire feeling very tired and really wanted to sleep. but kept thinking about everything that was going on and remembering about Kazuura's. Nina decided to sleep first and asked to wake her up when it was her turn to be on duty. Nina was also very tired, and Valletta decided to let her friend sleep a little longer than she should have. Valletta was very happy about the dry weather, because thanks to the fact that it had not rained for a long time, it would be possible to dry the ovens in a short time. The girl was eager to finish the job as soon as possible and show Kazuura's results. Valletta also felt as if someone was watching her, and it was annoying. Suddenly, a huge wolf approached from the thickets of the forest. Valletta was very surprised and thought it was probably Yorubu. The presence of a huge and dangerous animal caused fear, and Valletta instantly grabbed her dagger and decided to defend herself. But suddenly the wolf asked what she was doing. Valletta didn't answer and gradually stepped back with her dagger in front of her. The wolf did not attack, it just calmly sat down and asked again why the girl was doing this. Valletta simply replied that she would make coal furnaces and stockpile huge amounts of coal to make quality iron. The wolf was surprised by the answer and asked that it was really necessary to make so many coal furnaces. The girl did not understand what was going on, because she was talking to a huge wolf who was freely talking to her and asking questions. Then the huge animal began to tell her how other people acted madly and mercilessly cut down trees in this beautiful forest. And did Valletta really want to do the same thing? But the girl answered that she was not going to do any harm and did not want to repeat the actions of the previous people. But the wolf replied that people's promises can be false, and he found it hard to believe them. Valletta explained that she really didn't want to expose this mountain and make the area barren, and the trees that are cut down are immediately replaced with new ones that will grow and restore the bare areas. The wolf, after thinking a bit, promised that the girl would see a real hell if she decided to destroy these mountains at will. Valletta asked what exactly would be the consequences of a landslide or a flood. The wolf explained that under no circumstances should rooted trees be cut down, unless Valletta herself wanted to dry up and die. The wolf then headed back into the forest and explained that he would definitely come back and demand an explanation again if needed. Valletta asked to wait for a while, but the wolf disappeared into the darkness very quickly. Just at that moment, Nina woke up and asked what had happened and where the sudden scream had come from. The frightened Valletta explained that a few minutes ago she had been in contact with the huge and terrible Yorubu. Nina instantly grabbed her spear and prepared to defend herself, but there was no danger. Nina asked her friend if she had really seen a huge wolf. Valletta explained that she had briefly fallen asleep and was now unsure if it was not all just a dream, although she was sure she had been talking to Yorubu. Nina asked not to be frightened like that again, and now she had completely stopped wanting to sleep. The girl then suggested that Valletta should go to bed immediately, for she was so tired that she might be imagining the most horrible things. Valletta gladly agreed to go to bed and asked her friend if she could sleep for 3 hours, and after that they would change. Nina of course agreed, as she really wanted her friend to get a good night's rest. Valletta specially took out the alarm clock given by Kazuura and set the alarm time in 3 hours. Falling asleep, the girl kept thinking about the giant wolf, for she was really not sure if she was actually talking to him. As she gradually fell into the realm of Morpheus, Valletta tried to understand what meeting with Yorubu might entail, for if the legends were to be believed, it was a powerful creature. Kazuura, while discussing various issues with Nelson, thought that it was very comfortable to do documents in a room where the air conditioner was running and there was a refrigerator with cool drinks. Lisa was fascinated by the use of the copy machine, which could be used to prepare documents at the touch of a button, whereas by hand it took a very long time. Nelson also realized that the copy machine saved on expenses and it was possible to run the country much more efficiently. Kazuura appreciated the prospect and praised Nelson for a good idea. Kazuura explained that information was power, and if they could use the printer to distribute a lot of information at once, it would be much easier to steer society in the right direction. Kazuura of course realized that this whole world was pretty limited. Everywhere here didn't even have any semblance of newspapers. Nelson agreed that books would be very easy to make if paper production and copying was developed, and if they were in the business of selling good books, it would be profitable. However, if people start getting information and knowledge too quickly, then it will be difficult to manage them. Kazuura agreed that if the choice is between economic development and effective population management, the latter is the better choice. Nelson agreed that this would be a reasonable solution in this situation. Wise immediately suggested distributing the necessary literature for free through the stores in town. After all, it could help manage people's education. Kezura also suggested the use of flyers. After all, it would greatly increase the sales of various goods. Lisa agreed that in such a case it would be enough for people to study the signs on the stores and advertising offers. However, the girl pointed out that many signs are written in too small font, and it is difficult to perceive them, and therefore it is very inconvenient and should be corrected. Kezura suggested to use in the city transportation with windows, as in patrol cars. And if the prices are acceptable and the turnover of goods is high, then all people will be happy to use such transportation. Nelson agreed that it was a great idea and he himself would be happy to ride on such a vehicle. Kezura thought that it would be a good idea if the software could use the language of this world, so he would have to look into it when he returned to Japan. For that purpose, the guy took a copy of the original documents with him to study them thoroughly. Mary then announced that everything was ready for Kezura's departure, and the guy looked at the time and started packing quickly. Then Kezura said that he had to leave this city for a while, and would try to return as soon as he could. Therefore, he would leave all matters to Nelson and Zirconia. Nelson promised to take care of all business and concerns during Kezura's absence. Liz asked Kezura to take care of himself and not to overwork himself, because if he gets sick or hurt, it will be a real tragedy. The guy promised to be careful and stay strong. Kezura also reminded that he has a special amulet in the form of a bracelet, which was given by Liz herself, and therefore he will try to return as soon as possible to continue his important work. After a while, Kezura returned to the village and noticed how much the settlement had changed. The locals were happy to welcome the boy back, for they had really been waiting for this for a long time. Kezura immediately greeted Elder Valen and was surprised that he had never seen Valette, who always greeted him. Valen explained that some people remained in the mountains continuing to make charcoal and gathering useful resources, and they should meet them when they saw the lit torches of the group. Kezura realized that in front of him was the mountain he saw on the map. But this mountain was very far away, about 40 kilometers from here. Kezura asked how far it was to get to the mountain. Valen explained it would take so long for the whole distance. After all, the locals could now run much faster than they could before. Old Valen admitted that not even we could run up that mountain, and perhaps he wouldn't even break a sweat. The elder then suggested that we go inside the house before Valetta returned and talk for a while. Soon Isaac, Hywel, and Mary came up and were happy to see Kezura. The boy explained that he was leaving his home state again tomorrow, and until he returned everyone could relax and rest. Hywel wondered how long that might take. Kezura, he reflected that he would need to visit a construction firm first, and then get busy buying supplies and maybe even buy a special oil separator. In the end, the guy replied that his journey would last at least 3 days. Hywel decided that he would spend that time with his sister and they would go fishing together. Kezura asked to treat him to fresh fish if they caught a lot. Mary immediately promised to try her best and catch the biggest fish possible. Kezura advised Isaac to also spend this time relaxing and not thinking about problems. Isaac promised that he would take a thorough vacation and not take care of business. Kezura wondered why Isaac was so agitated and who he was looking for, but the boy explained that he was just watching something in the distance rapidly approaching. And indeed, a cloud of dust was increasing very quickly in the distance. Kezura began to guess that perhaps it was Valetta returning home, though it was hard to believe that it was even possible to move at such a great speed. But after a few minutes it cleared up, and Kezura and everyone standing nearby felt a powerful burst of wind and dust. The girl was very happy to see Kezura, who had finally returned. Valetta explained that as soon as she heard about it she immediately rushed back to the village to socialize and see Kezura. But the guy explained that unfortunately he had very little time as he was about to leave for his divine country. But then walking through the village, Kezura was surprised by the new shacks. Valetta explained that she wanted to give thanks, and so she built a shack and made a comfortable bathroom inside. Kezura was surprised at the extent of the construction and asked if it was too difficult to make such updates for each house, since he sees so many new buildings. Valetta offered to go ahead and see for himself how everything was set up and take a bath, while she prepared something for dinner. Kezura was surprised to see what was already prepared in the bathroom and confessed that he was eager to dive into the warm water as soon as possible. Isaac and Hywel were surprised by everything they saw in the village, for no one had expected such changes. As it turned out, the village even had a chicken coop for breeding birds and a sawmill hut, and it was done in a very short period of time. Kezura marveled at the transformation of the village, because it had never happened even in Istria. The girl explained that she had managed to make everything quite simple and just used the prototype. and the veterans who had been in the army since the beginning of the war played their part. All of them had the necessary skills for construction, and their combat experience helped to improve the village. There was also a large water wheel that powered the sawmill. This wheel pumped water into a powerful turbine for the sawmill, and Valletta immediately took this efficiency into account when building. Valletta told how she had found a document with an easy explanation that she had made the drawings herself and was able to draw everything neatly thanks to the drawing board. Kazuya marveled at such a girl's ability and praised her for her success. The girl then told him that the birds she was trying to raise thanks to the food from Japan had strengthened their bodies considerably, so she had to build a higher fence because some of the birds had initially jumped over it easily and ran away. Kazuya was surprised and wondered if these birds looked like normal chickens after the improvement. Soon the guy was in the bathhouse and was surprised by the spacious wooden barrel, which was a traditional Japanese bath. It also had steam ventilation and drainage, and everything looked very high quality and sturdy. Valletta asked if Kazuya liked everything and offered to add some yard to the stove. The boy agreed, because he liked it much warmer in the bath. The girl tried to help as much as she could and then thought about the distant country of Japan. Valletta remembered Kazuya telling her that people in that country practically lived without weapons. Kazuya also remembered his words and explained that he wanted to say about his father who had never been to this world. But it actually turned out to be necessary. After all, if that hadn't happened, then maybe there wouldn't be some dangerous items in this world. Kazuya realized this when he checked the carrying bag his father had given him. Kazuya enjoyed the very nice water, the temperature which was perfect, and his tiredness disappeared. This bath was no worse than the bath he had taken in Istria. Kazuya continued to think about future tasks and how best to clear the outskirts of Istria. At first it was assumed that the surface would be too uneven, but it actually turned out to be much simpler. Then the guy talked about how he had started developing a prototype of a hand pump, so this project should be completed soon. Kazuya asked if Valletta had done any development in that direction, but the girl again inquired about Japan and asked if there were no wars there. Kazuya told that for the last few decades there have been no military conflicts, and there are no wars or controversy between regions of the country itself, but history certainly remembers many tragic cases of war. Valletta was fascinated by the story of a very peaceful country, and admitted that she was very interested in how such a state had improved its security. Kazuya suggested that it was most likely through overcoming poverty, better government, and the desire of the people themselves to live in peace and prosperity. Valletta, after some thought, eventually decided to take a bath as well and was not at all embarrassed by Kazuya's presence. After that it was time for dinner, and then everyone went to their rooms to rest. In the early morning, Kazuya along with Valletta had already gotten to work. The boy inquired about steel saws and circular saw blades, as well as chemical fertilizers. Valletta admitted that she too would like to know how effective these products would be during application. The girl said that she wanted to try to make fire bricks, which she had read about in a book given to her by Kazuya. Then Valletta told about a deposit of iron she had discovered far away in the mountains. Valletta told how she accidentally started reading the book and thought of something new, and then went on a journey to the mountains. The girl explained that she managed to find this place near a mountain river. The soil for the coal furnace was also applied from this mountain, and she decided to make it in this very place. And the amount of iron ore that was scattered along the shore was really huge. Also, by breaking the surface of the rocks, a considerable amount of iron ore could be extracted. Kazuya explained that he was really pondering about introducing steel smelting would be a huge fascination if these materials did turn up nearby. The lad decided to pursue the industry in his spare time and somehow improve iron ore mining. Valletta promised to help in any way she could, as she had researched these mountains very well and would be able to make the search and travel much easier. After the conversation, Kazuya went outside and was even more surprised than he had been in the evening. After all, in the darkness he couldn't see how developed the village was. The boy prepared to head to his native Japan, and Valletta carefully prepared him a lunch for the journey and asked how soon he would be back. Kazuya explained that he didn't really have anything long in his plans, and in any case he wanted to return as soon as possible. The girl promised to throw a party for the occasion and wait for his return. After Kazuya had gone to his home, Valletta went to meet Isaac and asked for time to talk to him. Isaac offered to go to his tent and discuss things before starting work. Before leaving the village, Kazuya promised to come back quickly and ask the girl if she needed to bring anything besides what was already on the list. Valletta asked her to bring her father some good sake, as he often talked about it and wanted to try it again. Kazuya promised to fulfill this request and thought it would be possible to bring other alcohol besides Japanese. Immediately after saying goodbye to Kazuya, Valletta decided to get down to business and not waste any time. Everyone was surprised in the military camp by the arrival of a young village girl to Isaac and began discussing and whispering that there was something strange about it. Isaac of course realized that he was immediately in favor and offered to leave the entrance to his tent open so that no one would think anything wrong. Isaac then offered to take care of business and promised to help in any way he could, if Valletta would of course carefully explain what the problem was. The girl thanked him for his help and sat down next to him at the table. Valletta explained that in order to solve some of the problems, she needed help with the extraction of wax stones, and the amount needed was quite large. Isaac was surprised that it was possible to do something with wax stone and asked if he understood correctly that this was Khazur's technology. Valletta apologized and explained that she couldn't reveal all the details yet, but Isaac should know that they would be able to help Khazur because of it. Isaac promised not to reveal the secret of this conversation and to get to work on purchasing the wax stones immediately. The girl thanked for her understanding and suggested moving on to the second topic of discussion. Valletta asked to be told the details of the works in Istria that were being carried out under Khazur's direction. She was also interested in future plans and necessary tools for the upcoming works. Isaac replied that he was certainly not against it, but he was surprised by such interests of a young girl. Isaac asked why it wasn't easier to ask Khazur himself in that case. The girl explained that she was interested, but unfortunately didn't have time to memorize the small details, and now she wanted to be prepared until the moment Khazur decided to introduce new technology to her home village. Valletta explained that she didn't want to be a burden to Khazur and didn't want him to worry about her all the time. Therefore, she needs to become independent and become more successful. Valletta also admitted that she wants to be useful, and she also doesn't want Khazur to leave her all the time, because if she can help him, they can be together much longer. Isaac didn't quite understand what they were talking about and asked for more details. Valletta explained that she really wanted to prove her abilities to Khazur and then ask him not to leave her behind anymore and take her along with him on important jobs. The girl then asked if Khazur and Lies were really in a close relationship and if they were already dating. From such a question, Isaac was in the act and didn't know how to answer the curious girl. Then Isaac explained that he is not really aware of the details of their relationship, but it seems to him personally that Lies is very much interested in Mr. Khazur. Valletta was visibly upset and admitted that she was sorry to hear that, but Isaac advised her not to give up and to work hard to achieve her goal. Valletta immediately felt encouraged and promised to do her best to be useful to Khazur. Then Isaac had one very interesting idea, and he even blushed a little from embarrassment and from his thoughts. Isaac didn't give the details of his thoughts and advised Valletta not to give up on his aspirations. The guy also promised to provide any help he could so that Valletta could achieve what she wanted. Valletta was very happy to find a like-minded friend and helper and thanked Isaac for his support. Then the guy offered to ask him anything and not to hold back his interest, because he could tell everything he knew about. As promised, Hygiene went fishing with his favorite sister and said that they needed to catch as many fish as possible for everyone to enjoy. Marie was worried and said that as a slave she was probably not allowed to take breaks while working. But Hygiene reminded her that Khazur had allowed them to rest during his absence, and so they should honor his request, and it would be strange to refuse such an opportunity, especially since everyone had heard his words. Hygiene explained to his sister that if she didn't rest when there was an opportunity for it, she would faint again. The girl immediately recalled the horrible moments when her brother hadn't been around to help her. Hygiene reminded her that every day is already full of various worries and problems, so there is no need to be overwhelmed. The guy then asked his sister how she was doing in her new place. Marie told him that since she started working at Mr. Nelson's estate she was feeling much better and everyone was very nice to her, and especially Ira was helping her. Hygiene was glad to hear that and realized that his decision had been the right one. Marie thanked her brother for his concern and asked how she could repay him for it. Hygiene explained that he didn't really need anything and it would be much easier if Marie started talking to him less formally. Marie promised to straighten up and just call him Big Brother. Then Hygiene started teaching his sister how to fish properly, but the girl didn't immediately figure out how to use the fishing rod and hooked herself a few times. This amused both of them to relax and also forget sad thoughts. Meanwhile, Khazur went to the construction company where they had prepared a detailed plan for him and now he could finish the work before the rainy season came. The chief engineer was very interested in the project and asked why not lay a fountain in the settlement. It was also possible to make a sewer system throughout the city. Khazur was of course interested in all these possibilities and carefully wrote everything down and then apologized for taking up too much time. That being said, the guy was careful to be careful and follow his fictional story, as he immediately talked about how this was just a fictional locale where he was creating an imaginary project. But in spite of that, this project interested the owner of the firm and they arranged another meeting. Kazura promised to return immediately when the drawings were finished, and the engineer advised me to worry and said that he would be sure to do everything to the highest standard. Then the engineer asked for computer graphics or a photo like the one he had already seen. After all, he would like to see the results of his work on the ground. Kazura promised to fulfill the request, but explained that he could not give a copy of it, so as not to violate confidentiality, but he would show the results of his work. The engineer was very pleased and said he would look forward to seeing them at their next meeting. The man was interested in the guy's answer. After all, if he was going to make a book with construction plans or computer graphics, it all sounds very implausible. Although if this kind of book came out, it would definitely impress a lot of people. Kazura decided to have some lunch and mentally thanked Valette for the delicious food, and then decided to go to the software company. Kazura immediately explained that he needed to make an original font and symbols for it. The receptionist girl promised to do the task since their firm deals with various software issues. Kazura was happy with this answer and realized that it would be possible to create software to type in the language of another world. Then the guy began to explain in detail what exactly he needed and eventually voiced a version of the fact that he needed to make a program for typing with a keyboard in a completely fictitious language. The girl told him that it was actually quite a simple task and could be done by himself with the help of commercial software. Kazura was impressed by this answer and asked for more details. As it turned out, it was all easily done with publicly available software. In the end, Kazura thanked her for her help and apologized for taking up his time with his silly questions. The girl replied that she was forever happy to help, and if there were any more questions, their firm would be sure to solve any problems. The next destination was an already familiar building materials store. Kazura immediately paid attention to the fact that the familiar salesman had a promoted position and now he was the administrator of the sales floor. The guy asked for help in choosing fireproof bricks. The salesman boasted that recently he was actually promoted due to high sales figures. But despite this, he is always on the sales floor, so he is happy to help with any questions. The salesman then asked how many refractory bricks were needed. Kazura explained that his plans included building a steel furnace and he didn't know a certain amount for such a job. The receptionist of course advised him to take the bricks in reserve and suggested that he choose a special refractory mortar for them. The administrator then suggested buying coke fuel, but Kazura explained that he was going to use charcoal, which he had in almost unlimited quantities. The receptionist then explained that in order to build a full-sized furnace to use charcoal, it would take a lot of bricks and asked exactly what shape the furnace would be. Kazura explained that the design of the furnace should be as primitive as possible so as not to complicate the process of smelting steel. The guy then praised the administrator for his in-depth knowledge of construction matters. The former salesman explained that his knowledge had earned him a promotion at the restaurant and he was always willing to show his perseverance. In the end, Kazura decided to buy bricks in stock and asked the receptionist to calculate the approximate amount he would need. But the receptionist immediately offered to pick up the entire stock of refractory bricks that the store had in stock. Kazura asked if that was too much and the receptionist apologized for getting too carried away. In addition to all of this, Kazura bought several more cases of Japanese white coal, as well as other appliances and tools needed for steel smelting. After completing the purchase, the grateful administrator, already counting the profits, thanked the guy for his visit. The administrator also promised to prioritize Kazura's orders and always help him with the selection of goods. Shopping took too much time, more than Kazura expected, and it was obvious that Valette was waiting for him. Heading back to the other world, Kazura was surprised to find the fog too thick in the forest. But the guy decided to follow the straight path to the village and was sure he wouldn't get lost. In the end, the opposite happened and he did get lost in the dark forest covered in fog. After wandering for a long time, Kazura got desperate and decided to rest, for as it turned out he was well provided for and had not explored the area well. He could only hope that such a thick fog would clear by morning and he would be able to get out of this forest. After all, usually the road took only 5 minutes to reach the village. Now he had wasted a lot of time and couldn't get anywhere. The bag was full of gifts he had prepared for his friends, but the compass was unfortunately left at home. Kazura looked at the stockpile of food and various medicines, decided that he had enough for a few days. Then Kazura decided that a good idea would be to give a smoke signal in the morning, and then someone would come to his aid. He also remembered that the locals usually went to this forest for firewood and nuts, but he didn't know what kind of animals there were. Gradually it became cold and he felt a shiver in his body. This whole situation was too unpleasant and Kazura realized that Valette was worried about him and most likely had prepared something tasty for dinner. Gradually, the fatigue and excitement turned to drowsiness and Kezira started to fall asleep. But suddenly someone started touching his shoulder. The girl with the torch stated that she noticed Kezira and decided to see if he was injured. Kezira was surprised to see a servant girl in front of him and explained that he was fine. The girl explained that by order of the elder, the locals had gone to search the forest and were searching the area, as they were expecting Kezira to return for dinner. Kezira was happy to hear this news and offered to go to the village immediately and thank the girl for her help. But suddenly the stranger grabbed the guy and put him under a tree. The girl said that it was too early to return to the village and that he needed to warm up first. She then asked her to wait while she gathered wood and made a fire. Kezira was very surprised at how quickly the fire was lit. After all, the wood should be damp after such a thick fog. But the girl explained that she had excellent fire-making skills and could easily find dry tree branches. But this explanation did not impress Kezira too much, because it seemed too implausible. After a few minutes, the girl started acting very strange and sadly said that there were only 4 years left. Kezira asked if he understood correctly that she was talking about the end of the truce, but the stranger didn't respond to the questions and kept muttering that many people and beasts would die and the earth would once again be filled with blood. Kezira didn't understand at all why this girl brought up such a sad topic. And then the stranger asked if Arcadia would be able to defeat Valviria in the next war. Kezira answered that he was completely sure of it, because in the past they were able to hold the defenses and so this time too it will be fine. Then the guy explained that it was not really known if the war would resume again, and if they were supported by their allies, the enemies would not dare to attack again. But the girl stated that she had full confidence in the upcoming war, which would be many times more terrible than the previous one. Kezira felt incredible fear, because from the girl emanated some terrible aura, and the stranger continued to say that now no one can escape and hide, because the enemies will attack from different sides and destroy everything. Then the girl looked at Kezira and there was something frightening in her gaze. The guy felt his hands grow cold with terror and gradually began to crawl back. The stranger said that it all started a few months ago and since then the fog became thicker and now you can't see anything through it. And now I am very scared to think that all people and animals on this earth will die, because it is already destined and no one can save themselves. Kezira was afraid to answer and could not understand who this girl really is, because the shadow behind her back literally absorbs all the space. Then the stranger slowly turned around and turned her gaze to the guy. From her cold eyes, Kezira felt fear that he had never felt before, and the girl said that only he could save everyone. The stranger then stood up and explained that she certainly had no right to ask for help, but for the sake of the many lives she was willing to do so. Suddenly the flames in the fire increased many times, and then abruptly went out. The girl promised that in return for help at the very end she would come for Kezira, and he would learn a lot. These words frightened the most, but the stranger quickly grabbed Kezira's hand and shouted that the fog was dissipating and they needed to go quickly. After a few minutes, Kezira suddenly didn't find the mysterious girl nearby, and began to look around. But there was nothing but the dark forest behind them and he was somehow near the village. Kezira, remaining frightened by such displays of mysticism, calmly entered the house where he was greeted by Valletta and Valen. The girl stated that they had been waiting for him for a long time and invited him to join them for dinner. But the lad was pensive and pale, and then he looked at the time and was very much surprised, for it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. And it seemed to him that he had been in the forest long enough. Leaving the bad thoughts behind a bit, Kezira pulled out the gifts for Elder Valen. The elderly lover of tasty alcohol was happy to see beautiful bottles of the best manufacturers of Japanese and Western brands of booze. Valel hurried to taste the unknown drinks, while Valletta wondered why Kezira was so pensive. The guy tried to tell that he had recently met a strange girl in the woods, though he wasn't sure about everything that happened and maybe he was so tired that it was just a bad dream after which he feels scared. Kezira said that he had been chatting with a mysterious stranger about a future war that would be much scarier than the previous one. Also, Kezira mentioned that this girl was very beautiful, and he had never seen her before. Such words angered Valletta and she instantly felt a rush of jealousy and turned away. Kezira realized that those words were unnecessary and asked for an apology. But Valletta decided not to react and played the role of the offended girl for a bit. Meanwhile, old Valen had already felt the pleasant taste of Irish whiskey and suggested that they all have a drink together. Meanwhile, in the border town on the northern border of the state of Valver, important issues and future plans were being discussed. The 10th Legion of the army was stationed in a huge fortress. Commander Karen was angered by a message he had received asking for free food for the other troops, as they did not have enough provisions to get through the winter. In the commander's opinion, this was an outrageous impudence, as these people had been sent a huge amount of money 3 days ago, and now they were brazenly lying and asking for food to be sent to them. Suddenly footsteps were heard and someone asked to enter. Karen allowed it and barked that the door was unlocked. The beautiful blonde took a few steps forward, for the door was indeed unlocked. The young general praised Titus for her boldness, for she was always able to answer sharp and pleased with her presence. The girl explained that a message had arrived from the capital with an order. According to the order, it was necessary to deal with the barbarians immediately, and then redeploy to the borders of Arcadia and join the local troops. Karen was puzzled by this change and reminded that he had already refused the transfer twice. But Titus explained that the matter was already settled and in 6 months at the latest, they should join General Lars and his 2 legions. Karen asked about the status of his request for dismissal from the army, as he had been waiting for a positive answer for a long time. Titus said that it was unlikely that such a petition would be signed, for Karen must realize that it was not that easy. Then the girl explained that all these preparations and redeployment of troops are obviously not done for nothing, and Karen, as an experienced military man, should realize that such events usually take place before a war starts. Karen explained that he could hardly forgive the Senate for trying to exile him. After all, sending an order to relocate his legion is almost like chopping off his arm. Titus reminded him that the former consul's policy was that the destruction of enemies took top priority over everything else. Karen replied that it didn't matter anymore, since that consul had already left office 4 months ago, and one could only hope that the new man would be normal. Titus suggested that in her opinion it was not worth waiting for any drastic changes. After all, if the old military policy is resumed, rebellion will be unavoidable. As it turned out, during the last war, the consul was just a puppet of the Senate, which made the man make catastrophic mistakes and cause terrible damage. After a huge amount of criticism, the consul was forced to resign. The new consul, however, was of commoner descent, and this man is popular with the citizens due to his high intelligence and fearlessness. Karen agreed that this guy must be really brave, because being a consul is an unenviable role, as such people can be assassinated all the time. Titus asked Karen not to worry, because even if the Senate could organize such a thing, it would hardly be directed against him. Karen reminded that at the moment he was only a general, and therefore did not arouse any suspicion from the high officials. The young general then thought about a future opponent in the person of Arcadia, and admitted that this state was quite strong and he would not want to mess with it in a war. Titus was surprised at the display of weakness, but Karen explained that he had recently studied the possibility of such a confrontation. As it turned out 4 years ago, the forces of Arcadia erected a huge fortress on the border, but it can be called more like a fortified city, which will be incredibly difficult to overcome. The terrain where this fortress is located is very uncomfortable, and the enemy has an unusual general, so it is difficult to count on a successful attack against such forces. But then Karen promised that in any case, he had no way to give up this task and would try to manage somehow. Titus was surprised by such a pessimistic mood of the illustrious general, and asked if he couldn't defeat the enemy this time. But Karen explained that he would be able to win, but only if the strength of the enemy's army did not increase. If everything remains as it was before, he will be able to make wonderful plans and achieve a crushing defeat of the enemy. But Titus asked for more details, because only a few minutes ago Karen was not sure of success and was worried about a strong enemy. The young general began to tell in a monotone that the basic military reforms were going well, and at the moment, the peace treaty with the barbarians was playing a positive role. He also hoped for the arrival of new weapons, and it would also be a good decision if he has expanded powers of the commander, and then he would try to use all his capabilities. The girl admitted that she hadn't even heard of any new weapons, but Karen promised that she would find out soon. But he wouldn't tell her now, so as not to break the secret. Titus asked the general if he always knew so much and even knew about this transfer much sooner than the message. Karen explained that he is always interested in the current situation, and about the order he had long assumed about his transfer long ago, and was preparing for it. Karen noticed the distrust in the girl's eyes and asked her not to look at him like that. Titus then asked for permission to say something frankly. The girl admitted that she had thoroughly studied all the documents related to the transfer and training of troops, and wanted to say that she did not believe in a crushing victory against a strong opponent. Especially considering the local troops present here, it will not be possible to significantly strengthen her army, although she will have to do her best to do so. Titus promised to ask for reinforcements before leaving to do other errands, and perhaps they would get a positive answer. Left alone, young General Cairn thought about the girl's words and once again studied all the documents. As it turned out, Titus was absolutely right, and a terrible battle with an uncertain outcome awaited them. Cairn snorted angrily and said that this happened every time and the mean officials were nothing but trouble. Lise thanked Ira for her help and explained that she was feeling better. The maid advised the young lady to move more carefully so as not to aggravate the sprain. Lise asked why Ira was feeling better than she was, since they were all traveling together in a terribly uncomfortable carriage, and offered to give her a massage. But Ira declined, so as not to bother her mistress. But Lise still decided to help Ira and quickly put her on the bed, explaining that there was no need to be shy. Kazuya heard a strange squeal and hurried into the room and was incredibly surprised to see the girls in a strange pose. The guy instantly blushed and apologized, and then ran out of the room, realizing that such entertainment he better not see. Meanwhile, Mary and Hywel continued to fish, but unfortunately they didn't catch anything. Her older brother advised them to be patient and wait a little longer. Suddenly Marie felt the rod move and screamed. Hywel was happy for her sister and advised her to pull as hard as she could. But to the fisherman's surprise, it was not a fish on the hook, but a shirt. The second attempt was also unsuccessful and managed to catch some book. Her brother suggested not to get upset and promised that soon Marie would catch a fish. After returning to the village, one of the local girls recognized her shirt, which had been blown away by the wind, and another girl was happy about the lost book. Everyone thanked Marie for her help, and in the end it turned out to be quite a catch. Valletta invited Kazuya to the table, and after breakfast the guy was going to go back to Japan. Kazuya promised to buy a lot of useful things and try to choose the best. Quickly changing his clothes, Kazuya quickly traveled the familiar route and once again found himself in his native modern world. The first place Kazuya visited was the same store of household appliances and asked to sell him an air conditioner. Also, the guy decided to buy a good laptop and asked also to find him the necessary software. The skillful salesman quickly coped with his task and Kazuya continued his journey. The next destination was the local history museum, where Kazuya inquired about ancient technologies. The guy was interested in methods of counteracting vibration and how to make some tools. The museum director told about the suspension used in old wagons and explained that although it was inferior to springs, it was much more pleasant to drive with it than when all the vibration was transmitted to the body of the wagon. Kazuya decided that something like this could be easily manufactured in another world. The boy asked if there was any book detailing this design to make an actual model and be able to use the wagon. The museum manager was impressed with the enthusiasm and promised to find detailed literature. After the museum, Kazuya went to the drugstore and decided to buy some good cosmetics for Lise. After all, the girl really asked to buy her something interesting. Then the guy went home and decided to configure a new software on his laptop by himself. In the end, Kazuya's efforts were rewarded, and now thanks to the installed language from another world it was possible for people to easily search for the necessary information. Kazuya was happy about this success, because now all of Kazuya's friends would be able to use the computer on their own and find useful information for them. Kazuya then decided that he had accomplished all the things he wanted to do in Japan, and now he could go back to Grisai's village. The guy decided not to go empty-handed and used the tracked vehicle to transport the appliances he had bought as soon as possible. Valletta was happy with Kazuya's return and asked if he had time to finish all his business in Japan. The guy replied that he had completed everything of his planned chores for the day, and could now rest a bit before his upcoming chores. Kazuya decided to rest in the village, because he had not stayed for a long time and constantly traveled somewhere, and this quiet and peaceful place seemed to be created especially for rest. Kazuya gladly decided to walk around the village and see the new changes that had taken place. The pleasant day of rest was quickly over, and waking up early the next day, Kazuya decided it was time to head to Istria. Isaac and Hywel were already waiting for Kazuya, and the boy asked to unload all the goods into the wagon. As usual, all the villagers gathered to see Kazuya off, and the boy apologized for leaving too early. Kazuya explained to the gathered people that he planned to return in 3 months, but if he had free time, he would certainly do it sooner and visit his favorite village. Kazuya realized that because he was leaving the village for such a long time would certainly cause uncertainty among the locals and would make Valletta too upset. But Valletta, trying not to show her sadness, said that the village would be fine and therefore Kazuya should not worry and overexert himself, because health was more important than anything else. Kazuya was happy with Valletta's reaction. Her positive attitude added strength to the long journey. But at the same time, the guy thought that whether he was the only one who would feel lonely during the parting. Kezura asked the girl not to overexert herself either, and if she didn't do well at something, they would definitely do it together after he returned. Kezura explained that Nina had told him about how Valletta was trying her best to do hard work and not remembering to rest. Valletta promised to watch herself and keep her cool, and then asked Kezura to be careful and take care of herself. Finally saying goodbye to everyone, Kezura stated that he now had to hit the road. He explained that it would be too long before he could see all the villagers, so they should take care of their health and help each other. Everyone promised to fulfill Kezura's request and wished him good luck. Valletta was very worried, but still said that she was sure that they would meet soon and would always wait for Kezura's return. The boy was touched by such sincere words, for this girl had always been kind to him. Kezura thanked the girl for her kind words and asked her not to despair. The boy wondered what feelings lay behind Vallette's words, but he would have to find out later, and now he had a long journey ahead of him. By evening, Kezura reached the town of Istria, and the first thing he did was to greet Nelson and Zirconia, who immediately offered to have dinner and rest after the tiring journey. Nelson then informed them that they had prepared everything they needed to start work and were ready to begin construction immediately after reviewing the plan. Kezura inquired about the progress of recruiting new laborers. Nelson said that immediately after Kezura's departure he had managed to sell some glass beads and they had used the proceeds as seed money to start the construction and preparatory work. Kezura was impressed with the results of Claire's trade. After all, it had only been half a month, and the item was already selling well and bringing in excellent money. Zirconia explained that Lies had set the task before Claire, the unpretentious merchant, had sold a few orbs very quickly for just the amount needed to start construction. But the rest of the decorations would have to wait a bit longer. Nelson explained that it would be difficult to find buyers for such an expensive item for a while, but there was no need to worry about that because the budget was already set, and there would be no shortage of funds. Kezura agreed with Nelson and decided that the first priority was to get more people to work, and selling the glass balls should remain Claire's concern. Nelson also explained that unfortunately it would not be possible to sell all the glass balls at once. It would cause the price to drop significantly and attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, it will be a matter of finding the best options to sell and doing so when the price is highest. Also, the price will largely depend on the quality and not the quantity of glass balls. Kezura suggested resting for tomorrow as they can amend the construction plan in the morning. Nelson asked for some time to discuss some issues. Zirconia reported on the messengers requesting an audience. These people all came from the capitals of 3 neighboring countries and apparently wanted to discuss important matters. As it turned out, on all neighboring countries even rumors about water wheels, and they are interested in this incredible invention. Kezura was not very happy about this news. Apparently he knew that such a thing would happen, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Zirconia said that the neighboring countries want to discuss not only new inventions, but they are also interested in military topics, and she wants to know the details. Kezura asked what would happen after this meeting, but Zirconia admitted that she really didn't know the details, but she would tell the results of the meeting right away. Kezura really wanted to hear about the diplomatic situation in Arcadia, and when the meeting was over one would have to be sure to get the details from Zirconia. Nelson explained that there were many other things to discuss, but Kezura suggested that they do all the work tomorrow, and today they should rest and take a bath. Kezura wanted to find out the latest news as soon as possible, but he was still very tired and needed to unpack all the things he had brought with him. After all the things were unloaded, Kezura enjoyed taking a hot bath, which relieved the fatigue and refreshed his body. Then when the guy went into his room, he found a letter and a flavorful cookie. As it turned out, the author was Lies, and the girl welcomed him back and bragged about her cooking skills in the form of these cookies. Kezura was glad that he could now read the local texts. The boy tasted the cookies, which turned out to be really delicious and soft, and thought that Lies had spent a lot of time to please him with such a nice surprise. After Kezura finished the cookies, he decided to configure the computer, and then ask Lisa to help him, because she writes much better than him, and so the girl will learn to use this invention of mankind from another world faster. Working with the computer was surprisingly easy, and in the future it will be very good to use the new fonts in the text editor. Kezura wondered if he would be able to type more efficiently if he asked someone like Ira or Mary to help him. But first he would need to teach these girls how to use a computer, because they were not yet familiar with this technical device from another world. Kezura from such issues always relied on Valletta, because she has an excellent memory and can always memorize any information and immediately use it in practice. Valletta was able to handle such a task with absolute precision, and it would have been much easier if she had been around. But unfortunately, this smart and capable girl was far away, and Kezura had long ago decided not to bother the villagers unnecessarily. Then the guy decided to continue unpacking his purchases. Among the many boxes and bags, of course, there were groceries, as well as cosmetics that Kezura bought for a gift. In the evening, Nelson proposed to continue discussing the current problems, and the first topic was a meeting with representatives of other states about water wheels. Nelson decided to take up the matter personally, and Kezura expressed his appreciation to the head of the family. Nelson explained that he had already come up with an excellent legend for the conversation, and would tell them that the water wheels had been made by a very skillful engineer. The artisans had also been alerted and would confirm the story if necessary. There was no need to worry about the hand pumps and sawmills that were still in the prototype stage, as the information about them hadn't leaked out yet. Kezura was surprised to see a prototype already completed and wondered how successful it was. The only problem with the water pump was a malfunction that caused it to leak water. Because rubber was not used in this world and instead leather or wood was used, the valve would quickly lose its seal and leak. Therefore, it was decided to prepare enough spare parts. Kezura recalled that the air had been too dry for the last few days and the effectiveness of the hand pump could be affected. Therefore, if there was a problem with prolonged use of the hand pump, it would be necessary to look into fine calibrating the parts. Nelson explained that the decision was made to locate the production of pump parts in one location. Kezura was surprised at the scale of production and asked if Nelson was really sure that it was possible to mass produce each part. The head of the family replied that he was sure about the sawmill and that it would be a good idea to concentrate on building sawmills and blacksmithing machines first. After all, if the prototype forging machine was finished soon, hand pumps could be actively produced in no time. Kezura supported Nelson's proposal, and then decided that it would be a good decision to determine the number of pumps needed for future production, because they would be able to make a more detailed schedule for future work. After that, Nelson suggested discussing the issue of the salt trade problem with the land of Gregol. Kezura was completely ignorant of these matters and was not interested in hearing about what he did not understand. As it turned out, salt is mostly shipped to Asteria from the land of Gregol, as well as from the lands of Phrase in the south. However, a few days ago, some traders from Gregol asked for a reduction in shipments, explaining that they would not be able to deliver due to the bad weather. 4 days ago it rained terribly and apparently the prolonged drought is finally over. The same thing had happened in Gregol's territory and perhaps it had actually hindered effective trade. Kezura asked if there had been similar problems before, but Nelson admitted that this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, as everything had happened without problems in previous years. Kezura thought that this all seemed very strange, and if there were serious problems with the weather, then why didn't the lords of the neighboring lands know anything about it? Nelson suggested that the problem might be that it was impossible to maintain the high quality of the salt, but this could not be confirmed as the method of production was kept secret. It is also unlikely that the traders could find a new place to sell with higher prices, as the traders from Gregol have a limited number of trading partners. Kezura asked if these traders could make deals with other regions, but Nelson explained that the current arrangement is that all salt supplies go through Istria, and local traders are already reselling. It is also unlikely that Gregolna was able to establish trade relations with the neighboring country of Valvar, because despite the truce, the capital recommended to refrain from such trade deals. Especially Valvarn has a long coastline and their own salt production, so they don't need supplies from abroad. Kezura continued to ponder various options, for it was very interesting to find out the true reason for this difficult situation. The only explanation could be a trivial betrayal on the part of Gregol. However, being part of the Arcadian kingdom, they had fought with Valvarn in the past war, and one could not say such things to Nelson without knowing enough details. Nelson explained that in any case trade would have to be reduced, and there was no choice but to increase imports from the land of Phryce. Kezura agreed that this would probably solve the problem and asked if Nelson had already spoken to the traders from the land of Phryce. Nelson explained that he had already discussed the matter, but the traders could not promise to provide enough goods as their production did not have the capacity to do so. Therefore, there was no need to insist on the impossible, as the lands of Phryce would not be able to exceed their abilities in salt production. Kezura suggested that if the salt increased in price significantly, it would cause huge problems for the people of the city, and one should try to solve this problem somehow before the discontent of the citizens began to manifest. Kezura thought about the possibility of introducing the Japanese method of salt production to this world, and then offered to show the locals a new technology of salt production. After all, as long as the weather was not suitable for the land of Gregon, they would be able to produce salt themselves on the seashore in the lands of Fries. Nelson suggested the possibility of some problems if they acquired such technology, but Kazura explained that they could pretend to have worked together to come up with a new type of salt mining, and then it wouldn't raise any suspicions. Kazura advised not to refuse his offer, because the well-being and peace of ordinary people depended on it. Nelson agreed to do so, and Kazura noticed Liza's overly gloomy look. Nelson then moved on to the next topic and reported about the recent rumors among the townspeople that claimed the appearance of a divine man. Kazura realized that such rumors could have been spread by soldiers or workers as well as servants from the mansion. Nelson suggested that the rumors probably came from the hired workers in the fields, as the crops had recently been harvested a month later than usual. But despite that, the crops had grown remarkably well, allowing for a good harvest. Kazura agreed that the excellent results might have been the cause of the rumors, but Nelson admitted that it might not be the only reason. The thing was that when Kazura was talking about the principles of working in the fields among the workers, there was a man who could hardly understand the local language, but he understood everything from Kazura's words, and it was too surprising. Kazura tried to remember exactly how he spoke that day, but according to him it was just as usual. But then Kazura realized that somehow his words could be understood by absolutely everyone. The guy realized how much people were surprised by his behavior and ability to explain complicated things. All the more reason to expect such a reaction from people, since they originally spoke different languages. Nelson advised not to worry about the rumors, because few people believed them, especially since they were spread by ordinary people. But if it becomes known that the yields are increased by the soil from the village, then it will be believed. After all, it was from this village that the legend of the divine man originated. Besides, Kazura is always very friendly, but still more like an ordinary person and should not arouse suspicion. Kazura asked that if he was so unlike a divine man. Everyone gathered nodded silently, confirming his answer, and then Nelson apologized if it offended Kazura in any way. But the guy only laughed and admitted that he didn't look like a god at all. Nelson advised that a defensive detachment be stationed in the village of Grycia to supplement the defensive fortifications already built. After all, if word of the blessing spread, the people might target food and soil. Kazura agreed with this decision. After all, it did add to the problems in the village, and the mass transportation of fertilizer was unnecessary. But at the same time, there was no other solution, and so nothing could be done anymore. Nelson decided to approve this plan of action and turned to Isaac, deciding that he should be the one to take care of the problem. Nelson asked him to choose a man he could trust and put him in charge of the garrison in the village. Isaac was surprised at this trust and asked if Nelson was sure. The head of the family decided to approve of Isaac's choice, unless Kazura was against it. Kazura replied that he fully relied on Isaac's abilities and responsibility, and asked him to pay attention to the personal qualities of the candidate for the position, and the fighting skills could be left as a secondary consideration. Isaac promised to do exactly that and went about his business. Nelson explained that the army would use the reserves of the First Corps to send out about 50 men, mostly elderly men who are not that strong physically, but they are all seasoned veterans. Kazura agreed with this decision and expressed his full confidence in Nelson in this matter. The only thing he asked was that the soldiers not interfere in the internal affairs of the village. About the rumors, that was all the information, and Nelson offered to discuss the construction plans further. The first priority was to clean up the field area and find new possible places for crops, progress in digging wells in the city, also the situation with the construction of the ice pond, and clarify the location for the construction of the pond. Kazura realized that there were a lot of questions and suggested to improve the wagons and make soybean oil. After discussing the important issues, it was late evening and Kazura once again decided to check all the categories that had been discussed. Just then there was a knock on the door and Liza's voice came out. Kazura noticed the upset look on the girl's face and asked if she had taken a bath yet, and if I had so many important things to do. Liza asked for some time as she wanted to talk privately, and the guy suggested to sit down at the table. The girl immediately explained that she would like to discuss the matter of the salt supply from the lands of Gregolny. Liza admitted that it was probably because of her that the supply had been cut and she was very worried about it. Neville Ferdinand, a Gregolian merchant, came to her all the time and scrutinized all salt transactions. And since she had first met this man 4 years ago, he had sold salt at a considerable discount of 20%. And lately his favor has become more apparent. Neville Ferdinand constantly tries to pay attention and in every possible way hints at intimacy, and also wants to take Liza as his wife. Salt merchant with each new meeting was more and more insistent. The rich merchant constantly invites the girl to dinners, but Lies categorically refuses the offers. But unfortunately, Nebel's persistence only grows stronger with time. Lies explained that she had managed to avoid this man for a very long time, but it was all too tedious and annoying. Kezira was surprised at the young lady's stamina, who had heard during the conversation with her father about the reduction of salt supplies. And a few days ago, the naked merchant urged Lisa to agree to cooperate with him and be more intimate, because his mood depended on her actions. At the same time, Nebel had absolutely hinted at intimacy. The girl explained that she had given a vague answer and now did not know what to do next, because it was obvious that the salt merchant would not stop annoying with his proposals. Kezira was outraged and said that such threats could not be tolerated. They could get money from the sale of glass, especially as the yields in ore production would soon increase significantly. Kezira advised Lisa not to meet this man again and to forget about his existence. Kezira advised also not to worry, because if he himself was being judged for not being able to do anything excessive for himself, that would be a whole other problem. For now, they should try to negotiate with the representatives of the Frey's territory and do their own salt production. Kezira realized that the girl had not told Nelson and the others about this problem, as she was well aware of the dire financial situation, and that was why she had been worrying about it for 2 days without daring to talk to anyone. Kezira decided that if the really bad weather in the lands of Gregoln is most likely a lie, and if it is indeed true, then the true situation, and I know, it would be great to find out in some discreet way, but it's very difficult to accomplish right now, especially if Lies hid the existing problem from everyone. Then you can't act in the open. Kezira thanked the girl for her sincerity from the timely information, and then promised to deal with the problem as soon as possible. And so Lies, you must remember not to meet with the insolent merchant again, and if it will be difficult to avoid his attention, he will personally talk to Zirconia about it. All the more Lies shouldn't go that far and doesn't have to force herself to do anything for this vile man at all. Lies explained that if she seems abruptly from meeting with the merchant, he might consider it an insulting blow to his reputation. So in this situation, it would be best to just keep that person away. Lies decided during the next meetings with the merchant to attend them with the guards, and then everything will be fine. Because if the insolent old man decides to do something, he will be prevented by soldiers. After the conversation, the girl admitted that she felt much better now and apologized for her sudden appearance and stories of problems. Kezira advised her not to worry because there was nothing wrong with it and explained that if Lies had any problems, she could always come to him for help. Lies was happy with the results of the conversation and in gratitude suddenly hugged the guy, which made him worried. Lies' hug was very strong and Kezira hurried to get out of it as soon as possible, and then wished the girl good night and realized how strong she was. The next morning, Kezira decided to scrutinize all the import and export documents together with Lies. There were a lot of documents and the guy asked for help in this. Kezira decided that today they would go through the documents and the most notable ones would have to be scanned to eventually give them a proper and understandable name. After a while, Kezira was surprised at the vast amount of goods that were being imported from the lands of Gregolny. Among the goods were both food and clothing. Good livestock was also being imported in large quantities, and salted foods were especially popular. The girl was happy that today she was able to teach Kezira herself, though it was always the other way around. Kezira admitted to not having a deep knowledge of what was going on in this country, and so he was interested in every little thing. Lies immediately took on the role of a teacher and began to talk about all the details that were happening in the country. The girl promised that if Kezira listened carefully and took notes correctly, she would make him some more delicious cookies, although her cookies wouldn't compare to the cookies that Mary and Ira made. Kezira immediately disagreed and stated that Liza's cookies are the most delicious. Kezira wondered if he could find records from which he would get proof of trade transactions with neighboring countries. But also among the huge amount of documents, it would be interesting to familiarize himself with military matters. Kezira asked the girl to read him an interesting text, which had a lot of terms unknown to him. Liz rushed to help and was happy to teach the guy. Liz explained that these were documents from 10 years ago that told of the movements of the army before and after the war. The Annals of Arcadia of the 12th day of the 5th month of the year 511 reported that a construction detachment under the command of General Ixios Slan was stationed along the river on the border with Valvar. Then there was a detailed account of how the initial staff of the 2nd Corps, along with General MacGregor and Slan, had arrived at the former fortress of the army under the command of General Zirconia. And after resupply and a short rest, the troops began their crossing of the river. Kezira was surprised by such events, for Zirconia was only 16 years old at that time. Lies confirmed her mother's presence on the front lines from the beginning of the war, although it was unclear from the text why it was necessary to cross the mountains at that time. But apparently there was no other solution at that time. Kezura asked if he understood correctly that the MacGregor who is listed in the annals is the same person he met at the military base, and he is also Isaac's uncle. Lies explained that she was interested in this question, but MacGregor never answered this question, and some detailed documents were not preserved. The girl decided that all this war and past events were connected with a huge number of murders and tragedy, and therefore no one wanted to describe these events and even less to remember them. Then they described the events during which 2 units of Valvera's army approached the border and encamped, making preparations and resupply. Kezura recalled Valette's words that for as long as she could remember, the troops of the neighboring side had attacked suddenly and without a declaration of war in the early morning. And now the documents were confirming it. Kezura realized that the troops had had enough time to build fortifications, and apparently Nelson had anticipated the attack and had taken the necessary measures in advance to contain the enemy troops. Lies didn't understand who Kezura was talking about, and he explained that Valetta was a village girl, the daughter of the headman Valen, at whom he stayed for a while. According to the annals, on the 16th day of the 6th month, Valvera's army announced the beginning of the war and advanced as a united front. But after half a day it suffered a crushing defeat, and then there was the pursuit of the enemy and the capture of his camp. Kezura was impressed by Nelson's organizational skills, thanks to which it was possible to repel the enemy's attack. Lies agreed that the enemy really did not calculate their forces, and at the beginning of the war things were good. But after a while everything changed dramatically. Kezura further learned from the documents that eventually the units joined together in one place, and the big decisive battle began. It was the most massive battle at the beginning of this war. Meanwhile, Zirconia was holding a meeting with Kreratz's army commander Cornelius in the presence of a diplomatic officer, and the topic of conversation was the military presence of a neighboring country. Cornelius explained that it would help both armies to cooperate smoothly in case of an emergency, and therefore it would be a good idea to station some of his soldiers on Istrian lands as soon as possible as well. Cornelius explained that he was going to make the exact same request to the lands of Gregoln afterwards, if Zirconia agreed to it. Ixtianslan, Isaac's father and adjutant of the 1st Army Corps, immediately refused such an offer and explained that his troops had strengthened the border defenses and therefore they did not need the help of a neighboring country in this situation. But Cornelius explained that he was not actually offering a unilateral deployment of troops and was willing to accept Istrian soldiers on his territory. Therefore, the offer should be mutually beneficial. Cornelius tried to explain the significant advantage in the presence of an expeditionary force, because it would allow him to send reinforcements much more efficiently if necessary. Also, his trained troops could fight at full strength even in unfamiliar terrain. Cornelius asked once more to think his proposal over well and looked intently into the eyes of Zirconia, who very much disliked such a strange look. Ixion and Zirconia, despite Cornelius' persuasions, refused to accept his offer and explained that it was not worth any money, and would be very much like a normal occupation by foreign troops. Cornelius expressed excitement and suggested moving on to the next topic, which was the movement of Valvern's troops. After the conversation, Cornelius left the room wishing Zirconia and Ixion all the best. The girl asked how well Ixion understood what the conversation with this unpleasant man was even about, but Ixion asked for an explanation of his assumptions. The girl explained that most likely this man had come here to say his proposal to test the reaction, and absolutely there was information they had missed. MacGregor was outraged at such perfidy and asked Ixion to express himself gently towards Zirconia. But the girl asked MacGregor to calm down, because in this situation it is better to speak directly and not hide their emotions. As a result, Ixion suggested that most likely all these strange events are connected with Valvern, and perhaps something terrible is being prepared again. Zirconia thought about the possible threat, and Ixion advised to look carefully at the people around them, so that there were no enemies and traitors around. MacGregor stated that if there was indeed trouble looming, one should act accordingly and prepare as needed. Meanwhile, Kezura along with Lies were discussing the upcoming construction plans, and the guy asked to help him in this, because there will be really a lot of work. At that moment, Nor and Alondo came to the door and Lies greeted them happily. The girl inquired what new things had happened. Alondo joked that his father sets a lot of tasks, but he copes no matter what, and now he is very happy to see Lies in a good mood. Lies explained to Kezura these 2 men, father and son, are responsible for trading with the land of Gregoln, and today they are to meet with Nelson to discuss important matters. Kezura realized that these men represented the Rusin family to which Hywel belonged. Kazura thanked them for their welcome at Mr. Nora's house, even though he was away, and they were unable to talk. Alondo inquired about his brother Hywel and his success in Kazura's service. The boy praised Hywel's abilities, for he was indeed a very responsible and capable young man. Alondo was glad to hear good things about his little brother, for Hywel he was still quite inexperienced and was just learning a lot. Alondo offered his help if it was needed. Kazura gladly promised to take advantage of the offer should the need arise. Nora and Alondo moved on, and Kazura that these people proved to be quite pleasant to talk to, especially since they were close relatives of Hywel. But Liz made a thoughtful look, judging by which she didn't share that opinion too much. The girl explained that she didn't really like socializing with such people. Kazura was surprised and asked for details. Liz called Nora more or less decent person, but his eldest son Alondo caused only negative emotions, because you could never guess what he was really thinking. Kazura did not understand this attitude, but Liz eventually said that she relied on her feelings and did not want to get closer to Alondo. Liz revealed that she had several meetings with Alondo during which she realized that the man trusted no one but himself, and he also loved only himself. Liz admitted that she often relied on her intuition in such circumstances. Kazura thought that his intuition did not react in any way at that moment, because he did not have a bad impression of Alondo, although neither father nor son mentioned Mary at all during the conversation. Liz told her that she has not really heard anything bad about Alondo, and he is also a very good communicator and always demonstrates a caring demeanor with the others. He's also a very competent official and is highly regarded by Nelson. Kazura still didn't understand what exactly was causing Liz to dislike him and decided that some people just aren't meant to get along with each other. Liz agreed with that assumption and suggested that they move on. It was already very dark outside, and by candlelight Liz explained and pointed out on the map the most likely places for flooding. Such critical areas were marked in red. Kazura noticed Liz's sleepiness and advised her to go to bed, but the girl explained that she had long been accustomed to going to bed late, and if she felt that she could not go on, she would of course report it and go to her room to rest. Liz was reminded that only she could do the translations and Kazura would not be able to deal with the documents. Especially they had already almost finished an important case and need to present the plan of future construction as soon as possible. Kazura decided not to spoil Liz's motivation, because he had offered to help him with the documents, as he was not very good at the local language. Liz reported on the recent inspection report of Gracia's village and asked what Kazura's opinion was, since he had lived in the village for quite some time. The boy confirmed that he had been in this settlement for at least a month. The girl asked why he had come to this village at all, for it was not necessary. But Kazura told her about his desire to save the villagers from the drought, and eventually he succeeded. Liz looked at his interlocutor carefully and asked if that was really the main reason for staying in Gracia's village. Kazura didn't expect such a question and didn't know how to answer properly. But Liz noticed the confusion and wariness of the guy and asked him not to worry, and then reminded him of the promise to walk with her somewhere quiet. Then the girl simply offered to continue working with the documents and was no longer interested in the circumstances of Kazura's appearance in Gracia's village. The next day Kazura gathered everyone in one room and with the help of the projector and computer decided to give a small briefing, during which she wanted to explain the scheme of river construction. The detailed briefing didn't take long, and when it was over, Kazura invited questions. The main questions were about building materials, and everyone wanted to know what they would need besides stone and lime mortar. But Kazura quickly calmed everyone down and said that no additional materials would be needed at this stage, and that if anything changed he would let them know. Nelson suggested that if you show all the plans to the artisans, they would definitely be perplexed at the sight of the photo and start asking questions. In that case, it would be possible to explain the new technologies that were not yet known about in these lands. But Kazura didn't really want to spread even more rumors about himself and various novelties. In the end, the guy agreed with Nelson and asked to provide detailed plans to the artisans, but reminded them not to mention who he really was. Liz immediately inquired about how easy it was to take the photos. Kazura explained about the camera and the principle of making pictures. Liz was inspired and asked for permission to take some pictures herself. Nelson tried to dissuade his daughter from this silly idea, but Kazura replied that there was nothing wrong with it and suggested that the girl think of the kind of photo she wanted to take. Liz thought for a bit and stated her desire to take a picture of her whole family so she could always see her mom and dad with her. Kazura praised the girl for the great idea and offered to take the picture right away. Zirconia immediately got excited, but Kazura stated that everything would only take a few minutes, he just needed to grab his camera. Soon, Kazura returned from his room with camera in hand while Nelson and his daughter continued to coax Zirconia. Eventually, numerical superiority played a major role, and Zirconia agreed to take the picture. Kazuya, you are a professional photographer, set up the tripod and asked everyone to look carefully into the lens, relax and smile, because it was their first picture, especially all together. After a few minutes, Kazuya got the right result and everyone looked good. Then the guy started counting down and asked them not to blink during the picture-taking process. The process of creating the photo encouraged the people present and also helped them relax after discussing important issues. Kazuya, on the other hand, was thinking at this moment about the future construction that needed to start as soon as possible. Zirconia asked to hear her explain that she wanted to tell the result of the meeting with the representatives of Quarrel. Kazuya was interested and asked for details. Talking about military cooperation in the form of foreign troop locations puzzled Kazuya. After all, it was still a long time before the truce expired, and it was unclear why such a topic should be brought up now. Although it could be assumed that Valver decided to break the truce treaty and start fighting again, and Quarrel is hiding this important information. But Zirconia disagreed and suggested that rather the request for the presence of foreign troops in Asteria's territory was just an attempt at verification, and Cornelius wanted to see the reaction to it. The Kazuya decided that if that was the case, then they were being treated with distrust in Quarrel or simply expecting betrayal, so they wanted to secure themselves in advance. Zirconia explained that both sides do not inform each other of troop movements, and assuming that Quarrel decided to commit treachery for some reason, they would like to know the motives. Kazuya replied that it seemed to him that Quarrel and Valvern's representatives had discussed things amongst themselves long ago. Though if the Quarrel are actually traitors, then why come and suggest some joint action? Lies stated that such actions only raise additional suspicion, and it would be more prudent to betray immediately after the war started by attacking from the flanks and pinning the army together with Valvern's forces. Zirconia agreed with her daughter, but suggested that it was more likely that the Quarrel had made the offer on purpose to see if their secret agreement with Valverne was still a secret. Kazuya stated that there was a complete confusion about the whole situation, especially if they had information on the subject of the expeditionary forces and therefore needed to get to the bottom of it all as much as possible. Zirconia stated that she was most likely the target of these negotiations. After all, she wasn't really much of a negotiator compared to some military and civilian officials, so Cornelius apparently expected to find out something important or even persuade her to his terms during the conversation. Kazuya agreed about Cornelius' cunning, because during the conversation he could understand if they knew about his secret plans, and already having understood it, it is possible to act according to the situation. Zirconia agreed, because if she announced her dissatisfaction, then a surprise attack would be impossible. But in any case, we should expect some kind of response from the likely enemy. And even if there is no treachery on the part of Quarrel, most likely they want to act with minimal forces in the future confrontation with Valvern. And the main blow and the main battle will have to endure the troops of Istria. But still, it is to be expected that betrayal can happen, and so after the end of the truce, the war will resume again and will have to fight on two fronts. Zirconia assumed that even in such a case, the Quarrel's troops would be forced to limit their actions on different directions. Still, one should not underestimate these insidious people. And in any case, the upcoming events would be difficult, and the upcoming situation was a worst-case scenario. Zirconia decided to immediately deal with the matter and think over all possible steps. After a while, Kazuya continued to think about the conversation with Zirconia, for he had sincerely hoped to find a way to avoid war. But now there was no doubt that the terrible events would start again. It would be terrible if this beautiful country was destroyed during the war. Kazuya thought about the fact that he shouldn't just sit idly by, and when the critical situation came he would have no choice but to provide Nelson with iron. Although he had not originally intended to deal with military matters and influence the disposition of forces in this world. And in the case of telling people about the technology of steel smelting and refining, they will be able to buy time and avoid mistakes. Moreover, there is a huge iron vein nearby, and thanks to these technologies, Arcadia can become a world superpower. Suddenly Isaac came up and asked for some time, as he wanted to consult about his plans for the future. Kazuya promised to listen attentively to the guy and offered to talk about his problems. Isaac asked for permission to stay with the garrison in the village of Grycia for a while, as he wanted to mediate between the villagers and the forces of Istria. Kazuya appreciated this great idea and went after the guy for taking the initiative. At the same time, Kazuya realized that he would have a hard time without Isaac's help, so the best solution would be for Hywel to replace him. Kazuya let Isaac take care of the garrison and asked about the commander. Isaac said that the best choice for commander would be his cousin Silvesteria, who was currently in the cavalry, but she had agreed to transfer to a new position. Kazuya asked if Sylvesteria was happy about the new assignment. Isaac replied that there was no problem with that and his cousin was very young. But in her 24 years, the girl is already a skilled and reliable warrior. Sylvesteria has a strong idea of justice and does not tolerate any crime. She especially despises bribery and therefore she is the perfect candidate for the position. Kazuya was impressed with Isaac's decisions, so right and wise, and if he recommended a person, then there would be no problem with him. Isaac also explained that in fact his cousin is usually very cheerful and friendly and she also likes children and it would be very easy for the villagers to befriend her. Kazuya thought about the word usually and asked if there were times when Sylvesteria was angry and violent in her actions. Isaac told about an incident that happened 8 years ago during a soldier training. Sylvesteria could not contain her emotions and beat up a fellow soldier for bribing an officer in an attempt not to do dirty work. That day got to the officer, who also felt the full force of the young girl. Therefore, there will be no problems with corruption in the village, because no one will want to anger Sylvesteria. After that incident with the beaten officer, for a long time there were still rumors about his various dirty deeds. But for the corrupt officers, in the end it turned out to be a major mistake not to take the 16-year-old girl seriously. Kazuya decided that since Isaac and Lut are really good people, it means that their whole family adheres to high moral principles. It would be interesting to find out more about what Sylvesteria was really like. Meanwhile, Ira asked Marie to fill in for her and keep an eye on the work while she went to have lunch with the others. Ira asked if Mary could do it on her own and the girl promised to do it properly. Mary immediately felt a sense of responsibility, for she was now alone and had to continue to supervise the work according to plan. It was not the first day she had been doing this and she was confident in her abilities. Marie still could not believe that she had been entrusted with such a responsible task to supervise the construction, because recently she was just a slave in her father's house. But suddenly a carriage stopped behind her and a ghastly familiar voice sounded, which immediately frightened Marie. The girl was horrified to meet Alondo, who began to scoff at this development of an ordinary slave girl. The evil guy felt his superiority and wanted to mock his sister. Alondo demanded to know how Marie was faring at Nelson's mansion, but the young maid was trembling with fear and scarcely heard the question. But Alondo gritted his teeth in anger and ordered her to answer his question at once and to tell the truth about her new home. Marie confessed in a trembling voice that she was treated very kindly and was happy to work at Nelson's mansion. But that answer made Alondo even angrier, and he said that Marie must have forgotten something important. Alondo shouted that it was all nonsense because Marie was just a regular slave and shouldn't be having fun at work. Alondo happily reminded that Marie was not a member of the Rusin family and didn't even have citizenship, but was just a commodity and a pathetic slave in the service of normal people. Alondo stated that even though Hywel is trying to give Marie her freedom, it won't change anything in her life because she will never stop being a slave. As a child born a slave will forever be a slave, and Marie must remember that with every breath she takes and lose any hope of changing her life. Marie felt an animal fear and apologized for her foolish words. Alondo was outraged, for what use could Nelson have for such an incompetent slave girl? And it would have been better if her father had simply sold her to traveling traders. Then Alondo advised the girl not to be a fool, for she was tarnishing his family's reputation with her actions, and she should think hard about it, and in the meantime he would return to his home and take a break from business meetings. Marie was in a terrible state after Alondo left. It was hard to hold back the tears while she even dropped the sheets with the blueprints of the work, but immediately quickly picked them up and held them to her chest. Meanwhile, Kazuya watched the work of dismantling the old buildings and wondered why these buildings were still standing, because their foundation supports had long since rotted away. Alondo soon appeared nearby and began to inquire about the progress of the construction, smiling falsely as always. Kazuya of course knew that Alondo was responsible for buying the building materials and wondered if he was having any trouble getting the necessary resources. Alondo asked not to worry and assured that everything was going according to plan. Kazuya also bragged about the good results during the construction. Alondo bragged about the materials he had gotten at a 10% discount, and thus he was able to get back the extra money. Kazuya was very surprised and didn't understand how Alondo was able to do that. As it turned out, Alondo had persuaded his regular business partner to lower his prices and made a deal to use the building materials after the rainy season. Alondo stated that the price seemed too high to him initially, so he decided to discount the price by ordering in bulk. In the end, the negotiations went well and savings were realized. Kazuya marveled at this young merchant's abilities, although he had heard about how Alondo was always used to getting favorable deals. Alondo promised to get any building materials for future projects that Kazuya wanted. Such an offer appeared to be quite obvious on the part of the merchant. But still Kazuya noticed something strange in Alondo's gaze. Kazuya stated that there was a long way to go before they would start building the sawmill. After all, first they would have to remodel the old buildings so that they wouldn't collapse when in use. Alondo realized that at this point they would need to clear and acquire the land, and it is hard work. Alondo immediately explained that this was not an easy task, for soon there would be almost no space left outside the city perimeter because of the large influx of settlers from other lands. There were indeed already settlers' dwellings built outside the city wall, and many mistakes were made during the construction of these houses, and it would be better to redo everything. It is also expected that in a few years the population inside the urban combat area will increase, and there will be a danger of overpopulation. In that case, it would be better to deal with the expansion of the city outside the walls, and it would be a great solution to provide housing there with the condition that these people would later get land participation. Kazuya agreed with this good idea and added that in such a case it would be important to reinforce the wall gates so that they would not eventually collapse, but this would of course increase the cost of the work. Alondo explained that he had been thinking about a solution to this problem. It was great to get additional jobs by expanding the farmland with the water wheel. Kazuya liked this idea and asked if he could rely on Alondo to reach an agreement for the purchase of building materials. But more information would of course come after consulting with Nelson. Alondo then asked to trust him to manage the construction and the distribution of work among the settlers, and he promises to definitely deliver excellent results. Kazuya did realize that there were not enough managers for the construction and asked Alondo to take care of the problem. Meanwhile, Isaac was telling his cousins about the importance of the new assignment. He also reminded her that discipline must be maintained no matter what, and if any outsider decides to contact the village, it must be reported immediately. Sylvesteria promised to fulfill this assignment flawlessly, and not to let her older cousin down. Isaac was surprised by such polite communication from his cousin, because she had never communicated like this before and always tried to talk like a rude soldier. The most surprising thing was that Sylvesteria smiled during this meeting. The girl promised to take care of guarding the village and answer the questions of her superiors as soon as she arrived at the place, and not to do anything else besides that. Isaac cautiously asked his cousin that she wasn't angry with him for such an errand. The girl answered honestly that she had no resentment. However, she was not aware of the fact that this assignment would turn out to be open-ended, and it was a little strange to her that her responsible cousin had left out such an important detail. And then Sylvesteria advised Isaac to be careful about walking alone at night in the future. Isaac immediately became indignant and exclaimed that he had no intention of doing anything of the sort. Sylvesteria only grinned back and said that Isaac was lucky. Then she reminded him that she hadn't sparred with Isaac in several years and suggested that they make up for it and test their strength like old times. But Isaac reminded her of the importance of the mission and asked his sister to stop talking to him in such a formal tone. In fact, he didn't really want to fight this strong girl at all, as he wasn't sure of his victory. Putting her sword back into its scabbard, Sylvesteria asked him to explain to her as much as possible what kind of important mission she was going to have that should affect the future of the country, and what was the point of guarding a poor village far away from the capital. Isaac promised to explain everything and said that the reason was not that important, but the main thing was that the rapid recovery of the country's territory was due to this village. But Sylvesteria promised to beat her cousin if he continued to speak out of turn. Isaac explained that in this village live very important people for Kazuya, and therefore they need to be protected. Sylvesteria stated that she had heard a certain noble lord was helping with the restoration of the lands of the kingdom, and now it was surprising to learn that this important person was a commoner. But Isaac decided to tell the truth and explained that in fact Kazuya, a guest from another world, is the god of benevolence and harvest. The girl decided that her cousin had overheated in the sun and asked if he was more confident in his words. But Isaac said without hesitation that it was true when he was sure of it. Her sister continued to be skeptical of the information she had heard, and then asked why Isaac had told her such secret information, for it was wrong on many principles. But Isaac replied that he was obliged to explain the whole truth, for otherwise Sylvesteria would not believe. The girl agreed, because she was used to getting her own way, and wanted to always know the true reasons for what was happening. But then Isaac asked his sister suspiciously that she believed in such an absurd statement. The girl replied that of course she didn't believe any man, but she was willing to try Isaac since he was trustworthy. Isaac thanked her for her trust, for his sister had indeed always been suspicious and cautious in dealing with people. Sylvesteria continued to be in a good mood and asked for more details about Kazura next time as well. The girl then stated that she understood the importance of the assignment and accepted the mission, and was going to the village immediately. Isaac thanked for his help and promised to come to the village later, and in the meantime, Sylvesteria could get to know the villagers. The next day Isaac really came to the village and was surprised to see his sister at a strange occupation. The girl was learning the skill of fishing, but she was not good at it and it was annoying. Sylvesteria was incredibly upset and confessed to her cousin and her inability to fish. That being said, there were a lot of village children nearby who laughed happily and kept running around. From her first day in the village, Sylvesteria loved being in the company of children who responded in kind. All the children were together and only one boy named Corsi was sitting alone on a rock, adjusting the line on his fishing rod. Isaac immediately recognized this boy, whom he had seen before in this village. Sylvesteria decided that the boy was probably upset about something and quickly sat down to him. The girl confessed that she did not know how to fish at all and asked the boy to teach her how to fish. Corsi explained that in this place is not the best bite and you need to know that every fish has places where it is easier to find food. These places are usually large rocks where the current is much weaker. Sylvesteria was surprised by such nuances in fishing and hurried to apply her new knowledge. The boy explained that it was necessary to be patient and hold the rod as still as possible. Sylvesteria wanted to catch fish for dinner as quickly as possible to enjoy fresh, delicious food. Then the girl asked the boy to share the fish with her if she didn't catch anything. But the boy replied that he was not likely to do so, for he had to bring the fish home. Sylvesteria immediately offered to trade the fish for some baked beans she had. In a few minutes all the children came to see the success of the fishing, and Corsi refused to exchange the fish for regular beans, for the fish was much more delicious. Sylvesteria was shocked at the boy's stinginess. Isaac noticed that the children were very fond of his cousin. Sylvesteria explained that she really enjoyed being around the children and playing with them, and then she didn't feel angry and relaxed. But nevertheless, this village is really amazing, because all the houses are in a beautiful condition, and the people are very cheerful and friendly, as if they never had a problem with food. Sylvesteria then asked what exactly she could do for Kazur, because he himself personally supports this village by giving the highest priority to food technology, thus creating real prosperity and joy here. Isaac explained that these people had gained much more than just an increase in physical strength, so it was only a matter of time before the entire country was rebuilt. Sylvesteria replied that this young god is really versatile and can surprise with his actions. The girl explained that she immediately after arriving in the village greeted the headman Valen, then told the reason for her arrival, asked to fulfill another request, if of course his beloved sister would not mind. Sylvesteria was wary, but agreed to fulfill the other request. Isaac explained that he needed to train a local girl, Valletta, in the martial arts. Isaac explained that he couldn't do it personally as he didn't have the time and it would be ideal if his sister took care of it. Sylvesteria was surprised by such a strange request and promised to protect her embarrassed brother from the attentions of the young village girl. But then the cousin asked why he had asked for this favor and had not inquired about Valletta's desire, for it was impolite and not very nice to the girl. Sylvesteria explained that if she were in the girl's shoes, she would certainly be disappointed that some issues were being decided for her, and therefore Isaac should immediately apologize for such behavior. Isaac's cousin then told Valletta of her intentions, and then after she gives her consent to be trained they would get to know her. Isaac told that Valletta is very intelligent and is quite a fast learner. She's also already learned enough skills to fight well during a training fight. Sylvesteria admitted that she didn't expect to hear that from her brother and now she is very interested to test this girl's abilities. Isaac added that Valletta has a strong motivation and not many people can boast such a desire to learn. Sylvesteria was really eager to meet this mysterious girl as soon as possible and start studying with her. Isaac soon found Valletta, who was delighted to see the young lad. Isaac told her that he had brought the wax stones that the girl had asked for. Valletta told how she had built a warehouse on the outskirts of the village and asked him to take her to that place. Isaac was once again surprised at the changes in the village, for with each of his visits something was added. The boy then inquired about the strange wooden box outside. The girl told him that the box contained a special filtration device using sand and coal. After all, after a long downpour, the water in the canal becomes dirty and unsuitable for cooking and washing. And the structure that is next to it is a forge inside which a prototype of a blacksmithing machine is installed. Isaac was delighted at the incredible progress in his short absence and asked if there was anything else besides the forge. The letter revealed the presence of a sawmill, a mill, and a driven water wheel. And there were also special tools built to separate the grains from the husks. The girl suggested that Isaac take a few of these tools with him, if he wanted to, of course. Valletta explained that it would be great if the use of these items could be seen by Kazuya as soon as possible. Isaac agreed it was a good idea and already imagined how surprised Kazuya would be when he learned of Valletta's success. But the girl asked to keep it a secret, for she didn't really want Kazuya to be disappointed by the tools she had made. Isaac promised to do the right thing and tell her about Kazuya's reaction. Then the guy asked if Valletta was still practicing. The girl boasted about her daily training and the significant progress she was able to make. Valletta then asked Isaac to spare some time to train together. The boy agreed and explained that he wanted to do something similar, as he was going to spend 3 days in the village. He also explained that after his departure, he would leave a special squad of soldiers to guard the village, so he shouldn't be surprised because it was Kazuya's request. Isaac explained that his cousin Sylvastria will be the commander of the unit, and she can continue her martial arts training, if of course Valletta is okay with that. She is much better with spear and sword than he is, so she will be able to teach a lot of things during training. Isaac promised to discuss with his sister some of the nuances of Valletta's strength, though the girl herself tried not to talk too much about her incredible power with outsiders. But Isaac was confident in his sister and said that she was not the person who would spread important information about other people. Valletta decided to talk about her power herself during her training and asked Isaac to keep quiet about it. After that, the girl asked him to help her haul in the building materials. 3 days before Isaac left, his cousin decided to meet Valletta and immediately offered her martial arts training services. Valletta gladly agreed and offered to choose any convenient time for training. Sylvesteria praised her new student for her eagerness to develop and promised to teach her a lot of things in the near future, but asked her to make every effort during her studies, because without it you can never achieve results. The village garrison commander then stated that she would officially be in charge of Valletta. Isaac asked his cousin to try to teach Valletta everything that noble men are taught, from swordsmanship to horseback riding, though it would be enough if Valletta just learned to ride well. Sylvesteria promised to do her best to learn, as she now had a huge amount of free time. Valletta looked at the girl and couldn't understand why she was so kind. Valletta decided that now everything would depend only on her and she should never relax. Sylvastria sensed the determination of her student and suggested to start training right away. Valletta offered to send Sylvesteria to the forest nearby since she was used to training in this secluded place. Sylvesteria didn't mind the walk at all, thinking it would be a good warm-up before the training fight. She then explained to her student that during her training with Isaac she had always practiced with a shield, but there were many situations where one could not use that defense. Sylvesteria suggested that Valletta try to defend herself with her blade and announced the start of the training bout. Valletta grasped the hilt of nothing tightly and prepared to fight, while Sylvesteria reminded her of the importance of foot movements and advised the girl to fend off her attacks. Sylvesteria made several sharp lunges that Valletta was able to deflect. Sylvesteria then decided to launch a series of attacks to test the student's reaction. Valletta diligently reflected all the blows and tried to keep up with her teacher, while Sylvesteria constantly reminded her of the need to work faster with her legs. Gradually, the experienced Sylvesteria began to speed up and hit harder and harder. Eventually, after several series of strikes, Sylvesteria was victorious and barely touched her student's neck with the tip of her blade. Sylvesteria praised her student and explained that she had held off all the attacks quite well and had potential. Valletta's abilities were truly amazing, for she had only recently begun her training and had already achieved such good results. Valletta thanked for the kind words but continued to hold her blade tightly in her hands. Sylvesteria explained to her student that she was much stronger than she looked and had every chance to win the next fight, especially since she was doing well with the basic techniques, which meant they could move on to further training. Although when training, it's best to take your time and learn new techniques gradually. Meanwhile, Kazuya decided to fulfill his promise and went for a walk together with Lies. First of all, the young people decided to have lunch at a familiar place that served good food and alcohol. Especially here at this time there were plenty of free places at such an early hour. Lies was happy to devote this day to socializing and walking together with Kazuya and sincerely wanted to relax and have fun. Kazuya of course noticed the young lady's joy and now realized how much she was looking forward to this walk together. That guy remembered his first meeting with this lovely girl and decided that most likely she was very fond of shopping. Kazuya stated that since they hadn't had a weekend for a long time, they should enjoy this weekend to the fullest. Moreover, all the servant artisans involved in the river construction also had the day off. Entering the cozy restaurant, Liz was immediately attracted by the waitress who greeted the regular customer. Liz replied in the same way and asked where she could sit down with her young companion. Kezura became agitated at this point and didn't understand why Liz grabbed his hand. Liz was surprised and asked if he didn't like it. Kezura immediately tried to justify himself, but it came out too insecure and looked strange. And the attentive waitress asked if Liz is spending time on a date, congratulated him. Such words further embarrassed Kezura, who immediately blushed. At the school, the young couple went deep into the room and it remained only to choose what dishes to order for a joint lunch. Leah decided to order omelette bread, barley salad, a delicious fruit wine and possibly soup. She asked Kezura if it was too much. Kezura was not at all opposed to this choice and agreed. Then the guy asked if Liz really liked to drink so much during lunch, because she was always washing down her food with alcohol. But she never looked intoxicated. For Kezura, everything about this young girl's behavior was strange, because she drank alcohol quite calmly at the age of 14, although he had hardly ever noticed it before when he dined at Nelson's house. Lisa that she actually gets a little tipsy, but she never feels bad. So she always enjoys the alcohol she drinks and feels fine no matter how much she drinks. Liz laughed and was reminded that her beloved birth mom was very fond of drinking during her lifetime and tolerated alcohol intoxication just fine. So it was most likely an inherited trait of her body that was quite useful in some situations. Kezura first heard that Liz was not Zirconia's own daughter from the girl herself and wondered about her appearance. That said, Liz explained that she's been drinking a lot less lately, because if you drink late when you feel tired, you immediately want to sleep. And now she has a lot of work to do, because of which she has to stay up late doing things. That's why I don't want to drink as much as I used to, because there is no time and desire for it. Kezura was surprised by the frankness that she spoke about her addiction to alcohol. Kezura then asked the waitress to come closer to them so they could place their order. Liz quickly recited the name of the desired dishes and the young waitress diligently wrote everything down, then promised to bring the food as soon as possible. While walking around the city, Kezura was as surprised as ever by the girl's popularity and asked how Lisa managed to do it. The girl explained that she didn't do anything difficult and Kezura could be so popular too. The main thing is to always say thank you and sorry if necessary, and smile as sincerely as possible. It is also important to always look into the eyes of your interlocutor, and not to confuse the person's name when addressing them. Although Kezura quietly could be similar to an aristocrat, because his manner of speaking is quite consistent with this status. Kezura was surprised by such a simple answer, especially since his behavior was quite ordinary. Also, he really has to communicate with aristocrats quite often in this world. Liz explained that it was important to treat all citizens and slaves equally well. After all, you can't gain trust if you're constantly changing the way you treat people because of their status. Kezura agreed with this method of communication and remembered that he really hadn't met anyone more polite than this young lady who always smiled at the people around her. If every aristocrat did the same, they would achieve good treatment. Liz explained that she was just trying to take advantage of the situation, although she actually has a very bad temper. But Kezura disagreed and reminded that not every person can do such a thing, so Liz is a good person. The girl instantly cheered up and thanked for such an unexpected compliment. But soon two waitresses with heavy trays appeared and deftly began to arrange the plates on the table. After a few minutes, Liz and Kezura poured tart wine into glasses and decided to drink to a good job. After lunch was over, the young people decided to continue their walk in the shopping district of the city. Liz scrutinized various things in the shops and often found interesting trinkets that were surprisingly skillfully made. Kezura caught an interest in different things. There was curiously looking at the various pendants, which was a huge amount in this place. Eventually, Liz became interested in one item and wanted to buy it. The girl explained that she wanted to buy something that would remind her of this day. Kezura was surprised at the sentimentality of the young lady, as older people were usually characterized by it. Liz explained that it was not about sentimentality, but rather that it was the first time she had gone out alone with a man. Kezura was even more surprised and asked about the many meetings Liz had held on her own, but as it turned out they were usually attended by a guard who wasn't around today, though the girl wasn't sure if there weren't guards somewhere nearby that could follow her disguised in normal clothes. Kezura for some reason imagined at that moment how angry guards would run in his direction, and decided not to give them a reason. Liz confessed her desire to walk around unattended and not have any watchful guards around. But unfortunately she can't influence that and has to pretend they don't exist. Then the girl asked if Kezura wanted to buy herself some interesting object and promised that she would definitely do it as a gift. but the guy realized that it was he who should have said these words and offered to buy a pendant that Lisa liked. The girl was happy at that moment and asked if Kazuya was sure of his decision. Kazuya said that he would buy anything and Lies could feel free to choose whatever she liked. Lies instantly noticed the beautiful gold pendant and then looked questioningly at the guy. The girl asked if Cossacks had enough money, because this gold pendant was quite expensive. Kazuya was confident in his financial situation and explained that he had 7,500 R with him. The girl was surprised at the huge amount and stated that it was too much money to carry around. Kazuya explained that he had received this money for the last jewelry sale from Claire and had taken it with him just in case, because they wanted to visit the shopping district beforehand. A beautiful bird-shaped pendant with a gold chain caught the girl's attention. Although this store had a version with a normal lanyard, the gold chain certainly added to the beauty of the item. Kazuya immediately approached the seller and stated that he wanted to buy this beautiful pendant. The cost was huge and amounted to 3,500 R. Kazuya didn't even expect jewelry to be so expensive in this world. But it was impossible to back down, and he simultaneously pleased the two girls, the young Lies and the satisfied saleswoman. The guy carefully handed the purchased item to Lies, who radiated real happiness at that moment. The girl then asked him to help her put the pendant around her neck, which confused the boy a little, as he kept remembering the guards who were somewhere nearby. Lies noticed her companion's hesitation and asked him if he had gotten this far, and now he was afraid to just put the pendant around her neck. Kazuya still overcame his doubts and asked the girl to lift her hair. Kazuya tried to carefully fasten the very small and fragile clasp on the gold chain and felt the pleasant scent from the girl's hair, and also felt her excited breathing. After a few seconds that lasted much longer, the clasp of the gold chain closed, and the girl admitted that she was very excited at that moment. Kazuya didn't even immediately understand how he should react to these words, but for some reason Lisa remembered the tea party with her friends at the mansion. The girl explained that usually RNA meet with her friends and they discuss future dates, and they also like to discuss different qualities of men and share all sorts of thoughts about it. Kazuya thought at that moment that most likely the girl's behavior and conversations are the same in any world, and then asked how often she had such tea parties. Lies told him that sometimes her friends come to her, but it also happens that she goes to visit them, and in general for them young girls these are quite important events. Then Kazuya cautiously asked if he understood correctly that their walk today was a real date, but Lies with a sly smile suggested the guy to think about this answer himself. But Kazuya realized that he could not change the girl's mind and offered to go to some other store. After his date with Lies, Kazuya decided to visit the artisans and was happy to see that things were moving faster than expected. He had thoughtfully taken some food with him to eat and not waste time. Suddenly Alondo was there, smiling and friendly as usual. Hywel's older brother explained that he had decided to meet with Kazuya as soon as he heard that he had come to the workshop. As it turned out, Alondo was nearby and suggested that Kazuya socialize during their lunch together. Kazuya gladly agreed and thought that this meeting was rather timely as he was about to have lunch. For lunch, Kazuya had hot sandwiches from Mary made from food brought from Japan. Alondo told him that the maids could get a discount when buying food and fast food items, so it was very convenient to use their services. Kazuya was once again convinced that this young entrepreneur had a good knowledge of the market, so Alondo could answer any questions. Especially lately, the changes in food prices had people buying up excessive supplies. Kazuya inquired about the results of the recent deal with Gregholm's territory. It was also very interesting to learn about methods to buy food cheaper. Alondo explained that if a maid is in charge of shopping, she usually chooses the stores according to her mood and buys a lot, and it all depends on the relationship with the shopkeeper. In turn, the shopkeeper is willing to give discounts to regular customers and maids that he likes. Kazuya asked to clarify how difficult is it for an employer to know about such a difference. Alondo admitted that over the years this method has become more and more brazen, and of course in rare cases it does not turn out well. Such people are subsequently fired, and if the amount is large the culprit is turned over to the authorities for trial. But some people do in secret their account books and ask other roomers for assistance. This makes it possible to earn good money with a certain skill of using cunning records. That is why sometimes there is a negative impression of servants. And if only a few coins were missing, such a small thing could be written off as an unforeseen expense. But there are cases when people get insolent and start to behave too defiantly. Therefore, such people can immediately say that he has recently saved a lot of money on purchases, thus letting me know that all his devious deeds are known. Kazuya wondered about such frightening situations, but Alondo explained that usually everything goes well and such people take hints seriously. Kezura asked how things were for ordinary people amidst such servant privileges. Alondo said that things are different for ordinary citizens. For example, children are not given discounts, but experienced housewives have their own information network, and even if a person is given a discount, it cannot mean that he will remain a regular customer. So it all depends on the customers, and it is from this that the merchant changes his attitude. Usually women are very strict about price and quality, and if the store does not offer enough discounts, women may just stop going there. So it is a sure thing for merchants to give discounts and bonuses at the right time and promise something in the future. Kezura marveled at how difficult it is to trade in this world, since it requires psychological skills. Alondo also explained that this ability helps not only traders but also buyers. And there are also people who try to come from distant villages and sell their goods at a high price. And if they succeed, they are sure to return to the place where they bought their goods at a good price. This is the so-called way of attracting new customers, because such people will return to their village and tell about their good luck and recommend the town merchant to the rest of the people. Kezura immediately remembered the store where he and the local villagers sold firewood the first time he visited the town. The merchant had bought the firewood more expensive by 1 coin than the rest of his colleagues were offering, and now it was obvious that he had done it on purpose to attract regular customers. All these nuances in trade allowed Kezura to learn a lot about the affairs of merchants, because before he could only guess about different tricks. Then the guy asked how to buy clothes and other goods cheaper. Alondo explained that the best option for such a purchase is, of course, second-hand stores. Although such clothes would not look very presentable, sellers of used goods always notice people who come to them, because the bulk of buyers in such stores are single people with whom it is very profitable to establish mutually beneficial relationships. Sellers, after a short conversation, give such people a small discount, so that the loaner next time came to him for a purchase. There are actually a lot of such people, and they are the embodiment of poverty. When single and low-income people buy clothes and shoes, they try to choose old rather than new. Kezura noticed how all the people in the cafe began to listen to Alondo's words and then quietly discussed what they had heard. Kezura then asked if there was a way to buy cheaper expensive clothes. Alondo explained that in fact, rich people mostly buy luxurious things because they are embarrassed to buy something inexpensive, since if someone sees it, there will be unpleasant rumors. And in such situations, a young beautiful woman plays an active role. To begin with, you need to find a young woman on the other side of town, explain the situation and give money, and then send her to the right store. The main task of this woman to make as much impression as possible on the staff of the store. After that, the woman should return to the store in a few days. Alondo began to play the role of the owner of the store, who of course saw the woman diligently choosing the goods a few days ago. The girl would have to respond at that moment that she wanted the exact clothes she was considering. At such moments, the owner of the store usually begins to praise and thank the girl for the journey, because he really believes that the girl came for a unique product in his store and as a result is happy to give a discount. Also, the girl can continue to play her role and sometimes even use female emotions, starting to cry. Usually this immediately has a strong effect on the seller and he tries to calm the beautiful lady. Eventually the girl confesses that she is a maid in a good mansion, but unfortunately her salary is small and the amount announced is too high for her. The merchant of course gets into the feelings of the girl and at such moments can believe anything. In fact, there are many variants of the story, among which you can imagine everything as a love not shared or a gift to a dear person who goes very far away. To all these tricks, merchants usually respond and go along with the price reduction. Kezura was fascinated by Alondo's manner of narration, for his story did seem real. Alondo had the ability to make you believe him, and his clear voice left no chance to the interlocutor and aroused sincere emotions. Alondo explained that there are cases when merchants even offer to give goods in installments, so that expensive goods can be taken away after the first payment. Of course, such a woman would never visit that store again and would get the expensive dressed cheese practically for free. Kezura said that this is not buying cheaper, but rather a banal fraud. Alondo agreed and suggested to use the last resort to reduce the price, is the usual persuasion at the seller. But this is an ineffective method that is unlikely to help get the goods cheaper. Then Alondo apologized and decided to leave, explaining that he still had to get to his meeting with his business partner. Kezura was happy with this meeting because he had learned a lot and offered to have lunch together again when he had time. After Alondo said goodbye to Kezura, he turned to everyone present and apologized for his too noisy story, and then as compensation he promised to pay all the bills as a sign of his respect for people. This offer elicited a lot of enthusiastic shouts. Everyone was very happy for the free lunch and drinks and began to praise Alondo for his great attitude and generosity. Kezura continued to reflect on what he was able to learn from this influential man and decided, before the next meeting, he would be sure to ask many more questions. A few days later, Kezura traveled with Zirconia to the construction site of the ice pond. Originally, the guy wanted to build this structure at a high altitude, but due to the steepness of the local mountain road, it would take too long to deliver the construction materials by wagon. Kezura asked Zirconia how long it would take for the ice to reach the city by wagon. As it turned out, if they used a fast wagon, the journey would take less than a day, and if they left in the evening, the wagon would be in the center of the city by noon the next day. Kezura suggested that instead of wagons it would be better to use a rada. Zirconia liked this suggestion and asked how exactly they would have to maintain the ice storehouse. Kezura suggested to create a specialized company in the city to maintain and sell ice. After all, it is a completely seasonal business. Zirconia was surprised at the enormity of the proposal. The girl advised to enlist the villagers to help with the endeavor, for it would definitely become a lucrative business, and it would be necessary to ask them to take care of the ice storage and find a good vendor to sell the ice. Zirconia was very happy with such a suggestion and decided that centralizing the labor would make the business much calmer and more efficient. Kezura pondered the realization of this decision, for it came up very unexpectedly indeed. But in any case, there shouldn't be any problems with the villagers, and the guy promised to talk to them about it. Zirconia suggested to motivate the villagers and let them take away a percentage of the ice sales. After all, villagers from such a remote village have a hard time earning money, and this would be a good chance for them to improve their financial situation. The girl then asked if the ice really wouldn't melt if it was stored in the vault during the summer. Kezura promised that it would be fine if the ice is stored by stacking huge amounts, so the more ice the better. Also, ice is stored in blocks, which makes it easier to transport. Kezura noticed that the ice storage was quite large and suggested selling ice chips in addition. Such ice chips were perfectly used with sweet syrup and resembled fresh fruit ice cream. Zirconia was immediately interested in the unknown dish and was excited to try the sweet ice chips. Kezura promised to be sure to make this dessert when they returned to Nelson's mansion. Of course, the guy kept his promise and made a cold, sweet, and incredibly delicious dessert for Zirconia in the evening of the same day. This time, Kezura used the usual ice chips he had bought from the store and decided that it would be a good idea to try to create an ice mill. He then asked about the kitchen utensils that were used in this country, for up to this point he had only seen knives and ladles. Zirconia offered to go to the kitchen where he could familiarize himself with all the kitchen tools available, and at the same time make a nice aromatic tea. But Zirconia was already happy with the new ice dish. After a few minutes, Kezura was inspecting all the available kitchen utensils with interest, and then inquired what the drop-shaped utensils were used for. The girl explained that usually this plate is used for dry foods, and in it they grind nuts and chopped herbs. A wooden device with fluted edges was used to grind hard foods and also to punish clumsy newcomers to the kitchen. Kezura was impressed by the huge selection of utensils and various interesting gadgets. Kezura then noticed that the dessert was over and offered Zirconia a refill, which of course she didn't refuse. Zirconia, once again feeling the pleasant sweet coolness, admitted that it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. This impressed Kezura, and he was now confident in the success of such a dessert. Kezura asked if there was a special tool for cutting vegetables, but as it turned out, in this world people cut vegetables with a regular knife using a board. The guy explained that it is actually very easy to make a vegetable slicer, and you can also use a grater, and offered to make these tools next time. Zirconia agreed and decided that such tools will definitely be in demand among cooks and housewives. Kezura admitted that he had always been fond of cooking, but unfortunately it had become more and more of a chore, and now he did it less often. Zirconia explained that there are a lot of people who eat out and they are mostly single men, so Kezura does have great skills if he can cook a meal by himself. Kezura asked if Zirconia had ever cooked anything by herself. The girl admitted that before marriage she used to cook every day, but now she absolutely doesn't do it, although sometimes she found time to help the maids in the barracks. Kezura was impressed at how easily Zirconia navigated the kitchen and now understood where she got such knowledge from. The girl then mentioned her favorite daughter, who is also beautiful. Kezura agreed, because he had recently received some cookies made by Lies that were really delicious and soft. As it turned out, this recipe Lies learned from Ira, and they sometimes make sweets together and give them to the night shift soldiers, which makes them happy. Zirconia called her daughter a wonderful girl who would make a wonderful wife for the man who would propose to her. Zirconia then suddenly asked if Kazura had a wife, and after receiving a negative answer, she immediately suggested to pay attention to lies. Kazura was confused and decided to change immediately. Kazura asked Zirconia how she married Nelson. After all, it was very interesting to know how a simple commoner was able to meet the noble Mr. Nelson. After all, it was quite rare for a wedding to take place between such people. Unexpectedly, Zirconia said that this marriage was just a marriage of convenience and took place 10 years ago just before the outbreak of war. It was all about inspiring the people. After all, it was decided that if a commoner married a noble lord and called an army to follow her, the people would definitely think that it was not just another battle organized by stupid aristocrats. Therefore, it was necessary for her and Nelson to get married for the sake of saving the country. The girl then apologized for such a silly story that was absolutely not filled with romance and love. Kazura asked the girl if she had any alternatives besides Nelson. At that, the guy thought it was probably an unnecessary question. But there wouldn't be another chance like this to find out the details. Zirconia had told of an attack on the villagers by Valvern soldiers who were disguised as common brigands. It all led to terrible casualties and destruction, and so there were no other alternatives for marriage. And most of the survivors were never able to deal with the emotional trauma after their experiences. Zirconia admitted that it would have been nice to have been much braver at the time. But things were different then, and so she accepted the proposal that was made. Kazura noticed how sharply the girl became sad and apologized for his questions. But Zirconia replied that it was actually fine and she had plans for when the coming war was over. The girl admitted that she is going to eventually leave this family and become a commoner again, because how she will feel much freer. While until then she will have to remain a mother to lies, and she hopes to keep a good relationship with her in the end. Kazura was very surprised at such a frank confession and wondered why she would leave this family at all. Zirconia explained that she had made such a promise to herself from the very beginning, and she was not used to being an aristocrat. The boy asked where she would go after leaving Nelson and the family. Zirconia told him how a man had once asked her to go home, and so she longed to return to her people and take care of them. Then suddenly approached Kazura abruptly, and the guy didn't understand such a gesture. Instantly, an imaginary situation arose in the guy's mind where Zirconia insists him to marry Lisa again. And then she offers the other girls, including herself in addition to Lisa, because that would be a great bonus for such a young and handsome guy. Kazura tried to get rid of his fantasies and said that it was time to go to bed because he was very tired. The next morning the weather was perfect, and Kazura, along with a happy Lies, decided to get back to work. Kazura was impressed by the incredibly fast growth of the plants and had not expected them to reach such a size. Lies was once again convinced of the effectiveness of the fertilizer that allowed them to achieve such results, and said that if they could grow more plants like this, they could produce medicines. Kazura agreed with this idea because medicine was not very developed in this world. Lies asked if Kazura could organize an efficient production if they could organize mass production of medicinal plants. The boy thought about the idea and decided that it would be a good idea to organize an alliance of witch doctors or healers. Kazura had heard earlier that such people were too uncooperative because he had once asked Isaac to tell him about the medicines here. But Isaac admitted that it was too difficult for him to understand these people who constantly prayed and said incomprehensible things. The girl reminded about the too expensive price of medicines because of the rarity of medicinal plants. Potions for wounds and mouthwash could basically be purchased at any store. That's why the Merchant Alliance monopolized the production, and they keep a very close eye on everything. Kazura realized that witch doctors and their prayers gave a strange impression, and they seemed to have separated from doctors into a separate association at one time. After all, a doctor treats various injuries and can prepare his own remedies to heal cuts and wounds. But at the same time, he will necessarily send the patient to the witch doctor for a remedy. At the same time, the Xenahar will advise to consult a doctor in case of any injury. Supposedly Xenahar are able to heal with prayers, but this service is too expensive and therefore rarely used. But now, thanks to fertilization, it will be possible to increase the production of medicinal herbs independently and efficiently. At the same time, the girl explained that as far as she understands, it is quite difficult to grow suitable medicinal herbs if the method of making medicines is kept in strict secrecy, and it would be interesting to know if the herbalists used any fertilizers as well. Kazura decided to pay a visit on her own to look at their medicinal herb beds after the construction was finished. It would be useful to try and negotiate with these reserve people and learn about their methods of growing medicinal herbs. Although while doing so, Kazura noticed that even with the use of fertilizer, the growth rate was not as good as that of Grisai's village. Therefore, it could be assumed that the medicinal herbs lacked some other vitality. The inappropriate habitat may be the result of being crowded out by other plants. After all, some medicinal herbs grow only in certain places such as steep slopes or high cliffs. Kazura suggested trying to separate the medicinal herbs into different species and try to grow them separately. He also advised Lies to ask a servant to help her with the heavy bags of earth. But Lies explained that she personally wanted to participate with Kazura because it would be much more pleasant for her to do things that way. Lies noticed the guy's confusion and asked him why he was so excited. But Kazura, despite the reddened face, began to deny his embarrassment. But the girl only laughed and reminded that it is not good to lie, especially if it is badly succeeded. Suddenly, a cold wind blew and Kazura remembered that it had gotten colder over the past few days, as if the warm fall had never happened. Lies agreed and explained that it had gotten colder last month, even though it was only the 10th month and there was usually no winter wind at this time. Kazura began to worry about the fields where the beans and barley had not yet been harvested. But the girl suggested not to worry, especially the potatoes had already been harvested. It had rained several times in the last few days, and so the winter crops should grow well in the future. Then Lies asked when Kazura was going to explain the method of salt production on the lands of Phrase, because the summer was already over and they would have to wait for next year. Kazura promised to take care of the matter immediately after the construction was completed and send out artisans to extract salt. Just then he will try to explain in detail what the salt extraction method is all about. After all, it is such an effective method that can be applied easily in winter. The girl was surprised at such prospects and was eager to get started. Kazura explained that salt production would require a special structure called a shizuka built from bamboo stalks tied to poles. Such a structure is effective in winter when the wind is strong and dry. Seawater flows down from the top and evaporates thanks to the wind, leaving salt as sediment. Such a structure is very easy to make out of bamboo, but it is not certain that it can be found in this world. Kazura explained that bamboo is a very strong plant with a smooth surface and empty inside, but Lies had never heard of anything like it. Then the girl thought for a while and said that there were many different plants growing in the southern islands, and something similar to bamboo might be among the goods imported through the land of Thrice. Kazura decided to take advantage of this good hint and ask the merchants about bamboo. But if there was no bamboo to be found, he would have to find some alternative to make the necessary structure, although it would be better to find ordinary bamboo or bring it from Japan, as it was easy to find even near the house. Lies wondered about the lands of Thrice, or rather how Hyshal lived there. Kazura asked if the girl was personally acquainted with Lord Thrice. Lies told of her trips with her father to the Thrice lands for the annual end-of-the-year banquets held by one of the lands, where they often met. Traditionally, such banquets were held in a different land each year. The capital and the individual lands always took turns hosting such events. And although these events had an informal status, they were very interesting to attend and watch people just eat while continuing to socialize and eventually meet the first morning of the new year. Influential people from all over the country came to such events, so there you have to do a lot of socializing and greeting each person. Kazura decided that such an event was like celebrating two events at the same time, an end-of-the-year party and a New Year party. It's also obvious that there are a lot of aristocrats at this event who only meet at such banquets, and there is likely to be a real battle of greetings and showing off their outfits unfolding. Lies explained that Lord Hyshal is on good terms with her father Nelson, and they often went to these events to see each other and socialize. But that was before the trouble started. Now Nelson can't even afford to go for a walk. Kazura decided that this is wrong because the situation in his territory is gradually getting better, and now Nelson can attend the banquet again. But in any case, it is nice to have good relations with the local lord and be sure of his support. Lies agreed with this comment and explained that Nelson had always been grateful for the support, and as far as she had heard, Lord Thrice had continued to supply food even during the past war. Had it not been for this considerable help from Hyshal, there quickly she would hardly have been able to stand during such calamities. Kazura realized that the lands of Thrice were providing rear support to the lands of Istria while the main forces of the enemy state descended upon her. The girl spoke of the very tasty food that is prepared in the wonderful lands of Thrice. The land in this territory is fertile and the food is full of different flavors. Also nearby is the sea where a huge amount of seafood is harvested. At the same time, the city market is always filled with a huge number of merchants and shoppers. Kazura asked if he understood correctly that during the drought the food supply from the land of Thrice had increased, so there was no famine there like in Istria. Lies explained that the land of Thrice had been faithfully following the capital's instructions regarding tax payments and other matters, and it was not as if they had turned against Istria. But despite all the achievements and advantages, the land of Fries still has its own weaknesses. There are absolutely no minerals on their territory. The whole territory is a solid plain, which is difficult to defend in case of attack. There is also a lot of money spent on maintaining the economy, and there is also a lot of money spent on supporting other territories. Kazuya decided that all this limits the military potential of Fries, which can hardly match the army of Istria. The main achievement of Fries is their astounding agriculture and urban development. The capital itself is only surrounded by a simple fence, and in the event that expansion of the city is required, that fence can easily be moved without much trouble. Kazuya was surprised at such carelessness and assumed that a toll was being paid to pass through such an almost fictitious fence. Lies recognized that this was a huge problem, but still no one wanted to solve it. Lies then unexpectedly suggested that in their free time, they should go and have some fun in the lands of Fries, since it would only take 2 days to reach the capital by river. For Kazuya it was a very tempting offer, but still he decided that he should not forget about the current situation in Istria. So he couldn't just leave everything behind, even if he could come up with some excuse for his absence. Wise explained that this trip could be made not right now, but when they finished building and developing the machines. Judging by the expression on the girl's face, she really wanted to go on the trip and was sincerely waiting for a positive answer from Kazuya. In the end, the guy could not endure Liza's piercing gaze, which reminded him of one famous cat from a famous cartoon, and agreed to go on a trip to the lands of Fries. The mask of despair instantly changed with joy on the girl's face. It was the best reward in this situation. But the guy explained that they would only plan the trip if they had free time. And since this trip would be short-term and would take only a few days, it meant that they should make a schedule prematurely. But Lies was no longer thinking about the problems, but dreamily imagining how they would go on the trip together. Then Kazuya suggested that they finish work a little early so that they could go back to the mansion and make some fragrant tea. Lies of course supported this idea and decided that it would be great to talk at a cozy table. Zirconia and Ira were happy to see Kazuya and Lies back. The boy was surprised to see that Zirconia was still making sweet ice chips that she couldn't get enough of. He was immediately offered a portion, but he declined. Zirconia was instantly upset at the refusal, and Kazuya still decided to rectify the situation and agreed to try the ice chips. The girl's mood immediately lifted and she took to turning the handle of the shaving tool even more vigorously. After the artisans made the ice mill, Zirconia is constantly making herself a sweet dessert, and today she decided to teach Ira how to do it properly. Zirconia had time to buy a wide variety of syrups and suggested she choose from a vast array of items. Kazuya suggested not to be too diligent about eating ice after all. It was getting very cold lately and one shouldn't let the body get hypothermic. But Zirconia was not going to refuse her favorite treat and promised to drink sweet ice with hot tea, because it would be a real pleasure. Kazuya immediately thought of a person who turns the air conditioner on full blast and immediately hides under a warm blanket. Zirconia of course knew that her daughter along with Kazuya were practicing medicinal herbs on the rooftop, and so they could really get a little cold. And then she reminded them that during their absence news had come up. Zirconia reported that the new vegetable chopping tool was extremely popular with the townspeople. Kazuya was happy to hear that the newly introduced technology had found its users, and now all the local women could save a lot of time on food preparation. At the moment the vegetable cutters were selling very well due to their uniqueness and rarity, but it was likely that gradually the demand for them would decrease. Ira disagreed with this assumption and explained that it is likely that the vegetable slicer will remain in demand. After all, if a person is not good with a knife, then a vegetable cutter will help them a lot, so it will not decrease in popularity. Kazuya laughed and said that if Ira was so sure of that, then there was no need to doubt that the carpenters would make a great profit from the sale of vegetable cutters in the future. Kazuya noticed how much more cheerful Ira looked, and it was unclear what had affected her so favorably. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Isaac entered the room, immediately apologizing politely for the disturbance. Kazuya thanked the lad for his efforts in organizing the village's defenses. Isaac reported that the expected day for the production of the forging machine was approaching. Also, a few other things would be completed in the next few days, including the sawmill and water wheels, so it would be great to have Kazuya personally check and evaluate the finished projects. Isaac was very surprised to see a special mill for ice chips on the table, and Zirconia immediately offered to make him a sweet dessert from the syrup and chips. Isaac of course wanted to try this wonderful sweet dish immediately, but still decided to finish his report first. But Zirconia decided not to back down and insisted that the guy should try her dessert immediately. Kazur was amused by this situation, because it was obvious that Zirconia wanted to increase the number of fans of ice chips mixed with sweet syrup. Isaac, meanwhile, while slowly eating his dessert, explained the situation about the sawmill and the blacksmith's workshop. As it turned out, the workshops were divided into groups that made and fitted each piece individually. Isaac personally instructed them to pay attention to the precision of production. But the work in different groups is not progressing evenly. Most likely this is due to the difference in skills of the craftsmen, and more experienced craftsmen are faster. Kazura thought that maybe they should reconsider the production process, or the placement of people in the workshops. Isaac agreed with the possible changes and suggested asking the artisans themselves what they thought about it. Kazura agreed, because he was really eager to see the craftsmen, because among them were really excellent artisans. Isaac agreed to give him a tour, but he was excited. Soon Kazura was already on the spot and was incredibly surprised by the very nice and neatly made sawmill, because he remembered that at this place was almost destroyed hut. Isaac immediately explained that there are some problems, among which too fast two movements of the saw cause wear, but if you adjust the speed then there is no problem. It was also not clear how much oil was enough for the mechanism, and there was also a problem with the strength of the saw itself. The craftsman explained that this was the best saw they could make. Kazura looked with interest at all the changes that the group of artisans had made and noticed the completely different fasteners. The skillful craftsman had also thought of an excellent log retainer that Kazura had forgotten about. After all, if you do not hold the log in place when working the blade, it can jump when sawing, and this is very dangerous for the staff. Gradually the guy's surprise increased, because this sawmill was a real work of art. As it turned out, most of the parts were secured with wedges. Isaac explained that he himself was worried about it, but as the craftsman explained to him, it would be very difficult to disassemble the whole device if it was fastened with nails, and that might be necessary if individual parts were damaged or other problems occurred. Kazura appreciated such an invention, because in his native Japan the wedge method of fastening was also widespread since ancient times, although this was the first time he had heard of such a method in this world. Kazura decided that the artisans may have been prompted by the design of the vegetable cutter, and that might have influenced their decision. But in any case, the whole construction of the sawmill was very skillfully done, nice looking and easy to maintain. As it turned out, the same man who built and designed the sawmill also designed a machine called an ore crusher. Although the actual model had not yet been built, the drawings were already complete. Kazura marveled at such progress and called the artisan a great man. At that, he wanted to know where he got such an idea from. Isaac explained that this man was indeed very intelligent with impressive skills in designing and building mechanisms. Perhaps he would be able to play a crucial role in all the projects if he got the right position. Kazura immediately wanted to meet this brilliant man and asked to arrange a meeting for them. After all, if there is an artisan of such a level in the city, it would be a huge mistake to refuse to cooperate with such a person. It is especially important that this man is able to invent and create machines, and at the same time has the experience of a leader. Isaac had already planned the meeting in advance and offered to call the artisan to meet at Nelson's mansion, because it was the most convenient place to talk quietly. But Kazura decided to personally visit this brilliant man and thought about who will keep him company on this trip, Zirconia or Lisa. Isaac advised not to do that, because this artisan lives very far from the city and it would take a lot of time to make the trip. He himself would personally take care of all the nuances and deliver the artisan to the meeting in the city. Kazura was surprised that the man was not from Hysteria. Isaac had explained that there were often wonderful people outside of Hysteria, and this very driven man shows incredible knowledge and skills, and it would be important if he agreed to work under Kazura's guidance. This situation clearly proved that there were talented artisans not only in this city, and one would have to look for talents in other places in the future. Kazura then asked about this man's character and personal qualities, as it would be difficult to work with an employee who was too grumpy and scandalous. Isaac replied that this artisan is actually a very honest and considerate person to the people around him, and he is also very bright and cheerful, so it will be very easy to find common ground and agree with him. This pleased Kazur, and he began to look forward to meeting such a brilliant artisan. Isaac promised to send an invitation and confessed that he was sure that the artisan would agree to come to the meeting, because he himself wanted to meet Kazura and had talked about it many times. As it turned out, this skillful artisan talking to Isaac was interested in unique technologies and wanted to meet the man who brought them from other countries. Kazura realized that he should not miss such a great chance, because if this is the case, then this man will want to cooperate. and you can be sure that the arrival of this brilliant craftsman will bring a lot of benefits to the future project. After all, if he agrees to participate in the development and implementation of new technologies, it will greatly simplify the whole process. Meanwhile, the two guards were discussing on the street why they were not near Lies. One of them explained that the young lady was currently holding a business meeting with the merchant Nibble about an important trade deal, so she had asked to be left alone. The guards decided not to bother Lies, who was always working hard, and to take advantage of the great chance to drink hot tea on this chilly evening. The merchant Neville asked at the very beginning of the meeting to return the normal price of salt, as it was important for their cooperation. Neville tried to communicate politely and asked if there were no financial difficulties in Asteria. Lies reminded him that according to the merchant, the salt production in Gregholm's land is stopped due to unpredictable weather and no one wants to inconvenience him. Lies explained to the merchant that her people would do their best to solve the problems themselves. Neville became visibly upset and admitted that salt production is still struggling, and this is causing supplies to be cut back. The cunning merchant then stated that if the price of salt became normal again, the amount of the deal would be reduced by 50%, and then they would have to deal directly with Kryrits. And in that case, Hysteria would no longer be able to make good deals as before and should think about this problem, because it was unlikely that such a thing could meet the needs of the market. Lies didn't get upset at all, but smiled and thanked the merchant for his concern, and then explained that they were actually fine and had already solved the problem. This made Neville incredibly irritated, as he realized that he was losing his leverage. Then the merchant decided to try to influence the situation once again and explained that it was unlikely that they would be able to go back to the previous prices if Istria reduced its purchases. But Lies replied that it was no longer as much of a problem as it had been and that Neville could decide on the price. The merchant then suggested that Lies could give him personal assistance, and that he could give him a 20% discount. And for more cooperation and personal relationships he could add another 10% to that. Lies was already feeling her superiority in this negotiation and gladly explained that she was too busy lately and would not be able to cooperate personally with Mr. Neville. The merchant reminded of the dire consequences of such a decision, for only he could offer such a favorable solution to the problem. But the girl replied that of course she realized that the loss of income from wholesale sales would be heavy, but she and the others would certainly try to make up for it through other areas of the economy. But the merchant decided to continue talking about his arguments and reminded that if the number of purchases decreases, the price of salt will rise sharply, and this will significantly worsen the already poor situation of ordinary people. In addition, there was a chance that bad rumors would spread blaming Mr. Nelson and his family. The merchant immediately tried to explain that this was just his assumption. After all, ordinary people during price increases always want to find someone to blame, and that person could be Mr. Nelson, and this could damage his reputation. And later the growth of public discontent could lead to alarming consequences for the city. The girl was silent and the merchant decided that he had retaken the initiative in these negotiations. Neville again offered Lisa to be more cooperative and to assist him, in which case the prices and volumes of salt supplies would remain the same. And for the next few months he promises to make deliveries at a triple discount. Also, Asteria will be able to use the profits from the wholesale sales in Kryrits and improve his financial situation considerably, which will make his parents very happy and will definitely praise Lies for such a success. Lies asked in a calm voice how she could thank the merchant for his help. This was a most pleasant moment for Neville, and he suggested that the girl somehow satisfy his masculine needs, for he is a rather lonely man and wants attention. Lies instantly turned into a beloved Valkyrie and barked in the merchant's face that it was disgusting to hear such words. Lies repeated her words a few more times, and then asked how the merchant could ever hope that she would agree to such filthy suggestions. Neville couldn't stand the sudden mood swing and jumped up from his chair. Lies asked what was going on with him, for his complexion was too unhealthy. The merchant quickly approached the girl and began to accuse her of arrogance and threaten her with consequences for her hurtful words. But Lies was not going to give up this time and reminded her that she was the daughter of a lord and Neville was just a merchant who should know his place. This was the last straw that overflowed the cup of patience of the unstable merchant, and he tried to grab the girl by the neck. But his sluggish hand could not make a proper grip, and Lies instantly put a small but very sharp knife to Neville's throat. Then Lies hissed in a voice unnatural to herself that she should not touch it. The girl reminded her that she had been very patient so far, but now she was not going to continue to tolerate all these vile assaults on her honor, and so the vile merchant should not show his face to her anymore if he wanted to stay alive. Nebel, feeling the knife slowly cutting into his skin, screamed in terror. This gave Lisa real pleasure. She really wanted to get back at this man for all his wrongs. Another extra mouthful if he was having such a hard time speaking. Nebel wheezed that he understood and asked for the knife to be removed from his neck. And the girl, satisfied with the merchant's fear, wished him well on his way back and thanked him for his understanding. The merchant showed miracles of speed on the way to the door, and on parting still threatened the girl with consequences. Liz gradually felt her body start to shake from the excess adrenaline and thought that this whole situation was very dangerous indeed, because she was ready to plunge a knife into the neck of this scumbag. But at the same time, Liz was very glad that she had followed her mother's advice, and now she always carried this short but very good dagger with her. After all, if she didn't have this dagger, it was likely that the trafficker would have been able to win this fight and achieve his dirty goals. Though if she herself had not provoked the merchant with her refusals, then perhaps he would have behaved differently. Also, Liz decided that she should not have sent the guard to rest. But now everything was settled and the salt trade deal was broken. Liz continued to shake violently, not understanding why this was happening to her body. A strong emotional outburst as well as a sharp increase in adrenaline rewarded the young lady with strange sensations, and she decided to go to Kazuura as soon as possible. Early in the morning, Kazuura went for a walk into town and soon met a cheerful Alondo. The guy started apologizing again for distracting Kazuura from important matters. But both men wanted to socialize and eventually decided to find a suitable place to have breakfast together and walked further down the street. Kazuura, like last time, took a delicious meal of food brought from Japan. Kazuura remembered Mary's strange reaction when he mentioned having lunch with Alondo, and now it was obvious that it was best not to mention Alondo's name in front of the girl. But her delicious dishes were of course the most enjoyable and tasty meal. Alondo reported that the price of salt had normalized, but the supply had been halved, and that raised many questions. Kazuura explained that Liz had said so after negotiating with the merchant Nibble. Alondo reflected on the situation because he was concerned about the current volumes. Alondo revealed that he had honored Kazuura's request and found out the situation in the lands of Gregol. As it turned out, there was indeed unusual weather there, but how it affected salt production was not clear. Kazuura confirmed his assumptions that there was no problem with salt production in Gregol, and now it was interesting to find out the real reason. Alondo then spoke of Liz's strange behavior after meeting with the merchant Nebel. This interested Kazuura even more, for he knew how Liz felt about the lustful merchant. Alondo himself had stated that he knew how obsessed Nebel was with the young lady, and always wanted to be near her. And when the meetings began many years ago, the price of salt dropped significantly. Probably the deal was used as a kind of insurance for the merchant, and he wanted to gradually induce Liz to date and marry. And probably such motives of the merchant didn't like Liz at all, and he stopped it. Kazuura guessed that the cunning merchant had come up with this whole devious plan years ago. Alondo replied that that was probably true, but it was hard to say for sure. Kazuura thought to himself that this was the first time he had heard such detailed information about his meetings with the salt merchant. Though Liz had looked quite normal during their last meeting, Kazuura said that Liz made sure to always go to meetings with security, and it was hard to believe that there could have been trouble. Alondo asked to clarify if Liz had been with the guards during the last meeting with the merchant, but Kazuura didn't know those details. Alondo suggested in that case to assume that something unpleasant might have happened during the last meeting, and maybe Liz was agitated because of that. But it is worth remembering that an important merchant from another land is an ordinary commoner, and for him to threaten the daughter of a respected aristocrat's daughter is a disgrace and an admission. And now, comparing all the factors, one can imagine that there was indeed a major quarrel between the merchant and Liz. Kazuura stated that in that case this man should not be allowed out of the city. Alondo agreed and promised to immediately issue a search warrant for the merchant Nibble, unless of course Kazuura was okay with that. Kazuura thought for a while and decided to consult with Nelson and Zirconia first, and then decide what to do with the merchant. But Alondo advised not to waste time and solve this problem himself, especially Nelson is now very busy with important matters, and Zirconia might decide to act in the harshest way possible. But then the relationship between the two lands would deteriorate very badly. Moreover, an angry mother could easily kill the man who had offended her daughter. Alonso reminded how ruthless Zirconia could be, because it would be very difficult to contain her when she felt rage. Kazuura agreed and immediately remembered the quick execution of captured brigands on Zirconia's orders. Although Kazuura wasn't sure about Zirconia's cruelty, because he really didn't know that the girl had personally tortured the brigands. Still, Kazuura decided that it was a bad idea not to tell tell his parents about the incident with lies. Kezura stated that he still had to talk to Nelson, and especially since Zirconia was looking for him. Alondo didn't argue about that decision and offered to track him down if he needed help with the problem. Kezura was going to ask for that himself and thanked Alondo for his help. Kezura then decided to discuss the topic of salt lakes. This was the first time Alondo had heard of this definition and asked for details. Kezura said that they are lakes that contain a lot of salt and are very rare. If there is such a lake on the land of Gregon, it is possible to produce quality salt. Also, many wild herbivores gather near such lakes. Salt water from such lakes helps various animals to absorb nutrients and improves their health. Alondo admitted that he had never heard of such a lake before, and it sounds amazing. So of course we need to find out if there is such a lake. Especially if there is such a lake, it can be used in negotiations. And if the merchant has so much power over the salt trade, he may well be able to hide the existence of such a lake from the Lord. Alondo promised to investigate this problem immediately, and once any information came out he would immediately inform Kezura about it. Kezura thanked him for his help and explained that he hoped Alondo would help him. Kezura was left alone and decided that Alondo was angry when he heard the story about the salt lake, as he had a look of sadness on his face. Soon, Kezura met with Zirconia, and the girl was instantly enraged to the point of rage. Zirconia wished to kill the insolent merchant during his next visit to their city. Kezura explained to the enraged girl that Alondo was the one who was currently finding out the whereabouts of the salt merchant. In doing so, he realized that Alondo was indeed correct in his assumption. Nelson said that killing the salt merchant would cause even more problems, because it would probably be the beginning of a new conflict between the lands if they laid a finger on the scoundrel. Zirconia suggested a surprise ambush and remaining unnoticed by the rest of the people. But Nelson reminded that the merchant always travels with a lot of guards, so it would be impossible to kill him without witnesses. Nelson explained that obviously common brigands would not attack an escort group, even a small one, and resented why the topic of conversation immediately turned to murder. Kezura agreed to stop and reminded him that they didn't actually have clear evidence of the merchant's guilt yet. But Zirconia did not calm down and said that she could not sit idly by while her beloved daughter was humiliated, and it must be corrected immediately. Kezura promised to take revenge on the merchant, but first he had to find out all the circumstances of the situation. Although it was obvious that the behavior of the salt merchant has always been defiant and he could well offend lies. After all, looking at the difficult situation in the territory of Asteria, Nibble most likely saw an opportunity for manipulation and tried to take advantage of it during the negotiations. Zirconia of course realized at once that the brazen merchant wanted to take advantage of the girl's indecision and get lies. So there is no doubt about the motives of this despicable man, and he must answer in blood for his actions. Nelson started yelling and demanded Zirconia to calm down immediately, because she won't help anything if she worries and yells so much. Zirconia calmed down a bit and apologized for her intemperance, then took her seat and clenched her fists. Nelson decided that the canceling of the salt supply increase should be considered. And even if Lisa had been threatened with having the supply, she would certainly have rejected the nefarious offer from the merchant. But unfortunately, during the meeting with the salt merchant, Lies was alone with him, so the best option to find out all the circumstances would be to ask her herself, instead of torturing herself with doubts and guesses. But Nelson was against this suggestion, for if she herself had not told about all the events and how she had been threatened, then there must be some reason for it. He suggested to wait and watch for a while, and in the meantime he would personally talk to Alondo and discuss various options for retaliation. Nelson asked Ira to monitor Liza's condition and maybe she could find out some details. Zirconia agreed with her husband's decision, but still felt incredibly angry. The girl abruptly started from the table and asked her to excuse herself, for she needed to cool her head a bit and distract herself. Apologized for his wife's behavior since she is too emotional in such situations. Kezura replied that of course he understands everything and it is a normal reaction of loving parents. This is what a mother who loves her child and wishes him well should do. Nelson thought a little about what the boy said, because of course everyone understood that Zirconia was not Lisa's birth mother. Nelson thought about it for a while and admitted that it was his fault, and that he had relied too much on Liza's abilities and had not expected such behavior from the salt merchant. But now thankfully, thanks to Khazar, and the land is slowly recovering. And now there is a chance to stop all these meetings with various merchants, and Liza herself can decide whether to continue negotiating important matters. Kezura asked Nelson to take care of the girls, because he reacts much more adequately than Zirconia. But in any case, Liza's humiliation can't be forgiven to the sneaky merchant. For their next meal together, the cheerful Ira had prepared her signature treat in the form of wonderful cookies. The girl knew very well that Kazuya was very fond of sweets and tried to satisfy him. Ira made the most different cookies and watched with pleasure as the guy ate them. Liz also decided to try cookies because they were very suitable for the aromatic tea and were really delicious. Following Liz and Marie wanted to taste the pleasant flavor of the dessert and also took a few from the plate. Kazuya noticed how Mary began to eat the presents of the others quietly and did not pinch herself in the amount of food. This meant that the girl had already gotten used to her new life and now felt much freer and better. Kazuya explained that there was almost no need to supervise the works lately, and so they could all gather together and enjoy a lovely tea with delicious sweets. The tea was indeed very fragrant and delicious with a pleasant tartness with a floral tinge. It was a tea Kazuya had specially picked out from the best store in Tokyo for occasions like this. Kazuya closely observed Liz's condition and seeing her happy face once again made sure that nothing had changed in her appearance. After all, for the past few days after meeting her parents, one could feel the excitement about the young lady's condition. Ira was also trying to find out some circumstances, but Liz didn't show any frustration or visible irritation. Kazuya had indeed recently become much better at looking after the girl than before and sometimes even questioned whether he was doing enough to do so. Kazuya explained to the three young beauties that they were drinking a low-calorie chocolate herbal tea today. The guy also reminded them that he had a lot of this kind of tea, so everyone should drink as much as they want, because this kind of tea is perfectly digested by the body. Then suddenly Hygiene entered the room and apologized for the disturbance. As usual, the responsible soldier said that he had a new report on digging wells, but there were some nuances that he would like to discuss personally with Kazuya. As it turned out, the work was not very successful and only 5 wells had been equipped for such a long time. The rest of the excavations, which had been carried out in more than 150 places, had all hit the bedrock and were useless. Hygiene regretfully recognized that there were almost no good places where water broke through the surface, and so he saw no choice but to keep digging in hopes of finding a good spot. Kazuya thought about this suggestion, for if things were really that bad, they could lose a lot of time and energy. Liz decided to intervene in the conversation and suggested to stop digging in the city and try to look for water sources somewhere else, because this result was too inefficient and time-consuming. Kazuya liked the young lady's suggestion, but he would already continued to think about different options. Then Kazuya said that of course it would be better to dig elsewhere than in a city full of stones, and it might be worth moving the excavation to the fortress being built near the border. Hygiene suggested that it would be possible to expand the fields near the fortress, and if water could be found in the area, it would be much more useful, especially since bedrock was much rarer in those places. A few minutes later, Isaac appeared in the connection there, who also apologized for the disturbance and said that the genius artisan they had been talking about earlier would be arriving for a meeting soon. Kazuya was immediately excited because he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. But then he noticed the concern on Isaac's face and asked what was going on. Isaac didn't tell the truth and only said that the artisan would be arriving at the mansion soon and he would bring him to this room if Kazuya didn't mind. But Kazuya decided to be respectful and polite and said that he would personally go out to meet this brilliant man, especially since the artisan had come from far away at his request. Unexpectedly, Kazuya noticed that everyone present had gathered with him. Liz was the first to get up from the table, followed by Mary, Hygiene, and Ira. This made the boy a little embarrassed, for he didn't know how it would look in the eyes of the tinker. Liz asked on her way out if this was really the tinker they had talked about earlier, who had shown genius and was able to improve the machines and create some new ones. Kazuya explained that this was the man, but unfortunately he lived too far away from this city and had now come to meet him at his request. Kazuya assumed that this man was certainly very intelligent, so it would be a great solution to ask this master to take over the leadership of all the artisans. Although Asteria itself had also found good artisans who had perfected the machine, but this genius man made everything much better. Also, this man's hallmark was good character and politeness. Liz was also greatly interested in such a unique craftsman and wanted to meet him. Isaac cautiously asked Marie if Liz had any appointments scheduled today, but the maid in charge replied that Liz had purposely cancelled all of today's appointments for the sake of sitting down with Kazuya to enjoy an oral tea. Isaac felt an uneasy feeling and his face began to express intense concern. Mary of course noticed this reaction and asked how she could help. Isaac pretended that everything was fine, though he was worried about the upcoming meeting and doubted that it would go smoothly. Soon everyone was gathered outside awaiting the arrival of the genius master. A few minutes later, the sound of an approaching carriage was heard and everyone looked eagerly at the horses rushing towards them. Gradually, the creaking of the carriage became much stronger and eventually the carriage slowed down. Kazuya thought at that moment that he would finally meet the genius inventor of this world and find out what other interesting things this man had to offer. But after a second, Kazuya felt an incredible surprise as he recognized the man who was in the carriage. After the carriage doors opened, all doubts instantly disappeared and the very same excited and beautiful village girl appeared in front of Kazuya. Valletta instantly rushed to hug the person she missed so much and it caused inexpressible emotions in Kazuya. The boy was literally speechless with surprise, and then when he came to his senses he tried to ask what was going on and why Valletta had come on that wagon. The excited girl said that now she can do a lot of useful things, among which are development of new machines, construction of unique objects. She also learned martial arts, medicine and chemistry. Valletta promised that she would stay out of the way and try to be very useful. Then the young village girl cried and asked for permission to stay by Kazuya's side, for she missed him very much and thought of him constantly. Gradually realizing what was really going on, Kazuya replied in agreement and decided that this girl really should always be by his side. Valletta was the happiest girl in the world at that moment and her tears of happiness were proof of that. Kazuya explained that he wanted to ask for it himself, or rather he wanted to ask the artisan for it. But since Valletta was this genius inventor, it was even better. But Valletta could no longer contain her emotions and continued to cry. Everyone present saw such a scene and perceived it in different ways. After all, no one really expected to see in the role of a genius inventor and a young girl from an ordinary village.